Greetings, and welcome back to the MCOC Encyclopedia. Today I present to you the Ultimate Act 7 Initial Completion Guide, covering every single quest and every single easy path and easy boss in the entirety of Act 7, from 711 all the way up to Superior Kang. Every quest is split into two pieces: an initial explanation explaining exactly what's going on every available easy path in that quest, going over the nodes, problematic defenders and so on, and then a full run through going through the suggested paths with suggested teams to show you exactly how you can approach every single quest. Please do remember that your roster and experiences may be different to mine, and if you wish to take other paths throughout the quests, you are more than welcome to. But these are the paths I suggest. You are welcome, of course, to take your own. And with that, let's jump in. Act 7, Chapter 1, Quest Number 1. Reboot. Well, here we go again. Before we dive into Act 7.1.1 properly, a few words about Act 7 in general. In my opinion, Act 7 is easier than Act 6, if you have the skills for it. As we will see with our first boss, there are all sorts of things here that will reward you for doing the right thing. When we get into later Act 7, this can get really quite crazy and you can put out some amazing numbers. But you will need to be able to consider many factors at once. If you have just Herc blasted your way through Act 6, you may struggle with Act 7 more than others. Best to go back to 6.1 and start doing some path there without Hercules and learn to play around annoying mechanics rather than just brute forcing them. On to Act 7 properly then. In all of Act 7 we have 3 global nodes that are actually in our favour. Star Power increases the damage of our 6 stars. This is really nice, and when the content first came out and 6 stars were fairly rare, similar to how 7 stars are at the time of this video, this was here to encourage players to bring in their 6 stars and experiment, rather than just relying on their top 5 stars. This does not apply to 7 stars though, if you have them. Globals 2 and 3 are fairly similar. Adrenaline Rush and Hold the Line give damage reduction and block proficiency respectively, depending on how much adrenaline you have. This is the white part of your health bar that 6 and 7 star champions can heal back when they take damage. So, if you get hit, you have a bit of a safety net to help out. Unlike Star Power though, these 2 nodes do apply to 7 stars, as they do have access to adrenaline. The final thing to note is that many quests in Act 7 have multiple bosses, though you will only ever have to face one boss per path. This does also mean that after the boss, you will have to move to the end node. There won't be any more fights, but you just have to make sure you don't accidentally quit out or start a new quest and lose all of your progress. It may sound a bit stupid, but I have seen it done. There are also champion swappers before all of the bosses, just like in Act 6. There are many easy paths in 7.1, but the standout easy path, and the one I would recommend, is the Ronin path. Unlike Act 6 that had a pretty nasty first quest, Act 7 starts you off pretty gently. The nodes here are Colorblind and Flare. Colorblind just means that you need to make sure that everyone on the team is of a different class, or you will degenerate at the start of the fight. The 6 defenders on the path are all different classes themselves, so we can guarantee class advantage on 5 out of the 6 fights if we follow this plan. The other node is Flare. This we have seen before, but it was all the way back in 5.4.2. Flare increases your damage by a lot, but you will also degen all of your health over 60 seconds. If you have class advantage though, this degen damage is halved, so you only lose half your health, but if you have class disadvantage then the damage is doubled, so you'll be dead in 30 seconds. Given we can guarantee class advantage in 5 out of 6 fights from following Colorblind, and if you've got a few health potions lying around, this node is basically a pure damage boost. Finish fights quickly, and enjoy the damage. The defenders on this path don't really pose much of a threat. Watch out for Storm's big specials and Ultron's evades, and that's pretty much it. A nice path to start us off. And if this video is helping you, please have class advantage over that like button. The boss that we will be taking in this quest is Yondu. Remember how much you love masochism? Well, Yondu has super masochism. Luckily for us though, it's somehow easier than regular masochism. For a start, it doesn't affect all debuffs. If you inflict a stun, bleed, poison, shock, incinerate, cold snap, or rupture debuff, Yondu will heal for 5% of his max health, and this debuff is applied to you. The debuff applied to Yondu is also removed. This then goes on cooldown for 5 seconds. However, knocking Yondu down refreshes this cooldown and extends future cooldowns by 1 second. The other nodes we have to deal with here are Feats of Power, Rich Get Richer, and Foresight. Feats of Power gives Yondu a Fury buff when he is above 1 bar of power, and a Crit Chance buff when above 2. If he gets to 3 bars of power, then he gains a Crit Damage buff. These are some fairly chunky buffs, but keep baiting that special 1 and we have nothing to worry about. Rich Get Richer gives whoever has more unique buffs a constant trickle of power. We can use this to our advantage if we have more unique buffs than Yondu. And by himself, Yondu doesn't generate any buffs, so that's going to be 1 unique buff at 1 bar of power, 2 at 2 and 3 at 3, all from Feats of Power. So if you bring a champion with 2 unique buffs, you will always be gaining the power gain, or you'll be the same so no one gains it, but if you just keep baiting the special 1, it will always be on you. And finally, Foresight. This is a purely advantageous node. If we intercept Yondu, we gain a massive 200% Fury. That's it. Very simple and excellent for us. So, what do we need to beat this quest? Well, nothing. Bring a team of all different classes, and that's pretty much it. For the boss, as long as we have a couple of unique buffs and a champion that doesn't rely on debuffs, we should be fine. For our ideal team, well, given we don't need anything special, our team is super flexible. I reached out to my YouTube members for what they wanted to see in action, and they suggested Adam Warlock and Quicksilver. I rounded out the team with Shang-Chi, Black Widow Clairvoyant, and Toad. Black Widow Clairvoyant is particularly good here, as the heal from her Bleed Stance Special 2 is based on the damage dealt. More damage dealt means more healing. At the champion swapper, I'll be swapping in Hulkling. He has plenty of unique debuffs, and his damage is excellent, so he will be my boss counter, though pretty much anyone on the team could work, as long as we watch out for Rich Get Richer. Adam Warlock will be able to take advantage of Rich Get Richer, as he has enough buffs. The class I have chosen to omit from this team is Tech, as Tech champions would have class disadvantage versus the boss, and the mutant on the path is OG Storm, who doesn't really pose much of a threat. Here we are in 7.1.1, and we will be taking the Ronin path. The team today is 6-star rank 3 Shang-Chi, 6-star rank 3 Quicksilver, 6-star rank 3 Black Widow Clairvoyant, 6-star rank 3 Toad, and 7-star rank 1 Adam Warlock. For the fights on the path, we will be using simply whoever has class advantage over that fight. For example, here we have Claire versus Ronan, and later on we'll have Toad versus Gwenpool. For the one fight where we don't have class advantage, that being Storm, as we don't have a tech champion, I will also be using Black Widow Clairvoyant. The reason being is because she can heal, and none of the other champions can heal quite at the same level. For example, full yellow bar finish on the Ronan. The nodes we are dealing with are Colorblind and Flare. Colorblind simply mandates that we use a different class for each champion on the team, otherwise we will degen at the start of the fight. And Flare will also degen us slowly throughout the fight, but give us a massive damage increase. As you can see from the previous fight and from this fight, getting 20k mediums out of a Black Widow Clairvoyant at 6-star rank 3 is not the most common. The second reason we're using Claire for this fight is simply because she is Mystic, and I'm running Mystic Dispersion. Storm generates a fair number of her prowess buffs, and so we can use those to fuel us back to our special 2, meaning more healing, even if we get here like that. Flare will have its damage dealt to you change depending on your class relationship. So if you have class advantage, you take less damage, hence why I'm using class advantage throughout the path. Despite a small slip up, Claire still ends with 90% health, but that's the last time we will see her on this path. Up next we have Immortal Iron Fist, and, simply sticking with our class relationship, we will be using 6-3 Quicksilver. This fight I probably could have done a bit faster, but we'll simply be building to our special 2, and given flair, you can end pretty much every fight on this path with just a special 2. Was that heavy necessary? Not really. If you were playing Quicksilver in a longer fight, you might do heavy, and then dash back a load to ramp up your speed, as you can see going up on the left. But that's not really needed in a fight that will end quickly. What I could have done here probably is go medium, light, medium to trigger my whiplash straight into special 1 for a big burst of damage, and there's a fairly good chance that would have just ended the fight there and then. But to be sure, we'll be building to our special 2, where we will go for a massive 13 hits, if I remember correctly, all of that red damage coming from the trauma, and an easy end on basic damage alone, not needing the whiplash at all. Up next, we have Red Guardian, and sticking with our class relationships, we will be using Shang-Chi. Make sure to go left here. There's not a huge amount to say about this fight, so I will instead ask a question. For this Act 7 run-through, what level of champions should we limit ourselves to? And please give your thoughts in the comments below. The team today is 6-star rank 3s and a 7-star rank 1, but how far do you think I should push? 6 stars rank 4, are they available? What about 6-star rank 4 Ascended? 6-star rank 4 Ascended and 6-star rank 5 are roughly equivalent, so are we allowed 6-star rank 5s if they're not Ascended? What about Ascended ones? Are we allowed to go all the way, or is that pushing it too far? For 7 stars, I imagine we're probably just limited to 7-star rank 1, as the availability of tier 6 class catalysts at this point isn't wholly available. Leave that completely open to you, but let's keep it reasonable. I don't want to try and do the whole thing with just 4 stars, though we probably could. That could be fun. Here we're going into Toad versus Gwenpool, and I was thinking in this fight I could probably just end it in a special 2 like most others, but then we must consider Gwenpool's awakened ability. She cannot be killed via special attacks, and so a slightly different tactic is warranted. Here we'll be going for our special 1. This will allow us to put some passive poisons onto Gwenpool. Well, the poison debuff then gets converted into a passive poison whenever she dashes forward, or it's shrugged, not that she can. And there, despite a slight mistime, stun through block, passive stun through block, and then a nice ending out. Nice quick fight by Toad. Last up on the path, we have Ultron, and we will be using Adam Warlock. Adam's not amazing for Ultron, because Ultron's evade can sometimes limit our aggression, because Adam Warlock is a very aggressive champion when it comes to his playstyle. And a lot of his big damage, particularly on the special 2, is in energy form, and Ultron is awakened here, allowing him to heal a lot of incoming energy damage. However, we'll still do our best. 20k mediums is nothing to sniff at, and here I get a slight dropped input because of the lag spike and end up blocking, which means I just about lose my ramp. Slightly annoying, but that's playing Adam Warlock for you. So we're just biding our time, degenning a little bit, but it's not too bad, until my sovereignty comes back. The Intimidate goes up, we can get a couple of hits into block to start the sovereignty counter again. Up to 15 hits, 60, now we go into our special 2, we get the crit buff at 20, get some nice crits on the end, a 70k crit, not quite enough to close it out, but one little poke with a 20k medium is enough to do it. That's the path covered, and remember you have champion swappers, and for a change I will actually be using one here. What should we swap in and out? Well, I think I'll swap out Quicksilver for Hulkling. We need some buffs, preferably in this fight, and Quicksilver cannot generate any of his own, and we're bringing in Hulkling because he has lots of unique buffs, and we have class advantage. In hindsight, it might have been better to swap out Toad, simply because he would have class disadvantage versus the boss, but it doesn't hugely matter. What are we considering in this fight? Well, first up we have Super Masochism, which does this. I tried to stun him there, but because this is Super Masochism, the stun got thrown back onto me. So this is just something to try and consider. What am I trying to manage in this fight? Well, at the moment I'm trying to manage my power, I'm trying to intercept to get that big Foresight Fury, I'm trying to manage his power, and I'm trying to manage Hulkling's buffs. You can see I've got down to 1 unblockable charge, so I can get my Fury from Foresight, and then we can throw off our big special 2. Only 1 crit there, but not too bad, and Hulkling's unblockable allows us such that we don't need to worry about parry stunning him, go for another special 2, and so we don't have to worry about Super Masochism much at all. Hulkling doesn't deal in damaging debuffs, so again, Super Masochism goes out the window, And we're just left with Feats of Power, which is that Fury buff that's just appeared above Yondu, which isn't a big deal, as long as we don't get hit, and if we just stick to baiting out the special 1, like that, we'll have no issues. Rich Get Richer, is the node that gives us, you can see, a slight trickle of power. Our power's going up very, very slowly, and that's simply because we have more unique buffs than Yondu. And Foresight gives us the big Fury when we intercept, as we did there. A very clean finish by Hulkling, could have been done by many champions, and remember this is Act 7, so you must move to that ending node. Don't quit out. It sounds stupid, but I have seen it done. Act 7, Chapter 1, Quest Number 2, Breakout. That's enough of Act 7 being nice, onto something a little more challenging. We actually have 2 options in this quest. If your name isn't JobSchool-PW5II, we have the Red Skull path. Here, we have Special Delivery, Cosmic Avalanche, and Mixmaster. Special Delivery is the global we saw all the way back in 6.1.2, where you have to throw a special attack every 15 hits, or you will degen. And Mixmaster means that if you attempt the same basic attack twice in a row, the opponent will evade the second hit. Only hit the opponent when they are stunned, or bring champions with access to evade counters, and you really shouldn't have many issues here. Cosmic Avalanche is our third node, and it's purely advantageous. This will give Cosmic attackers a 40% Fury for each unique buff on them for the duration of that special attack. Load up on some unique buffs, and enjoy the increased damage. We can use Odin pre-fights here to boost the Cosmic damage even further. Odin himself is also pretty decent, if you have him at the right level, as he has access to True Strike, so an evade counter on his special 1, and loads of unique buffs. The path starts with Red Skull, who is a bit of a pain, but given he's the first champion on the path, we can just go in and out until we get a good run. After him, no one else really poses too much of a threat. The path ends with Emma Frost, but you can bring an armor break champion for her, and remember the reverse controls on her special attacks, and she becomes fairly simple. Our other option is the Red Guardian path. The fights on this path may take a little longer, for reasons that will become clear, but it's much less roster dependent. If you have no big cosmics, the other path is not going to be very good. On the Red Guardian path, we have Static Blast, Extinction Protocol, and Specialist 2. Static Blast we saw in 636 and 642. You will have 50% of your power drained when the opponent throws a special attack, and if you're hit by it, they will power burn you for all of your remaining power, meaning you'll be taking some extra damage. The damage isn't too bad, but nice to avoid it. If you block the special attack, you will still have your power burnt, but you will only take half the damage. Extinction Protocol we saw on the 633 Havoc boss, and grants the defender increased damage based on how much power you have. It will also increase their power gain by 15% each time they throw a special attack. Finally, Specialist 2 will increase your Special 2 damage by 50%, but reduce your Special 1 damage by the same. Combining this and Static Blast means that we'll need to get most of our damage from basic attacks, as specials won't be hitting very hard, and it's very unlikely you'll be getting to your Special 2 or Special 3 anyway. Really, any champion, though, can take this path. Champions that don't rely on their specials and have great damage or damage over time on their regular hits will do really great here. Angela, Colossus, Archangel, Nick Fury, Mole Man, buffed Mr. Sinister, and so on will do just fine. Power drain immune champions can also do very well, as they won't lose power from the node and can just benefit from the increased damage on the special 2. Gallon, Hulkling, Gladiator, or King Groot will be great here. There is a Bishop at the end of the path that does require a solid counter, but see the Bishop video for more details there. And the rest of the path is fairly simple. Make sure you can reliably dex Guardian Special 1 for an easier time versus him. And if this video is helping you at all, please get power drained by that like button. The boss in this quest will depend on the path you choose. If you chose the Red Skull path, then you'll be facing a Green Goblin boss, and here you'll find Red Lining, Power Reserve, Cramping, and Debilitate. Debilitate makes Green Goblin's personal debuffs last twice as long, and Cramping means that if you have a weakness on you, your power will be slowly drained, and every time you hit Green Goblin, you'll be taking a fairly big chunk of damage. Don't get hit by Green Goblin special attacks, and these nodes don't matter at all. Green Goblin cannot inflict his weakness through your block or anything like that, so don't get hit, and you'll be fine. Redlining means that you will be gaining double power once you are above 1 bar, but if you hit 75% of your max power, you'll be drained to 0. Easier access to special 2s, but no special 3s. Finally, power reserve means specials will cost half as much for both champions. You don't really need any one special for this fight, but we have a few options to make it easier. Human Torch will ramp his Smolders super quickly from Green Goblin's Special 1 lasers. Red Magneto will have a 70% chance to not get drained by Redlining, and given Green Goblin's metal, you should be able to end the fight in 1 Special 3. And finally, some strong shruggers like Kingpin, Zemo and Moleman will provide a safety net if you do get caught by Green Goblin specials, but again, anyone could work. If you took the Red Guardian path, you'll be presented with a Rhino boss. He has Tantrum, Power Shield, Bubble Shield, and Matador. Matador we saw versus the 635 Mysteria boss and the 645 Hydra Adaptoid boss. The only way for you to gain power is by gaining 1 bar at a time whenever they throw any special attack. Bubble Shield produces your block proficiency each time you block a hit, and after 10 hits, the next hit from the defender will be unblockable whether it lands or not. If they'll do a dash in, and it's unblockable, you will be safe, even though the Bubble Shield counter still says 10. Power Shield we have seen many times before. Your basic attacks deal no damage, but your specials deal 400% more damage. Damage over time effects triggered will still work fine, and if you trigger them on the special attack, they may keep the 400% damage boost even once your special has finished. Tantrum, however, is a brand new node. When you hit Rhino, he gains charges. Knock him down, and all those charges are removed, and you take a fair burst of damage. From my testing, each charge explodes for about 1500 damage, and given he gains 1 charge on every single hit, that's a lot of incoming damage. However, if you inflict a concussion, disorient, enervate, or taunt debuff, all of those tantrum charges are instantly and safely removed, and Rhino can't gain more for the duration of that debuff. These aren't the most common debuffs, but we still have many good options. Cassie Lang, Guardian, Emma Frost, Mr. Fantastic, Scorpion, Spider-Ham, Stealth Suit Spider-Man, Nick Fury, Hit Monkey, Anti-Venom, Massacre, Overseer, Titania, Luke Cage, Ronan, Joe Fixit, and so on will all do just fine here. If you have high enough damage, and you need a lot of it, you can just ignore Tantrum and burst Rhino down before you run out of health, but that is up to you. Maybe Cosmic Ghost Rider could do it, but it's probably going to be Awakened Corvus, or Hercules if you want to go down this path. For our team, let's start with the Red Skull path. Red Skull himself needs a solid counter, maybe 2 boss options, but after that we should have a few spare slots for the path. Any champions with lots of unique buffs will do great. For the boss, I'll be starting with Torch and bringing Mags as my backup option. For my Red Skull counter, any solid armor break champion will do fine, but I'll be bringing Venompool. He has the most unique buffs in the game, as far as I'm aware, so I'll be able to use him for other fights as well, and versus Red Skull with all those armors, he is practically immortal. For both support and general use, Odin has plenty of unique buffs, access to True Strike, and his pre-fights can buff other champions, so he'll be number 4. And for number 5, a fun option in Red Goblin. He interacts very well with the extra furies given by the nodes, but you do kind of need to get to Special 2 to benefit from that, so we'll get there slowly to avoid the degen. I strongly considered bringing Venom here over Red Goblin instead. Both would work just fine. For the Red Guardian path, we don't really need anyone special apart from a Bishop counter, so again I'll be starting with the boss. Nick Fury will do just fine here, spam Special 1 and there's no issues, and we can also use him on the path. Slot 2 goes to Guardian as backup for the boss. He has Taunt on his Special 1, so we'll just be spamming a lot of that, and then maybe trying to close it out with a big Special 2. For the path, Colossus will be great, and we can use him for Bishop as well. Omega Red will do okay on the path, but his synergy with Colossus is why he is taking slot 4. For the last slot, I thought about bringing Archangel as a good all-rounder for the path, but we could use a non-metal option to deal with White Magneto on the path, and whilst we could bring Torch again, I think Gladiator will be a lot of fun. He's also power drain immune, so we get an extra benefit there. Here we are in 7.1.2, and we will be taking the Red Skull path. The team today is 565 Mags, 6-star rank 3 Odin, 6-star rank 3 Red Goblin, 6-star rank 3 Venompool, and 6-star rank 4 Human Torch for the boss. First up against Red Skull, we will be using Venompool, who is one of my favourite Red Skull counters. You could absolutely use any other decent armor breaker for this fight, and I think Corvus Glaive is probably one of the best, as just with one parry, goodbye all the armors. However, the reason... gotta watch out for the Mixmaster evade there, but the reason Venompool is so good for this is because you can do this. I only got 2 out of 3 regens on there, but that's still almost 1,000 per tick, and we're back up to a full yellow bar. Easy as that. Now, wait out the auto block, and then we're just going to be doing that for the rest of the fight. I picked up my Vicious buff, which is the yellow one. Don't know why I didn't throw a special one there, but never mind. Picked up that Vicious buff so our bleeds will be doing extra damage. There we go, with extra Furies. Heal up, the regen is just so good, and this fight is not the fastest. But Venompool took a couple of blocks here. Doesn't matter. Venompool is just so tanky against this Red Skull. Another option I could have here is to grab some buffs, like I'm doing. There we go, get my Vicious buff again, and then go for the special 3, and then just use that bleed to absolutely tick down pretty much anyone. The bleed on Venompool's special 3 is one of the nastiest in the entire game. So, just going around again, just sticking to baiting the special ones. They're not too difficult to heavy counter, sticking with medium like medium combos, and then if we need to regen, there we go, just grab one for nearly 500 per tick per regen. Heavy counter the special one, he can't auto block the heavy attacks, just be careful you don't go for 2 heavies in a row if he throws 2 specials back to back. And every time we're just baiting out heavies, we're not worrying about block damage at all because there's no need to, we can just heal it all back. There we go. So we're going in again, medium like medium combo so he can't evade. There we go, just tick it out like as a 3.6k bleed from a 6-star rank 3, and we finish on a full yellow bar. Very, very smooth. Venompool versus Red Skull. Up next, who have we got next? Black Panther, OG Black Panther. Not the most difficult of defenders, but we just have to keep an eye out for what's going on. Here we'll be applying our Odin buffs, which means we're most likely bringing in Red Goblin. He loves having buffs on him, and the more, the merrier. Got to remember Cosmic Avalanche on this node as well, which means if we get to our special 2, we get extra damage, particularly with Red Goblin. Cosmic Avalanche gives Fury buffs on any special, but if you have access to lots of Fury buffs, Red Goblin's special 2 hits extra hard. So that's where we're just trying to get to here. All I want to do now is throw my special 1, there we go. And I've gained a little bit of power, so I've netted about a quarter of a bar of power, so we're just going to take a few special 1s to get to that special 2. And I was debating, do I just tank some of the damage? We can always heal it back with a couple of potions after the fight. But we'll have to see. You can see here with 4 buffs on my Red Goblin, those are some 1000 per tick incinerates, which is not bad at all. And maybe if I was taking this path again, just spamming heavy attacks to special 2 might not be a bad way to go. That was a mistake. I should have gone for special 2 there, but we live and we learn. So here we go, building back up our power, and these fights aren't the fastest, though there was some 10k bursts there, which is very nice. Not the fastest fights, but they are pretty reliable and safe. Mixmaster is really going to keep the fight speed low, because you can't often go for your big combos. There we go, we've got some really nice incinerates ticking now. Luckily caught him on the second part of that special, the heavy attack, sorry. And here we go, 6 Furies, now he can't evade, because we've got our Frenzy up. Or it reduces the ability accuracy for it. And this fight is over in one more special. That was a 20k crit. Very, very nice from Red Goblin. As I said, these fights will be quite a bit slower, simply because you just have to take them slower. There'll be lots of throwing heavy attacks, lots of medium light mediums, and so on. In this fight, we absolutely could have used Venompool. Dr. Octopus gets 1 armor up, so that's more than enough to keep us topped up. But instead, we will be using Odin. How do you ramp up Odin? 4 knockdowns. They can be you, or they can be him. And let's just pretend that I took that knockdown at the start, just to ramp up a bit faster. But you can see I've got my 5 energized now, which means I get an extra power gain, which means I can now go medium, light, medium into my special 1, which gives me access to True Strike. Now, no more evades. So we go back to 2 Odin Force charges, and here we're just trying to bait the special 2. I'm trying to stay in close, because when you stay in close with Odin, your buffs are paused. So there we go, bait that out. Can't quite punish it on time, but we can just use it whatever we want, and he can't evade us. We've got a little bit left on that True Strike, just enough. See, evade failed. I should have gone in for the special 2 there. I'm not quite sure why I didn't, but oh well. Here we go. Dex out that special 2. Here I have lost my True Strikes, got to be careful, so 1 medium. Got a whole bunch of buffs, it's going to hit very nicely. So it was a 40k burst on the end of that, not bad at all. The red damage on Odin's special 2 scales with the opponent's max health. So if you take champions into, say, Labyrinth or Necropolis or Abyss, whatever, that burst will be much bigger because the champion's health is higher up. So there we go, we've sort of got our ramp up going again. And at this point, I think I've kind of debated, is it worth going for the special 1 again? But we can just go medium, light, medium into special 2, and that's pretty much going to close out the fight. Not quite enough, he's got 3%, but a very cheeky stand-up intercept, and that's the fight closed out in about 90 seconds. Really not too bad for health pools of this size with these sort of champions. Up next, we have Silver Surfer, and who are we taking in for him? Venompool is an absolutely stellar option, because again, Silver Surfer can generate armor ups, which means Venompool can heal like a madman. So, there we go, we got slightly unlucky where I got a slow input, and he's being not particularly cooperative. Nice lag spike on my end, and we get our first buff with Venompool. Note that even though we have Mixmaster, your hits don't really count whilst the opponent is stunned. So you can go for a full medium, light, light, medium combo, as long as you get the first 3 hits whilst the opponent is stunned. All the game sees is stunned, 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 light, medium. And nothing in there is the same attack twice, so you just have to be very careful. When he's not stunned, going for medium, light, medium, though I threw a heavy there to get the Malice buff, and that will increase my damage over time, so Venompool's bleeds. We do also have the armor breaks that come off Silver Surfer's special attacks, or his heavy attacks, when he has the Power Cosmic available. Nice crit there. There we go, we get a nice power gain buff with Venompool because our dance off the special 2 was interrupted. Baiting out special 2, try not to get hit by it. Very tricky one if you get that spacing slightly wrong. And we're back at a special 2 with Venompool, so what we'd like to do is if we can complete that dance, we'll double our buffs. But I've realised that actually we can probably make it to special 3, as long as we don't get smacked. So we're just going to go parry, heavy attack, we're at special 3. So, this will trigger Venompool's Mega Bleed, and even without much of an increase, that's 6k per tick, and this is a 6-star rank 3. Imagine what we could boost that to if we got him properly ramped up, which he isn't. Max him out. Well, there's so much we could do with that bleed. But there we go, Silver Surfer bleeds out. Unfortunate we didn't get much healing off those armor up buffs, but we do what we can. Energy refill. Up next, we have Guillotine 2099. Absolutely, again, we could use Venompool here, or we could use Odin, or we could use Red Goblin. But guess what? We are going to use Venompool. Why? Well, Guillotine has armor, so we can regen, but she also has power drain on her special 1. This is really, really annoying, and I really don't like fighting Guillotine because of it. It makes getting your specials off very difficult. But as long as we have our Clintar buff with Venompool, we're immune to power modification from tech champions. And there it is. So we started with the precision, but I threw a heavy attack to re-roll it, got the Clintar buff, and you can see that our power is not being drained by her specials. Now, you might say, well, Venompool applies bleed, which is not very good versus robots. But against tech champions that are bleed immune, he instead applies degens, so we don't have to worry about that at all. This makes Venompool an excellent counter, and particularly once he gets ramped up, his damage is also very, very good, and against armor up opponents, he's practically immortal. Unless she can reverse your healing like that, which is a little bit annoying, but never mind, to avoid those. Waiting out Guillotine's Digicloak, because I didn't knock her down enough. Venompool is a little bit slower for these fights because he is a ramp-up champion. Once you get your 5 buffs, which you can see at the top, which is the Clintar, the Malice, the Precision, the Hunter Spider, and the Energize, the black, the brown, the yellow, the pink, and the purple. Once you get all of those, every time your cookie meter goes round, you instead get a Fury. Those Furies stack as high as you like, as long as you can keep them there, and they also have their potency increased from the Malice buff. So actually, Venompool can hit really, really hard once you get him ramped up. And he takes out that fight no issues as well, and we get a good bit of healing. Last up on the path, we have Emma Frost. She can be a little bit annoying, but as long as we can armor break her, she can't go into her diamond form. No diamond form, no stun immunity. That makes everything a bit simpler. Red Goblin can apply armor breaks, so we'll be using him here. This fight can be a little bit tricky, because if you can't stun her, you have to be very careful about Mixmaster. So perhaps just baiting heavies and going medium light, and then just back off, bait heavy, medium light, back off, bait heavy, medium light, means you can do whatever you need to get her down, because you'll never evade if you're just going medium light. We've now got some extra buffs, but what we really need is a Fury buff in order to gain that armor break. So here we can see the Incinerate's ticking pretty nicely, but as soon as she throws that special, and she goes back into her diamond form, then we can't Incinerate her because she's immune to a lot of stuff. So what I'm trying to do here is just push to my special 2. If I can get to my special 2, then I can start armor breaking, and we are going to do some serious damage. So we're just bouncing around, being very careful of when she evades, her reverse controls on her special attacks, and we're nearly there. We've got 3 hits to get to special 2, so medium, light, there we go. So we do end up taking the degen damage, not a big deal. Now look at that Incinerate damage. There was some huge bursts on that. We've got 7k per tick Incinerate, massive armor breaks. That's what happens when you give Red Goblin a little extra boost with some Fury buffs. So if you've got a Red Goblin and you have a lot of health potions, it could just be easiest in this quest. Rush special 2. Easy peasy. Skip the node choice here. We've got a team we're happy with. For our boss, we have Green Goblin, and I will be bringing in 6-4 Human Torch. His PI is quite low because for some reason I've never managed to get him awakened, but he really doesn't need it, particularly here. We're going to be activating our Flame on, just so we get extra damage, power stings, and so on. Got very lucky I didn't get punished on that heavy attack. I don't know why I threw it. So, there's our first set, and we're just trying to build up our temperature slowly. So there's a second heavy, and we'll be going for one more, just to get that temperature maxed out to 20. Once it's maxed, it stays paused for a little bit. However, any energy damage we take will give us smoulders, but also help build our temperature. You can see it dropped to 17, and then it went back up, and we got 5 smoulders off that special one, which increases our Incinerate damage by 60%. The Nova Flames, as I said, deal more damage than the Incinerates. They last longer, they make sure Green Goblin has no block proficiency at all, and they inflict power stings. So they really do quite a lot. So medium, light, medium, medium, light, medium. So that way we can put loads of those Nova Flames on him. If he's regenerating at all, which is when his orange is the same as or higher than the green of his 2 passives, so he will be now, we can actually also reverse that regeneration using some of our Nova Flames. If we were just using regular Incinerates, because I am running the Despair Mastery, that would actually give us slightly more potent reversal. But I'm not here for reversal, I'm here for raw damage. We're up to 14 smoulders, which is giving us a lot of extra potency, so we'll just let those tick him down. Just block the special attacks where you need to, don't try and do anything fancy. And here we go, medium, and you can remember that in this fight, everyone's special attacks cost half, so I threw that special 2, and by going heavy, medium, light, medium, well, nearly medium, we're back at another special 2, so we just need to bait his one out, and then the cycle goes round and round. Here, we need another special out of him, preferably, because that power is a little bit more than I'm comfortable with. Throw our special 2, but we get power drain the rest of it, so we don't have that to work with. Medium, light, medium, and here I go for it. So, throw our medium, light, medium, throw the striker, go for a nice long slow combo, and he falls. That was very risky at the end, but it did what we needed it to. And now, the Red Guardian path. Team for this path is 565 Gladiator, 565 Nick Fury, 6-star rank 3 Colossus, 6-star rank 3 Omega Red, and 7-star rank 1 Gladiator. The plan for this path? Well, it's much simpler than the other path. You kind of just beat them up. You aren't really going to get anything out of your specials because they are power drained and power burnt when the opponent throws and when you are hit by the specials. So, yeah, basic attacks and damage over time really are the way to go. Other great options here would have been, say, Angela can hit really hard, or maybe champions like Archangel that have really powerful damage over time. Kate Bishop would be another good option, maybe Shuri, and so on. Actually, should be great. Maybe I should have brought Shuri. Oh well. But we can see this Red Guardian's already halfway down, and we're just ticking him down with Nick Fury's bleeds. Nick Fury is our boss option, so I won't be pushing him into his second life on the path, though we'd be able to end the fights much faster if we did. I am, however, running 5 out of 5 deep wounds, which is really helping Nick Fury here, but it's not hugely important. You can see there when I throw the special 1 that I get that passive weakness on me, and it really, really doesn't do much damage. I might get 3 or 4k damage out of the whole special attack. It's really not particularly noteworthy. Just baiting the special 2 out of Red Guardian, and now with just a couple more big bleeds, he'll be falling pretty rapidly. This is the only fight on the path we use Nick Fury for, as we were saving the rest of his health for the boss. Here's my primary boss counter with Guardian as backup. So, nothing too difficult there. Up next, we have Rogue, and for her I believe we are using Gladiator. The defenders on this path are relatively simple, and so don't offer a huge amount. I will also say that I am not well practiced using Gladiator, and this is one of the first proper fights I ever actually took with him, so if you are a Gladiator expert, please don't slate me too hard, but I think I do an okay job of it. We get our Intimidate on her, beat into the block to build some confidence, go for another heavy attack, now we're unblockable, build more confidence, so we're up to, 16? So we're going to bait her special 2, and because Gladiator is immune to power manipulation, or at least power drain, we don't have to worry about it there. So we get some good damage, nice heavy attack there. We're unblockable, but we can still beat into her, Intimidate, there we go. So we're up to our maximum of 24 or 25, and with the extra fury we get from the node, actually hit pretty hard. So just want to bait the special 2. We punish that for some extra damage because we have enough confidence, and I know with Gladiator you can sort of beat into the opponent whilst they're throwing their specials, but it's not something that I do much of here. I don't quite see it as necessary, and I'm not sort of good enough and practiced enough at doing it to get as much out of it as we can. But punishing them, you at least get one burst of it. And so, there we go. Rogue luckily doesn't hit me in the face there. And she falls very nicely. A much faster fight from Gladiator with some very nice base attack. And the fact he doesn't get power drained is also very helpful. Up next we have the Defender Guardian, and I believe we're using Gladiator again for this guy. We used Gladiator a couple of times on this path, but I think this is either his last or his second to last fight. We will also be using Colossus at other points as well, because he does a pretty good job too. So, same plan of attack, we get the Intimidate on them, we build the confidence, we try and ignore the lag spikes. Super confident. There we go, we're up to 10. If you're taking this fight and you struggle to deal with Guardian Special 1, it is a good one to practice dexing, but you can just block it. It's not ideal, but it does work. It doesn't deal the most damage. The Special 2 deals much more if you get hit by it, but again, you can block that one safely enough. Nice unblockable there. So, dex a Special 2, or at least, the first part of it. And because I haven't seen it before, let's go for Gladiators at Special 3. So we build to our 25 confidence. Just want to bait out, there's the Special 1. I do hit into him there to try and see what I could get, but it was about 4,000 damage, and now I'm taunted, and then I missed the parry, so I'm not doing that again. So we're going to be going for our heavy attack, go unblockable, get the Intimidate on him, breakthrough block, hit the Intimidated, 25, go for a partial dex on the Special 2. That was about 5k burst on punish, so now we're unblockable, let's go for our Special 3. Nice uppercut. And then I think he smashes him around space for a bit, but I decide to just skip it. And I miscalculated. Guardian is now at Special 3. But this is the power of AI manipulation. Or, just spam and heavies, why not? This is some of the luckiest I ever get in a fight, but I decided to leave it in for one simple reason, which is it's really important not to just give up in a fight. I took a big burst of damage there, but we close out the fight with a big heavy attack. He absolutely could have thrown that Special 3, and he probably should have done. But very simply, we got lucky. We take advantage of it where we can, and we don't quit out, even when things look a bit hopeless. Always push on where possible. Gladiator's last fight, hopefully it'll be a little smoother than the previous one, is this Magneto. And another reason Gladiator was bought for this path is that he is not metal, and many of the other champions we're using are. We shouldn't use Nick Fury here either, because despite the class disadvantage, White Magneto is in fact bleed immune, which makes Nick Fury a very, very slow option. One thing we do have to be very careful of is Magneto's Special 1, as that very, very fast burst underground is going to have to be something that we try and avoid where we can. A good one also to learn how to dex. So we're just building our confidence. We're up at 16. Going to go for another big heavy attack. Bam! Nicely unblockable. I should have gone in there when I was unblockable, but didn't. So there we go. We go for that again. And here, some very nice damage. That's 15k burst. Some really, really nice damage from that special too. The extra fury from the node helping a little bit. Bam, another big heavy attack, beating into the block. So now we've built up our confidence to 25. Go for another one, nicely unblockable. Those incinerators are slowly ticking away in the background. They're not the most potent, but they do last quite a while. So the damage total is pretty good. Go for another heavy into special. Some nice burst off that too. And this fight is extremely smooth. We managed to avoid all special one throws. And so we're just going to close it out with some hits into block. Got to remember that incinerates reduce the opponent's block proficiency, so we'll be taking advantage of that as well. Next up, Hawkeye. Relatively simple defender, so we're just going to beat him to death with a big metal boy, aka Colossus. What are my thoughts going into this fight? Well, I'm probably not going to be able to get to my special 2, because he's just going to keep draining my power. So this is going to be a parry to build armors sort of fight, and then throw some big heavy attacks along the way. So it's another parry, we're up to 7 armors. Ideally we'd like, lots, the more the merrier. And up against Bishop next, spoiler alert, I will be using Colossus. We build a lot of armors because our Colossus is awakened, but we'll explain that when we get there. So another big heavy attack, some crits would be really nice, and this is where maybe a 7-star rank 1 Colossus would have been very nice as well, for that crit stat focus, for some slightly more reliable critical hits. So we're still at 7 armors, and we're just looking for parries basically, so we're up to 9 now, that was really good. Nice 33.5k crit there. A few more of those, and this fight really won't be lasting much longer. Nice lag spike. 15k total from the heavy attack is really not bad at all. If we think that Guardians were hitting for about... Not Guardian, Gladiator, sorry. Mind fog. Gladiators were hitting for about 20-something k, and he is significantly higher ranked than Colossus, so 15k is pretty nice, with no crits. And that was with crits on Gladiator. Here we go, looking for another crit. We're up to 17k now, because we got to 12 armors. So Colossus' signature ability has 2 main uses. The first one is when a temporary armor expires, it has a chance to become a permanent one. You see there we were at 12 armors, 1 expired, but we stayed at 12 armors. That was 1, becoming permanent. The second half we'll see up against Bishop in just a second. And there we go, fight closed out relatively easily. Colossus is an absolute tank, so we barely lost any health as well, because we landed all of our parries. Up next, as alluded to, we have Bishop, and again we'll be using Colossus. Please do watch the Bishop video in full if you haven't seen it yet, as Bishop is quite a tricky defender, particularly if you don't have the right counters. Colossus is a pretty good counter though. So, a nice 30k heavy attack to start things off, and we're at 5 armors, now we're up at 6, and the second half of Colossus' signature ability will be coming in very soon. When Colossus is immune to an effect, he has a chance to gain an armor up. And you can see here, we're collecting quite a few armor ups as Bishop tries to incinerate us from his special 1. Bishop's special 1 here is really annoying because you can dex it, but you're not going to, most likely. It is possible, but as soon as he gets to 10 prowess, you're going to be eating it like that. So, can you dex it? Yes. Will you? Most likely. Should you? No. If you can block it, block it. That does mean you'll be losing all of your power though. If you can, push him to special 2, so you don't have to deal with it at all. But with Colossus here, you can see we're up at 21 armors, and we're doing pretty well. We're getting some 13k mediums, and at this point I just need to bait his special 2. I know it's going to be unblockable, watch the hand go forward, and we're good. This special has no prowess, so it doesn't hit very hard at all. It's not safe to punish the special 1, but I try and do it every single time. That was a 20k heavy attack with no crits. 20 armor ups, crit, no crit. And just 1 more parry here should be enough. There we go, and a medium to finish him out. So, you need a good counter for that Bishop, but the rest of the path is relatively straightforward. Energy refill. You've got to love the 1 gold energy refills on the content creator beta, which is where this is being filmed. Champion swapper. Do we need it? No, we don't. If you need it, use it. You gain nothing by not using it, so just use it. For our boss, we have Rhino, and our primary attacker here will be Nick Fury. What have we got to watch out for in this fight? Well, we've got Power Shield, Bubble Shield, something else, and Tantrum. So, we've got to watch out that he doesn't go unblockable, And Power Shield means that all of our attacks will do nothing, except our special attacks. So, he's up to 10 Tantrum charges, and if I were to knock him down now, I would take, I'd say about a third of my health as direct damage. But as soon as we can put the right debuffs on him, there we go, Disorient's on, all the charges go away, and we're very safe. The special doesn't deal a huge amount of damage because, it's Nick Fury's special 1, but we work with what we can get. This fight is mostly going to be based on bleeds, and we will just be spamming the special 1. So, come on, there we go, there's the special 2. And we're up at 9 bubble shield charges, so we have to be very, very careful. So his next attack, because we're at 10, will be unblockable, whether it hits or not. So whatever he does next, it will say unblockable. There we go, that was unblockable. It didn't hit me, but the charge has been used. See, that one didn't say unblockable. Here, we go for our special 2, and we take 1 Tantrum's burst of damage, which was about 1500, so not the greatest. But we've got our big internal bleed going, and it seems that because I triggered the internal bleed on a special attack, because I got 4 bleeds from the special 2, that internal bleed, which is the one ticking for, 1300 and something? That internal bleed has the power shield damage in it, which is really nice for us. So, we're going for another special 1, and I'm starting to get bored of this fight. It's going on, Rhino's going down slowly. We're pretty safe, but we're just bleeding him out. And so part of my mind is just like, well, why not just get hit, die, go into the second life of Nick Fury where he gets his massive permanent fury, and just go about the rest of the fight that way. But I don't want to purposefully die, that seems a bit pointless, so we're just baiting the special 2 here. I like having Nick Fury's safety net. Yeah, but no, that's a stupid idea. So, in a few hits, we're going to get bored, and we're going to let ourselves get killed. We're going to move into Nick Fury's second life, get the massive fury, watch the massive bleeds do their thing, and, well, you'll see for yourself in just a moment. So, I think it's about here. I just get a bit bored. Oh no, maybe it's in a moment. About 135 hits, I think. Maybe it's after this special 1. That massive fury is going to amp up our bleeds, it's going to amp up, it's going to combine really nicely. Here we go. With our power shield damage on the special 1. It's not going to do much because it's Nick Fury's special 1, doesn't hit very hard. But just, well, you'll see for yourself. So, our health is slowly draining because that's what it does now. That was 15k off the first hit. There's another bunch of 5ks. We're getting 4k per tick. This is only a 5-star Nick Fury. 4k per tick off my bleed. We've now got 2 Furies, and Power Shield. So we're getting some 6k crits off that Nick Fury special 1. If we'd gone for the special 2, we'd probably be dead by now. There we go. And that fight was closed down significantly faster in that last third. As always, remember, this is Act 7. You need to move to that final node. Don't quit out here. Act 7. Chapter 1. Quest. Number 3. Recycle. If you want to see some really big numbers, this is the quest for it. The path we'll be taking today is the Gambit path. Here we will find Blaze, Power Axis 2, and Power Shield. Power Shield we are fairly familiar with by now. Your basic attacks deal no damage, but your specials deal 400% more damage. Power Axis 2 increases how much power you gain, up to 2 bars of power, but decreases it after that. And finally, Blaze. As far as I'm aware, this is the only time you'll ever see this node, so enjoy it while it lasts. This node increases your special damage by 500%, on top of what Power Shield is already giving us, but will deal direct damage to you that will kill you in 30 seconds. The goal of this path is very simple. End the fight as soon as possible. Champions with really hard-hitting special attacks, or champions that cannot easily die, are superb for this path. Any damage over time effect that you trigger on your special attacks will also get that increase. So we can destroy this path with Ghost, Kitty, Cosmic Ghost Rider, Corvus, OG Storm, Sunspot, Silk, Kate Bishop, Mr. Sinister, or just anyone with big special attacks. Champions that can heal, particularly ones that heal proportional to the damage they deal, such as Black Widow Clairvoyant in her bleed stance, and Rogue, are also amazing options for this path. Finally, bringing the Hood synergy for Ghost, or using Awakened Kitty Pryde, as this will let both of them avoid damage whilst phasing, will also work great, as you can just avoid all the nasty degen damage. In general, you need to end these fights quickly, or you will be taking a lot of damage. Best to have some health potions on hand if you aren't running the healing champions. Expect to take between 40 and 60% of your max health as degen damage each fight, but each fight is relatively simple. You will, however, just want to heal to full. None of the 6 defenders on the path really pose much of an issue, so end things quickly and you'll be fine. And if you're finding this video helpful, please drop a massive special on that like button. The boss we'll be facing in this quest is Vision Arcus. Without the right counter, this guy is quite annoying, so let's see what we need. The nodes on this guy are Special Burst Lockdown 2, Power Shield, Power Reversal, and Fissure. Special Burst Lockdown 2 means that whenever Vision throws a special attack, you are inflicted with an armor break and a heal block debuff. Annoying, but let's see where that goes. Fissure places a tiny armor break on you whenever you're hit, but this armor break is permanent. The ones from Special Burst Lockdown 2 only last 10 seconds. Remember that Arcus can also armor break you on his base kit just by being nearby, and so we have 3 different sources of armor break to deal with. Whilst you are armor broken and Vision is close to you, he will inflict you with a cold snap that will rapidly chip away at your health. Power Shield we have already covered in this video, but Power Reversal means that whenever you gain a power gain buff, you instead gain a power drain debuff. So to survive in this fight, we really need a way around those armor breaks, or the cold snaps coming from them. Colossus, Absorbing Man, Dr. Doom, and Wiccan are all great armor break immune options, and for the cold snap immune options, Colossus and Absorbing Man aren't going anywhere, although Absorbing Man does need to be in his magma form, but we can also add Corvus Glaive, Torch, Sasquatch, and Iceman. If you don't have any of these options, then Kingpin can also work, preferably with the Joe Fixit or the Hood synergy. He's probably the only shrugger that is consistent enough to remove all of the different debuffs coming his way. Watch out for Vision's power gain in this fight, as it can get out of hand if the fight goes on for too long. Remember to block his special 2s, as it does not much damage on the block, but can really hurt if taken directly. So, for our team. My first thought was to use Ghost with Hood, as that is who I used a long time ago when this first came out. But let's have a look at some other options. Claire and her special 2 regen would be amazing, and combine this with Corvus, and we have some great path clearers. The path isn't super hard, so I'll be focusing the rest of the team on the boss, though the 2 mentioned here could have a very good go at the boss themselves. Absorbing Man is an amazing Arcus counter, and the extra armor breaks from the nodes will only help him. This leaves 2 slots that Doom and Colossus will be great for. We can also use both of them on the path if needed, though Colossus will be slightly better than Doom. Given my Doom is awakened though, I will have to stick to special 2s versus Arcus, as removing the power gains from Arcus, and hence Doom's signature ability giving us one for ourselves, will only be reversed by the node. Unawakened Doom can go for the standard Doom cycle, and is actually a slight advantage here. Here we are in 7.1.3, and we will be taking the Gambit path. The main thing to watch out for here is the Blaze node. The team today is 5-star rank 5 Corvus, 5-star rank 5 Dr. Doom, 5-star rank 5 Absorbing Man, though he is not awakened, 6-star rank 3 Colossus, and 6-star rank 3 Black Widow Clairvoyant. First up on the Gambit path is in fact Gambit, and we'll be taking him with Colossus, 1 special 2, and the fight is over. That is what you want to do for every single fight on this path. You will be taking quite a lot of unavoidable damage, but none of the fights are hard. If you can heal up, it should be fairly simple. None of the defenders are particularly tricky as well. The second fight we have here is Karnak, and I seem to remember this is a very long loading screen, but for the sake of continuity I won't be cutting it out. I will just be doing my best to think of something to talk about while it's loading. Why are we using Claire for this fight? Well, you'll see her in action in a moment, and I don't care that I get hit there, but she heals on her special 2, whilst she's in her blood stance, proportional to the damage she deals. Here we are dealing an insane amount of damage, so watch the health bar, we're back pretty much to a full yellow bar, and with a nice crit on the end, she also ends it on the special 2. Claire, however, does not care if she ends it in one special 2. She probably will, but she can't guarantee it. We'll see why a bit later on when we're back to using Claire. Up next, OG Captain America, and we'll be again using Corvus Glaive. Why am I using Corvus here? Well, I don't particularly want class disadvantage with Claire. It doesn't matter hugely, but just something to think about. But also we'll be able to pick up a second Corvus charge. Are they needed? Not really. We already end the fight in one special 2, but just in case, they're nice to have. We are running no boosts and no recall masteries in this video, so this should be a pretty good approximation of what anyone can manage. Hitting into Captain America's block does also give us that fatigue debuff, and I am running willpower, and despite the fight being over, that gives us just that little bit of healing. Blaze will take all of your health in 30 seconds, but after that 30 seconds, it won't deal you any more damage. It is a 30-second kill timer. So if you can heal a single health point, and not take any other source of damage, and start at full health, you will survive the blaze. Now, here we have Falcon, and his special 1 is going to say absolutely no to all of that because it's some unavoidable damage. So I'm just baiting out his heavy attack, going in here for my special 2, and with 2 Corvus charges, 1, 2, and the fight's over. But as you can see, my Corvus is now at 1 health point, not 1%, but probably less than 10 health points, and this is all from his signature ability. Whilst he has glaive charges, he can't be killed, but taking hits loses him 4, and taking parries only loses him 2. Should you heal up between each fight, even if you're using Corvus? Absolutely. If Falcon had thrown his special 1, I would have died because it's got far too many hits on it, and that would have stripped away all of my charges. Up next, we have Sorcerer Supreme, and I'll be using Black Widow Clairvoyant here. Slightly annoying, because Sorcerer Supreme does have inbuilt energy resistance, and Claire's attacks and special 2 are all energy based. However, that isn't going to stop us from healing up. She also has a super long special 1, which means we take a fair amount of damage that we'd rather avoid, but I should have gone for my special 2 straight in there. Now we go for our special 2, watch the health bar, and we're all the way back up at a nice yellow bar. But Sorcerer Supreme is not down. But I don't care. I'm at low power, she's at low health, but the blaze timer has just finished. I'm not taking any more damage. So all I have now is pure advantage. We've got Power Shield and we've got Blaze, meaning I can do this. That's a 350k crit on the special 1 from a 6-star rank 3 Black Widow Clairvoyant. A very, very good champion for this path. Rogue as well, just using special 1s, is also very good for this path. She heals proportional to the damage dealt, much like Claire does on her special 2. You'll get pretty much the same result. I just brought Claire here over Rogue. Last fight on the path, we have Joe Fixit, and despite the class disadvantage, leading to some probably pretty nasty block damage from Joe, we will also be using Black Widow Clairvoyant. The plan in this fight, like every other fight, is to simply throw my special 2, heal all the way up, and then go from there. The block damage from Joe Fixit is really quite nasty, especially when he rolls the right card for his block damage, but you can see one special 2, he's down to 30% health, we're back at full health, Blaze is nearly over, we're at about 75%, Blaze has got a little bit over a quarter left, so I think we'll be down to about 45% health by the time it's finished. But we're still alive, so we can just heal up again with our special 2. There you go, 45%. I'm pushing Joe here to his special 2 because I can take no damage from the special 2, as opposed to the special 1, which is going to force me to take some damage. My special 2, lots of healing, and we end that entire path with a huge amount of direct damage at a full yellow bar, 100% health. Nice job, Claire. Up next, we have the boss. Before the boss, as always, we've got the node swapper, or the champion swapper. Use it. I'm only not using it here to show the fact you only need 5 champions to go through this path, but you should absolutely bring other champions. For the boss, Vision Arcus, I will be using Absorbing Man in Magma form. As pointed out on the original video, in order to be Cold Snap immune, Absorbing Man does need to be in his Magma form, but against Vision Arcus, in order to take Cold Snap damage, you need to be armor broken, and Absorbing Man is always armor break immune. Just something to consider there. So, Vision Arcus is not playing into my Light Intercept at all, which means I can't pause my Magma Form, which means it falls off. This fight is not going how I wanted it to start. Vision Arcus has taken basically no damage, he's already up to 3 power charges, and I've got 180 charges, which is okay. So now we're up to 270, and now I'm going to be going for my Special 2 to get my Magma Form back, and we can start doing some nice damage. I get the heavy counter there, and that damage was pretty rubbish. That's 13% health, and I am massively losing the health race here. I do get a nice Light Intercept there. I try and go for another one, but no need, because he throws the Special 1. But watch this. We're now at 600 charges. Absorbing Man, once he spends those 600 charges, and Absorbing Man without those 600 charges, ignore that, are two completely different characters. I'm just trying to get a heavy counter here for some massive crit boost. Watch this. He's at 85% health. We spend the 600 charges. Every single hit there is doing over 80,000 damage. He's down to 10% health. And now we're burning him out with our passive Incinerates on every single hit, going for 1,500. This is a rank 5 unawakened 5-star Absorbing Man. And that was Vision Arcus down most of the way in just one Special 2. Always remember to move to that final tile in these Act 7 quests. Act 7. Chapter 1. Quest number 4. Usurp. After that last quest, time to relax a little. Pretty much every path in this quest is really quite annoying, apart from one that's actually quite simple. The Hulk Ragnarok path, also known as Gladiator Hulk, or just Gulk, is basically the same as the path we saw back in 7.1.1, the Ronin path. Today's path has Brute Force, Colorblind, and a Class Wrath node, which we'll get into in a moment. Colorblind, as we saw in 7.1.1, just means that you need to make sure all of the champions on your team are of a different class, or you'll take some quite serious degen damage. We can actually use this to our advantage though, as the 6 defenders on the path are all different classes, and we have those Class Wrath nodes on each of them that will more than double your attack if you match the class on the node. And on all of them, the Class Wrath node is whichever class gives you class advantage. So on Gladiator Hulk, who is Science, it is Skill Wrath. On Storm X, who is Mutant, it is Tech Wrath, and so on. Finally, Brute Force just means that you'll need to keep hitting the defender every 6 seconds. If you don't, you will slowly degen. And that's all there is to this path. Play by the rules, and get a huge damage increase. Easy as that. We have 2 annoying defenders to deal with on this path, in Storm X and Nick Fury. Storm X's Special 2 is basically an insta-kill, and her glancing can really draw out the fight. Make sure you can reliably dex the Special 1, or find a way to deal with the Special 2 and it's unblockable, and you'll be fine. Nick Fury is just annoying all round with his Special 1, unblockable, and Second Life. However, the Mutant Wrath node here will really help you get through it, and you can use pretty much any mutant for him. Keep him below 15 charges, and he isn't a huge threat. End the Second Life quickly, before he can throw 2 Special 1s, and you won't ever see his unblockable. As a final thought, though, you don't have to use class advantage in these fights, but you won't get the attack boost. If you want to use Mags for Hulk Ragnarok, because he's metal, that would work absolutely fine. And if you're enjoying this video, please check for unblockable on that like button. The boss we'll be facing in this quest is Hela. Whilst not the hardest defender, she does have 5 nodes to deal with, on top of the usual health, attack, Special 3, and Act 7 global nodes. Let's see then what we are working with. The minor nodes here are Enhanced Fury and Rust and Ruin. Enhanced Fury will simply increase the potency of Hela's Fury buffs, which she gains on her Special 1 by 40%. Nothing major. Rust and Ruin, though, means that striking Hela will have a 40% chance to put an armor break on you for 10 seconds. If you have 5 on you at once, though, they are all removed and converted into an indefinite armor break instead. Don't get hit, and these 2 nodes are fairly pointless. Rust and Ruin will actually provide willpower healing if you are running that mastery. They may increase your block damage slightly though, but this generally isn't the biggest issue. Our major nodes here are Lazarus, Heavy Assault, and Counter-Strike. And let's have a look at those in reverse. Counter-Strike will give you a small Fury passive each time you dex an attack. How nice. Well, once you get to 10 Furies, they are all removed, and the defender will go unblockable for 15 seconds. You're pretty much guaranteed 2 of these Furies on Hela's Special 1, so just keep track of your passives, watch out for the unblockable, and this really isn't too bad. If she does go unblockable, play passively and carefully, it's only 15 seconds, you should be fine. Heavy Assault will increase the heavy damage of both champions, but the defender only will go unstoppable during their heavy attacks. This node is basically a buff for us, giving us mega heavy attacks, and as long as Hela doesn't hit you with a heavy attack, you should be fine. These will hurt quite a bit though if you do get hit by one. This brings us to the main node in this fight, Lazarus. Hela has 5 revival charges, meaning when she dies, she doesn't, and will instead heal to 20% health, but this will consume a charge to do so. She will also lose a charge each time you get 20 hits on your combo meter, but will gain one whenever you lose your combo. Okay, so this will increase the length of the fight a bit, and means that you can't one-shot Hela with anything, and as long as you don't lose your combo, you should be fine. So pretty much any champion can take this fight, though Mystics are preferred. Shruggers can do quite well with Rust and Ruin, but again, not required. If you have him at Sig 200, Dr. Doom can also cheese this fight completely. If you hit Hela hard enough, she'll gain a physical resistance buff. However, on Doom's heavy attacks, which will be amped up by Heavy Assault, you will place a stagger. If the opponent is shocked, Doom will passively stun them whilst charging a heavy attack. At Sig 200, he has a 100% chance to place a shock when he staggers a buff. So, you can go heavy that places a stagger, which will stagger the physical resistance that will be converted into a shock, which means that you can then safely charge your heavy attack and go round and round and round, just spamming heavies in the corner for the entire fight. Heavy Assault is really helpful here. A very, very cheesy option, but does need a max Sig Doom. A lower Sig Doom could try and do it, but your shocks aren't guaranteed, so keep your Special 3 in reserve for an emergency throw if you need it. So, for our team. Well, Doom is definitely coming, just to cheese the boss, but then we will also need a spread of classes to cover the path. The champion we can cover with Doom, and Jane Foster is probably the easiest fight on the path, so I won't be bringing a science champion. Medusa for Sentinel, Sunspot for Defender Nick Fury, Iron Man for Storm, and an attacking Nick Fury for Gladiator Hulk will round out this team very nicely, and should be able to take all of the respective fights without issues. So, here we are in 7.1.4, and we will be taking the Gladiator Hulk path. The team today is 5-star Doom, 5-star Sunspot, 5-star Medusa, 5-star Ascended Nick Fury, and 5-star Ascended Iron Man. All 5 stars today. And we can get away with that simply based on the nodes we're presented with, which are effectively purely advantageous if you follow what you have to do. Here we have Skill Wrath, because Skill is the class that has advantage over the defender, which is Science. And given that Colorblind, the other node, sort of forces you to use a team consisting of all different champion classes, you're going to end up with a class advantage, and hence Wrath, in 5 of the 6 path fights. The one you choose to omit is up to you. But even in the time I've taken to explain that, this Gladiator Hulk is already nearly all the way down. The only thing we really have to be concerned with in this fight is not getting to 8 bleeds with Nick Fury, as he will then convert them all into a passive bleed. But that will trigger Hulk Ragnarok's Face Me mechanic, and we don't want to deal with that. So there we go, a very quick and easy first fight. Hulk Ragnarok is not the greatest threat. Up next, we have one of the 2 annoying defenders on the path, Storm Pyramid X, and we will be using, with class advantage, OG Iron Man. He is a very good counter for her, because of his very high damage, and ability to strip off prowess, so let's see that in action. Our plan in this fight is to try and avoid her special 2, sort of. And then we're going to build to 2 bars of power ourselves with at least 7 armor up buffs, throw our special 2 to get to 12, that triggers my arc overload mode, and then we're going to do some good damage from there. Why do I say ish for the special 2? Storm Pyramid X's special 2 versus most champions really hurts. But with OG Iron Man, it doesn't. And we will see that later in this fight. And there are multiple reasons why. The first reason is he is an absolute tank. With so much armor rating, he just doesn't take very much damage. I believe he has the highest armor rating of any tech champion once you ramp him up. He caps out at 20 armors, and they are some pretty potent armor ups. Additionally, when awakened, that was some great damage off the special 1, he gains increased armor potency, and also massive block proficiency during the opponent's specials. So Storm Pyramid X's special 2, which I believe is going to come now, we took 0 damage off the first hit, and 151 off hits 2 and 3, and dexed out at the end of it. So we took a notoriously hard-hitting special 2, and took 302 damage from it. He is such a tank when it comes to these really hard-hitting special attacks, and he's not even just good against mutants, he's good against lots of champions, as we'll see in a bit. That was 1 minute 26 seconds. Up next, we have Nick Fury, and because we like class advantage, we'll be going in with Sunspot. We'll be going for a fairly standard Sunspot rotation of 2 or 3 special 1s into special 2, and we'll see how that goes here, but I think Sunspot is an excellent Nick Fury counter, and we'll see why in a little bit. My Sunspot is not SIG 200 here, I believe all the other champions are, but I can't confirm that. But that means we don't get the full 120 charges, we have about 100, which means it's probably about 60. So we're going for our second special 1 there. What you want to do with Sunspot is when you charge your heavy, you pull Incinerates off your opponent, and you put them back onto yourself, so you gain the charges on the left-hand side. So we've got 90 or 87 of the charges on the left, and now we've got 3 of the charges in the middle. Charges in the middle are what give us our damage on the special 2, like this. So that's 2 sets of 50k, and that was about 160k level 2, from a 5-star, not bad at all. What's really important with Sunspot is when you block whilst there is Incinerate on the opponent, it will be a perfect block, which gives you nice long parries, so you can charge your heavy back and pull lots of Incinerates across. The really interesting thing though is if you do it on a special attack like this, you'll perfect block the entire special attack, and you can see me doing that for most of the special 1s. I ate a heavy there because I'm bad, but we'll just try and ignore that. So because we parry one of the hits on the special 1, and we still have Incinerates on Nick Fury, we take no damage for the whole special 1. A very, very clean fight there from Sunspot. Ignoring the fact that I ate a heavy, we would have ended up with much more health. Up next, we have Thor Jane Foster, and because I personally consider her the easiest defender on this path, words I will come to eat in about 20 seconds, I've chosen not to bring in a science champion, so this is the only fight we don't have class advantage for, and therefore we don't have the Wrath node for. And we'll be using OG Iron Man to show that he's not just good against mutants, he's good against lots of opponents. Now, that's my mistake in this fight. I eat that special 1, which deals me some damage, and this shock damage is going to sort of eat into my health a bit as well. But let's see what OG Iron Man can do. Remember, with class advantage against Storm X, and remember we had the Wrath node there as well, that fight was 1 minute 26 seconds. So let's see what Iron Man can do in an effectively unnoded fight. The only thing we really have to worry about here is Brute Force, which you can see is the grey timer that's going round, which will deal me some damage if it gets all the way around, like this, but then you can just get rid of it pretty quickly, simply by striking the opponent. So we've gone for special 2 into 2 special 1s, we've got 6 armor breaks, and you can see that we're getting some very respectable damage. That was a 15k light attack crit. And this is just what Iron Man does. There you go. Very, very respectable damage indeed. So we're going for another special 1. I trigger the regen there, and you can see that's going up very nicely. We're getting nearly 600 per tick, so we're back over 50% health, up to 54 from about 20, so that's 30% regen. Very, very nice. And here we're just building, so I make a mistake here. We're building to the special 2, but I don't need to, because when you get to 12 armors, like that, you'll trigger the arc overload. So we now have 18 armors. It would have been better to go for special 1s and then go that way, but no big deal. Just about to close out this fight, Iron Man dealing with it with not much issue, and one special one, if we got another crit, would have closed things out, but instead we go for a very nice intercept and get a 15k medium crit. And I believe that was 1 minute 37, so only slightly slower than when we had the Wrath node. And the fight was a bit sloppy. Up next we have Sentinel, and we'll be using Medusa against a robot, which effectively means we're going to be cheesing the hell out of this fight. If Sentinel played ball, which he sort of does and sort of doesn't. Medusa's damage output is generally considered very good, and we'll see that in action here. So once we go for our special one, there we go, we get up to 6 armor breaks, which keeps the armor break on him, but also puts the armor shatter on them. Armor shattered robot opponents, so that's against Medusa, and Vision Arcus is the only other person that can access it, gain no power and have no ability accuracy. You can see when we hit Sentinel, he just gains no power at all, so we can just keep hitting him. But there we go, here comes the special one. Medusa gains her own Furies as well, and we can see that even with Cosmic Wrath, and 3 of Medusa's personal Furies, and the Armor Break, and the Armor Shatter, her lights were hitting for about 9k when they crit, which is significantly less than what Iron Man was hitting for in the previous fight, without all of those boosts. Regardless, we go for our special 3, so we get the Armor Shatter back. Sentinel very kindly throws that special for us, and now we can basically just wail on him in the corner, because he has no ability accuracy, and can't get any power, so I'm just going to backdraft him in the corner, but he doesn't really want to play ball with the backdraft, so I'm just going to hit him, and go for the special one to close out this fight. It doesn't quite, and the auto block actually saves me there, for a nice 11k medium. 1 minute 16, Medusa always makes robot fights nice and quick. Last up on the path, we have the champion. And we'll be going in with Dr. Doom. What do we have to worry about in this fight? Well, really not very much. The champion gains charges. When he has charges, he can go unstoppable, but nullifying him and getting hits on our combo means we can remove those charges, and Dr. Doom is an absolute control powerhouse, so we'll just be going for our standard Doom cycle. Here we're building to special 3. When he triggers his buffs, because I'm running Mystic Dispersion, I'm getting a burst of power. There we go, there goes his Fury. So you can see he stays on 0 charges. If I hadn't have nullified that Fury, he would now be on 1 charge. Standard Doom cycle, straight into the special 3. Going to skip the special 3 because I've seen it quite a few times. Medium, medium, light, 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 medium, medium, special 1. And my general rule is if that combo, so special 3, and then the first half of the Doom cycle, gets them below 40 to 45%, then it's safe to just throw the special 2. However, he was at 53, so we're going to go for another special 3. So like medium, medium, special 1. And here we have more than enough damage with our special 2 to close out this fight. Annoyingly, not a single hit of it crits, so we're just going to have to close it out with a heavy and some incinerates, tick him down absolutely fine. Finally, Hela, the boss. And we will be cheating this fight with Dr. Doom, but I will also show this fight with Sorcerer Supreme on a separate run-through, where we're doing it without cheesing it. We'll do it a bit more normally. So, how does this cheese work? Firstly, you need a Dr. Doom, and he needs to be awakened and as high sig as possible. This fight is actually quite easy, so unless you have a high sig or max sig Doom, I wouldn't personally invest stones into Dr. Doom to do this fight. There's no need. An unawakened Doom would take it absolutely fine. But what's going on here? If we hit Hela hard enough, and the heavy assault node means we definitely will be, she triggers a physical resistance. However, our heavies trigger a nullify, or a stagger, which then nullifies that physical resistance. When Dr. Doom nullifies a buff and is awakened, he has a chance to place a shock on the opponent, and this is 100% at Sig 200. When the opponent is shocked, Dr. Doom will passively stun them when charging his heavy attack, and you can see this lands us in quite a nice loop. We don't have to worry about anything Hela can do because she can't do anything. If your Doom's not Sig 200 but still awakened, you can try this, and just see I've got that special 3 in reserve. Keep an eye on her bar, and if she doesn't trigger that shock, or you don't trigger that shock, then just throw the special 3 and go standard Doom cycle. You've got full power, she's got full power, these are prime conditions for doing exactly that. But, just like that, the fight's over. A very, very simple fight, and somehow the boss is the shortest fight on the path. So now we're going to use Symbiote Supreme and do this fight properly. What do we have to worry about? Well, we have Lazarus, which is going to extend the length of the fight, but Symbiote Supreme actually does quite well against Lazarus, as we'll see at the end. We also have to worry about Counter-Strike, but for the moment, that's just giving us Furies, so let's focus on that. Rust and Ruin doesn't mean much for Symbiote Supreme, apart from the fact that we might be taking a little bit of extra damage from Hela. And finally, Heavy Assault means we just have to watch out for not getting walloped by her special 2, but specifically her heavy attacks. They will be significantly larger and do much more damage, and she will also go unstoppable. However, in this fight, I'll be going for my fairly standard Symbiote Supreme rotation, which is special 3 and then special 2 spam until we run out of our 3 phases at the top, which is pretty much going to be straight away. But we're pretty much straight back to special 3 from that. I'm not running any boosts in this fight. That's not power backed. That's just what Symbiote Supreme does. I am, however, running 5 out of 5 Mystic Dispersion, which means when Hela is triggering that physical resistance, which she does a fair amount, I gain a burst of power. It's not loads, but it's certainly enough to sort of help us get by. Symbiote Supreme also power steals on his special 2, which is why we're getting big chunks of power back, and he also has power gain whenever he cycles modes. All of these things combined together help really keep him moving, though he can feel a little bit slow without Mystic Dispersion. There, what I'm doing is I'm throwing the heavy attack, which almost guarantees that she'll trigger the physical resist. I can then instantly stagger that, and that'll give Symbiote Supreme those purple charges, which are currently second on the bottom row. More of those he has, the more power gain he gains when he switches phases. There we've got to watch out for Heavy Assault and Hela going unstoppable. 5 staggers now, so we don't have to worry about her healing or anything like that. Now, why is Symbiote Supreme particularly good against Lazarus? Well, something I didn't actually know until I did this fight, and I'm always happy to keep learning things, is that he completely bypasses it. When Hela triggered her indestructible, Symbiote Supreme nullifies it. When Symbiote Supreme nullifies a buff in the right mode, he deals extra damage, and when he deals extra damage to the opponent, that seems to have triggered before Lazarus, or maybe his nullifies or staggers was keeping her from regenerating. Either way, he closes out this fight very well, and don't forget to move to that final node once you've completed the boss. Act 7, Chapter 1, Quest. Number 5, Mashup. What on earth are these bosses? We actually have 2 paths that we can take in this quest. Terrax and Unlimited Power, and the Hood on Energy Adoption Fire. At a first glance, they look pretty nasty, but with the right counters and champions, we can get through them without too much issue. Terrax and Unlimited Power is the easier of the 2 paths, if you have the right champions for it. Unlimited Power means that every 10 seconds, the defender will gain a Fury buff for every debuff they have received throughout the entire fight, and these aren't small Furies. If you remove them in any way, the opponent will gain 15% of their max power. We also have 5% buffet to deal with, but we have seen this a few times now. Every 7 seconds, they will remove the next buff you trigger and regenerate 5% of their max health. Nothing major, but good to consider. The way you are meant to get through this is by using the Mystic Curse node. Whenever you throw a special attack with a Mystic champion, you will poison the defender, and this poison will deal more damage proportional to the number of buffs on the defender. And this strategy certainly can work. Grab a big Mystic and off you go. But there is a much nicer way to deal with this, and that is by using the best champion in the game, not you, Awakened Ronan. His Awakened ability will increase the length of the stun on his special attacks and his base damage for each buff on the opponent. It does not take very long before you can just stun lock the opponent in the corner and deal massive damage. If you don't have Ronan though, then we do have a few other options. One way, that might be dubbed the YOLO option, is to use Longshot. This strategy is a little risky to pull off, and you must be running Mystic Dispersion, the more points the better. This is what I used when I first did the path, and it did take a little bit of refining. Longshot Special 2 will Fate Seal the opponent and deal massive Incinerate damage for each buff removed. If you're running enough Mystic Dispersion, this will shoot both of you to Special 3. You will gain power from Mystic Dispersion, and them from the Unlimited Power node. It's your job to throw the Special 3 before they throw theirs. Longshot has a very long stun on his Special 3, and the Incinerate damage should be more than enough to handle any health they have left over. Bring Heimdall for some safety if they throw theirs before you. For other options, we have Kushala and Mordo and their Soul Barbs on Special 2, they'll do very well. Neutralised champions such as Rintra, Tigra and Wiccan can safely prevent the buffs from ever triggering, and Wiccan is especially good and will stack up lots of Incinerates. Again, any Mystic can work, just don't remove their buffs, and spam specials to poison them. Path option 2 is the Hood path. Here we have Energy Adoption Fire, Shake It Off, Recurring Poison, and Bleed Vulnerability. 2 good nodes, 2 bad nodes. The Energy Adoption nodes we have seen before. Here, on Energy Adoption Fire, striking the opponent has a chance to put a small Incinerate on you, and means that if you incinerate them, they will take no damage from it and rapidly heal. This cannot happen though if you are bleeding the opponent, and this is where Bleed Vulnerability comes into play. Whilst bleeding, the defender will take 200% more damage. Very nice, very simple. Shake It Off means that whenever you dash backwards, skill champions will shrug off debuffs, and Recurring Poison will try and place a poison on you every 7 seconds, but we can ignore that completely just by using Shake It Off. Any strong bleed champions can work, such as Nick Fury, Mole Man, Baron Zemo, Jabari Panther, Blade, Hitmonkey and so on. They'll work great for the entire path. If you really don't have options for these paths, you can go through Heimdall. I won't be covering the path in detail, but to quickly review the nodes, it has Terminal Velocity, Dulled, Mighty Charge, and Foresight. Mighty Charge will remove all debuffs on the defender when they dash in, and means that you can't parry them on that dash in. Combined with Foresight, which gives you a Mega Fury whenever you intercept the opponent, and this really means that intercepting is the way to go here. Terminal Velocity means that every time you crit the opponent, the amount of power they gain when you hit them is increased by 25%, up to a maximum of 300%. However, Dulled decreases your crit chance for each buff on you, meaning that with even a single buff, Terminal Velocity is basically a non-issue. Pretty much any champion can take this path, if you're careful, and ones with buffs have even less to worry about. These fights will take longer, given your lack of crits, but Foresight can help make up for this a bit. Using champions that can't crit actually don't work very well here. They usually have abilities that trigger when you would crit, so Crossbones in his Fury, Guardian's burst damage and so on, but these won't work as you have a greatly reduced crit chance. Again, fights on this path will be long, but they are fairly simple once you get into the swing of things. As a quick aside, I have seen the Mr. Sinister tech path recommended, but it wouldn't be my first choice. The nodes here mean that when you throw a special attack with a tech champion, you will heal block the opponent, but if they are already heal blocked, you will gain a Fury for the duration of that special attack. We also have Hurt Locker to deal with. That means you can't use the same special attack twice in a row, or you'll take a load of damage. We saw that all the way back in 616. And finally, we have Life Cycle that we saw in 621. This is a rather nasty combination of nodes, and the helpful nodes here aren't that helpful. The heal block that you get on your specials is rather short, meaning that unless you can go Special 2 at 2.9 bars of power, pretty much straight into Special 1, you won't really be able to benefit from it. And there aren't that many techs that have hard-hitting Special 1s that you can benefit from. Maybe Hulkbuster, maybe Ultron. Not my choice of path. And if you're finding this video helpful, please heal block that like button. So now we have 2 bosses to look at. The most important thing about all 3 bosses in this quest is that none of them have special 3s. You can safely push them to 3 bars of power, and they will just throw the special 2. Safely, though, might be a bit of a stretch, as we'll see in a second. Boss number 1 is Night Carnage. This guy is a combination of Nightcrawler and Carnage, but you may as well just treat him as pre-buff Nightcrawler. He looks like Carnage with a sword, but really he is just Nightcrawler, and his abilities reflect that. If you are bleeding, he will gain power, as Carnage would, but pretty much everything else in his kit is just Nightcrawler. The evade is what you need to look out for the most, and there's not much more to him than that on defense. Remember that he cannot evade whilst stunned, so parry 3 combos or parry heavies if you have quick animations, and you don't have much to worry about from him. In terms of nodes, the fight is set up very similarly to the Energy Adoption Fire and Bleed path, except here it's Energy Adoption Lightning and Poison Vulnerability. Energy Adoption Lightning won't trigger if he is poisoned, and poison vulnerability means that poisons are a way to go here. He does also have 2 prowess nodes that mean while above 2 bars of power, he will fairly rapidly gain prowess, and separately, once he has 10 or more prowess, all of his special attacks will be unblockable. In my opinion, this is just to make up for the fact that they don't have special 3s. For Night Carnage though, this really isn't much of an issue, as his specials are very, very easy to dex. We also have Mutual Spectre to deal with. Both champions have their regeneration rate reduced by 200%. In other words, anything you would heal, you now degen instead. This is most impactful if you're running willpower and you get some of those shocks on you, effectively increasing their damage. The damage from the energy adoption lightning shocks is very, very low, but willpower scales with your health pool, meaning the bigger your champion, the faster they'll fall. But all we really need to do here is deal with that evade and either poison him or deal with the shocks. And there are many, many good counters to this fight. Immortal Abomination, Apocalypse, the newly released Arcade, Black Widow Clairvoyant, Diablo, though avoid using his specials, Ghost, Havoc, Mysterio, Corvus, and so on. They will all do great here. Just watch out for champions that can regenerate, and avoid triggering it where possible. For our other boss, we have Punishing Angel, which is a much better name than the other 2 bosses. She is a combination of Punisher and Angela, aka Angela with a gun. Her abilities boil down to don't get hit and you'll be fine. She'll regenerate a bit throughout the fight, and at the end will go indestructible like Punisher does. Just like Night Carnage, she also has the same prowess nodes, but unlike Night Carnage, her specials are actually an issue. She has exactly the same specials as Punisher, and that special 2 with some prowess, even into block, will hurt a lot. It is impossible to fully dex, so I would stick to her special 1. Her other nodes are Extend, which just makes her buffs longer, Mighty Charge that we've already covered, but this fight really revolves around the Mercy node. Dexing an attack gives you a stacking Mercy passive, and parrying Punishing Angel will transfer all Mercy passives from you onto her, where they will expire 1 at a time, lasting 1.5 seconds each. Whilst Punishing Angel has no Mercy charges on her, she will take 90% less damage. To try and make up for this, whilst she has Mercy passives on her, your base attack is increased by 80% during your special attacks. This fight is all about burst damage. Build Mercy and power by dexing and intercepting her, then parry to transfer the Mercy onto her and deal as much damage as you can. Champions with big special attacks or high burst damage, such as Sunspot, Guardian, Havoc, Gallon, Juggernaut and Quicksilver, are our best options here. If you do take the Dulled path, or the Mr. Sinister path, you will face the 3rd boss in this quest, Electro-Luke, and in my mind, he is easily the worst of the 3 of them. This guy is a combination of Electro and Luke Cage, which means he has the tankiness of Luke Cage, combined with Electro's damage back. We also have some very punishing nodes that will make you miss every 10 hits, as well as combo party that'll really hurt if you get hit. Overall, not a fun time. So, let's get some teams. For the Terax path, Ronan is a no-brainer, and I'll bring Wiccan as backup. For the Night Carnage boss, Ghost is amazing, but you've seen enough Ghost on this channel, so let's have Havoc, Corvus and Diablo. We can pick up an evade charge mid-fight with Corvus if we have to, and for Diablo I'll just be spamming parry heavy and avoiding my specials so I don't degen from the Mutual Spectre node. For the bleed path, Nick Fury and Moleman will cover the whole path without issues, and for the boss, we need some nice burst damage, so let's have Sunspot, Hulkling and Guardian. They'll cover that quite nicely. Here we are in 7.1.5, and we'll be starting off with the Hood path. The team today is 565 Guardian, 565 Nick Fury, 6-star rank 3 Sunspot, 6-star rank 3 Moleman, and 6-star rank 4 Hulkling. Don't worry about the overrank, we won't actually get round to using him today, though he's a great champion. Starting off, we've got the Hood, and we'll be using Nick Fury. The plan for this fight is really rather simple. Keep bleeds on the Hood so we don't have to worry about energy adoption fire, and use the Shake It Off node to remove the poisons when they start coming. If we do get any incinerates on us, we can just use Shake It Off to get rid of those as well. It is one of the most overpowered player positive nodes out there. So we're going for our special 2, we've got 7 bleeds. And we've got a poison on us. Oh, no we don't, we just remove it. I should have just baited the special 1 here, but if you do push him to the special 2, slow down, because he's going to be stun immune whilst he's invisible. Obviously he's invisible, so you're going to miss as well, so just play it really nice and slowly. What we can see here as well, that Nick Fury's passive bleed doesn't shut off energy adoption fire, but as soon as we have a bleed debuff on us, we can get rid of them all nice and easily. And that's that fight. Nicely wrapped up. Nick Fury is an absolute beast, and if we wanted to really speed things up, we could push him into his second life, get his Mega Fury and go from there, but first life for a bit of safety net. Up next we have Invisible Woman, and we could use Mole Man or Nick Fury here, but I'm going to use Nick Fury again, simply because he has miss counters available to him when he's above 5 of his tactical charges, and Invisible Woman, clues in the title, does like to cause miss. Mole Man has no access to any miss counters, so Nick Fury it is. Invisible Woman's health pool is a little bit smaller than the Hood's, but she's got that shield that we have to chunk through, which can make her quite tanky. My plan is to deal as much damage as possible to her whilst the shield is down, and then we're going to have to go through it again. We've got poisons on us, oh no we don't, because Shake It Off is a brilliant node, and now we're just trying to get the special 1 or special 2 out of her. We decide to just ignore it and go for the special 2, so we knock her down. When you knock down Invisible Woman, she has a chance to go invisible, which is quite a problem. Unless she's bleeding, because then the invisibility isn't paused and you can just wait a few seconds for it to go away. She's got no shield here, so with just 1 extra bleed, she goes down without issue. Class advantage in that fight, pushing us even further. For fight number 3, we have Vulture, and here we'll be using Mole Man. The plan is pretty similar, though a thing that we need to watch out for with Mole Man is his ability to cause you to miss. Now I know what I've just said about Nick Fury, but the miss in this fight is much more controlled, as we will see. If Vulture dashes back and then dashes forward, you can see that he may cause you to miss if that attack doesn't land. There, you can see that he got his Chitauri charges dropped by 50, but he gained the miss passive. But Mole Man kind of doesn't care. We're just going to chunk through him as best we can, using the Shake It Off node to purify where required. Mole Man does have access to his own inbuilt Purify, but that only works while he isn't in his Monster Frenzy phase, and you can see that our timer is going round at the moment, so he is in his Monster Frenzy phase. So we've got no inbuilt Shrug Off, but the Shake It Off node doing what it does best. We've gone for our first special 2, those bleeds are really ticking away, we've probably got between 4,000 and 5,000 DPS when we have 10 bleeds, and we're using, oh there we go, miss again, using our Unstoppables to get free openings. Job's done. Mole Man, very very good. We took a few extra hits more than I'd like to, but Mole Man's also quite tanky, so we really don't have to worry about that. Up next is probably the hardest fight on the path, Abomination, and that has nothing to do with the fact that he's got tricky animations or a complicated kit. He has one of the simplest kits in the entire game, but simply that he will be putting extra poison debuffs on you. We'll be going in with Mole Man again, but we can just use the Shake It Off node here to get rid of most of them. Yes, they might start eating into your health slightly, but it's really not too much of an issue, as we will see. The Shake It Off node doesn't just work for node debuffs, it also works for any other debuffs you could be inflicted with. So for example, Invisible Woman's debuffs, we got rid of those straight away. If we were incinerated by Vulture, again, we could use Shake It Off to get rid of those. We had 2 poisons on us, now we don't. Got 2 more poisons on us now, in fact quite a few poisons. Don't care, get rid of all of those. More poisons, but guess what, we're going to get rid of those as well. Intercept, lots of bleeds, get rid of both poisons. Big special 2 incoming, it's 25k, 8.5, 8.5, 8.5, and 33k. Abomination is no more. We took lots of poison damage in that fight, but overall, really not very much. Up next we have Symbiote Supreme, and I'll be using Nick Fury for this fight. Why? Well, Symbiote Supreme feeds on our buffs, and if he nullifies a buff when he's in the right phase, he'll actually deal us a chunk of damage. Mole Man has access to significantly more buffs than Nick Fury, with his very short Unstoppables, and we want to avoid using those where possible. The only buffs Nick Fury can gain are the Dex buff and his own Fury's Fury. So we're going to avoid going into our second life, or somehow getting to 20 tactical charges and triggering it ourselves. If we were to Dex here and get rid of that stagger, we would actually take some significant damage, and that is something I want to avoid doing. It would also give Symbiote Supreme his sort of purple-blue charges, you can see he's got 25 of those at the moment, which is what gives him his power gain when he shifts phase, and we want to avoid that as well. Here we've gone for our passive bleed, so that puts a few debuffs on us, but we can just get rid of all of those. And now we're just going to finish the fight up very, very quickly. I don't think Symbiote Supreme threw a special in that entire fight. Surprisingly smooth. Up next, the last fight on the path, we have Yellow Jacket. What do we need to consider here? Well, really not much. A lot of Yellow Jacket's issues come from the fact that if you take Power Stings from his Special 1, and you don't get rid of them, they will stun you when they expire. I mean, you kind of have to take Power Sting damage, or you'll get stunned and slapped. But with Shake It Off, we can just get rid of those. So nothing to worry about there at all. The only other thing we need to remember about Yellow Jacket, which is often forgotten, is unblockable specials against him suffer massively reduced damage, though they do drain his radiation charges, or his nuclear charges, can't remember. So with Mole Man here, we're just not going to use any specials, and we're just going to intercept him, and stack up a whole load of those bleeds. 11k mediums are more than enough to chip this guy down, and let those bleeds tick him out. 4, 3, 2, 1, and that's that. No specials required whatsoever. Finally, the boss. We have Punishing Angel. Fabulous name. Use the node swapper if you need it, but as always we use the concise team. Pick up an energy refill, and in we go. This fight is all about burst and planning. Hence, we'll be starting with Sunspot. We've covered the minor nodes in the other video, but the major node you need to watch out for here is the Mercy node. You can see I've got the green, well, actually we've both got green hearts underneath us. Whenever I dex, I will gain one of those charges. Whenever we parry Angela, all of our charges will move on to her, and we will actually be able to deal her some damage. You can see that our basic attack's just 304. Not great. Angela, or Punishing Angel here, is taking 90% reduced damage, whilst she doesn't have mercy charges on her. So I've just started by ramping up Sunspot, and I don't actually have to worry too much about keeping his charges away. This is because whenever Punishing Angel shrugs off any of our incinerates, they get put straight back onto us as the flare stacks, flare state, whatever the left-hand charges are called. Solar charges, that's it. So we're now up to 4 stacks of flare state, and due to the mighty charge node, she is constantly throwing the incinerates back at us, so we don't have to worry about keeping them going too much with the standard parry heavy playstyle of Sunspot. I'm looking for 1 extra mercy charge. 3 or 4 is sort of where I'd like to go in at. And here we get 3. A little bit slow on the counter, go for the special 2. Bang, bang, bang. 86k crit times 3. Very, very nice. Unfortunately, a little bit slow on that last hit, so we've got to go for another cycle. But that's no big deal. I'm not wholly concerned about my solar charges, and I'm doing a very poor job of parrying against Punishing Angel, particularly on those gunshots, to take minimal damage. So, we're just looking to get back to our special 2. We've got 2 stacks of mercy, there's a third. So now we're just going to go for a parry, special 2, and close the fight out. We've got 4 stacks, 5 stacks of mercy, 6 stacks of mercy. Come on. Can't get the parry in. Parry, there's the parry. And now, pat, pop, pop. That's enough to close out the fight, but she is still Punisher underneath, which means we've got to wait for her indestructible to disappear. It's gone now, so we're just looking to get in pretty much any hit at all, and there we go. Very, very simple, really. So now we're cutting over to the Terrax path. The team here is 565 Ascended Ronin, 565 Corvus Glaive, 6-star rank 3 Diablo, 6-star rank 3 Wiccan, and 6-star rank 4, I think, Havoc. Apologies for the cut there. I took the liberty of cutting out the loading screen because it was a rather obnoxious 23 seconds long while my phone was lagging out. In this fight, we're just looking to stack up debuffs on Terrax, which will cause him to gain many Furies, but our Neutralize will prevent all of those from triggering, giving us more Incinerate. Look at that regen go from Wiccan, as his special 1 lets him regenerate a huge amount of energy damage that he's taken throughout the fight. We've got to make sure we remember to trigger Buffet before acting the special 1 though, otherwise he's just going to eat our regen, and that's a bit of a problem. Going for another special 1, more regen, more Incinerates. He's up to 75 Incinerates that are ticking for over 10,000 damage per tick, and before you know it, the fight's over. Easy as that. So, what if you don't have a Wiccan, but you do have a Ronin? And that's where Ronin comes in. This is basically the best node in the game to use Ronin on. He excels anywhere where the opponent has even just a few buffs, and the more buffs you have, the better. Or the more buffs they have, the better anyway. His signature ability extends your stun duration and increases your damage depending on the number of buffs the opponent has. So you can see even with 4 or 5 buffs, we're already getting 7k light crits, which is not bad from a 5-star champion. He's up to 6 buffs, now he's up to 10. So it was 8 when we threw it. And look at the duration on that stun debuff. That's my lag spikes, not yours, by the way. We're doing 15k mediums, up to 10k light crits, and we've got enough time for 3 or 4 max combos before the stun wears off. We're up to 27k crit mediums, another stun. It's just, there is nothing they can do against a Ronan, and that is why he is the ultimate cheeselord of the game. That fight was 37 seconds from a 5-star champion, and I would say for 30 of those seconds, they could do absolutely nothing. Now, you might be saying, okay, Civil Warrior, he generates quite a lot of his own buffs, he's got all of those armours feeding into it. What would a fight look like without those armours? And here we have Angela. She does have 1 armour, but it's not hugely potent, and we don't have to worry about it too much. Ronan is generating Furies in the background, but they aren't very big, though they are enough to feed Buffet. So we do have to worry about them. Well, not worry, watch out for them slightly. Ronan has more than enough damage here to outdo any Buffet regeneration they could be getting. Only 4 buffs there, but still more than enough, even with my slightly dodgy playing, to go for full combo, medium, and then another full combo, and by this point, that's it. The fight is effectively over at this point. There is pretty much, there is nothing Angela can do. Just look at the duration on the stun debuff. I could very, very easily push to special 2 here, but there's absolutely no need. 20k light crits, full yellow bar finish from Ronan. Very, very easy. Now you might be saying, okay, it works great for those 2 fights, but now we've got Storm X, and she can glance our hits. If she glances our hits, that means we might not get the stun debuff from our specials on her, while she's at special 3 with a whole bunch of prowess and a whole stack of Furies. Isn't that just going to instantly one-shot us? And you would be correct on nearly every point just made there. Storm X does generate her own prowess, and they're pretty good prowess too. She's also getting Furies from the nodes, and whilst we stunlock her, she will indeed be at a special 3. The difference is, Storm X can only glance basic attacks, not special attacks. And with her rather meagre health pool, this fight is already over. She's got 18 buffs on her, which is enough for 7k non-crits. That was a nearly 70k special 1 from a 5-star champion, and that's it. The fight's over. Very, very poor crit RNG from her glancing, preventing our crits. Ronan doesn't care. The stun lands. That's that. Now I might hear you saying, okay, but Groot reduces the duration of incoming debuffs by 55%. Isn't that going to make this much harder? To which you would be entitled to think. But not only does Ronan not care, because we could just generate twice as many buffs on the opponent, and that would be fine, and not only does Groot generate a whole bunch of his own buffs, but the order of operations here is really, really important. We stun Groot with the stun on our special 1. I can't remember exactly how long it is, but let's just say it's about 2 seconds. We have a 2-second stun on our special 1, which is increased based on our signature ability. I'm actually going to go for the special 2 here as well, which is the first time we'll see it in this video. So you might say, okay, we've gone from a 2-second stun to a 10-second stun, but then Groot will reduce that by 55% to make it about 4.5 seconds. That's not quite how it works. 32k mediums, 50k mediums, gotta love it. Groot will reduce the duration of our base stun, and then the sig triggers. So he will reduce the 2 seconds down to 1-ish second, and then the signature ability triggers, so that is not affected by Groot, making it a perfectly safe option. Now I might hear you say, what about against Iron Man Infinity War, where he can auto-block us? And that's going to be quite a big problem, because if we get auto-blocked while he's stunned, and the stun is removed, he is going to be at special 3, which is more than enough to get rid of us completely, particularly with the plasma that comes from it. And you would be right in thinking so. Ronan does have an armor break on his heavy attack, though we haven't actually seen it yet in this fight. It does exist, I promise. But also, Iron Man can't auto-block whilst he is stunned. So all we've got to do is generate some Fury buffs on him, and once the stun chain starts going, even if we do whiff our first special one completely, the fight's effectively over. 7 buffs up to 14, and yes, with all those armours, we aren't hitting very hard. But Ronan doesn't care, because the buffs are going up, which means the damage is just going to go up and up and up. Here I'd start debating whether I should go for heavy attacks to try and get rid of some of those armours. 40k special 1 and 23 buffs, so we go for a light whiff for spacing. We're getting 10k, that was a 15k one, 15k again, 15k again. We're just not critting. But that was 141k special 1, and that was 110k heavy attack, so there's the fight over. That didn't last very long. Last up on the path, or after the path, we have the boss. Again, skipping the node choice, and we're going here for Night Carnage. Here we have to worry about energy adoption lightning. We're going to pick up another energy refill. And the best ways to get around this are using champions that don't care, or champions that can poison him. Poison is also increased by the poison vulnerability node, and so that will also get rid of the energy adoption lightning as per that node. I have just seen, and I apologise, this is actually a rank 5 Havoc, so that is sort of rank 4 with boosts. Apologies for the overrank, I thought he was only rank 4 at the time of recording. A rank 4 Havoc will work just fine, a rank 3 with boosts, which is probably worth using here. Absolutely fine. You can pick up a set of small boosts, so that's the 10% green, the 10% orange and the 15% health for just 30k loyalty, all of them, so that's 10k, 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 from the loyalty store, and there you can pick up as many as you want. It's a great place to get small boosts when you need them. What's going on in this fight is for every tick of energy damage Havoc takes, he places a plasma on the opponent, and you can see they're going absolutely mental, and when they hit to 10, they detonate for about 8k damage each. So he's almost already dead just from having all those shocks stack up on us. The shocks don't deal a huge amount of damage, and with Havoc's energy resistance they deal even less damage, but with the mutual Spectre node, it is becoming a bit of an issue because he's reversing my willpower. If you aren't running willpower, you won't have any issues in this fight if you want to use this tactic, and with a very large 112k special 3 from Havoc, we close out that fight without issues. Never forget to move to that ending node, and that is how you finish the quest. Act 7, Chapter 1, Quest number 6, Remix. Time for some more of those weird bosses that we'll never see again. The path we'll be taking in this quest is up and right to Ebony Moor. Here we'll find Clapback, Eat Crow, and 15% Buffet. Clapback and Buffet we've seen before, though Eat Crow is a new node. Clapback means that whenever you apply a poison, shock, bleed, incinerate, or plasma debuff, the same debuff is applied to you. If you're clever, you can use this to your advantage by bringing champions like Torch, Sunspot, or Black Widow Clairvoyant, as they can actually benefit from having their own debuffs applied to them. But if you don't have any of these champions, then the best thing to do is just ignore it. Don't use damage over time debuff champions, and you've got nothing to worry about. 15% Buffet means that whenever we trigger a buff on ourselves, it's instantly nullified, and the defender will heal for 15% of their max health. This then goes on cooldown for 7 seconds. This is a serious amount of health, and something that we really need to consider when looking at this quest. And finally, Eat Crow. Science champions are fully immune to the effects of Nullify, and whenever they are immune to Nullify, or a poison effect, they gain a stacking 80% Fury for 6 seconds. This includes the Nullify from the Buffet node, meaning all we have to do is stack up on Science champions, and suddenly that isn't an issue. This path starts with Ebony Moor, and then Mr. Sinister, who are some tricky defenders, but the rest of the path is fairly simple. There's a full video on the channel all about Moor, and with a full team of Science champions, he shouldn't be an issue for long. Mr. Sinister is a bit tougher, particularly since his buff. This is not a fight to try and use a Clapback champion for, though, as you could before his buff, as any damaging debuffs on him will be converted to degens when he throws them back onto you with his special 1. Pre-buff, he'd just throw them back as they were, so we almost had an inbuilt version of Clapback. Now, they're converted to degens, making this a non-option. He also can't have his regeneration rate modified, so no reversing any regen in this fight. A dedicated Mr. Sinister counter is a good option here. Practice these two fights and only commit to the path once you can get these two down pretty easily. Remember, energy comes back, revives don't. And if you're finding this video helpful, please wait for the energy to come back on that like button. The boss we'll be facing in this quest is Spider Witch, a combination of Spider-Gwen and Scarlet Witch. In terms of abilities, she basically just has the evade of Spider-Gwen, and the random effect SIG of Scarlet Witch. There's not a huge amount to worry about in her SIG, apart from the poisons. These will eat you alive, and unless you have a really big health pool, you aren't going to be able to willpower heal through them either. Even if you could, a second poison or a heal block that she can also trigger, and you're done for. So a poison immune here for sure. For the nodes, we have Backblast, Staggering Beauty, and Special Chaos Inversion, as well as the Prowess nodes that we saw in the last quest. Just like those fights as well, Spider Witch doesn't have a Special 3, so no need to worry about that. Backblast we saw all the way back in the 6.2.2 with the Mr. Sinister quest. It will double your crit damage, but if you hit for more than 5% of Spider Witch's max health, you will take an Incinerate, dealing that much damage. Based on Spider Witch's max health, this comes out to about 29,300 health. So make sure you keep each hit below this, and you'll be fine. Getting 4 or more guaranteed crits will also trigger these Incinerates. Node number 2 is Staggering Beauty. Being close to Spider Witch places stagger debuffs on you, and staying far away will cause them to fall off. Very simple, and as long as you don't rely on buffs, you'll be absolutely fine. Free willpower healing from these as they are debuffs, as long as she hasn't triggered a heal block. Finally, Special Chaos Inversion. During Spider Witch's special attacks only, your controls will be inverted. Unless she has procced her unblockable, or has a big stack of prowess, it's probably best to just stick to the special one and to block it. You really can take this fight with many champions. Don't hit too hard to avoid backblast, don't rely on buffs, and block the special one if she has no prowess. Only hit her whilst she is stunned, and the evade also isn't a problem. Even though she might seem quite simple, don't underestimate this boss. If those prowess stack up even a little, even blocked specials will really hurt, and if you take them directly, and reverse controls will make this much more likely, they'll probably one-shot you. No reverse control immune champion is also a very good option for this fight. Mr. Sinister could probably do it, but no one else I can really think of. So, for our team. Well, we want to stack up on science champions for Eat Crow, and they will also work very well against the boss, as long as they are poison immune. That just leaves a Mr. Sinister counter, and we're good to go. Warlock is my go-to Mr. Sinister counter, so now for some science champions. And you really could bring many here, but I'll be using Spider-Ham, Titania, Torch, and the Overseer. But if you were to use Captain America, Infinity War, Hulk, Void, and She-Hulk, you'd probably do just as well. I wouldn't use Hulk for the boss though, as he might hit too hard and get incinerated. So, here we are in 7.1.6, and we will be taking the Ebony Maw path. There is a full video on the channel all about how to deal with Ebony Maw, so give that a view if you are not so sure about how to go up against this guy. He can be a little tricky if you don't know what you're doing, and in this fight, I'm going to forget quite a few bits and bobs about what's going on as well. We're going in with Spider-Ham for a couple of reasons. The primary one is that because Spider-Ham is one of the very, very few champions with any form of degen resistance, and most of Ebony Maw's damage comes from that degen. He's also science, which means, like right there, we can take advantage of Eat Crow despite my phone's lag spikes. He doesn't have any damaging debuffs, so we don't have to worry about clapback at all. And given he's science and we've got Eat Crow, we don't have to worry about buffet either. So this kind of just becomes a big Ebony Maw. We're going to be dealing him with the standard Spider-Ham way of using medium-light-medium combos to build up our Porker Poppers, which are his version of Power Stings, and then just spamming special ones to pause them, and letting the Ebony Maw crunch himself down by using nice big Power Stings there. There I forget about the Falter, and so we take a little bit of degen damage, but you can see, with Spider-Ham's resistance, 10% of our max health from a big Maw, really not too bad at all. We've lost all of our poppers at this point, which is a little bit annoying, and given we don't have that many, I'm not going to bother with another special one, so we'll be going straight for a special 2. Heavy counter Maw there with my big mallet, and one special 2 later. Here we go, bring on the pies, 1, 2, 3, 4, he's going to throw the special 2, and instantly fall over before anything interesting happens. Fight 1 down, now on to the other interesting fight on the path, Mr. Sinister. The team today, by the way, is rank 3 Spider-Ham, rank 3 Titania, 565 Torch, rank 4 Warlock, and rank 3, I think, Overseer. He might be rank 4 as well. I think he's rank 3. Why are we using Warlock in this fight? Well, Mr. Sinister is quite tricky, and a dedicated Mr. Sinister counter is something we really want to deal with. What do we have to deal with? Well, let's start with the nodes. Eat Crow is for Science Champions only, so we can completely ignore that one. Buffet will give him Mega Regen, but Warlock can shut down all the regen with his Infection. Clapback will put any damaging debuffs from the given list that we place on him back on us, which Warlock's only one possible is he's got Bleed on his heavies and Shock on his special 1, so we'll be avoiding the special 1. But if we put Bleeds on it doesn't matter because Warlock is bleed immune. And he's a robot, which, despite still getting hit, allows us to counter Mr. Sinister quite well. You'll notice that I've still managed to keep Warlock's armour here. Right at the start of the fight, the armour got nullified by Buffet, but we then dexed just before the armour came back, so that got nullified, and then we get to keep the armour up. If you take the fight back, you'll be able to see it, but we will also use Warlock again later, and I do it really nicely there as well, so we can see it in action yet again. We also really like using robots against Mr. Sinister, because when Mr. Sinister throws his special 1, any damaging debuffs on him get thrown onto you, but converted to degens. But this can't happen if you're a robot. After his special 1, he also places a bleed on himself, so there's always one pretty much guaranteed to be there. If you're not using a robot, do note that placing a bleed on himself will trigger clapback, so you're going to have to deal with some extra bleeds here as well. Just closing out this fight, trying to get those last hits in. The Infection's up, so we don't have to worry about any regen at all, and one more special 2, and a headbang, and Mr. Sinister has got down. Those are the slowest fights on the path by quite some way, so time to speed things up a bit. Up next we have Scarlet Witch, and we will be using Torch. The reason I'm using Torch for this fight is to demonstrate what happens if you don't use a poison immune against the boss. It is important to note that the boss, like Spider Witch the boss and Scarlet Witch on the path, can both place poisons on you, or they have a chance to whenever either champion crits. But the boss has twice as much health, and her poisons deal twice as much damage. So once the first poison appears, despite my phone lagging out again, it should be on its way pretty soon, there it is, and we've got a healer block. We've got 2 poisons on us, so this is the sort of damage we'd be taking with 1 poison against the boss, and we're heal blocked, and you can see our health is just ticking down. Torch is doing a great job taking advantage of clapback, and the power drains we are being used to our advantage, but with just 1 set of poisons, we lost 60% of our health. And there's another one. So we've really got to be careful. We've got 2 poisons on us again, but no heal block, so we are pulling a little bit of willpower, though those poisons are reducing it as well. And we just about managed to clutch out this fight at 8% health. Remember, the boss does twice as much damage with twice as much health. You really need a poison immune there. Up next we have Venompool, and we'll be using Titania. Oh, it is rank 3 Overseer. There we go, rank 3, not rank 4. But yeah, we'll be using Titania here. We'll be going for a pretty standard Titania rotation of go to special 3 and sort of hope they're dead. But if not, sort of wing it. That seems to be how most Titania fights go. In this fight I should have gone for 2 special 3s, but we'll see in just a second. Titania's heavy has access to staggers, which is really, really nice. So what I want to do is push Venompool to a special 2 and bait that out with some staggers so we don't have to worry about him proccing his power gain once you punish his special 2. However, that plan goes out the window because he didn't want to throw the special 2 whilst he had staggers up. So he's back to power gaining again, and nice another lag spike. We're just looking for another special 2 from him, trying not to get caught. There we go. But Venompool's slightly janky animations. There's a trick you can do with Titania, which is heavy into special 3 for extra debuffs. More debuffs means more furies. But we don't get the heavy because he threw a special 1. But anyway, we can now go for our heavies to start doubling up on some debuffs afterwards. So we're up to 43 furies. There we go, up to 57 furies now. There we go. And we're getting some really nice damage out of Titania. Those are some 12k crits. My 6-star rank 3 is not bad at all. 20k mediums, nearly. That's pretty good as well. See what's Venompool going to do here. He's got a really long range on his heavy, but we can heavy counter it. And we've got a stagger on him now, so he doesn't push himself to special 3, but we can stagger that power gain. Very, very nice. I probably should have just gone for another special 3 there, but he didn't have much health left, so I didn't really think he'd survive. We trigger our Haymaker again, so we get our unblockable, indestructible, and unstoppable. and kind of take advantage of them, but if I'd gone to special 3, probably would have been dead. But one more special 2, and a big punch from Titania, and jobs are good. Titania is a nice, versatile science champion, showing again, once more, that she is pretty good at what she does. Up next, we have Dr. Doom, and we'll be using the Ham again. This fight is significantly quicker than Ebony Maw, as things go a little bit more in our favour. So again, medium, light, medium. Spider Ham has a chance to trigger his power stings on his medium attack, and that chance is increased while the opponent is stunned, hence we go medium, light, medium, because they'll be stunned for the whole thing. You can see we're up to 6, so they have dropped down, and we're back to 5. I'm just going to pause them with my special 1 there. Doom triggers the power stings with his special 1. We've got some of those Furies from Eat Crow now. Triggers them again. That was about 50k damage from the power stings. Really, really nice. Another lag spike. Here, I'm just trying to get... It's kind of just spam special 1s from both champions, really. Pause the power stings. A timer on that pause would be really nice, but we don't get one. 6 power stings, and here I tried to go for the heavy attack, but just sort of fail. But actually, we get Spider Ham's evade is helpful for us. Normally, it only eats you on defense. So we just build some more power stings. We pause 5. Bop with the special 1. Here comes his special 1. Another 30k damage. And we've got 2 of the Eat Crow Furies. And 1 more special 1 out Doom is more than enough to put him down. Okay, last up on the path, we have Archangel. And just because we can, I'll be using Warlock here. We won't be taking advantage of Eat Crow at all. And you could absolutely, say, use the Overseer. He'd do a great job. But you don't always need to use a Science Champion if you know how to play around the nodes, and Warlock is an excellent option. Here again, I'll be showing off the trick to how to keep that armour. You can see that Buffet is just about to come back, so what I'm going to do is Dex here, so that triggers the Buffet, which eats my Dexterity buff, and then the armour comes back. Buffet can only remove new buffs, not current ones, so we get the armour for the whole fight. So far we triggered Buffet once, and then we trigger it again, which means he would have regenerated 30% health. If I wasn't heal blocking him, he'd still be pretty much on full health, which is quite worrying. So now we trigger it again, so now he would have healed 45% health, which means he would be on pretty much full health if we didn't have any form of heal block going on. Here I'm looking to get to my special 2, lots of hits, we can build charges, and keep him infected as long as possible. Big bot from the Headhammer. There we go. Nice heavy counter. I really like getting some bleeds going with Warlock. They don't tick the hardest, but they last a decent amount of time. And the heavy hit's nice and hard as well. So I think we triggered Buffet again and then again. So I think that's a total of 90% health he's healed. Which means he'd still be on full health. So you really need some way of controlling that healing. Or just not triggering buffs to begin with. And then finally with the headbang. Not quite enough. So we've just got to bait 1 more special 2. And there we go. Fight's down. That's the path. Relatively simple overall. The fights can feel a bit longer as the health pools are slightly bumped in this chapter. As always, champion swapper if you need it. Use it if you do, skip it if you don't, though I'd recommend using it. Last up we have the boss, Spider Witch. And despite being quite simple on paper, she can be quite tough, so be careful. I'm going to start this fight by ignoring my own advice. My advice is to only hit her while she's stunned so she can't evade and do that, and then I get hit and take 40% of my health as damage. Why did I do this? And now I'm following my own advice? Quite simple. I needed some footage for the main video. So now we're following the advice. We've got 6 gamma power here with the Overseer, so we're just looking on some way of cashing out on that. And despite a really big lag spike on my end, we do manage to dex a special 2, which probably would have just instantly killed us if we'd taken it straight away. I'll be building to my special 3 because that's where Overseer can get a little bit of extra damage from. If I'd gone for the special 2, probably would have been fine. I'm being really careful on the special on this fight. And when she can throw one, I sort of set her up to let her do it. So I'm not being aggressive here at all. I'm waiting for the special. But even into a blocked hit with just 3 prowess, that was still nearly 12,000 damage on the block. So this fight's going to be tough. Now I'm playing a little bit more aggressively, another 12,000 damage in the block, and I probably shouldn't be. But at this point, I'm not sure if I'm going to survive this fight. So I'm just doing Overseer things and trying to get as many light attacks in as possible, because that's where he gets his burst from. A good way to play Overseer is once you get your burst going, simply light once they're stunned, and you can get quite a lot in here. Here maybe I could have gone for a special 1, but I was looking to move to special 2. And there, I block a special 1, and that's it. Fight's over. We took 14,000 damage into the block. Now as always, I'm going to show you how it actually goes. Could I have re-recorded this? Absolutely. Did I want to? No. So, we look to the team we have. What do we need for this fight? Well, poison immunity and some way around the evade is what we're starting with, and someone that doesn't rely on buffs. So, Warlock works pretty well. She doesn't have any prowess, so we can block the special one without taking too much damage. It's not ideal, but if we stick to parry heavies as well, actually we can see she's going down. There we parried the special one, only took 500 block damage, so not too bad. Go for a special 2 here. Spider Witch can't evade while our special 2's going. So we're just looking for a few extra parry heavies, and the fight will be done. There we go, looking for the parry, didn't quite get it there. Parry, heavy, nice big heavy there. And we're just looking one more, and some bleeds. Please, Spider Witch. Block that one, still 3,000 block damage with no prowess. But one more heavy, and she goes down. Always have a backup option for the boss, even if that backup option might be a revival too. Don't forget to move to the final node, because the last thing you want to be doing here is quitting out and going through it again. Act 7, Chapter 2, Quest Number 1. Wake Up. It's been a while, but time to get back to some act guides. The path we'll be taking today is through Teleporter 1A towards Black Bolt. Here we will find Juggling Act, Cold Snap Incinerate, Energy Adoption Ice, Energy Adoption Fire, Blood in the Water 2, and Stun Vulnerability. The Energy Adoption nodes we have seen before. Contact with the opponent has a 50% chance to inflict you with the corresponding debuff. They are pretty tiny, and Willpower will cover you fairly easily for 3 to 5 of them, depending on your health pool, but they can stack up and they will slowly eat away at you. We can stop these debuffs being inflicted, though, by inflicting the right debuffs ourselves on the defender. We can stop any incinerates coming our way by bleeding the opponent, and we can stop any cold snaps by armor breaking the opponent. Inflicting the corresponding node debuff, so incinerate and cold snap here, will cause the defender to regenerate 1% of their maximum health per second. Things here are made a bit worse by Blood in the Water. Whenever you have any debuff on you at all, the defender will gain a 150% fury until there are no debuffs left on you at all. Don't get hit, and this won't be an issue, but messing up can hurt. We do have a few things to help though. Juggling Act will give us Cold Snap immunity at the start of the fight. Charging a heavy will switch it to Incinerate immunity, and finishing a special will change it back to Cold Snap. Just by using this node and going back and forth between these immunities, any champion can take this path. But we have some much better options to choose from that we'll look at in a bit. Finally, we have Stun Vulnerability, which means you will do 200% more damage whilst they're stunned. Good times. We have 4 different ways of going about this path. The first and worst way is the one I've just mentioned, using the Juggling Act node to keep removing the energy adoption debuffs. This is fine, and will allow you to use pretty much any one, but we can do much better. Option number 2 is to use champions that have either immunity, and to switch Juggling Act to the other one, effectively maintaining both immunities. Then the only nodes that matter is Stun Vulnerability, and that's pure advantage. There are far too many champions to list off here that have one of these immunities, so look to your own roster and see what works for you. Champions that can shut down either of the energy adoption nodes with bleeds or armor breaks can be considered immune for this quest only. For example, Nick Fury can inflict plenty of bleeds, so we don't have to worry about energy adoption fire, and we can use Juggling Act to cover the cold snaps. Option number 3 is simply someone with both immunities, though these are fairly limited. Strong Shruggers can be considered here. However, if you do have one of these available, then you could ignore every node except Stun Vulnerability. And that one again, pure advantage. But our best option is option number 4, and that is to use champions that benefit or take advantage from these debuffs. And we have some great options to work with. Firstly, our Cheese Queen, Ghost. Lots of debuffs mean lots of furies, and she can completely obliterate this path with relative ease. Kingpin is similar, stacking up a huge number of rage debuffs and overpower buffs for some truly awesome damage. Awakened Colossus can gain armors very quickly, Havoc will rapidly inflict his plasmas, Onslaught will gain extra neuroshocks, Surfer will gain extra red damage, Captain Marvel Movie will gain her charges super quickly, and so on. For defenders on this path, we only have two annoying ones to deal with, and they are Professor X and Strife. These two are classed as annoying as they both have access to miss mechanics, Professor X on a timer, and Strife on his special one, as well as having a chance to miss when he has 5 of his charges. Watch out for these two and their misses, and you'll be fine. And if this video is helping you, please, don't miss that like button. Act 7.2 and all story onwards, at the time of making this video, have the same structure for bosses unless you have a special one, and that is to have 3 options, but you can choose which boss you take each time. For quests that have 6 paths, this means you can take one boss 4 times and the other 2 only once each if you find one of them particularly easy. The boss we'll be taking in this quest is Mole Man. He has Fight or Flight, Bleed Vulnerability, Foresight, Immunity Incinerate, and No Hit Mercy. Fight or Flight means that every 12 seconds, Mole Man will go unstoppable for 4 seconds. However, if you are far away from him when this triggers, you will gain that unstoppable instead. Bleed Vulnerability and Foresight we have seen before. Bleed the opponent for gain a big damage boost, and intercept them also for a big damage boost. Immunity Incinerate does exactly what you think it would do. Mole Man is Incinerate immune. But No Hit Mercy means that whenever you knock Mole Man down, he will gain a very large cruelty buff, increasing his crit damage, and also allowing him to crit through block. The best 2 counters for this guy are Archangel and Apocalypse. Mole Man has built-in shrug-off mechanics, but these 2 counters both have access to bleeds and can bypass shrugging. Apocalypse does it constantly, and Archangel reduces his opponent's ability accuracy for shrugging by 25% for each bleed on them. Once a few of those bleeds stick, this fight is basically over. Any champion can do this fight, though bleeders will make it go much faster. Once Mole Man gets to 20 charges, which he gets from his special one and from shrugging debuffs, he will go into his frenzy mode, meaning he can't shrug anymore until he runs out. Though he can always crit in this mode, and combined with No Hit Mercy, this will sting a little bit. We can use a White Magneto pre-fight here for the unshruggable passive parry stuns, as long as you are using a metal or hero champion. If you don't have any counters for this guy, you can take mags instead. Just watch out for Spite and only throw special attacks when you have at least 10 of the flame charges. The prowess he gains above 2 bars of power are pretty big, so if he has a few of these, don't even block his specials, or your health bar will not thank you. So, now for our team. Well, this is pretty much entirely going to revolve around whether you have a Ghost, and if you are happy using her. If you are, then a team of Ghost, Wasp for the synergy, Kingpin, Archangel, and Apocalypse will shred through this quest without issues. Use Kingpin for Professor X and Strife if you don't want to ghost them, as they are trickier ghosts. Class disadvantage doesn't mean much here anyway, and by the time we get to the end, we can swap in Mr. Sinister or Cable, so Apocalypse will be max ramped straight away for the Mole Man fight. If you don't have or don't want to use Ghost, then the base of the team stays the same. Kingpin, Archangel, and Apocalypse can now be supported by Nick Fury and Colossus. Another mutant on the team will help Apocalypse via his personal synergy for more damage, and again, we can swap in Mr. Sinister or Cable to max ramp Apocalypse straight away. So, here we are in 7.2.1, and we will be taking Teleporter 1A towards the Black Bolt path. The team today is 5-star Nick Fury Ascended, 5-star Kingpin Ascended, 5-star Apocalypse, 5-star Archangel, and 6-star rank 3 Colossus. He is signature 140, I think. Up first, we have Black Bolt, and for him I will be using Kingpin, but you could use anyone. The reason we're using Kingpin is because he has that very high shrug-off chance, and the more debuffs we stack, the more damage we get. If the debuffs mattered more, for example if this was a biohazard lane, I would be running Joe Fixit with him. However, the debuffs here are really quite small, so there's no real need to, because once Kingpin gets to 8 debuffs, he will shrug them all off regardless of what they are. So we don't actually require a 100% shrug-off chance that Joe Fixit would give us. However, having all of that rage and all of that overpower, he has some serious damage behind him, even as a 5-star. We're getting sort of, 16k medium attacks, that's very nice, and pretty much constant willpower healing as well from all of those debuffs. Going for another special one, we've got 1.2k per tick degen, and with just a couple more hits, 50 hits, Black Bolt goes down without issues at all. Up next, we have Professor X, and for him we'll be using Colossus. This fight we have to take a little bit slower because Professor X is one of our annoying fights. He has his miss on a timer, which will be coming up in just a second. There it is, that 10, so that's going down. When that goes all the way around, he will falter us next time we try and hit him. What I try and do is time this with his special 1. So there we go, we push him to special 1. So now when he throws it, like that, we can go in and punish the end of it and trigger the falter safely. And the time is just there for you to still hit him anyway. So because of all those debuffs and Colossus' immunity combined with his signature ability, our armors are ramping up very, very quickly. Unfortunately, Professor X has now gone into his sort of mind control mode, which means we can't gain power, but we are slowly building towards our special 2. But as I said, we have a lot of armors going into that. Now his falter's back, so we're going to trigger that safely. And then we're going to go for heavy into special 2. 26k there, 53k on the end, not bad at all. If you didn't have, say, Nick Fury, for example, bringing in Omega Red to support Colossus would boost that damage much, much higher. So, we are now just recycling special 1, always keeping an eye on that falter timer. It's going to go round now, so we're going to bait a special attack. That way we can do it all safely. So there we go, we avoid that, punish that, wait, get the timing right, and still hit him in the face anyway. Here we go. Colossus also, as you notice, every time does a parry. Mine does about 1500 damage. You can see there it's 1497. Unfortunately, he does a light ending combo there, so we're going to have to wait that out, this mind control. We can still punish him off with the special 2 because the falter hasn't gone round. However, here we can see falter's gone round, so we trigger it safely. And there. I don't know why I dashed back, but never mind, we did. Go for another special 2, 9k, another 26k. If it had just crit on the end, that would have been fine. But here, that's perhaps the cheekiest kill I've ever done, because we parried Professor X's first hit of his special attack, which dealt the 1500 damage, which was enough to knock him out. Up next, we have OG Scarlet Witch, and we will be using Nick Fury. In hindsight, I probably should have used Kingpin for this fight. Why? Well, Scarlet Witch can trigger a lot of other debuffs on you, and one of those is poison. And that's a big issue for us because Nick Fury is not poison immune. There it comes. We do have constant willpower healing, but also we've got 2 weaknesses really hampering our damage, as well as a crit down. So that's not great either. We're going to use a special 1 to shrug them all off, but because we've got fewer than 10 tactical charges from Nick, we can't get rid of damaging debuffs, so we've still got to deal with that poison. Anyway, continuing just to do light ending combos, trying to ignore the poison that's back on us. If we keep up the bleeds, then energy adoption fire cannot trigger, and keeping up bleeds with Nick Fury is pretty simple, and as long as we don't throw any heavy attacks, we'll keep the cold snap immunity, so we don't have to worry about the energy adoption nodes at all. If I was perhaps a bit smarter, I would have been going for some more parries here. More parries would have meant more using stun vulnerability, but I didn't. Scarlet Witch is very nicely procced a Fury on us, so we can use that to get some bigger light ending bleeds. So up to 4.6k is really not bad from a 5-star Nick Fury, and this is still his first life. If we pushed him to second life, we would get significantly more damage. However, Nick Fury goes to that without issue, though the poisons and a bit of worse RNG could have pushed us down the wrong path there. Up next we have Strife, and in the original video I say that if you're running Ghost, you can use Kingpin against the class disadvantage fights without issue, and so I'm going to show that right here. Kingpin versus Strife is absolutely fine, and we're going to continue just to shrug off all of those debuffs. What do we have to watch out for with Strife? Well, he's got his purple charges, which will cause our attacks to glance, and whilst he's awakened, every time we glance he has a chance to cloak, and he can also cloak on his special 1. However, whenever we throw one of our specials, it forces him out of his cloak mode. So, whilst it doesn't last very long, that is a little trick you can use if you want to get rid of it. The one thing we do have to worry about, though, using Kingpin, is Strife can spend, I think it's 2 or 3 of his telepathic charges, the purple ones, to remove an unstoppable on you and passively stun you. So if we go for the special 2 like we do here, or we will in a moment because I'm getting rid of those charges to make sure it's safe, we've got to make sure that whilst that unstoppable's on us, that he doesn't gain too many of those charges and hit you, because that will happen, I believe, through block as well. So he's got 4 now, so we have to make sure that we fully dex this, otherwise he would passively stun us right in the middle, and that's very bad for us. We've got 3 overpower now, so we're going for a big special 1, 20k crit. Remember, these are just 5 stars in Act 7, they're not doing badly at all. No, we're just going to wait out that. I shouldn't have gone for the first hit, doesn't matter too much, and then Kingpin closes out that fight very nicely, without any major issues. Up next we have Captain Marvel movie, and this is where things start to go slightly wrong, but I will be using Kingpin again, just to show a few other things that he can do, even when fights aren't going the best. So we're going to sit through our loading screen, and always think, what can go wrong in this fight? Well, I really don't like dealing with Captain Marvel movie Special 2, so I'm going to be baiting the Special 1 alone. Getting that full dex on the final beams can be a bit tricky, so I'm going to stop and do it there. However, do watch out for the Special 1, particularly with Blood in the Water, and make sure you can get that full dex. It's not unblockable until she's gone into her binary mode, so you can just fully block it if you want, but that could hurt a bit. There we go, we remember how to get the full dex now, so we're going to go back to doing that. Throw out Special 2, big damage, but that's going to knock her down, so she is now in her binary mode, which means even though we're unstoppable, that was non-blockable Special 1, so we took quite a lot of damage. Going for our Special 1 now, with 3 overpowers, the degen is ticking away very, very nicely. That degen is also a special one because it reduces ability accuracy, but also it makes the opponent hit much less hard, meaning this fight is much safer whilst we have one of those degens up. I think it's a 50% weakness is built into it, very, very powerful. And despite getting hit a little bit, Kingpin finishes out this fight much better. If you were, better than me, you would be able to finish this fight at much more health. Last up on the path, we have Juggernaut, and we'll be using Nick Fury. What do we have to watch out for in this fight? Well, Juggernaut is pretty much the king of unstoppables, so we've got to make sure we deal with his gem, but there that goes, nice and easily. We've got bleeds up on him now, and we've got our cold snap immunity, so we don't have to worry about any of the nodes, really. We've got blood in the water to worry about. Once those incinerates have gone away, there we go, the Fury disappears now. How do we get rid of Juggernaut's gem? And that's what's just come back there, he's got his gem. Well, whenever you knock him down, or when you apply a non-damaging debuff to him, the gem goes away, and parry stuns count for this, so make sure you keep him stunned, and won't have anything to worry about. It's at this point that I learned that passive bleeds don't count for energy adoption fire, so we've got to remember that as well. Got to keep a bleed debuff up on Juggernaut at all times. Bait the Special 1, go for my Special 2, and we can see they get 1, 2, we've got 7 bleeds, so we're all safe. Didn't stun on that one, unfortunately, but this fight's pretty much closed out anyway. There we go, that is the path. And up next, as always, we have the Champion Swapper, and for a change, I will actually be using it. As suggested in my original video, you want to bring someone that can help Apocalypse, this is a great place to do it. Mr. Sinister and Cable do the same thing, and yes, I will be bringing my big Mr. Sinister, but don't worry, we won't actually be using him, it's just for the synergy's purpose. The boss we will be taking is Mole Man, and I will be using Apocalypse for him. If you don't have Apocalypse, Archangel, absolutely fine. Archangel with White Mag's pre-fight, even better. There is time in this fight, even though Mole Man will shrug off your stuns, if you're using Archangel, to parry heavy him whilst he is below 5 of his monster mass, which is the light green icon on the far right of his bar. There is time to use Archangel, parry heavy, you will be fine. Once he's above 5 monster mass, and my phone is having an absolute heart attack at this point, then he'll be absolutely fine. However, we are using Apocalypse here, so what do we have to think about? Well, we want to keep bleeds on him, so we can take advantage of bleed vulnerability. We want to make sure we're away from him when the unstoppable timer goes round. And that's pretty much it. Don't get hit, and we're going to be going for our standard Apocalypse Special 1, Special 2, Special 1 spam cycle, so 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. But that's pretty much all we have to worry about. Here's our first Special 1. And if you wanted to go for even more Apocalypse, say you brought Strife on the main... you brought Mr. Sinister on the main team, you could then bring Strife as support, and that would make this fight go much faster with Apocalypse. So, we are just slowly chunking our way through this fight. We're going to be going from the heavy soon to get some more bleeds up. There we go. It also refreshes the debuffs from our Special 1, and having that poison ticking away is quite nice, and having the weakness on him will help keep block damage down, because remember that cruelty buff he gets every time we knock him down will allow him to crit through block, and that can get really quite painful. So having a weakness on him is very, very nice. But we can combine that with the concussion from our Special 2 to reduce the chances of it proccing. Now, this fight did go on a little bit longer than I anticipated, so maybe going Special 1, Special 2, Special 3, Special 1 spam would have been better. This would have doubled the potency of all of Apocalypse's the special debuffs, so the degen, the poison, the weakness, and the concussion, not the bleeds. It would have doubled their potency and made them permanent, so we wouldn't have to worry about them at all. But regardless, Special 1 spam is doing well. Unfortunately, the bleed falls off there, so we do lose out on some potency from our Special 1 because we lose bleed vulnerability. But you can see the Unstoppable goes around there, and the concussion prevents it from triggering on either of us, and that is absolutely fine. There is also Foresight on this fight, and I completely forget about that. So if you want this fight to go a bit faster, feel free to use Foresight to your advantage. If you have the Unstoppable on you, feel free to Unstoppable Intercept. That does count here. as an intercept for foresight. Unstoppable intercepting is when you hold block whilst you're unstoppable, let the opponent hit you, and then instantly retaliate against them. This counts as an unstoppable. Juggernaut is a great champion to practice doing this with. Moleman, when on offense, can do it as well. So we've got a bleed up, we're going for our last special one, and pop, pop, pop. That is Moleman down without issues, and all of 7.2.1 completed. As always though, move to the end node. Don't be silly and quit out. It sounds weird and stupid, but I have seen it done. So make sure you move all the way to that final node. Act 7, Chapter 2, Quest Number 2, Zoning. The path we'll be taking today is through Teleporter 5A to the Black Widow Deadly Origin path. Here we will find Power Shield, Life Transfer, Special Burst Lockdown, and Spectre of Ailment. Power Shield we have seen plenty of times before, no damage from basic attacks, but specials get a big increase. Damage over time effects triggered from specials will still work fine, and will get massively boosted by that damage, usually. Life Transfer will deal you direct damage for 2% of your max health every second. However, you will heal 125% of the damage you deal to the opponent, though this doesn't include red damage. Damage over time won't heal you, nor will any other sources of red damage, say Apocalypse's special attacks, Gallon's Harvest, and so on. These two nodes combined means that you will degen a lot, but on your special attacks you will basically heal to full. Do note that Life Transfer won't heal you on the hit that kills the opponent. So if you're using a champion like Captain America Infinity War that has one massive hit on their special 2, if this one-shots, you won't heal at all. Spectre of Ailment will reduce your regeneration rate by 33% for each non-damaging debuff on you, though this isn't really an issue for the most part. It's non-damaging debuff, so if you're running recalls, it won't come into effect. Lastly, we have Special Burst Lockdown, and this is the node that makes the path even slightly tricky. When the opponent throws a special attack, you will be inflicted with an armor break and a heal block debuff. This is why Spectre of Ailment really isn't that important, because it's a heal block debuff. It doesn't matter how much you're reduced by if you're fully heal blocked. So our entire strategy relies on bringing champions with big special attacks and just heal back any damage Life Transfer, or the opponent, deals to us. But we do have to make sure that the heal block has fallen off before we go for our damage. Really, any champion can take this, though champions with extra power gain like Hyperion, Vision Arcus, Wong, and America Chavez will make this path much easier as they can cycle special attacks and stay topped off. Finally, champions that deal boosted damage over time damage from Power Shield, so Kate Bishop, Longshot, Mr. Sinister and so on, will work well here, but remember, the damage over time damage won't heal you. They can do a lot of damage, but you might want a few health potions here just to be safe. When it comes to defenders, our main issue is Spider-Man Miles Morales. He has a 35% chance to cause you to miss for 8 seconds whenever you throw a special attack, so someone that can bypass miss is recommended here. Bullseye, Serpent, Silver Surfer, Professor X, Vox, Cosmic Ghost Rider and so on will all work fine. Or use a champion that gets a special 3 quickly, as it will still do its damage, though you will have to watch out for the miss afterwards. Longshot can also be annoying on defense, but stick to his special 1 and you'll be fine. And if this video is helping you at all, please heal back all the damage from that like button. The boss we'll be taking in this quest is Tigra, though I will touch on Guardian as well, as I see here recommended from place to place. Personally, I think Tigra's easier. She has Wombo Combo, Staggering Beauty, Prey on the Weak, and Heavy Assault. Wombo Combo is a lot of words, but it comes down to whenever she throws a special attack, she will gain prowess equal to your combo counter, and your combo counter is then reset. So just don't get hit and it doesn't matter. Make sure you are comfortable dexing Tigra's special attacks, though realistically unless you're in the corner, you can just run away and you'll be fine. However, if you then knock her down, all of the prowess on Tigra get converted to degen. They last for 8 seconds, so the window for doing this is pretty good, and also her special attacks are relatively easy to heavy counter. So just bait specials then knock her down for extra free damage. Staggering Beauty we saw on the 7.1.6 Spider Witch boss. Whilst you are close, you will gain stagger debuffs on you, but back up and they will fall off. Prey on the Weak means Tigra will gain a small amount of power whenever one buff expires on you or is nullified. And finally, Heavy Assault. Both champions gain massive increased damage on their heavy attacks, but only Tigras are also unstoppable. Really, anyone can take this fight. Buff or dex immunity is nice, but not required. Someone with big heavy attacks can also work. Just don't bring anyone that relies too much on buffs or their combo meter, and you'll be fine. I'm pretty sure literally any science champion can do this fight. I have seen other people suggest Guardian as an option here, and if you have a stacked Cosmic or Mystic roster, then maybe this is the fight for you, but I personally just find him a bit annoying. There are a bunch of nodes here, but our main ones are Aggression Armor and, again, Power Shield. Whilst Guardian has any armor ups, he will most likely perfect auto-block your special attacks, meaning getting damage in with Power Shield can be tricky. But if you have a big Cosmic roster or Mystic roster, with champions that can easily strip away armor buffs, then I could see it working. Corvus, freshly buffed Medusa, Null, Diablo with his pre-fight, OG Scarlet Witch, Doom and so on, should also be able to do this fight pretty easily, and there are many other options available. Personally, I prefer Tigra, but Guardian could work for you. So, for our team. Well, all we really need is a miss counter, and Cosmic Ghost Rider is a pretty good option there. And for the rest of the team, you could use pretty much anyone you like. For an ideal team, though, we can keep Cosmic Ghost Rider, we can bring Kingpin, Mole Man, which means we don't have to worry about any of the debuffs on the path. Hyperion and his power gain will go very nicely for slot 4, leaving slot 5 for Titania, who will absolutely shred the boss of Tigra. The synergy between Titania and Hyperion will be nice, though a minor damage boost for both of them. Changing things up slightly though, I have shown a lot of Kingpin on this channel, so for the follow-up video I will instead be bringing Blade. He shrugs off debuffs faster the more power he has, and his power gain from bleeds will also allow him to cycle specials and stay topped up. So, here we are in 7.2.2, and we will be taking Teleporter 5A towards the Black Widow Deadly Origin path. The team today is 5-star rank 5 Ascended Cosmic Ghost Rider, 6-star rank 3 Hyperion and Titania, 6-star rank 4 Mole Man, and 7-star rank 1 Blade. First up, against this Black Widow Deadly Origin, we will be using Mole Man. The life transfer node here is what's degenerating us, and you can see we're ticking down. It's not slowly, but also it gives you plenty of time to do what you need to. We're using Mole Man here because he has very easy access to True Strike, and when Black Widow Deadly Origin throws her a special 1, you see she gains that evade passive. However, we can ignore that whilst Willow 10 monster mass and not in our rage mode. So now we're going to bait out the special 2, and we get clipped here, but we are able to recover from it, and it really doesn't matter because we're going to trigger our rage and heal to full, because Life Transfer combined with Power Shield gives us some excellent sustainability, and we have some very nice bleeds going now as well. Could we have thrown special 1 and ended the fight there? Maybe, but I'm not one to risk it, so we're going to be going for another special 2. Now here we just have to wait out the evade because we no longer have access to our True Strike. Mole Man is also fully shock immune, so we don't have to worry about that from Black Widow at all. And there we go, pretty much a full heal to end that fight as well. Don't worry about your health ticking down. Pretty much every special you'll throw, as long as it hits decently hard, which Power Shield will help with, is going to heal you to full. Up next, we have Longshot, and he is one of the trickier defenders on this path, and we're going to be using Blade here. Why is Blade particularly good for this? He's not more so than any of the other ones, but I felt like using him. Now, damage over time effects will still get through. As you can see here, every time we parry Longshot, we put a bleed on him, as we would expect, and Blade gets power whilst the opponent is bleeding. So now we're just looking for a special 1, we can dash in, block or evade the last hit, and then we're a bit slow. So we throw the special 2 into his block, which means we don't heal from it. Luckily I'm quite good at that in and out trick, so we can get easy access to Longshot's special 1 counter. So we've now got to build back to our special 2, preferably without dying, and given Longshot doesn't really want to throw his special 1 that quickly, Blade's extra power gain probably isn't going to be enough, so we just go for the special 1 and get fully topped up. Blade special 1 does not hit very hard, but now we do actually have some bleeds going as well, and we can see those bleeds are going for 1100 per tick each. Some very nice bleed damage. Now, as Blade's power goes up, he also reduces the duration of debuffs on him, so we don't have to worry quite so much about any of the other nodes. We're just looking for, there's the special 1 from Longshot, Was trying to go for the parry there, but didn't land it, but now we've got plenty we could build a special to, and this fight is as good as done. Those huge bleed ticks coming from Power Shield, and Blade ends at a full yellow bar. Very nice for a fight where he doesn't have his danger sense. Up next we have Spider-Man Miles Morales, and he is pretty much the only fight on the path that you need a counter for. Here we'll be using Cosmic Ghost Rider. Whenever you throw a special attack against Spider-Man Miles Morales, he will trigger his Spider Camo, giving a 35% chance for all attacks to miss. However, with Cosmic Ghost Rider, we can trigger his Vigilance with our medium ending combo, and, well, Cosmic Ghost Rider on Power Shield, let's just say you can probably see why I brought the 5-star. Anything more than that would have been massive overkill here. So now we'll just go for our light ending combo for our power game. We've still got our Vigilance, we just go straight for our special one, miss failed, fight's over. Could Cosmic Ghost Rider do the entire path? Probably. Would he struggle a little bit on long shot? Maybe. But we won't be using him again. He's too overpowered, I think. Maybe we'll use him for Black Panther. Who knows? Up next, we have Phoenix, and here we will be using Hyperion. Hyperion has extra power gain built into his kit. As we all know, Hyperion and his power gain is rather infamous. But that's going to work to our advantage here, as we can throw lots more special attacks, and so keep easily topped up. Our Fury RNG was bad on the first one, was decent on the second one, so we're up to 4 Furies now. Going for a special 2 before she's even thrown any special attack at all. Not a bad start, no stun unfortunately, no stand-up intercept. So now we're just going to be going into the Phoenix cycle of just baiting a billion special ones because of the power gain she gains afterwards. Could you use your own Phoenix if you had her ranked up? Sure, why not? As with pretty much everyone else, no stun. As with pretty much everyone else, every special attack from Hyperion is pretty much a full heal. I probably should be throwing more heavies to try and get more Furies, but Power Shield is kind of going to help us with that. And at this point I decide actually that these Incinerates are doing a pretty good job, so we're just going to be sticking with those. Bzzz. Our Fury RNG has been pretty rubbish, though also we haven't been throwing a huge number of heavy attacks, but now we just need a special 2 from Phoenix. When she hits sort of no health, she's going to trigger her right at the Phoenix like that, so she's going to heal quite a bit, but a couple more Incinerates, we're fully topped up with Hyperion, she's ticking down very nicely. There we go. First hit of the heavy attack. Nope, going for full heavy. 1 Fury. Pretty rubbish. And there we go. Fully topped up. Yellow bar finish with Hyperion. This path is relatively repetitive, with each fight being very similar, as long as you can play around the defender. Up next, we have Black Panther Civil War. Was I right? We are going for Cosmic Ghost Rider again. This fight is slightly more difficult, because if we parry Black Panther Civil War at just the wrong moment, he is going to reflect that stun onto us, or if we just let him hit us, that would also be bad, so we're going to avoid doing that. Apologies for the sirens if you can hear them, that seems to be a part of the channel at this point. So now he's got an armour up buff, so we can't parry him, but we can just get rid of all of those and do a huge amount of damage anyway. Not quite as much against Miles, but all the Spider-Verse characters don't have a huge amount of health anyway. So he's got 4 armours, there's absolutely no way we can throw any... If we parry him, then we're just dead. However, we sort of risk it here. Is it enough? Absolutely enough to close it out. A couple of 100k crits on the end. Not bad from a 5-star. Last up on the path, we have Medusa, and this is freshly buffed Medusa? I'm not sure, let's see. And we'll be using Blade once more. So, the plan for this fight, spam special 2s, pretty much similar to the others. Let's see if it's buffed Medusa. So, we can still gain the bleeds from parrying, which is giving us extra power gain. You can see Blade's power bar. It creeps up slowly, but it is more than enough to actually help. You can see after 2 combos, we're at 1.5 bars. So this looks like it's not buffed Medusa, but if you are doing against buffed Medusa, it really won't be that different. Just watch out, she can stack more Furies, but that's about it. Some huge bleeds ticking out there. We had, 5 ticking for 2k each. Auto block going off there. Medusa here doesn't have the parry mastery, so she can't stun us. She can still auto block, but she won't stun, which is very helpful. Get clipped on the end there, which is not good. She's going to parry me on the second hit. So now we're just going to go for another special 2, top all the way back up to full, get some huge bleeds ticking away again, and this Medusa is very nearly down. 1 special 1 to finish it off, a bit of a lag spike, but that's also part of the channel at this point. I need a new phone. So, that's the path. Up next, we have the boss, and we will be taking the Tigra boss. If you want a breakdown of how to take the Guardian boss, see the main video. It is sometimes recommended, but I just find it more annoying. And the Tigra boss is just free damage. So, use the node swapper if you need it, or the champion swapper if you need it, but we have Titania. We could have brought in pretty much any other science character here to help out. Maybe Red Guardian would have been great, because he also has massive heavies. And we have Heavy Assault here. So, the plan in this fight is to not get hit, and that's pretty much it. Like, I'm not exaggerating here. Titania is buff immune, so we don't have to worry about staggering beauty. Heavy assault is don't get hit by the heavy attacks. Wombo combo is don't get hit by her specials. There's not much here, it's just a big Tigra. So we're going to bake the special ones. There it is. She's got 14 prowess, heavy counter. She takes a burst of 11,000 extra damage. That was some nice free damage that we got. If you aren't comfortable dexing the special 2, just stick to the special 1. If you aren't comfortable heavy countering either special, then you have plenty of time to parry and heavy counter afterwards, or just heavy her normally. If you don't have a chance to heavy, when those prowess expire, nothing happens, so don't worry. If you aren't wholly comfortable, with the wombo combo node at all, just ignore it. Just don't get hit by the specials and you will be fine. Here we'll be going for our standard Titania heavy into special 3 and then whack her about in the corner a bit. However, whilst we do get some very large heavy attacks, I might have got a little overzealous here. You can see she's now at a special 3, but luckily she's rather passive though, and so I go for my special 1 here. I am running Inequity, so if she throws a special 3, I know it's not going to kill, but we just about get lucky enough that she doesn't throw it at the end there. If she did, it wouldn't have mattered, we wouldn't have died, and she would have been at very low health anyway, so we could have just cleared up with any of the other champions we had. As always, move to that ending node, don't quit out. Act 7, Chapter 2, Quest Number 3, Footsies. I wonder if we'll be using Kingpin and Ghost today. We actually have 2 paths we can take in this chapter, depending on your roster. Our first path is up and to the right towards Ronan, and for this path we'll be using Kingpin and Ghost. Well, that didn't take long. Here we will find our first superiority node, even footing. This works in conjunction with the dynamo node below it. If you are the same class as the defender, you will gain large amounts of energy resistance for having furies, armor ups, or prowess buffs, not passives. And these buffs are paused whilst you're suffering from a shock, incinerate, or cold snap effect. This is then meant to be combined with the energy adoption ice and lightning nodes, which are very similar to the ones we saw in 7.2.1. Making contact with a defender has a 50% chance to inflict you with a tiny cold snap or shock debuff, though they do add up. Applying an armor break to the opponent will stop the cold snaps coming through, and applying a poison will stop the shocks. The idea behind the path is fairly self-evident. Match the class of the defender, which is always cosmic or mutant, stack up the relevant buffs, and gain mega energy resistance, and take advantage of your buffs being paused. However, if we are using Kingpin and Ghost here, we can ignore all of that, and just take advantage of all the free debuffs for some insane damage output. Kingpin will shrug off all of the debuffs to gain his rage and overcharge, and Ghost will turn them directly into her mega fury passives. We do have a few other options though that take advantage of the node. Havoc will go into overdrive on this path, as every time he takes energy damage, he applies one of his plasmas to the opponent, and this will cause them to detonate very rapidly. OG Storm will gain prowess very quickly from the shocks, and this will allow her specials to hit very, very hard. She is also mutant with a lot of prowess buffs, so we can take advantage of it like that as well. Captain Marvel Movie will very rapidly gain her binary charges, allowing you to go into binary ignition within just 1 or 2 combos probably. Silver Surfer will also gain extra red damage from each of the cold snap or shock debuffs on him, and champions like Hyperion, Medusa and Gamora that gain lots of fury and armor up buffs will be good for the cosmic fights, and champions like OG Storm, Professor X and White Mags for the mutant fights, as the dynamo node here will let you pause their buffs for some very high damage output. Champions that are double immune here are few and far between, so if you don't have one of the above options, I'd recommend our second path. Path 2 is up and up towards Superior Iron Man. Here we will find redlining, unblockable specials, and Specialist 2. Redlining means that whilst you are between 1 bar and 2.25 bars of power, you will gain twice as much. Go over that limit though, and you'll be drained all the way back down to 0. Specialist 2 means that your special 2s will do 50% more damage, but your special 1s will do 50% less. And finally, unblockable specials means that the defender specials will be unblockable. And that's it. Bring your favourite big special 2 champion, and just make them bigger. Anyone that relies on special 3s though won't be good here, as you can't really access them. You will need a Havoc counter and a Terex counter, but there really isn't much to this path at all. And if this video is helping you, please launch a massive special 2 into that like button. The boss we'll be taking in this quest is Venom the Duck. Unless you have access to a Guillotine 2099, then I'd recommend you take the Punisher boss. If you take Punisher 2099, he will gain power charges every time you hit him, and whenever he uses a special attack, they are all consumed to refund him 10% of the power that special cost. However, if you hit him with your own special attack, they will inflict direct damage instead. What makes this fight particularly annoying is that you can only gain power when he crosses a bar. And Guillotine 2099 is so good for this fight, as you can push him over 1 bar of power, so you gain yours, throw your special 1 to power drain him back below 1 special 1, inflict the burst damage, and just repeat this until he falls over. You can take this fight with other champions, but you will be taking a lot of block damage, and Punisher will be spamming special after special after special. If you don't have Guillotine 2099, then we have Venom the Duck to deal with. Champions with really good crit stats are highly recommended here, as we have to deal with crit me with your best shot. Venom the Duck will only take damage from critical hits. No damage over time, no bursts, nothing. Crits only. This is the same node we saw on the 6.3.6 Captain America Infinity War boss. Due to the critical eye node though, every time you crit Venom the Duck, he will gain an unblockable charge. Every time he attacks, he will consume a charge, regardless of whether he hits or not. However, intercepting him will remove all charges, giving you a 20% crit chance passive for each charge removed. And critical setup means that if you end a combo with the same attack as your previous one, you get guaranteed critical hits. So we have 2 ways of gaining extra crit chance in this fight, but without crits you cannot do damage. Best options here are champions with naturally high crit chances or easy access to guaranteed crits. Hitmonkey, Bullseye, Adam Warlock, Cosmic Ghost Rider, Shang-Chi and Mole Man would all do great here. Champions with easy access to intercepts to get charges for Critical Eye can also work. So for our team, well, we have multiple options for paths and bosses, so building a team really depends on our options. If you're going to take the Ronin path, then Ghost, Wasp, Kingpin will shred the path, leaving us with 2 options for the boss. Hitmonkey and Adam Warlock will round out this team quite nicely. I like having 2 options for this boss, as Venom the Duck can be tricky. It's a long fight, and hence there are more chances for things to go wrong. If we take the superior Iron Man path, then our options really open up. We need a Havoc and a Terex counter, or just play around them. Warlock and Absorbing Man will cover them just fine, and sticking with Hitmonkey and Adam Warlock, we now have a 5th slot that we can use for another boss option, say Bullseye or Shang-Chi, or another path option, such as Colossus. So, here we are in 7.2.3, and we will be taking the superior Iron Man path. If you want to see the Ronin path, I show enough of it in the main video for you to understand how the cheese works, and really every fight is the same once you get going. The team today is 7-star rank 1 Adam Warlock, 7-star rank 1 Shang-Chi, 5-star rank 5 Ascended Hitmonkey, 5-star rank 5 Ascended Absorbing Man, and I meant to bring in the 5-star rank 5 Ascended Warlock, but I accidentally brought in the 6-star rank 5 Ascended Warlock instead. And trying to get a re-record with my laggy phone, I tried 4 times, it didn't work. So we're using the big Warlock, but you'll see it's a Havoc fight with Warlock, there's not a huge amount to talk about. First up, we have Superior Iron Man, and we will be using Shang-Chi. I do want to do a proper video on Shang-Chi at some point, because I do think he's quite a good character. But we'll be going for standard Shang-Chi things here, with our Unblockable, our Stun, our Slow, and our Cleanse. And then we're basically just cycling Special 2s. Most of this path is designed around simply cycling Special 2s, due to that Specialist 2 node giving us increased damage. If my Shang-Chi was awakened, he would be gaining extra burst damage on all of his crits, but he's not, so we don't have to worry. But we're going for our standard Stun, something else, and then Heavy Attack to refresh. And I can't quite decide if redlining is actually good for Shang-Chi here, because you want to build up his chi charges, which you get by doing the various strikes. But we're getting to Special 2 much faster, which means we are doing more Special 2s, but each one is a bit weaker. I'll leave it up to you to decide if you think it's worth it or not, but we close out that first fight fairly easily. Here we go, 1 minute 9, not bad at all. Up next, we have Dr. Octopus, and we'll be going in with class advantage with Adam Warlock. My 7-star Adam Warlock is also not awakened, so we don't get some of the stuns and the healing, the extra healing from the pod. That's not a huge problem. I can never quite decide if I like Adam Warlock or not, because I find him quite strict in his playstyle. You know, if the superiority or whatever it's called counter falls off, then you've got problems. Like that. Sovereignty has fallen off, so now we kind of just have to wait and go around again. However, he does have a very high crit chance and some great damage, so we will be taking advantage of that quite a lot here with Specialist 2. So we're going to go in for... There we go, we use our unblockable here, so we can go in, and unfortunately Dr. Octopus's armour is quite large, and that didn't really do very much. However, let's keep the sovereignty going. We've now got our crit chance, so we are hitting for some decent numbers. And there we go, managed to bait that with the taunt. I do find Adam Warlock's taunt not particularly effective, but now we've got Fury, Specialist 2, and the crit chance. So overall, that was a pretty good special 2. It was about 60k in total, I think. And with the pod, it's really not dealing any damage to us when we take those special ones from Dr. Octopus. So now we've got the big Fury that's sort of waiting, so we've just got to go around for another round of the Sovereignty. Here, I'm just going for the special 1 to dump out, special 2, sorry, but again, when we don't crit, Dr. Octopus's armour is huge, so we really don't get that much damage through. However, we're just coming up on the red lining now, so if he just throws this... No, we won't throw it, so we're just going to go for our special 2 here. Zap, 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 zap. And the fight's closed out. We have pretty much full health. Do note if you're using Adam yourself here against Dr. Octopus that his special 2 is very difficult to dex out of when you have the pod, and given it's unblockable, you may have some issues there. Right, the big mistake. We are using a Warlock that is an entire star level higher than he is meant to be, and I do apologise for that, but again, I have done this fight with the 5-star, it's perfectly doable. It's just going to take a bit longer. This is Warlock versus Havoc. There's not really much that can go wrong here. All you're going to do is spam specials, like we're doing with this one, but you're just going to have to spam a few more. We've now got him infected, and as long as you can dex his special 1 pretty reliably, you'll be absolutely fine here. We don't have to worry about Havoc's abilities basically at all, because every time you parry him, you will drain a little bit of power, and we have that permanent armour up that in this fight Havoc has no way of getting rid of, which means we don't have to worry about his plasma build up at all. I do go for some bleeds in this fight off Warlock's heavy, but again, they don't really do a huge amount, they're sort of ticking away nicely, but it's not important. So, more heavies, and we're just building back to our special 2. If we throw the special 1 in this fight, well, that's not the best idea. So, firstly, we're going to have 50% reduced damage from the node, and it doesn't hit particularly hard anyway, so best to avoid it like that. It will also power drain Havoc, which is fine, but we have no need to do that. And it will also inflict him with a shock, which will ramp his plasma like crazy. It's not hugely important because, as I said, we can ignore his plasma because we have that permanent armor up on Warlock, but I would just literally just spam special 2 after special 2 after special 2 in this fight, and as you can see, we've taken, 1 or 2% chip damage. Using a smaller Warlock, you might have taken 5% chip damage by this point. Havoc might have, say, 40% health left. You're just going to have to throw more special 2s. There, we got bitten by red lining because I wasn't paying attention, but Warlock special 2 does have a lot of hits on it, so I suppose we're using it to keep our hit count down. No, I messed up. It's not a big deal. Just spam more special 2s with a smaller Warlock and you'll be fine. A 4-star Warlock probably could do it, but you would be here for a while. If you want an easier time with a smaller Warlock, you could bring tech power back boosters, a 150 or a 200, just to let you throw special 2s even faster. And the special 2s, when you have 4 armor breaks on, do hit really hard. Okay, up into section 2, and first up in section 2, if we're going to move up, eventually, there we go, we have this Terrax, and this is why we brought Absorbing Man. This recording is going to go even more off the rails because I activate Magma Form and then go in with Warlock. But I do leave mistakes in here on purpose, as I want this to be a realistic recording of what could happen. At this point, I'm thinking, yeah, okay, no, I'm not going to do that fight. We have class disadvantage, my armor up's gone, and, the whole point of bringing Absorbing Man was to beat this Terrax. So we're actually going to use him this time. Why is Absorbing Man so good for Terrax? Well, Terrax's rock field damage is considered energy damage, and in our Magma Form, we're taking 48 per tick. It doesn't help when I get slapped around a lot, though, but we'll ignore that. The rock field also inflicts us with armor breaks, as you can see. We're now up to 540 charges, because each armor break on us gives us 90 charges. So we're just trying to get one more, but he's actually run out, so we're just going to throw our special 2. So now we're up to 600. So our next special 2 will refine our form, which means we'll consume all 600 of those charges. We will get a big boy regen, and we will inflict 4 massive vulnerabilities. There we go. So I've inflicted them vulnerabilities automatically. What I'd really like to do here is bait a heavy like that. Now I should have thrown a heavy there and thrown my special 2, but we've got some more regen, and those are some serious burst numbers coming down. Ignore the fact I'm getting hit, but Terex is very nearly gone. Our regen is doing its job very well, and Absorbing Man closes out that Terex fight very nicely. Don't get hit, and we would have ended up with a lot more health. But again, I am using the excuse of keeping it realistic to make up for my bad gameplay. Now we have Sentinel, and again, we'll be using Adam Warlock. This fight did concern me slightly because Sentinel, when he gets going, is a tank. When those charges build all the way up, he is very difficult to crit and has high armor rating. And, crits are the main way we get through armor. So we had to be very careful. Even against Cosmics and the fact they build up at half speed, we do have to watch out even further because we're spamming the same special over and over again. He will be getting those charges quickly. The problem is, though, we cannot deal with his special 1 whilst we're in the pod, so we are going to be eating quite a few special 1s after our special 2s. There's just nothing we can do about it. Maybe throw the special 2 when he doesn't have any power, but even when he doesn't have much power, not much happens. We can text out of most of it and actually just regenerate from the armor break, so it's not a huge deal if you know your heavy spacings, which I don't, but we manually trigger the pods there such that we can get rid of the shock on us because we get that temporary incinerate and shock immunity. Dumping power again, and we still actually get some decent damage. Unfortunately there, I do actually manage to get the full dex on that one. I didn't quite know it was possible, but there we go. And if we needed to, we could have closed out with the special 1, gone for the special 2, all fine. Adam doing a good job there. Finally on the path, after this energy refill, we have Namor. If Warlock had been alive, I probably would have used him for this Namor. A smaller Warlock would have taken it, no issues at all as well. But instead, we'll be cutting through him quite quickly with Adam Warlock. Could we have taken him with Absorbing Man? Probably, but we have Adam, so we're going to use it. What do we have to watch out for in this fight? Well, not a huge amount. Namor has his damage reflect, but Warlock doesn't have anything in his kit that we need to really worry about with that, so it'll be more spamming special 2s. We do have to watch out for, though, he has bleeds on his special attacks, so if we're in our pod we want to make sure that we're not eating a huge amount of bleed damage. But, as we'll see from this special 1, generally it's not a big problem. We regenerate everything we can dex at the end, which allows us to continue our sovereignty without too much issues. 16k mediums is very, very nice, and unfortunately it falls off there, so we don't quite go all the way around, but we'll just throw a special 2 to dump power here. We did get bugged out by Namor's sig ability there and ended up eating the first hit ourselves, but what can you do? So he backs up with the Intimidate, so we're going to be cycling again. I really hoped he would throw the special 1. He threw a heavy instead, so that's absolutely fine. Special 1, thank you Namor. So we're going to build to our special 2 now, drop it when we've got 19, so we're up to 20, so now we've got the crit chance. So pap, bop. 15k, still pretty good, and we're just regenerating a lot of stuff there. Namor does have his own personal regeneration, but it's not really that much we have to deal with. 7k when he's at low health, but we're dealing 10k guaranteed mediums. So there, I thought I was at special 2. I wasn't, so we go for the special 1 actually, but doesn't matter. With our massive basic attacks and the stun, we close him out. No issues at all. So, nice job Adam, 1 minute 14. That's the path done. Up next we have the boss, and we will be taking the Venom the Duck boss. I suggested Guillotine 2099 if you have her for the Punisher boss, and some people in the comments section of the previous video suggested Hawkeye can do the same cheese, and Spider-Ham is also very good with his evade, reduced damage from specials, and the Porker Poppers are just triggering back to back to back. So those 3 are also very good options. However, we will be using Shang-Chi versus this Venom the Duck. Shang-Chi has lots of access to crits and guaranteed crits on his special 2, so that's what we're going to be playing with today, as this Venom the Duck only takes critical damage. If the Shang-Chi was awakened and we were getting extra red burst damage on all of our crits, we would not be getting that in this fight. Crit damage only. Burst damage, damage over time, you name it, it's crits only. This is... Sometimes I try and sort of be clever when it comes to nodes and see what we can work with. This is not a node to be clever with, it is just crits. My mind is still a little bit working with redlining here, so I will be throwing a lot of the special 2s very quickly, but this is pretty much like any other Shang-Chi fight. Stun, slow or cleanse, bait the special 1, repeat, throw your special 2. I'd much rather stick to Venom the Duck's special 1 here, because dodging those eggs from his special 2, it's not too bad, but I don't want to risk it. If you do need him to get rid of his unblockable charges though, he does have a lot of hits on the special 2, I think it's about 5 or 6, so he'll get rid of a lot of them very quickly. Here we're just looking for the special 1, but we go for the intercept instead. This didn't count as an intercept, so he keeps all of his unblockable charges, and we don't gain any extra crit chance ourselves. Unfortunate. The unblockable charges are going down, regardless of whether they hit or not, but I'm basically just treating this Venom Duck as fully unblockable. We go for the stun, reset, bait the special, go round and round. With the Striker, this becomes much easier. I am trying to keep Cleanse here over Slow, because we have no need for the Slow at all on Venom the Duck. He can't evade, he can't go unstoppable. But if he hits us, he does have a chance to bleed, and we can use the Cleanse to help there. I have now pushed him to Special 2, so I'm being very careful baiting that out. So we Egg 1, Egg 2, no issues there. That didn't count as an intercept either, apparently, so he's still fully unblockable. There I tried to go for the intercept, got hit myself. No bleeds, but even if he had triggered bleeds, we had 4 cleanse, so didn't have to worry about that. Got tagged on the backdraft again, so we're going to use our special 2 to adrenaline heal, quite a bit of health there, so we're all the way back up to, 69-70% health, that's pretty good. We've got the slow on him, doesn't make any difference. We get intercepted again. This fight started out so well, but just a little bit of care, and we should be alright. I have noticed here that he actually had no unblockables for a moment, but that doesn't matter. He now has the buff that I didn't want him to gain the most, and that is his power gain buff. It's not power gain like Hyperion, this is power rate. He gains more power when you hit him or he hits you. There I mess up the timing, and we are on death's door now with Shang-Chi. We've got 1 toxic armor. If he'd procced both, I would now be dead. However, he's also on 4%, so the goal is just to make sure he dies before I do. We stun him, throw the special 1, and the fight is closed out. If we had died, we had Adam Warlock as backup there, as well as Hitmonkey that all could have taken the rest of that fight without issues. Remember to move to the end node, don't quit out here. Act 7, Chapter 2, Quest. Number 4. Poke. Poke, 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 poke. Just like the previous quest, we have 2 path options in this quest. One that is a cheese, and the other if you don't have the cheese options. Our cheese option is through the Teleporter 5A, down to the Howard the Duck path. Here we have Slumber, Flare, Particle Protector, and Size Matters. Particle Protector means that all attacks have an 85% chance to glance, meaning they cannot crit, deal half damage, and have minus 100% ability accuracy. However, Size Matters allowed us to avoid some or all of this glancing, depending on the size of the champion we are using. The bigger the champion, the fewer attack types that can glance, so medium, light, heavy, specials, intercepts, and so on. With extra large champions, nothing at all will glance. Flare we have seen before, big damage boost for you, but your health will drain over 60 seconds. The damage you take is halved if you have class advantage, but doubled if you have class disadvantage. What makes this path cheesable is Slumber. The defender will be stunned and power locked for the first 15 seconds of the fight, but after that they gain a 1000% fury buff. But 15 seconds is more than enough time to beat a stunned champion if you have the right attackers. Hulk is the ultimate attacker for this path. Just spamming medium attacks will let you build up a huge amount of burst damage and just demolish pretty much the entire path. Cable with the Apocalypse synergy and heavy spam will also do great, just watch out for Warlock though. Bring someone like Magneto or another Warlock counter and you should be fine here. Juggernaut, OG Hulk, Hulkbuster, Cull Obsidian and Onslaught and so on will all work fine here as well. Our final option though is perhaps even cheesier than Hulk, but probably won't work for some of the fights, and that is Mr. Sinister. When he charges his heavy, he pauses stun debuffs on the opponent, and that includes the one from Slumber. This means we can place a massive amount of degen on our opponent, be constantly healing, and also really stretch out that stun. I would highly advise putting together a team of champions that you think might be able to take this path, and then go and try them out on Howard the Duck. It's 15 energy, and could save you some revives in the long term. If you don't think you can take this path, or don't have the champions for it, then our other option is through Teleporter 5C, going up to Black Widow Clairvoyant. Here we have Mixmaster, Light 'em Up, Counter-Strike, and both Incinerate and Shock vulnerabilities. Mixmaster means that if we attempt the same basic attack twice in a row, the defender has a 100% chance to evade. And whilst this sounds pretty nasty, Light 'em Up actually comes to our aid. Whilst the defender is suffering from a shock or incinerate effect, so that's passive or debuff, Their evade and auto blocks suffer 200% ability accuracy reduction. Combine this with the vulnerability nodes for both Incinerate and Shock, which will increase our damage by 200% whilst we have one of those debuffs on the opponent, and we can completely shut down Mixmaster, as well as gaining a huge amount of damage in the process. Counter-Strike will give the defender a small fury each time you dex, and once they get to 10, they're all removed, and the defender will go unblockable. This sounds much nastier than it is, and isn't really something to worry about. So really, we can use any champion that has good access to Incinerate or Shock. Remember that your opponent cannot evade while stunned, so if you need to ramp up before you can gain access to Incinerate or Shock, then you can do so without worrying about the opponent evading. Champions such as Torch, Hulkbuster, Shuri, Sunspot, Domino with the Red Hulk synergy, Red Goblin, and many, many others will just shred this path. If you have space for the Odin pre-fight on Red Goblin, he'll be even more crazy. You can use regular evade counters such as Falcon, She-Hulk, or Corvus with the Proxima synergy, but they won't be able to benefit from the vulnerability nodes. And if this video is helping you at all, place an Incinerate or a Shock on that like button. The boss we'll be taking in this quest is Man-Thing. Here we have High Energy Diet, Power Shield, Flare again, Power Reversal, and Unblockable Specials. Flare we've already seen in this quest, and I've lost count of how many times we've seen Power Shield. No basic hit damage, but special attacks have massively increased damage. High Energy Diet means that Man-Thing has mega energy resistance, and dealing energy damage to him will cause him to heal a lot. Also, applying Incinerate, Shock, or Cold Snap to him will give him 100% of a bar of power every 10 seconds, so none of those. Power Reversal will replace any power gain buffs you gain with power drain debuffs, so this is super niche for a node to be, as there really aren't that many champions that gain power gain buffs. And finally, Unblockable Specials means that Man-Thing specials will be unblockable. So really, we can use any poison immune champion, or champion that doesn't rely on energy damage, and that gives us lots of options here. We might have to use multiple champions if Flare gets to you, but if you're using a science champion, then it will only take half your health, and using any champion that has access to it means we can just use willpower to heal from the armor break debuff that normally comes along with the poison. Omega Red, Sauron, Ultron, Warlock, and pretty much any of the Hulks will all do just fine here. So for our team, well, if we're going for the cheese path, then Hulk will cover the entire thing, but I will bring Mags for Warlock just to be sure. Don't want to have to try and heal, and have Warlock's infection block it all out. For the boss, Hulk could also take this, and you really could do the whole quest with just these two. Though feel free to fill in whoever else you need from your roster. Mrs. Sinister, Red Hulk, and Ultron, for example, would make a nice 5-man squad. For the Black Widow Clairvoyant path, Domino with Red Hulk synergy, Sunspot and Hulkbuster will cover the path nicely, and Red Hulk himself with She-Hulk will deal with the boss. So, here we are in 7.2.5, and we will be starting off with the cheese path, Howard the Duck, and Slumber. I am not going to show the whole cheese path, and I hope after the first two fights you will understand why. Know that we are using a 6-star rank 4 Hulk here, but to be honest, I would be surprised if a 4-star couldn't do this. I kind of want to go test that out now. A 5-star rank 4, certainly. Anything higher, absolutely. All I'm doing is just throwing mediums, more mediums, more mediums, and the burst damage is already up at 20-something thousand. We're nearly at 30,000 now, and that's it. If that hadn't have killed, we could have gone for a full or a couple more mediums till the end of the stun, full combo into Special 2, which has a guaranteed stun on it, and by this time you're at max ramp, a couple more mediums, maybe special, you'd never get that far. Hulk looks like he's at low health, but Hulk's actual health pool is equal to his percentage plus the amount of gamma he has. So we are now at 1% health, and he has 70 or 80 gamma, so we've actually got 80% health. Really, not losing very much health there at all. Right, onto the real path now, the evade path. No need to show more cheese. For the Warlock fight, I just spammed heavies with Magneto, threw a Special 3 before he even woke up, and that was the end of that. So, first up on the normal path, we have Claire, and we will be using Domino. Domino here needs the Red Hulk synergy, because whenever she throws a heavy, she places an Incinerate on the opponent. It's not actually the longest Incinerate, but we know they can't evade whilst it's on there, and the heavy can fit within a stun timer, so if you just parry and heavy your way through this, you will be absolutely fine. Note that the Incinerate damage is inconsistent because it is equal to the amount of damage you dealt on the heavy attack. So when we get 2 crits on the heavy attack, we get a very large Incinerate. If we get no crits on the heavy attack, it's a much smaller Incinerate. Here, I think we go for the special 2, but Claire is bleed immune, so we're not going to get any big bleeds off that, but a 24k crit is not bad. Here we go, so we get an 8k crit, so we get 2,667 there, but if we only get, so we got no crits on that one, it's only 1,876, so entirely dependent. I think Claire is probably the slowest fight we'll have to deal with on this path. Nice crit, nice damage. So I'm literally just spamming heavies here. If you have room on the team and want to bring him, you can also bring Massacre, or Massacre, depending on how you pronounce it, and that will increase the duration of Domino's Incinerate by 1 second or 2 ticks, which, is quite a big damage output, when normally they only last for about 2, 3, 4, 5, I think it's 3 seconds, so 6 ticks. So 33% increase is quite nice there. Massacre as well can also just hit into their block until he gets his bat ignited, and that will allow him to incinerate the opponent as well, so he can be used on the path. Didn't bring him here, but works just fine. Up next, we have Heimdall. What's our plan against Heimdall? Well, we're going to be bringing in our Sunspot. Oh, sorry, the team today. Rank 3 Sunspot, 7-star rank 1 Domino, 6-star rank 3 Red Hulk. I can't remember who else we have. I think they're 6-star rank 3s today. So, plan versus Heimdall. We really want to avoid his special 2 because it's probably unblockable and we probably can't evade it. So, things to avoid. But apart from that, we will just be going for our standard Sunspot. Here, I got the distances completely wrong and my heavy counter failed completely, so we end up beating a combo. But that's not too bad. Heimdall hasn't got any Furies, so, the damage wasn't too bad. Here, we can see the damage is already building up from our Sunspot quite quickly. Because we have Incinerate vulnerability, even our special ones are hitting pretty hard. There you go, sort of 30k total, and he's got 1 armor. But now we have Force Flare State. Got the distancing spacing right on that one. We have Force Flare State, so we are going straight for our special 2. Here, I'm debating whether I want him to sort of throw the special 1 if we're just going to wing it. And I decide that I'm going to let all my Incinerates drop off, and we're going to bait the special 1 from this guy. It's the slower, safer, and more boring thing to do. But we end up getting hit anyway, so now we're just going to have to wing it. So we are force holding block here to make sure that he doesn't throw it, and we go in for our special 2, which is miles of overkill. 200k from the first 2 hits alone, and the last hit is actually the one that hits for quite a lot. Probably would have been about 250, 300k on the last one. Masses of overkill. Oh, Hulkbuster, that's our last guy. He's 5-star rank 5 unascended. So we'll be actually using him for this fight versus Yondu. And what's our plan versus Yondu? Well, we want to avoid his special 2 as well, just because it's annoying to dex and deal lots of damage, and we always want to parry him from a distance. If you parry him up close, he might be using a light attack, which you can't parry anyway, and because it's his Yaka arrow attack, like that, it has a chance to bleed you through block, and that's not something I want to be dealing with, because Yondu gets additional effects from his bleeds and all of that. Just not worth dealing with. Now, if you want to play Hulkbuster sort of his normal way, you can actually try and just not let him throw a single special at all, but I'm not concerned about Yondu's specials particularly in this fight, so I'm not doing the standard Hulkbuster, they never throw a special sort of tactic. If you want to see more from Hulkbuster, we do have a rank 3 showcase on the channel, and he is absurd, but this is just a 5-star. Now we're getting some very nice crits off our heavy attack. I'm just going to bait another special 1. We've got 4 shocks ticking away, so we know he can't evade, he has no chance to evade, and other shock vulnerability is coming into our favour here. Parry him from a distance. So now we're just going for another special 2. Delayed, if you delay it, you throw it into their block, which is where we can burn and lock all of their power. So some more heavies, nice 32k crit, 34k there, and 1 special 1 to the block for 20k, and then some more heavies, and that Yondu never really stood a chance. That's the first half of the path. Do be careful, the path is slightly tricksy. When we teleport down below, notice we've taken the upper path this time round when the game loads. So we teleport all the way to the bottom, and now we want to take the lower path here. It's not upper and upper, it's upper then lower. So it's going to load. Up next, we have Elsa Bloodstone. What do we want to think about against Elsa? Well, I've got to double check I'm actually recording this. The only thing she can really do, she's got to evade if she would parry us, so we've got to be careful about our light attacks. And she can also, if we bleed her, she will degen us, but only if we're not using a mutant. So actually, anyone on the team would have been safe. But we've got class advantage, and Domino quite likes that, so we're going to be spamming some heavy attacks, getting some nice 3k per tick incinerates, and there we go, dex, and lead down to that one. Do be careful, this is pretty much the only fight where Counter-Strike might actually come into play. If you dex 2 gunshots off Elsa's special 1, you do that 5 times, and now she's going to be unblockable. If she goes for a special 2, then you're going to be in for some serious hurt, as that special 2 is not fun to deal with. But we're just going to keep spamming our heavies, which really reduces the chance that we're going to have to dex some of her attacks normally. 2 crits on that one, so that's going to be a big incinerate when we come out of this special 3. We are hoping for the bleed, and we're hoping that Elsa doesn't shrug it. There we go. It's not a critical bleed, but she shrugged it. But we did get a couple of ticks going, I suppose. We proc perfect there from Domino, so she's stunned, and we go in for the kill pretty easily. 54 seconds, not bad at all. Up next, we have Iron Man Infinity War, and we are going to be using Hulkbuster? Yes, more Hulkbuster. What do we have to think about in this fight? Well, for the first 85%, not a huge amount. Though for the last 15%, he's going to have his auto block and his power gain whilst he has an armor up. Ignore the fact I've forgotten how to heavy counter him. Here we go, we're going to get our revenge this time. There we go. However, Light 'em Up doesn't just apply to the nodes, evades, and auto block. Light 'em Up will let us bypass Iron Man Infinity's auto block as well. So as long as he is shocked or incinerated, his own auto block when he's below 15% won't be able to trigger. He still has his power gain, but that's why we bought one of the best power control champions in the game, in Hulkbuster, specifically to deal with this guy. So, time for some heavy spamming. 20k, but now he's procced in armor, so the damage is going down, but we have shock vulnerability, so 24k. And we're back at special 2 before he's had a chance to do anything. Bait and punish his heavy. Delayed special 2 into block. Drain away all of his power, and he's locked, so power gain now. He can't power gain because we power locked him, and he can't auto block. Well, he can power gain, but he can't auto block us because he's shocked. And there we go, a nice 52k crit from Hulkbuster there to finish off that fight. Last up on the path, we have Spider-Gwen, and for this fight we will be using Sunspot. Remember what I said about Iron Man Infinity War and his auto block? The same thing applies for Spider-Gwen's natural evade. We can use Light 'em Up to shut it down. So as soon as we have 1 incinerate on her, she can't evade from the node or from her own abilities. So no evades for Spider-Gwen. Just be careful your hubris doesn't get the better of you like it did me. We'll see that in a moment. So here we're just going to go for our standard Sunspot rotation of special 1s. However, seeing that 4 flare states was massive overkill versus Heimdall, I'm only going to go for 3 flare states in this fight. So we're going to charge heavy, pop, and now we're not throwing another special 1, we've got 3 stacks. More than enough to work with here. So, heavy charge, drops some incinerates. The incinerates give us massive perfect block chance, which means we also get massive specials. But that happens. We don't get massive specials, or we get massive stuns. So now we're going to have to build up power again. We let the too many incinerates fall off when we threw the special 2, and she chose that time to evade us. But given Sunspot's natural power gain, we don't have to worry too much about getting back there because we're already back there, and at this point didn't bother charging. Miles and miles and miles of overkill. Sunspot might have been able to do it with just 2 stacks of flare states, so 1 special 1, 1 special 2. If anyone tries that, do let me know down below. Up next, we have the boss, Man-Thing. Note, for the iHulk path, the cheese path, I used Red Hulk and got a full solo with him. He works very, very well. For this time, we'll be using She-Hulk. We're going to skip the node choice here, and we're going to go down to Man-Thing. Remember, pretty much any of the Hulks can work here, and any poison immune, maybe with class advantage, will get this guy down without issues. Flare will take all of your health, but if you're poison immune, you can still get the armor break from Man-Thing's pustules, which means you can willpower heal if you have that unlocked. So the goal in this fight is to simply stay aggressive, build up as many of She-Hulk's Furies as we can, and drop some very big specials. Man-Thing is quite a tank because he's not crit immune, but any attacks that do crit against him don't deal extra damage. So that special 1 had a 15k crit to start with, but it would have been a 15k non-crit if we hadn't crit. He just doesn't take extra damage. This guy was basically designed to annoy ghost players, and he does that job very, very well. Unavoidable armor breaks and doesn't take extra crit damage. Wonderful. So here we are just going for our standard She-Hulk things of kind of just spam special 1. My She-Hulk is awakened, which is actually slightly annoying against Mystic champions, because what it does is it decreases how much power they gain based on her sig level. And we want we want every champion to be spamming specials against She-Hulk, because whenever they throw a special, that's how her Furies are refreshed. So, slightly annoying, but my She-Hulk isn't a super high sig, so we don't have to worry about it too much. However, this is the start of the point of the fight where I completely forget how to dex Man-Thing special 1. So we missed it on the previous one. We miss it there. So I'm going to go for my special 1 to push him higher, gain a guaranteed fury from my special 1. Don't get the dash and intercept, which is slightly annoying, but we push him to special 1. That's the third one I've missed in a row. It's just an arm. I dex them all previously, but I leave them in to keep things realistic. So we're going to keep going. We're not going to throw our special 1. We're going to bait his to keep our furies refreshed. Fail to dex it. That's 4 times in a row now. So I'm going to be going for my special 2. So we've got 9 furies. That's a nice 42k. 99k. Very nice indeed. We're going to bait a special 1. Finally got one. So we now 4 and 1 since I had my brain fart. Get a nice backdraft intercept there. We're going to bait out... Oh no, we're going to go for our special, then bait out his. The special's damage is now really, really good. 5 and 1. I have no idea what's happening. I can't even block it because of the unblockable specials. But, it's a good thing Man-Thing doesn't hit very hard. Let's just leave it at that. 6 and 1. And She-Hulk goes down. So, this is why we bring 2 boss options. And I will be bringing Red Hulk to clear up. 6-star rank 3 Red Hulk. I could have absolutely gone through and re-recorded this, but I try and keep it realistic for you. I died. I'm going to show it. So, Red Hulk, what's our plan here? Pretty much exactly the same. We're going to be spamming our special 1s, and that's all we're going to be doing, really. Another way of playing Red Hulk is to spam special 3s, but Man-Thing has high energy diet. I also still can't evade the special 1. And Red Hulk special 3 will inflict and incinerate, so that will be giving him power, and he will be regenerating. Luckily, Red Hulk special 1s hit really hard with Power Shield, and the extra burst damage does come through, so that's very nice. So that was sort of 20k on the first hit, 60k on the second hit. Some really, really solid damage from a 6-star rank 3. Flare is helping us out, of course, as is Power Shields. This is not his regular damage, but in this fight, he's doing very well. Since I've given up trying to dex his special 1, and I fell again there, my goal is now to try and push him to special 2. I have no idea why I've suddenly forgotten how to dex it, but we keep going. So we managed to push him to special 2 because that is an easy dex. Come on, special 2 please, nice lag spike. So we're going to hit him some more. There we go, special 2. He does gain a very small regeneration, but 127 per tick isn't very much when we're dropping 80k specials. So we need one more special 2 out of him, or we're just going to go for a special 1 of our own, which either one is going to end the fight for Man-Thing. The flare timer has now expired, so we've got plenty of health left to work with, and we can just enjoy the damage increase. And there is that fight ended against Man-Thing. Might be worth practicing the special 1 decks, because apparently I can't do that. As always, remember to move to that ending node, don't quit out. Act 7, Chapter 2, Quest. Number 5, Frame by Frame, which is roughly the rate of frames I get on my phone, 2. If you haven't had enough of it, then the path we'll be taking today is through Teleporter 7A, towards Miles Morales, and another Power Shield path. But this one isn't quite the same as other Power Shield paths. Here we have Power Shield, Rage 2.5, Hurt Locker, and Poison Vulnerability. Power Shield, again, no basic hit damage, but special attacks have massively increased attack, but we need to approach it differently, due to Rage 2.5. The amount of damage the defender can take from any one hit is capped at 2.5% of the defender's maximum health, so about 7,000 to 10,000 damage depending on the defender. If you hit that cap, the defender gains a Fury, and if they gain up to 5 of them, they will go unblockable. Hurt Locker means that if we throw the same special attack twice in a row, a 5-second timer will start. If you land a heavy in that time, the timer is safely removed, but if the timer runs out, you will take 50% of your maximum health as direct damage. Finally, Poison Vulnerability means if we inflict poison on our opponent, we will deal 200% more damage. We have 2 options for this path. We can either use the Power Shield to boost damage over time effects from our specials, or we can bring buff control champions and just remove the Furies. For the damage over time boost, Kate, Onslaught, Longshot, Mr. Sinister, Archangel, Joe Fixit, or any other champion that procs damage over time on the specials will be amazing. And for the buff control, really any decent Mystic will work, but Doom, Claire, Diablo, Awakened Jugs, Longshot again, and so on, will all work just fine. Many great options here. The only slightly annoying defender is Miles himself. He will trigger his Spider Camo whenever you throw a special attack, giving you a 35% chance to miss, but he is only the first fight on the path, so you can just go in and out until you get a clean run at him. I will briefly touch on another option. If you have a very strong villains roster, then we have the Nebula path through Teleporter 7E. Here we have Superiority Scoundrel, swing and a miss, missing an action, faltering mind, and arc overload. Swing and a miss will give you a fury buff for 6 seconds whenever the opponent misses you whilst they have a falter on them, and missing an action will let you falter the opponent if you knock them down after one of their buffs has just expired. If you don't knock them down in that time though, you will be faltered instead, and this falter will have increased duration on you from faltering mind. Arc overload will give us a source of buffs on all of our opponents. Superiority Scoundrel here gives us bonuses for bringing villain champions, and the bonus we get on this path is that the furies that normally last 6 seconds from swing and a miss become permanent. Again, you can take this path if you have a stacked villains roster, but I think the Miles path is far, far easier. And if this video is helping you at all, please don't falter with that like button. The boss we'll be taking in this quest is Dragon Man. Here we have Stunning Reflection, Empowered Immunity, and Extend. Extend increases the duration of Dragon Man's buffs and debuffs by 150%, which is quite a lot. The only temporary buff Dragon Man gains that we have to worry about are the Furies off his special 2. The power charge buff he normally has in the fight is permanent, and so is not increased by this node. The Furies, though, don't really matter as long as we don't get hit. He does gain other buffs on his special 3, but special 3s are best avoided. The issue here comes from the debuff Extend, as we'll see in a moment. Empowered Immunity gives Dragon Man 33% of a bar of power whenever he's immune to anything. So really all we have to worry about in this fight is Stunning Reflection. But unfortunately, that is quite a big worry. Stunning Reflection will make Dragon Man stun immune, and if you do try and stun him, you will be stunned for 3 seconds instead. However, we can put this on cooldown by inflicting an Incinerate or Poison, and whilst this is on cooldown, we gain a 40% attack increase. Now Dragon Man is poison immune, so we only have Incinerate as an option here. But we do also have to remember the Extend node. This 3-second stun is now increased to a whopping 7.5 second stun, and this is basically a guaranteed death unless you have someone with a massive health pool or is a serious tank, so it's best not to parry this guy. We must also remember that Dragon Man has his natural power gain, and that is normally removed by stunning him. We can, however, remove it by blocking his special 1 or whenever he throws his special 2. This leaves us with 3 options to deal with this fight. Either we can use power reversal champions such as Void, Spider-Man 2099, Mr. Fantastic and so on, and use his own power gain against him. Then we just treat him as stun immune, and he can't really do much. Option 2 is to use Incinerate champions, but we have to watch carefully to know when we can and can't parry him. Great options here are Torch, no pre-fight, Sunspot, Bishop, and so on. Finally, you can just kind of brute force him with high damage, bait his specials quickly and block the special 1 to remove his power gain, and don't stun him. Also, in all of these, do not armor break Dragon Man, as he will then degen you. So, for our team. Well, Void and Torch will cover the boss nicely, leaving us with 3 options for the path. Archangel, Mr. Sinister, and Kate Bishop are probably my top options, though really any combination of the champions mentioned before will just cut straight through this path. So, here we are in 7.2.5, and we'll be taking the Miles Morales path. Someone was complaining that the teams I were using were too overpowered, so the team today will be all 5-star rank 5s, no ascended. We've got Kate Bishop, Void, Torch, Archangel, and Mr. Sinister. First up, we have Miles Morales, and for him, we'll be using Kate Bishop. Why are we using Kate? Well, she can bypass Miles' spider camo with her tracking debuff that she gets off her heavy, which effectively shuts down the only major defensive threat we have in this fight. After that, we're just going to be going for our own special 1, there's the tracking debuff, so we now can't miss. And with just 1 Cold Snap ticking away for 5,900 damage, this fight is effectively over before it's even begun. We can keep it paused, throw the occasional heavy to refresh it, and that's about it. 20 hits and he's already down halfway. Considering now whether it's worth going for another one, and you know what? I think it is. So we're going to use our mediums to keep it paused, just fishing for the parry. There it comes. So we're going to go in, long heavy to push him up against the wall so we get our tracking debuff, and it refreshes it. And we don't even get to throw a special 1. Ticks of 6k would have gone to 12k. He would have been down very, very quickly. Up next, we have Psylocke. Who are we going to be using for this fight? Well, I believe we'll be using Mr. Sinister. There we go. I will be using Mr. Sinister for quite a few fights because he is a ramp-up champion once you've got him awakened. At the time, I was considering ramping him up for the boss, but actually he would be trash for the boss despite being a very, very good champion after his buff, so probably wasn't actually required. So here we go now, we're going for another heavy attack. It was completely unnecessary to charge it into the air there, but we've got our Vicious, we've got our 10 bleeds, and now they've become 10 degens ticking for 12k. We get the pause by charging our heavy, pauses all debuffs on the opponent, which will include the stun and the degens, and in just one special one she's basically down, but we have thrown another special one, and we got a lucky heavy there to close her out. If we hadn't have got that lucky heavy, we would have taken 50% of our maximum health as damage from the node. Up next, we have Quake. Who are we using for Quake? Kate? Yes, we'll be using Kate Bishop again for Quake. Same sort of game plan, except we don't even have to worry about the miss now. I've always found Quake a slightly annoying defender, because getting clipped by basically anything is going to put her, what are they? They're not concussion, the seismic charges, whatever they're called, onto you, which are quite annoying, because despite the fact they supposedly only have a 10% stun chance each, it feels like I always get stunned by them. So now we have 2 on us, the timer going around at the top. It's because I blocked the special one, so we've got 2 on us. We go straight in there after the stand-up. And there we go, managed to dex that one, and we throw our special one, not fast enough, and we get stunned off a 20% chance, eat another special one. But luckily we managed to get another pause in there. I should have just thrown another special one, but let's go for our special 2. There we go, so now we've got 2 cold snaps ticking away very quickly, and we managed to end the fight before her aftershock damage managed to kill us. Up next, we have Ghost Rider, and I believe we'll be using Mr. Sinister for him. We can't really use Archangel, because Ghost Rider is bleed immune, and the other 2 aren't as good on this path, so Mr. Sinister or Kate Bishop would have been absolutely fine here. When playing Mr. Sinister, I go normally for a parry, medium, light, charge, heavy, because that means just after one more heavy or a combo you can get to your special 1, which allows her much smoother. If you just parry and then go straight in for your heavy, you sometimes lose a little bit of power. So here we're just fishing for that parry, there it comes. And we get 2 pauses off that, so we've ticked him away pretty much half health now off just 1 special one. And I'm going to risk it again, go for another one here, and just get a quick parry, throw the heavy, and so the timer safely goes away. We get another pause here, huge ticks of 13.5k. This is just a 5-star Sinister. I, for a bit of fun, brought in my maxed out 6-star Sinister, threw on recoils, and brought in the whole synergy team to increase his degen damage. I didn't bring in Mr. Fantastic. I should have brought in Mr. Fantastic, but he was getting ticks of 50k. If you have a big Sinister, this path kind of just becomes a joke. So we have Captain America Infinity War here, and we will be using Archangel. Archangel is ability accuracy reduction immune, which means all of Cap Infinity War's glancing, we can still apply our debuffs. Yes, the damage will be lower, yes, we won't crit, but we don't care, because this is a power shield path. So we can still apply everything that we need to. If we were using other champions, there would be a chance that our abilities would get glanced, and they suffer minus 100% ability accuracy. This is bad. Archangel is slightly different when it comes to power shield. His neuroshocks will tick away constantly, but whilst you're throwing the special, the damage goes up. So they're ticking for about 10k while the special was going, but now they're back down to ticking for about 4 or 5k. Still very, very good damage, and I'm going for some very cheeky heavies here, but that Cap Infinity War is closed out very easily. You may also notice that my Archangel didn't get the 1 timer from the specials node, because his ability accuracy shut down the node, meaning we could have thrown back-to-back special 1s completely safely. Up next we have Aegon, and we will be using Mr. Sinister to pick up the skill charge. What's our plan in this fight? Well, it's pretty similar to all the others. Medium, light, charge, heavy. We now have lots of the genetic icons underneath, so we've got 2 mutant, 2 skill, a science, and 2 mystic. The 2 mystic are increasing our combat power rate, so you can see we've got much more power than we should be. It's really nice that Mr. Sinister can inflict his degens through block, so that's what we're going for here. We get 2 pauses. Very, very nice. We're going to bait out Aegon Special 2. Here it comes. And in just 1 cycle, he's down 80%. So we'll go for a special 1 here. Get the parry. Didn't even need it. We had more than enough damage before that 5-second timer had even gone around. Nothing to worry about there at all. So that's the path. As always, use the champion swapper if you need it. On this team, I'd recommend swapping out Archangel or Mr. Sinister. Probably Archangel. Mr. Sinister would be very bad against this Dragon Man boss because we like to stun the opponent and we, like to inflict degens on them. And Mr. Sinister can't inflict degens against robots, which Dragon Man is. However, Archangel, I mean, he's bleed and poison immune, so Archangel would be even worse. At least Mr. Sinister's Special 2 can hit quite hard, though it also would stun Dragon Man, so Stunning Reflection might come into play. Special 3 has a Power Steel leech thing on it, so I guess that would be the way to go. Anyway, we are using Void. Void in this fight is slightly RNG based. You want those petrifies as quickly as possible. However, I've got some very poor RNG, and I've got the other 2 debuffs here, so I will be blocking the Special 1 to get the Ineptitude onto us, which increases buff potency. Not an issue for Void. 3rd debuff is bad, but more importantly, when blocking the Special 1, we can remove his power gain. Once we get our Petrifies and Fears of the Void going, we actually want to keep the power gain on him, because then we can reverse it and use it against him. It is very easy in this fight to get cornered, but keep your cool and just slowly push your way out. You can see here I am pretty much right up against my wall. I'm just going to full block the Special 1, not trying to do anything fancy. We've got our first Petrify going, just going to, dex out the first hit, full block the rest of it. If you get hit directly in the corner, it is going to really hurt because he gets his extra cornered damage, but on the block is perfectly safe. Right, we have Fear of the Void, we've got our first debuff going, it's not a Petrify, but you can see his power bar just isn't moving. I mean, he doesn't have the power charge out, but when he gets the power charge back, it won't move. We've completely shut down his power gain, and now with 2 Petrifies, we are starting to reverse it. So when it comes back, you can see it is draining. This is really good. We have no worries about getting him to a Special 3 now, and what I would like to do is keep him between 0 and 1 bar of power for the entire fight. That way, all I've got to do is just intercept him or bait heavies. We're actually willpower healing quite significantly from the Ineptitude. Pretty much all the block damage I've taken in this fight has been healed back. But we just do not have to worry at all about his power now. We've got 2 Fears of the Void, the one about to go off. And see, I'm purposefully leaving the power gain on him. I'm allowing him to power gain so I can reverse it. I could have blocked that Special 1. I'm at a full yellow bar, so we don't even need the willpower healing. But I actually want to use it against him. The more power he is gaining, the more we can reverse, the less we have to worry about any specials at all. We just bait heavies and perform intercepts, and whilst this fight will be a little bit slow because Void's damage isn't the best, it is so safe. It basically can't go wrong. Even if you end up eating a whole combo, you've still got willpower from Ineptitude if you wanted. So, things are going very well so far in this fight. If you wanted a faster option, Torch is a faster option, but I think Void is just so safe. Mr. Fantastic or Spider-Man 2099 also have excellent power reversal options. Mr. Fantastic would be more difficult because you will like to be able to parry and heavy, and his heavy range isn't the best, but I don't see why he couldn't do it at all. Spider-Man 2099 would be very, very good against this fight, particularly if you brought the anti-venom synergy, as that lets him start the fight with an 150% Wither, and Wither is the debuff that just reduces power gain. Void has Petrify, which reduces power gain and healing. We've actually gone for a Special 2 now, just for some extra damage, some different debuffs, mixing it up a bit. I probably should have just stuck to Special 1 spam, but works absolutely fine. So, back to Spider-Man 2099. Whenever you dex an attack with him, you can pause all your debuffs on the opponent, so you can keep that Wither paused practically indefinitely, and you can go for your own Special 2s to keep even more, to stack multiple of them, so it's very easy to get 300% Wither, so he will just be draining for twice the speed he would be gaining. Once you've done that, you can stack up your Ruptures by hitting him in the block, and they will explode every time he crosses a bar of power threshold, but that includes 0 power. So you can just sort of tap him in the block, and all of the Ruptures will explode. So then all of his power goes, so he explodes. You tap him in the block, the power goes, and he explodes, and it's a very, very easy way of doing a lot of damage. However, we're using Void here, because we only have the 1 team slot. This fight is very, very nearly closed out. A very, very safe fight. Dragon Man has never even got close to throwing a Special 2, and Special 3s haven't been on the table at any point. As always, don't forget to move to that final node. Don't want to accidentally quit out right here. Act 7, Chapter 2, Quest number 6. Time for the video that literally no one has asked for. Today we have 3 path options. 1 for the easiest path, but will make the boss a little bit harder. 1 for the normal path, so no modifiers on the boss, and 1 that could make the boss very, very easy, but the path is a bit trickier. First up, we have the easy path, which is up and right towards Ultron. Here we have Buff, Synthesis, Fury and Precision, Special Connoisseur, Icarus, and Matador. Buff Synthesis means if we have a Fury buff on us, and then trigger a Precision buff, but not the other way around, they will both be consumed and we gain an indefinite 50% prowess buff, and these stack indefinitely. Special Connoisseur means that the defender takes 90% less damage except from special attacks where we have an active prowess buff, not passive. Icarus means that whenever we hit the defender we gain a fury buff, but if they expire or we have more than 8 we will also be degened. Heavy attacks allow us to safely remove all furies. This was the global we saw back in 6.2.3, the Omega Red quest. And finally Matador means that the only way we can gain power is by gaining 1 bar whenever the defender throws a special attack. Doesn't matter which one they throw, we gain 1 bar. Really, anyone can take this path. Hit them for furies, dex for precision or trigger your own, and then drop some very big special attacks. You don't need a champion with their own access to furies, and as long as you aren't completely buff immune, most champions will be able to drop these fights in 1 special 2 if you stacked up enough prowess. For path option number 2, we have the linkless path out to the left towards Spider-Ham. Here we have Energy Adoption Fire, Shake It Off, Shifting Immunity, Bleed and Poison, and Bleed Vulnerability. Energy Adoption Fire we have seen before. Making contact with the opponent has a 50% chance to place a tiny incinerate on you, but if they are bleeding, then they won't. If you incinerate them, then they will heal 1% of their max health per second. Shake It Off we saw back in 7.1.5. When a skill champion dashes back, they will shrug off debuffs. The more you dash back, the more you shrug, although at least according to the listing. Actually, in practice, this seems like it might be slightly bugged, but dash back and you will remove debuffs. Shifting Immunity, Bleed and Poison will cause the defender to start the fight bleed immune, then after 10 seconds switch to poison immune, then after 10 seconds switch back to bleed immune, and so on. What makes this path annoying are the defenders. We have Spider-Ham, Mordo, Red Guardian, Annihilus, Mr. Fantastic, and Longshot. So 4 out of 6 are right up there in terms of being really quite annoying. We do have Bleed Vulnerability and Shake It Off to use to our advantage, but if you aren't comfortable fighting these champions, then I would look to one of the other paths or see the follow-up video for how I deal with them. Coming soon, TM. For our attackers, we have 2 choices. Either we go for the Ghost and Kingpin route, again, to take advantage of all the debuffs, or we bring strong bleeders and just watch out for the bleed immunity phase. Play aggressively and deal all the damage you can whilst they can be bled, then dance around and play more passively and slowly whilst they are immune. Nick Fury, Moleman, Shield, Black Cat, Black Panther, Blade, Hitmonkey, Jabari Panther, Killmonger and so on will all do well here, but watch out for those nasty defenders. Throw special attacks as soon as you get them against Piggy, so he can't build his charges. No charges, no evades, fewer power stings. Keep the power gain off Mordo and don't hit him while he's stunned. We have a whole video on the channel about Annihilus that I'll link in the top right and down below, and stick to the special 1s versus Longshot, particularly when he has his Pure of Heart active, or you will get melted very quickly. Our third path option is, in my opinion, the hardest of the 3 paths, but can help you get the easiest time against the Gwen Master. We are going out to the right towards Old Man Logan. Here we will find Debuff Synthesis, Stun and Armor Break, Mixmaster, Hit Me I Dare You, and Armored Assault. Mixmaster we just saw in 7.2.4. Attempting the same action twice will cause the defender to evade. Remember though, as always, they cannot evade whilst stunned. Debuff Synthesis means that if the defender is stunned, and you then inflict them with an armor break debuff, but not the other way around, they will both be consumed and you will inflict the opponent with a relatively small cold snap for 10 seconds. But more importantly, whilst the opponent is cold snapped, they can't evade. Hit Me I Dare You means every 10 hits the opponent will gain an armor up buff, which isn't too bad, until you combine it with Armored Assault. That gives the defender 65% more attack rating and an unblockable passive, whilst they have an armor up buff. Doesn't matter how many they have, 1 or 100, they're still being unblockable. Champions with easy access to armor break are our best options here. Angela, Annihilus, Captain Marvel Movie, Corvus, Cosmic Ghost Rider, Cull Obsidian, both King Groot, Null, Medusa, Silver Surfer, Superior Iron Man, Venom, Vision Arcus, and so on can all take this path, but you've got to watch out for that unblockable and that evade. Evade counters themselves can also work, but you'll need to watch out for the unblockable, and buff control champions can also work well, but you'll need to watch out for the evades. The primary tricky fight on this path is Emma Frost, but with all the armor breaks on offer, you can quite easily shut down her diamond form. The reason that we may choose to struggle through this path is because of the infamous linked node to the Gwen Master, Juiced, and we will come on to that later. And if this video is helping you at all, please armor break that like button. For story reasons, just before the boss there is a very small normal Gwen pool, but she isn't even worth talking about. She's unnoded and you probably have more PI than she does. This does, however, give us 2 champion swappers in this quest, so do use them if you need them. This fight can also be a very cheeky place if you want to, say, put Odin pre-fights on a champion, to swap in Odin, put them down, take that fight with that champion, and then swap Odin out again for another helpful champion. Not required by any means, as we'll see when we cover the boss, but just a suggestion. Right, the Gwen Master. The most meta boss in the entire game, and one of my personal favourites. In my opinion, she is a more refined version of what the Grandmaster should have been. Nothing is left to chance, you know exactly what is coming, when it is coming, and what to do about it. As a quick aside, if you want to read over her abilities in full, or the ability of any of the other big bosses or champions, I cannot recommend Khonshu's Ankh enough. It has all of the abilities for every champion, but also for the big bosses. Really helpful to have open on another screen if you want to be able to pause the fight and read the next section before you get there. I will link it down below. First up then, the Gwen Master's passive abilities, and then we'll dive into the fight itself. Gwen has unfair boss abilities. That means she cannot take more than 5% of her maximum health for a single hit. But given she has nearly 5 million health, this comes out to just under 240,000 damage. Most champions aren't going to be hitting that hard anyway. Secondly, all damaging effects, so that's passives and debuffs, inflicted on her have 100% reduced potency, and all debuffs have 50% reduced duration as well. Gwen is also immune to Special Lock, Power Drain, Power Steal, and Power Burn effects. Basically, you can't mess with her power bar or specials in any way. She will also nerf your attackers in the fight, reducing your ability power rate by 75%. This is ability power rate, not combat power rate, so it'll affect champions like Hyperion, Vision Arcus, that sort of thing, with power gain buffs, but not how much power you gain from hitting her or being hit. That's combat power rate. Gwen also doesn't care about your ability accuracy, and along with her own extreme confidence, she is immune to all ability accuracy modification. Finally, Gwen ain't afraid of no ghosts, so her special 1 and all basic attacks cannot miss. A lot here, but most of it won't come up. Now for the fight itself. The fight itself has 6 defined stages, 1 for each class. They start with Mutant and then rotate via class disadvantage. So after Mutant it's Skill, after Skill it's Science, after Science it's Cosmic, after Cosmic it's Tech, and then Tech goes back to Mutant if she isn't dead by that point. Each stage, also referred to as plot armors, has a 30-second timer, and you must complete the prompt for that stage in that time. Completing the prompt will end the stage early and give Gwen passive prowess for each 5 seconds left on the timer. It is good for us that Gwen gains the passive, as we will see in a bit. Whilst the timer is active, Gwen cannot throw her special 2. Each stage has 1 prompt attached to it, so what is going to happen is always predictable and the same. If you die, you will go back into the stage that you left off at. It will reset, but you won't start again from the mutant phase. We can, however, pause the countdown on Gwen by intercepting her, or by punishing her heavy attacks, special attacks, or combo-ending attacks. Once the timer expires, either naturally or once you have done the prompt, Gwen's power will be set to 2 bars of power and her special 2 is unlocked. When Gwen then throws the special 2, you will be stunned, but Gwen hasn't quite worked out how to aim the isosphere yet, causing all of her attacks to miss. However, Kabam will just deal direct damage to you instead. However, if you succeeded on the prompt, Kabam will deal this damage to Gwen, and this is where we will get the vast majority of our damage from if you took the first or second path. This is why putting prowess on Gwen is a good thing, as she will take more direct Kabam damage. After this special attack, both champions' power reset to 0, and Gwen will purify any debuffs on her. If you are quick, there is enough time after the special attack has finished to dash in before she can recover, even though you have been stunned, and this is a great way to kick off the next phase, putting you in control. Whilst we are covering specials, Gwen's special 1 does something different in every phase, so we will cover them when we cover the phases. But her special 3, like the Grandmaster, will just kill you instantly. No getting around this with Herc or Heimdall. Instant KO. So now let's look at each plot armor or phase. There will be a lot of information in this section, so I would recommend watching it a few times because you need to know what is going on in each phase. Having Khonshu's Ankh open at the same time can also help in the middle of the fight. First up, we have the mutant phase, which is based on Emma Frost. Gwen will enter diamond form, causing her to be immune to critical hits as well as all debuffs. Whenever Gwen is one power level above you, i.e. she has 1 bar when you have none, she has 2 when you have 1, and so on, her diamond form is removed and she gains a prowess passive. In this phase only, the special 1 will reverse your controls, but it is still fairly simple to dex. It's Gwen's normal special 1. To beat this phase, you simply need to dex the special 1 when she has 4 or more prowess. I find it best to use your special 1 to push her to her special 1. This will make sure that she is 1 bar of power ahead of you, so her form switches and she gains the prowess. You then have to remember to switch her back to diamond form, so that when she leaves it, she can gain her next prowess. It can feel strange trying to switch her form at times, but you will get the hang of it eventually. Plot armor number 2 is skill, which is based on Killmonger. Gwen gains 60 counter-punch charges, which grant her an unstoppable whenever she blocks her attack, just like Killmonger's special 1. We can remove 1 of these each time we hit her regularly, and 3 if we knock her down. Striker hits do count here and will remove her charges. Her special 1 will trigger a 100% damage reflect for physical damage from your special attacks. This plot armor is removed when she has no counter-punch charges left. Best to hit Gwen and try and backdraft as much as possible, but don't throw special attacks when she has that damage reflect up, or there is a good chance that it is instant night-night time. Do remember in this phase though that you can go back to stunning Gwen. She's not immune like she was in the first phase in her diamond form, and unlike Killmonger, she won't gain extra power for you stunning her. Just keep an eye on that timer. Plot armor number 3 is Science and Invisible Woman. Gwen gains a force field that has just under 300,000 health. Simply destroy the force field to end the phase. You can gain a 300% Fury passive here for intercepting Gwen, and this stacks, or whenever you throw a special attack. We can cheese this fight slightly here if you have Stealth Suit Spider-Man, as he can pause Fury passives on himself by dashing back, and he will gain so much damage that once the force field is gone, you can pretty much take out the rest of her health with regular attacks. Here, the special 1 will cause Gwen to go invisible, like Invisible Woman. It starts paused, but is unpaused if she is bleeding or you miss her. Do remember though, bleeds, if they are debuffs, will have half duration. There is plenty of time that after she throws the special attack, you can dash in and do a missed hit and then dash out before she has a chance to recover. Or you can simply parry stun her, do 1 hit that misses, back off and wait for it to go away. This phase isn't too bad if you can intercept a few times for some silly damage, but if she isn't feeling it, then it can be tricky. Plot armor number 4 is Mystic and Dr. Doom. Here, Gwen gains a modified version of Doom's Aura of Hazarath, granting her an unstoppable effect against attacks that have already knocked her down in this phase. She will also very slowly steal your power, however I really haven't noticed this effect much at all. Each time you do knock her down, you will gain a 45% energize buff, increasing your combat power rate. Here, Gwen's special 1 in this phase will inflict you with a 0 damage shock passive for 2 seconds, plus 2 seconds more for each energize on you. Just like Dr. Doom, Gwen will be able to passively stun you if she charges heavy whilst you are shocked. To destroy this plot armor, you simply need to knock her down with a heavy, a special 1, a special 2, and a special 3, but remember you can only do each one once. I would do them in this order, as the energizers will help you get to higher energies much quicker. Plot armor number 5 is Cosmic and Vision Arcus. I think personally this is the one I find the most difficult. When you are close to Gwen, she will gain 10% of a bar of power each second. While she is far away from you though, she will inflict you with an armor break. Gwen also cheats in this fight, so this ignores armor break immunity. Trust me, this is good. The special 1 here activates a frozen air buff for 10 seconds, causing armor broken champions near Gwen to gain cold snap passives. To destroy this armor, simply knock her down when you have 10 armor breaks. This phase is all about maintaining distance, but you also need to keep an eye on that timer. You need to intercept her and knock her down on occasionally to pause it, otherwise you will not have time to build all of those armor breaks. And finally, plot armor number 6, Tech and Iron Man Infinity War. After this plot armor, we go back to Mutant and Emma Frost if she's not down by this point. Gwen gains 6 armor up passives, plus another one every 14 seconds. If you armor break her, this timer is paused, though the main phase timer is not. You can remove these armor ups by breaking her block, or more easily doing light ending combos. Once she has no armors left, the plot armor is destroyed. Here, the special 1 grants Gwen an indefinite 100% auto block charge, and this can stun you. The only way to remove this is by heavy countering her heavy attack, though doing this will also remove an armor passive. Right, go back and watch that section again. You need to know what's going on, otherwise you are going to start throwing revives at any given section, which will lead to tilt and annoyance. So, the fight will go something like this. You will start in the Emma Frost phase, you will give her prowess, you will dex the special 1 with reverse controls for this phase, before the timer runs out. Regardless of whether you do this or not, once it runs out, Gwen will go to special 2 and throw it. You will be stunned, and all of her attacks will miss. If you failed, Kabam will slap you with some direct damage. If you succeeded, Gwen gets it instead. The faster you succeed in each phase, the more damage Gwen takes. You then move to the skill phase with Killmonger, and the cycle continues until one of you falls over. If you die and go again, you will go back to that phase, though that phase will reset. For example, if you die in the Cosmic Arca stage when you had 9 armor breaks, you will start the Cosmic Arca stage again, but now with no armor breaks. So, who is best for this fight? Well, really? We can use anyone. There is no special requirement on this fight at all. The phases boil down to dex, hit her shield, throw specials, maintain distance, and hit her correctly. There are 3 pieces of utility that might help you, and we will touch on some generally good options as well, but by no means are any of these required. These are helpful, not required. Firstly, reverse control's immune for that first phase. Personally, I find the deck simple enough that it isn't required, but if it's something you are struggling with, then bringing someone like Professor X, Juggernaut, Mr. Sinister, Moondragon, and so on can help make this phase easier. Secondly, if you are Cold Snap immune, this can help with the Arcus phase. You'll still be armor broken, but you can avoid the damage. It isn't much, and maintaining space is the key to this phase, but reducing chip damage is always good. And finally, in the Iron Man Infinity War phase, armor breaking Gwen will pause that timer. This is the only thing that is really helpful in this fight, but we have plenty of good options. See the list I gave above, but Angela, Annihilus, Captain Marvel Movie, Corvus, Cosmic Ghost Rider, Cull Obsidian, both King Groots, Null, Medusa, Silver Surfer, Superior Iron Man, Venom, Vision Arcus himself, and so on. There are many, many good armor break options you can use. But you don't need to use any of them. So, therefore, my recommendations for this fight are simply this. Bring your biggest champions and ones you are comfortable using. If they are tanky, even better. Regen, love it. Armor ups, very helpful. Perfect block, why not? A good thing about the Gwen Master is that she doesn't hit that hard on her basic attacks, so you can take a few hits and be okay. Champions with easy access to intercepts like Juggernaut or Moleman can be helpful for pausing the phase timer if you're struggling with that. So, now we need to look at our 2 linked nodes. The Spider-Man path doesn't have one, but the Ultron and the Old Man Logan paths do. The Ultron link is called Banded Aid. When knocked down, Gwen will gain a regeneration passive, regenerating 5% of her missing health over 14 seconds. However, simply hitting her will remove this regeneration and grant you 20% of a bar of power. It is up to you if you want the potentially easier path, but will have to face this minor regeneration. It really isn't hugely important at the start of the fight, and whilst it can be a little more impactful at the end, with simply 1 hit you can remove it and gain some power for yourself. And now for the infamous Juiced node. This node makes it that whenever you succeed in a phase, Gwen will take no damage, not a single point. But every 10 seconds you will gain a stacking 300% Fury passive. If you take this path, all you have to do is survive a few phases with one champion, and your base damage will be so high you can sort of forget entirely how the fight works. Here I'm using a 7-star rank 1 Colossus, and I'm only in the 2nd phase of the fight and she's almost down. We're hitting for 100k on the basic attacks. This path can make Gwen very, very easy, but if and when you come to 100% this quest, you will have to learn how to deal with her properly. So, finally, our team. Well, that depends entirely on our path. If we go for the Ultron path, we can sort of bring anyone, so I'll be focusing on the boss. Cull and Roblin will work well for the path, and for the armor breaks on Gwen, so they'll take slots 1 and 2, and Jugs in slot 3 will help for our intercepts. We have 2 slots left that I'm going to fill with some tanky champions. Colossus is very tanky and has a nice synergy with Juggernaut, so he gets slot 4, and Doom is also a mega tank, so I will give slot 5 to him. I can't emphasize enough how much you need to sub in your own champions for who you are comfortable with and who you know you will survive with. This fight has no special requirements, and bringing a champion you are comfortable with or one you have ranked up is very, very important. If we take the Spider-Ham path, now we need some path counters. Moleman, Blade and Nick Fury will be very good here and can also help for the boss. Medusa will be very nice for the armor up phase, and now we're just back to choosing tanky champions. OG Iron Man has a lot of armor and a decent regen, so he can have slot 5. For the Juice path, Angela, Medusa and Venom will clear the path, and Sasquatch and Joe Fixit will clear the boss. So, future encyclopedia here, Angela isn't great for the path, but she is pretty good for the boss with her constant regen and armor breaks as required for the Iron Man phase. I will be using her in the follow-up video, but she isn't the best if you want a path counter. Great for one of the other 2 teams though, if you don't have some of the champions mentioned there. So, here we are in 7.2.6, and the first of the 3 paths we'll be taking today is this Ultron path. The team today is 6-star rank 3 Cull Obsidian, 6-star rank 3 Red Goblin, 7-star rank 1 Colossus, 6-star rank 4 Juggernaut, I think, but we'll only be using him a little bit, and 5-star rank 5 Dr. Doom. The plan for pretty much all of these fights is to gain a few Furies from Icarus, and then Dex to convert those into permanent prowess. These fights are quite slow until they aren't. So we've got 5, 6, 7, and then fishing for Dex, 8. And I know that with Cull Obsidian, class advantage, we should be able to kill in about 15 prowess. It really does depend on crit RNG and that thing. But here we go. Remember, we can always use our heavy to safely remove the Furies if required. So we're just going to build up a few more here. I'm going to trigger my route buff. I think we've had enough, so there we go. Here comes his evade. And with a load of Furies and prowess, miles and miles of overkill, we still had another probably 100,000 damage on top of that. Did take a bit of degen damage right there at the end, but that's going to be a running theme on this path because Cull Obsidian has quite a long Special 2 animation. Up next we have Silver Surfer, and we will be using Colossus. One of the reasons I went for Colossus here is because if you try and armor break him, he's immune to armor break, which does mean we can't willpower heal from it, but given my Colossus here is SIG 20, I have a chance to gain extra armor ups, and extra armor ups on Colossus means more damage. Not that we really need it on this path a lot of the time. It's very important that... I would recommend practicing on this path. This is me, not you, lagging out by the way. It's great, great fun. Practicing this Ultron a few times, or the Ultron we've just done a few times. The simple reason is knowing your range is really important and can really help mitigate taking any excess damage. What I'm doing in this path now, because we can build up, I think it's a triple dex on the special one. So if we just get, there we go, so we can instantly convert multiple Furies into prowess. If you know your range against that initial Colossus, then it makes taking the other fights much less scary. Here, if I'd had, say, 2 or 3 more prowess, probably would have killed right straight out, and I wouldn't have had to bother going around. Again, here I should just throw in the special one, it would have killed, and there I should have thrown the special one without throwing the heavy. He's annoyingly left on 1%, and if I just hit him once or twice more, I wouldn't have got caught on the dash back, lost a load of health for no apparent reason, because he only had 600 or 700 health left. But you live and you learn. So after that Silver Surfer, up next we have Hulkbuster. And for this guy, again, me not you, this is the only laggy path, I promise. The other 2 are much better, but it was quite infuriating when I was trying to record this. This was one of my better recordings, so yeah. And I didn't really feel like doing the path a few more times. It was already very late when I was going through this. Anyway, we are using Red Goblin versus this Hulkbuster. And the plan here is pretty similar to the rest of the fights that we have done so far. We will be dexing a few hits to build up some of our Furies, and Red Goblin gets additional effects because every buff on him, regardless of what it is, will give him Incinerates, unless it's a Fury that gives him armor breaks, or an Energize which gives him power drain. He can gain those two by himself. If we'd brought the new Jack-o'-lantern synergy, this fight would have been very, very funny, because that lets us trigger double effects from our special 2, and our heavy attack. Slightly annoyingly, a lot of Red Goblin's damage, particularly on this special 2, there's a lot of like base damage and burst damage, but he does also get a load of damage from the incinerates that come with it. But because of Special Connoisseur, we only get that incinerate damage, or the majority of it, whilst the special's going on. So you can see here, there's huge ticks of incinerate damage. They were going for about 6,000 or 7,000, but then as soon as the special's worn off, then that's the end of that. We do trigger a bit of degen damage. I would have hoped that special 2 would have done more, and it probably would have done if, I don't know how that broke through my block. That was very annoying. We just needed a few more prowess, really, and that probably would have done us very well. So we're just building back, and then we should have gone for another special 2. Unfortunately, that special 1 doesn't quite do it. And again, if we got the incinerates going all the way from that, we would have done much better. But that's the nodes for you. We're just going to bait a special 1, and then we know from here that one special 1 is going to be more than enough to get rid of this Hulkbuster. And there we go, without issue. Again, taking a bit more degen damage than I would have liked, so maybe this is a quest to stock up on a few health potions. You can always use champions here, you ghost your Kingpin, again, such that you can just kind of bypass a lot of the damage, or go back and see the 623 video for a lot of Icarus counters there as well. For this Gambit, we'll be using Cull Obsidian, and the plan here is similar to Ultron, but we've just got to pay attention to Gambit's special attacks a bit more. Again, me, not you. Gambit doesn't have the evade that Ultron does, but it's now 2 hits on the special 1, and that stun can be very punishing if you do get caught off guard by it. Neither special is particularly difficult to dex, and they're both 2 hits, so unlike someone like Silver Surfer, where we could get lots of prowess in one go from dexing the special 1 beam, which is a triple dex, we can't do that here, so we're just going to be dexing one by one. So just hoping the Gambit will do something. There we go, it's got 4, 5, and 6 just before that fell off. If it had fallen off properly, then we would have been degened very annoyingly, but that's just Icarus for you. So we're up to, we've got 8, so we're just going to be just fishing for a few more heavy to safely remove those Furies. Those armor breaks are doing a lot of work for Cull Obsidian as well. I nearly trigger route there, but I actually think not quite ready for it yet. So now we're up to 9. Now we're going for another heavy for a couple more armor breaks. So we're going to dash back, trigger route here, go for some hits, and then we're going to go for our special 2 with 5 Furies and 9 prowess, or 6 Furies. So there's 6 Furies and miles of overkill. If that last hit hadn't have killed, we would have another about 85,000 burst damage from Cull Obsidian's route there. Just ridiculous. We do have a full video on the channel of just maxing out Cull Obsidian, and he is just obscene even without all of these boosts by himself, but just 6-star rank 3 today. In hindsight, it would have made much more sense to take this fight with Doctor Doom, because this is Captain Marvel movie, and one special 2 probably would have just completely burnt through most of her health. However, Special Connoisseur wouldn't quite have allowed for all the damage I would have liked from a standard Mystic melting Captain Marvel, so it's up to you if you want to go down that route. Her special 1 is a triple dex on the beam, so that lets us get lots of prowess very quickly, if she ever wants to throw it. She seems to be very hesitant on this note to throw it. And we are going to end up getting degent slightly here, because, we had Furies expiring. And then once we have no Furies, you decide that's the perfect opportunity to throw the special. But, by the by. So we've got 5, 6 Furies now. So there we go, we can drop quite a few there, and another one, so now we're up to 7. So here we're just going to go for the special 2 without throwing the heavy. Nice 66k crit there, 143. Now here we really are looking to get a heavy to try and get rid of those Furies. And, we are going to eat some degen damage, but I think I've said that enough on this path that we all realise that's just kind of what's going to happen. So we're up to 8 Furies. Are we going to go for another special? I think we're going to go for another special 2 here. So we're just going to try and bait her special 1. There it is. Get a load more prowess from the big decks. Build a load more. And there we go. Here it comes. 33, 190. Yeah. That special 2 was miles of overkill. And if the last hit had crit, it might have taken her out from full health. Last upon the path is the most annoying fight, Guillotine 2099. Her special 1 can power drain you, which means Matador and power drain off the special. We might have a rough time getting to our specials, so if you're having trouble in this fight, I would advise just building loads of extra prowess and just going nuts with the special 1. Keep knocking her down to make sure that she can't trigger her Digicloak, and don't get intercepted for a better time just in general. So we're going to build up a couple of extra Furies here, because what I'm trying to do is use my heavy attack to push her to special 2. The heavy attack is just to get rid of the Furies, and then we are going to need to knock her down again, or she'll do that and trigger her Digicloak. We've only got 1 prowess so far, so I'm looking to get a few more. So there's 2, 3, and realistically with the special 1 I probably should have pushed about 20 prowess, but I've got the special 2 now, but then she drains most of my power. It's about 75% power drain. So getting to any special is going to be quite difficult. We don't quite get rid of all of the Furies there. I got a bit overzealous. So we've got Degent again. 9, 10, and come on. There we go, 11 prowess. At this point, I should have done my research better on the Ultron and tested to see what my range would have been. But, I didn't. So I hope you'll do better than I will. Where we get hit by the special one, and we're just under that special one, which is annoying, so we couldn't have gone for that ourselves. Another heavy to knock her down, so we don't have to worry about her digicloak, and to safely remove the armors from us. I'm going to try and push her to special 2 here, so we go for another heavy, but it's not quite enough, so we're force holding block. There we go, she throws that, so now we can safely push her to special 2. Building up a couple of extra prowess, so we're now at 14, and we just need Gilly to throw her special 2. Now we have enough. Unfortunately, it's not enough to get to our special 2 ourselves. So let's just see what happens if we throw our special 1. So we're going to parry, throw that for some more armor breaks. Really hope she doesn't throw her special 1. Trigger our route buff. Go for some hits here. We don't go for the extra hits, but so much overkill. So much overkill. There would have been another 100k in red damage ready to come if that last hit hadn't crit. So, now for our first champion swapper. We're not going to use it, but by all means you are welcome to. And then we have the tiny little Gwenpool that really isn't worth talking about. She's only really here for story reasons, but is a great place to do some pre-fight shenanigans if you need to. We'll be using Juggernaut here, and, it doesn't matter if he's 6-star rank 4 for this fight, Come on. So, this fight, she's already 20% down. I don't know if we'll even hit specials. There is nothing to worry about in this fight at all. It's just an unnoded Gwenpool. It can be a good time to remind yourself of her animations, but that's pretty much all I'm going to use it for. Do remember that you can't kill her with special attacks because that's Gwen's signature ability, so you have to use basics or damage over time. Now for our second champion swapper, which we'll also be skipping, and then we have our first round of the Gwen Master. So here I'm debating going in with Cull Obsidian and healing him up, but actually would decide, no. First, let's go in with Dr. Doom. He's still at full health, and Gwen is of the superior class, which means she has class advantage over everyone, so our class doesn't matter. Do note that even though her phases are based on classes, that doesn't make any difference. Science versus the Killmonger phase is absolutely fine. So here, she is now 1 power level ahead of us, so she switches forms, and now what we need to do is we are 1 power level ahead of her, so she switches back to diamond form. There is Banded Aid coming in, and she's healing for 34. And now she is 1 power level ahead of us, so she switches. And now she switches back to diamond form because we're 1 power level ahead of her. It's all about juggling your power bar and her power bar. So here I am 1 power level ahead of her, so I'm going to throw my special 1, so now we're at the same, so which means her form is going to stay the same. And with a medium attack, she is now above special 1, so she's coming back. And now here, I'm above her, so she's now back in diamond form. So we're going to throw another special 1. Because of Doom's Aura of Hazarath, our light attacks don't actually give her any power, so we're going to go for our medium attack. There's 4, we dex the final hit, and that is the first phase completed. So Gwen is taking a huge amount of damage there. 3 prowess is pretty good, and we can punish that instantly, and now we can start really pulling off those counterpunch charges. Gwen has now thrown her special 1, so we really should avoid throwing any specials. When I was first reading over this, I made a mistake and thought it was only physical damage that was reflected back to you. So I thought, hey, Dr. Doom's special 2, that's not physical damage. But I do end up eating a huge amount of damage here, taking about 40% of my max health just straight away, which is, bad. So now we've learnt our lesson, we won't be throwing any more of those specials. And if you had a champion with big specials, it probably would have just put you in the bin straight away. So we're just going to be going for intercepting and punishing her special. There we go, so she's throwing the special, punish it, that pauses the timer, so letting her throw specials is good. She's got 10 charges left, which is 2 combos in my book. So now we're just going to we can push her above special 2, it's absolutely fine, and she doesn't have the damage reflect, so our special 2 is enough to end the phase with 4 prowess. She throws the special 2, but can't aim the Isosphere, so huge ticks for 107k, doing very well. Goes straight into punish. She didn't allow our intercept there, but she did allow our intercept there, and again, and that shield is, doing pretty well. So we go for our single hit miss there, punish her heavy attack to pause the timer, didn't play into our intercept there, or there, now we're sort of getting a bit more passive, punish our heavy attack to pause the timer, get our intercept there, which is pretty good, going for another intercept there, which lands, didn't get that one annoyingly, but there we go, we trigger the invisibility, we're going to bait out a heavy there so we can pause the timer, get 1 intercept, and now we're going to go for, nope, didn't play into that one, get rid of the invisibility again. This stage is really about rhythm. Once you can get into the flow of it, you'll be absolutely fine. 1 Fury, 2, 3 into the special 2, and our special 2 chunks away most of the shield. That was a huge amount of damage there. And now with 1 intercept and the special 1, that shield goes down as well. So we intercept, primarily there just to remove the regeneration, and some more big ticks of 90,000. Very nice. Now, not quite sure, that was a very risky heavy, but I'm glad it paid off. We're in the Mystic phase here. So now we've done the heavy, we've done the special 1, so we're already up to 2 energized, which means we basically have double power rate. This is excellent. As you can see, our power bar is going up very, very quickly on every hit. So we just need to get to our special 2, and then we'll have 3 energized, so we can push special 3 and push phase. I'm still trying to intercept and punish her specials and heavies where I can to keep that timer paused. The more you can keep it paused, the more damage you will deal when the phase ends. Dr. Doom is shock immune, so we don't have to worry about the effects of her special 1 here at all. I will say in all of my runs, the ones that I show you and the ones I'm not, because I've done about 10 runs at the Gwynmaster in the last few days, she has not once stunned me with that phase, with the shock heavy charge, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. Here, there we go, we push her into the special 2, big ticks 107 again because we've got 4 prowess, and we go straight in and punish. Remember, in this phase, according to her abilities, Gwen cheats, which is the only reason Doom is getting armor broken, but we just have to be very careful that we manage this phase well. This is the phase I personally find the most difficult, because we have to decide, do we want to keep distance and get the armor breaks, or do we want to, if we're close to her, that's the only way we can pause that timer. So do you want to pause the timer or keep distance? And it is a difficult juggling act. You can see, maybe by the gameplay, I'm getting more stressed in this phase. I'm down to just 3% health, and with the cold snaps, that's what we get from Dr. Doom. I would like to say, well, there are 2 primary reasons that I died here. The one, which is the one, in my opinion, is far more important, is because I needed the footage for the main video showing you what happens, if you die and have to go back in. Some might argue that reason 2 that I died is because I ran out of health, but I think it's far more important that, I had the extra footage. So we'll be going in with Juggernaut now, and yes, he is a slightly high rank, he's 6'4", but realistically it doesn't make a huge amount of difference in this fight. He has a bit more health to work with, but, most of the damage comes from Gwen hitting herself with the Isosphere. So in this fight, I am I'm struggling with distance because I'm back in my corner. She's power gaining quite a lot. I'm up to 6 armor breaks, but I should have gone for a heavy before the special 1 to stagger the buff. Now I'm getting hit quite a bit as well, so this phase is not going particularly well. As I said, it is the one I find the hardest. So now we've managed to push her back a bit. We're up to 9 armor breaks. Come on, Gwen, just back up, please. Use a special 1 to knock her back. That's really good. We've now got 10, so all we need to do is knock her down now, and we knock her down with a special 1. Overall, 2 prowess and 72,000 ticks is pretty good, but it's probably the best we can hope for. Run in quickly. We go for our light ending combos to get rid of her first armor up. There's the second one. Now we go for a light ending one. We've got rid of the third one. So only got 2 left. And at this point, I forgot that will stun you. And now she's back up to 3 armor breaks, and she's done some sort of extended combos there. But we've managed to get rid of her auto block charge. So now we're going for more lighting ending combos just to try and really keep those armors down. She's got 2. Another light ending combo, she's got 1. I probably should have just gone for it then, but then she would have been at 3 bars, so she's back to 2. I keep getting tagged here on occasion. So now we've got a heavy counter her heavy to get rid of the auto block. And it's at this point I discover she can stun you through block with it. Then I get hit again. Now she's back up to 3, and at this point I kind of accept that doing this phase is going to be impossible. We've already lost. I go for a heavy there, but it's not to be. And the Isosphere here hits us this time. Now again, there's 2 reasons why I died here. The first one, as far more important, is so I had the footage showing you what happens if you fail a phase. And the second one that other people might argue is more important, is because I ran out of health. However, we'll be healing up Cull Obsidian as he's got access to that armor break, and 7 charged on Cull Obsidian is very nice. And we'll be going in for this tech phase. I'm pretty sure that I can finish it with just 1 KO if she doesn't heal up too much, otherwise it'll be 2. So we get the very cheeky intercept to start with, go for 2 light ending combos back to back. Here, we've learnt our lesson. We must wait, bait a heavy, and punish with our own. This isn't actually the worst thing in the world to do, because the heavy will remove one of those armor stacks, punishing her heavy will pause the timer, and it'll pause the main phase timer, and because we armor break her, that will pause the armor's timer. So we get stunned there because I was an idiot. So we're just going heavy counter there, but she didn't have her auto block, so that didn't remove it there. Now she does have her auto block, so we just got to wait, and she's healed up just a little bit too much. So when we push with 3 prowess here, I'm pretty sure this won't be enough to end the fight. So annoyingly, she is left on 3% health, but we're just back to the mutant phase. We know what to do here. This is all about cycling power. She's in her diamond form. She's 1 bar of power above us, so she switches form and gains a prowess. We're now at the same, so when she goes back, she's now below, so she goes to diamond form. I dump my special 1 to push her to 1 bar above me, so she now has 2 prowess. We dex that without issue. Now, because we punish Banded Aid, we have more power than her, so I'm going to dump the power, so she goes from normal to diamond and back to normal again, so she's got 3. There we go, bait that one. We can use Banded Aid to get some more power, and at this point our power bars are very similar, but she moves first, which means she doesn't gain a prowess on that one because she never entered diamond form to go back again. But now we use our special 1 to push her above. She's got 4 prowess, so all we've got to do is dex this, and the fight's over. So there we go, dex that, and now she just throws that, and the fight is over. So that is our first run at the Gwen Master. It took us 3 champions to get through her. Not bad at all, but as always, move to that final node. So now for path number 2, and we'll be going out to the left towards Spider-Ham. I don't think it lags after this bit, but can never be sure. The team for this path is 7-star rank 1 Blade, 7-star rank 1 Iron Man, though we won't actually use him, 6-star rank 3 Medusa, 5-star rank 5 Nick Fury, and 6-star rank 3 or 4, I can't remember, Moleman. First up on the Piggy path is Piggy himself, and we have Blade for this fight. The primary thing you need to think about on this path, the whole path, apart from the defenders, there's the previous one, is rhythm. In this fight, he will be bleed immune for half the time, and that's where we get a lot of our damage from, and when it's safest to hit him. As soon as the bleed immunity goes away, that's when we want to get our bleeds going and really hit him as much as possible. We can see we're getting some very good mediums, and there we go. Going against Ham, you want to throw that special 1 pretty much as soon as you get it, because that way you can make sure his charges stay at 0. Fewer charges, fewer power stings, no evades. And that's very important, no evade, no unblockable. So he's now back to his bleedable phase, so we go straight in for some bleeding, and there, I hit him 1 too many times. He got a Porker Popper, I took a load of unnecessary damage. This is Blade, so we will be able to regenerate up to 71%, because, well, Mind Blade is awakened. He's only Sig 20, so regenerating will really drain our power bar, but he still does pretty good with it. He's now back to being bleed vulnerable, so we go for some damage here, because that's where our damage comes from. We play slowly during the poison phase, and we play aggressively during the rest of it. So this is the normal phase, so now we're just going very slowly, and a lot of sort of healing on by blocking. Very slowly. There's no need to rush this phase. He can't do anything, just don't get hit. Now it's the bleed phase, we go straight in, and the fight ends nice and quickly. We probably could have done that whilst he wasn't bleed immune, but you always want to be safe as possible. Up next we have Mordo, and this is the fight where you can't play it slowly. Of the rest of them you can, but Mordo is very annoying with his power gain. When Mordo has his power gain, he does play very, very passively, so it is usually safe to throw a heavy into his block. I recommend tapping his block first if you can, just to make sure that he's not going to try and instantly go against you. So, he's in his non-bleed immune phase, so we're not going to finish our combo. We're going to back up. I can see that power gain coming round, but unfortunately he backs up when I try and heavy him, but we go for another heavy, which goes through. We can't hit Mordo whilst he's stunned, or he will do his very annoying Astral Evade. But we can get some very nice big bleeds in beforehand. Here, I hesitated going for the heavy, which means he's now at a special 3. It's a good thing Mordo's special 3 doesn't actually hit very hard. But also, this is Nick Fury. We have 2 lives to work with, and that was a lot of block damage. Nick Fury has 2 lives, which is why I brought him for Mordo. If we end up getting spanked a bit by him, it doesn't matter hugely. There, annoyingly, my special 2 procs the stun, so we can't go in to hit him. And now I know he's going to play passively, tap the block, go for the heavy. There we go. Now he's back to being not bleed immune. But I am also looking at his health bar. We haven't done a huge amount of damage to him, and I'm down at 14%. Here we managed to get rid of his power gain very naturally. And then we get tagged. But this is Nick Fury, so this basically is just going to hurt him. So 1, 2, and gunshot, and now he's below half health already. Annoyingly, we can't hit him. Mistake on my behalf, we have more than 5 charges, so he couldn't actually have evaded us. This is something I will realise in about 2 stuns time. So, more than 5 charges with Nick Fury, he can't evade. If we'd brought Mole Man for this fight as well, Mole Man has True Strike built into his kit, so that would have actually been a very good counter for Mordo as well. True Strike means no evades. So here we go for our special 2 in the bleedable phase, and at this point I realise, oh yeah, I can hit him. So I do. And that closes out the fight. We probably wouldn't have survived that special 3 from him, so I had to be very sure that I would close out the fight. Up next we have perhaps the easiest fight on the path, which is Red Guardian, and we will be using Mole Man for this fight. It's a nice easy fight, so I'm just going to go through it quickly with Mole Man. Mole Man here is rank 4, so he's a slightly higher rank, but do let me know down below, for those of you taking this quest for your first time, what sort of champions are you coming in with? I asked right at the start of Act 7 what people sort of had access to, but I really think it'd be a good idea to re-poll that. Maybe I'll put something up on the Discord or a channel comment or community thing. I can't remember, I don't use it enough. So yeah, what level of champion are the sort of ones you're bringing in? Are you still looking at big 5 stars? Or are you more looking at sort of the 6-star rank 2, rank 3, rank 4? Is anyone pushing further than that? Do you have sort of 7-star rank 2s? I'm trying to just stick with 7-star rank 1s here, preferably unawakened or SIG 20. But by the way, yeah, do let me know please down below, and I will try and cater the videos to be at that level. It is a slight problem, because if, for example, I wanted to use 6-star Nick Fury, my 6-star Nick Fury is rank 5, so I'm slightly capped on what I can and can't do, but I will do the best to accommodate. Up next we have Annihilus, and Annihilus is very annoying because of all of his debuffs, so we're going to use the best debuff shrugger we have, which is Mole Man. You might notice the blue buff that Mole Man has, and that is from the Extreme Weather Kit synergy that is between Iron Man and Nick Fury, which means the first time you're incinerated, cold snapped, or frostbitten in any given fight, you'll go immune to all 3 for 10 seconds, I think, apart from Nick Fury. So it's a synergy for everyone else. I didn't even intend to bring it for this path, but it was nice that it came up. Just cuts down a little bit of chip damage. Speaking of chip damage, we're getting hit quite a lot, but then we get a very nice intercept and a really big guaranteed crit special 2 from Mole Man and a lot of chunky bleeds, puts this Annihilus back in his place a bit more. We're fishing for another heavy. Fortunately, I don't know why I went for it there, but we get the parry there, so we go for that. We do have a full video on the channel about how to fight Arcus. I can't say I'm doing a brilliant job of it here, but that video does give a lot more insight. I'm trying to think of who the best champion in the game to fight him on this path would be. Oh well, Mole Man's doing a pretty good job of it, and that's that fight. Over. Maybe, yeah, Kingpin would be pretty good, but Kingpin's amazing on this path in general, which is why I haven't brought him, because we've used him too much. Anyway, enough waffling. Up next, we have Mr. Fantastic, and I think we'll be using Nick Fury, if memory serves me correctly. Nick Fury, wonderful. What do we have to watch out for in this fight? Well, the primary issue, which we probably should have brought Mole Man to deal with, is Mr. Fantastic's evade. His evade chance is equal to 5% per debuff on either champion. So if you let too many of those too many of the Incinerate stack up, he's going to be evading a lot. Which means if we just go for one special 1, we have above 5 charges, he can't evade, we're good there. We can also dash back if we need to shrug off the extra debuffs from his special 1, but Nick Fury can also shrug those off whenever he knocks the opponent down because they're non-damaging debuffs. Dexter special 2, he is unfortunately bleed immune, so we're just going to be going for a nice slow combo there. Get rid of those Incinerates, and now he's bleedable, let's really go for it. 8k mediums for a 5-star, 5.6k bleeds, very, very good indeed. We've got our 8 charges. I probably could have gone for another special 1 and just gone unblockable and ended the fight that way, but I'm just going to wait. There's no need to hit him here, he's not bleedable, this is the slow part of the fight. Get the special 2 out of him, so then we can punish the special 2 whilst he's now in the bleedable phase, and this is going to really hurt him. Do note for energy adoption fire, the reason even though I bleed them on a hit, but still get incinerated, is because the energy adoption triggers before my bleed. So I hit him, the node triggers saying should I incinerate him, it goes yes, and then the bleed from my hit triggers afterwards. Last up on the path, we have Longshot, and pretty much anyone on the team of the bleeders could have taken this, but I wouldn't recommend using Mole Man here, because from Longshot's signature ability, he can auto-nullify unstoppables and unblockables on you, buffs specifically, not passives, But then he also gains them himself. So every time we triggered one of our Unstoppables with Moleman, we would have been in for a world of hurt because Longshot would have gone for it as well. Or instead. Unlike the Piggy fight, with Blade here, we can actually go to our special 2 when my phone wakes up. Trying to dex a special 1 when you get about 2 frames per second is not particularly easy, but he's now back in his not bleedy phase. So we're going to just be building to our special 2, and then once we complete him, we'll be doing a lot of damage with that, and all the bleeds from it. Blade is slowed down slightly on this path, because we can't bleed him as much as we'd like to. Don't know why I got hit there, that was not particularly bright, because he likes to gain power from bleeding the opponent. See the full Blade video if you're interested in more on Blade. So we are slowed down, but again, when we can bleed them, we gain lots of power, and now I'm just playing it slowly. I'm healing up, making sure I'm at about special 2, so I'll be ready to go. Just trying to bait the special 1 from him here. There we go. As soon as we want to actually hit him, he then goes to special 1. So we get parry bleed, big special 2, lots of crits on that one. Some massive bleeds ticking him down, and poor Longshot is done for. So that is the path. Now we have our first champion swapper, which we'll be skipping. I'm not entirely sure who I'd recommend swapping in and out of this team. I'd probably swap out Nick Fury from this team because he's only got 30% health left and we can't even heal him beyond 30%. If you heal him to full, he's just going to degen himself. Now we have the little Gwenpool and we'll be using Iron Man for this fight. It's the only fight he will take. Again, we can't kill Gwenpool here with our special attacks, so we'll have to use basics to do it instead. This fight is only here for story reasons, so not hugely important. I think I'm debating in this fight, do I go for the special 1 for some armor breaks to chip her down, and I think I end up deciding that I will. So here it comes, we can pause our armor breaks, for no reason they're indefinite. But now we've got armor breaks, our basic attacks hitting much harder, and a nice lag spike to end out this fight. Again, Gwen is just here for story reasons, and it just gives us access to another champion swapper, so that's good for us. So, attempt number 2 at the Gwen Master. And for this fight we will be using Medusa. We could have maybe swapped in some of the Medusa synergies, but we don't know how far our Medusa will get. Doom only lasted half the fight last time, so I don't want to stack my team around one champion. So, phase 1, dodging with prowess. We can't armor break her in this phase like regular Emma Frost to force her out of diamond form. It's all about power. She gains to 1 bar of power first, so gains her prowess. We are now 1 bar above her, so she moves back to being in diamond form. Now we just need to push her above, with the intercept there. Tap, tap, tap. Now she's just looking for, there we go, second special 2. So we're now going to be 1 bar of power above her, hopefully. There it is, so she's back in diamond form. And now we push her 1 above us, so she's now back in her regular form. So we're looking for that special 1. At this point, she is still in her regular form. So I need to be 1 power threshold above her to get her back into diamond form. So I'm keeping her, there we go, so we got her special 1, so now she's back in diamond form, and now I've got my special ready to go. There we go, so she's now back in her regular form. We dex it like that, and another 3 prowess finish for that first phase. We recover nice and quickly, and we can go in for a very quick start there, and now we're just backdrafting 1, 2, 3, backdraft 1, 2, 3, backdraft. However, special 1, we've learnt our lesson from Dr. Doom, so no specials at all. Backdraft, backdraft, cheeky backdraft? Nope, special 1, that's fine because we can pause the timer. Backdraft, cheeky backdraft? Nope, special 1, that's good, we can pause the timer. Backdraft, backdraft. Here I could have gone for special 2 because Medusa special 2 has so many hits on it, but I didn't want to risk it. Yes, the blue timer had gone, but there was no need at all, and we're keeping that timer nicely paused, so we'll get lots of prowess, so Gwen will deal herself a lot more damage. So just a few hits left now. I probably could have gone for the special 3, but I think the special 3 only counts as 1 hit, regardless of how many hits it actually has on it. But there's the fight closed out with a whopping 6 prowess, so she is now taking for 143, a huge damage boost from that one. Now we have the science one, and we're just going for our intercepts to try and get at those massive Fury passives. She's triggering invisibility, so 1 hit in and out. Wait for that to go away. Nice intercept. Nice intercept. Nice intercepts, we've got 3, and the force field's almost gone already. She's gone invisible, 1 tap, we've got loads of time left on that timer. There we go, probably could have baited a heavy there and gone for some extra damage, but now she sort of seizes up a bit. That doesn't count as an intercept, that does, and with 2 Furies, absolutely rinse down that shield without issues. So, there we go, 4 prowess, 100k ticks, and Gwen is already down to 34%. This fight is going very, very well. So, first thing, we're going for our heavy attack, but we can't chain heavies because then she will go unstoppable. Now we've got our special 1, so again we've got our 2 energize before we've really even started, and that is really how I would recommend you take this phase. Heavy, special 1, special 2, special 3. If you, for example, wanted to start with special 3, you've got a whole load of power to build with no advantage. May as well drop the heavy at the very least, so you've got 45% of the energize. So we've just got to put to special 3 now. Again, we've got the 0 damage shock passive, but I've never seen it be an issue. Just make sure she doesn't charge heavy whilst you've got it on you, and by the time you've got 3 prowess, it's pretty much always going to be on you. But 1 cheeky intercept and a special 3 later, and this phase is nicely closed out. So we press skip. There we go, here comes the special. A bit slower on that one, only ticks of 72k. Now for my least favourite phase, the cosmic phase. So I'm just maintaining distance, and I'm knocking her down to try and pause the timer, forgetting that knocking her down doesn't pause the timer. There, I mess up the dex on the special 1. It's one of the simplest dexes in the game, but still managed to mess up. Got a nice intercept there though, so we're just holding here. Got lucky she didn't run in at me when I was doing that. That is, pure luck on my behalf there. We're just punishing, sort of 1 tap punish and trying to maintain distance. So we go up to 7 armor breaks. Intercept with the special, which does pause the timer, which is very good. Just intercept, back off. Special, probably should have punished it, but we've got 10 there. Knock it down with 10. And, 2 prowess, that's enough. I dislike that phase quite a lot. It is a tricky one in my book, so don't worry if you're struggling with it as well. And now for the phase that Medusa absolutely shreds. So we've got that armor break on her, so the timer's paused. We're down to 3 armors. Light ending combo, 2 armors. We've learnt our lesson, don't touch her while she's got that. So we're just going to bait heavy. There it comes. Heavy counter, so that removes an armor. And it pauses the timer. Dash in, light ending combo, 5 prowess. And that's a very nice solo with Medusa on the Gwen Master. As always, when the screen loads, don't forget to move to that final node. The last thing you want to do is quit out after you've put in all of that hard work. So now, final path, going out to the right towards Old Man Logan. The team this time is 6-3 Sasquatch, Venom, Joe Fixit, Medusa, and 5-star rank 5 unascended Angela. Angela isn't particularly brilliant for this path. Even though I thought she might be better for it, I will only use her for 1 fight, but by the by. We start the fight off with a parry heavy with Venom, so we've got straight into that armor break, so we don't have to worry about his evade, because that got converted into a cold snap. And now, the rest of the time, what I'm going to be looking for is simply throwing my heavy when he's got 9 charges. We'll keep the special 1 as a backup, because that has a chance to eat the armor, but it's not guaranteed. When we throw the heavy with 9 charges, we parry him, we heavy. That triggers 9 charge to 10, which triggers the armor, and then the armor break from the heavy triggers, and then that gets consumed by the stun to trigger the cold snap. So that way we don't have to worry about him being unblockable, his extra damage, the armor rating, or the evade. Just about a bit of timing. After that, I'm happy to just sort of sit into a slightly longer fight with Venom, because that's just what it's going to end up being. If I keep cycling his buffs, not going for the special 2, that sort of thing, the fight will be longer. Here I'm looking for the special 2, so that I can go for my heavy. And once I've done that, see, could have punished, didn't. There we go, so now he's got that. So we're just going to go for our special 2 now, for some big damage. Medium damage. Venom without the Venom Relic is a little more disappointing. And also I believe Old Man Logan has some bleed resistance. It's bleed duration resistance, if memory serves me correctly. So there we go for that. So now we've got plenty of hits, and if we take any chip damage, we can use a special 1 and all of his furies to heal back up some damage as well. So there we go, got another cold snap from the parry heavy. It doesn't deal much damage to be worthwhile. That was a very long and unnecessary heavy. And at that point we eat a couple of hits, which is slightly annoying. 1 tap out, because he's now got 9 charges. Bait the special, don't punish, parry, heavy. There we go. Now we can use our special 1 to try and eat some of the fury buffs and get a bit of health back. 2,000 health off every hit of the special 1, or potentially, is quite a lot of regen. We got 2 procs there, so something to keep in mind. There we go, our cold snap has now fallen off, so we've just got to get it back and be very careful, but he's now fallen below 18% health, so Venom triggers his True Strike, which means we don't have to worry at all about him evading us, because he can't just at all. So here we want to bait the special 2, so we can parry heavy, so he doesn't gain his armor, no unblockable, no problems. I probably could have just killed him with 1 fight, or 1 combo, but this is not the fight to take risks on. There we go. Slightly longer, but very smooth run with Venom. 2 minutes 20 is not awful for a path fight. Up next we have Massacre, or Massacre, and we'll be going in with, I think, Medusa. Am I right? Yes. What do we have to worry about in this fight? Well, we have our nodes, but Medusa applies a lot of armor breaks, so we don't have to worry as much about our weird timing that we were doing with Venom. We've just got to make sure he doesn't evade. Now we've got the Cold Snap, he can't evade us. Massacre's special 2 is a little bit difficult to deal with, because when he throws it, there is that chance, if you block it, it's going to deal a lot of damage, so always something to keep an eye out for. I like to bait the special 1 if possible, like we're doing here, but it's not as important. Medusa has armor breaks on her medium attacks, so it's much easier to armor break him rather than Venom on his heavy, because I don't have to worry about parrying him. Here, he's triggered an armor up, I don't care. Makes no difference. Could be very careful on this dex on the special 2. I find the gun quite difficult to see, particularly on this stage and the very dark Surta stage as well. I find it quite difficult to see there. I don't know, that might just be me, but no one. So again, we're not worrying about our combo as specifically as we are with Venom, because I can just, whenever I end my combo, I know there's a medium attack coming, so we don't have to worry about it. At this point in the quest, I'm not sure how Medusa's armor shatter interacts with the node, because I have forgotten about something about Medusa's buff. She has access to True Strike, whilst the opponent is armor shattered. So all we have to do is armor shatter the opponent and they'll never evade at all. So maybe that would have been a better way of going, but I didn't. So for now, we're just keeping those cold snaps going, and this fight is almost down with just special 2 spam. Having easy access to her armor breaks makes Medusa one of, if not the top option for this path. Other champions with access to cold snaps that really don't have to parry the opponent are also very, very good. Think champions like Kate Bishop, Vision Arcus, very, very powerful on this path. Up next, we have Hulk Ragnarok. And I think we'll be using Venom for this guy again. Venom? Yes? Yes? Yes, Venom. Eventually. If you were using Kate Bishop, really don't use her on this fight, because her special 1 passive Cold Snap will trigger Hulk Ragnarok's Face Me, which means he'll be unstoppable a lot, and regenning large proportions of the damage you deal him. I do not like Hulk Ragnarok as a character. I find him annoying, particularly to fight, and I don't find he's particularly good on offense, but the one thing he does is Face Me, so you really don't want to trigger that. Much like Old Man Logan here, we are going for our standard get to 9, and then going for a heavy attack so we can trigger all the required things, and as long as we can do that in the time it takes for the Cold Snap to go round, we don't have to worry much about him evading. So there's 9, parry heavy. Because we've got access to all of Venom's bleeds, this fight is going significantly faster than Old Man Logan, or at least it would if I wasn't getting hit as much. There, I go for another heavy to get access to a Frostbite, just to make sure that he is not evading. Go for the special 3, which deals... I always find Venom's special 3 does a disappointing amount of damage. Maybe that's just me. So, more parry heavies. He's never going to be evading anything here. I'm trying to see if parry heavy, would build up a decent amount of damage over time, but it really doesn't, so, He's got his smash there, so be unstoppable if we tried to go in, so I can't punish that. Go for another one, so now he can't evade. 1, oh no, just more parry heavies here. We're just going to build up some damage over time. In hindsight, probably not the best thing to have done, but these fights are going to be a bit longer just because you've got to take them a bit more slowly. So now, so we gave him his 9, got rid of that, so we're going for a special 2 now, 1, 2, 3. And then it's another 4 hits from the tentacles. So we know he's now at 9, so we can go for our parry heavy. Knowing how many hits your specials has is very helpful. He's smashed there, so we can't punish him. The 1,000 damage over time is ticking away nicely, but he's below 18%, so we don't have to worry about his evades at all now, because we have our True Strike active. Still decide here to go for that. Not quite sure why I did. End up eating a heavy here, so the end of this fight is not going particularly well. Got his smash attack there. So now we're just going to close this out very quickly. 1 more special 2, and this fight will be over. No issues. Got a little bit of healing right off the end there, which is quite nice. Go on, just fall over. There we go. Hulk Ragnarok goes down. No major issues. Took a few hits, but by the by. Teleporter going upwards, and remember that we want the path now going downwards, so it's not up and up, it's up and down, for Black Widow Deadly Origin here. Now, one of Black Widow's Deadly Origin's most annoying things she can do is the evade passive she gains on her special 1. However, Cold Snaps that we have free access to here, like that, shut down all evades, so we don't have to worry about that at all. Very cheeky intercept on her backdraft there. And again, this is Medusa, so we have much easier access to armor breaks than we do over Venom. But Venom seems to have easier access to frames. There we go. So she's thrown the special 1, but we don't have to worry about her evade at all because she's cold snapped. There we go, get another cold snap going on her. No evade. Generally, I do prefer to stick to the special 2 bait versus Black Widow Deadly Origin, though I swear at some point the hitbox of it got changed slightly because it used to never clip me and now it has a chance to if you don't quite get the dex right, but that might just be me. So I don't care about triggering armor there because I know I can get rid of it straight away. Those bleeds are doing some very nice damage, though they have annoyingly fallen off. That hit there, that third one, used to be absolutely fine, now it sometimes clips me. There, had to be careful, because when Black Widow Deadly Origin evades, she will counterattack, regardless of whether it's a personal evade or not. So, we're going to go for another special 2. She's got 2 there. Oh, no, go for the special 1 here. So, whenever Medusa armor shatters an opponent, she also armor breaks them. But we now have True Strike, so no, we can't trigger Frostbite, but we have our True Accuracy, or whatever it's called, so we don't have to worry about them evading at all, and we got our permanent bleeds ticking away as well. The permanent bleeds only tick for about 50 each, but once you stack up a lot of them, and the armor shatter into special 2, they really do some damage. It really adds up. So, after those, up next we have Emma Frost, and I think we're using Medusa for Emma Frost here. We'll be using Angela for Elektra for the last fight on the path. Why am I using Medusa here? Well, of my team, she has the easiest access to armor breaks, and making Emma Frost armor broken is a much easier way of taking her, because it forces her out of her diamond form, so we don't have to worry about any of her immunities or damage caps or any of that. If you don't armor break Emma Frost here, you may be in for some issues, because while she's not armor broken, you can't frostbite her, so you've got all of that evade chance to worry about as well. But we now have an armor broken Emma Frost, we are doing some very nice damage, she can't evade, I'm getting hit, but we'll ignore that last one. Inverted controls evade for Emma's special 1 and special 2 because she is awakened. If it was an unduped Emma Frost, they would be normal, but I've fought so many Emma Frosts at this point that actually when she is unduped, it's almost more weird. Going for special 2 there. I don't know why I blocked the first hit. Wasn't anticipated. So we're going for a big special 2 while she's got the armor shatter. Lots of bleeds ticking away. Lots of great damage at base as well. I am running deep wounds here, so we are getting a few extra points from those temporary bleeds, though the permanent ones are getting no boosts at all. Right, everything's fallen off, so I've got to be very careful about how we approach Emma Frost. My last hit was a medium, so I can't dash in, but we can stun her, and then we get everything we need. Just pushing back to special 1 now. But as we can see, this fight is nearly over from 1 special 1 to 1 special 2. We're going for another special 1, and that's the fight over without issue. Now for the worst fight on this path, Elektra. Not because of Elektra herself, she's quite easy, but because I chose to do it with Angela. As what is now present tense, but was in the past future tense me, said in the original video, I thought Angela would be much better for this path than she turned out to be. So, annoyingly, we've got no frames because I don't know why at this point. So she is stunned, so we can do whatever combo we want. If I was to do this fight again, I would probably basically only throw heavy attacks, because Angela gets armor breaks off her specials. So what we want to do, but this is the issue, now we can't stun her, because she's unblockable. If she's unblockable, we can't stun her. If we can't stun her, we can't get the cold snap. We can get rid of her armors just fine, but we need her to be stunned in order to get around the evade. So, Angela still has great damage, but now we need to get to our special 1 before she gets to 10 charges. So we go for 1 hit, but now she's unblockable. So it's a really, really fine balancing act. We've got some decent damage, though those armors are quite chunky, so when we don't crit, the damage doesn't come through quite as nicely as I'd like. And now she's unblockable and evading. And we take some hits. So this is quite a tricky fight, only because I'm using Angela. If I'd used Venom or Medusa, the fight probably would have been over by now. But the reason we are taking this path is because of the linked node that comes off Elektra. And I promise you, the fight against the Gwen Master will be faster than the fight against this Elektra. That is how powerful the juiced node is if you want to go down this path. So we've waited for those armors to fall off, so now we get a cold snap, so now she can't evade. Our regen is doing a little bit of work, keeping us topped up, so we are slowly coming back from some of that damage. But we can get rid of the armors, but now, because she wasn't stunned, we can't get rid of the evade. So it is just such a fine balancing act. I'm pretty sure you could do this fight better, but it just never quite lined up for me. So we're baiting a special 2 here, but she evades. This is a tough fight, I shouldn't have done it. But luckily this is Electra, her special 2 is very easy to get rid of. Medium, light, medium combos and light, medium combos are full combos that you'll never actually sort of lose. You'll never repeat an action, so you don't have to worry about Mixmaster, but they do quite like you to parry. Medium, light, dash back can also be used if you're good at intercepting. That was a medium, light, medium combo, but then of course you dash in and she evades your first medium. Always try and remember what your last attack was so you know when she'll evade, so you're less likely to get slapped. That was a light, medium, very cheeky, but then somehow she manages to block that. We're taking some more hits. She, for some reason, pulled her combo so we didn't die, but now she's unblockable, but we do manage to get rid of that. If this node was when armor broken and then you stun her, Angela would be a much better option, but unfortunately it's when you stun them and then armor break them. So this fight is still going on. By this point, we would have, I think Old Man Logan was already down, and that was quite a long fight as well. Managed to get rid of all of that, but we are just slowly chipping away at her health, and I wonder how many people have fast-forwarded by this point. I'll find out afterwards. So now she's got her ability to evade, and she's got an armor back, but I knew that would evade, but she clipped me there. So that fight was 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Just remember that number, 3 minutes, 4 seconds. We're now going to go in with Venom and finish this fight off pretty easily. We'll be able to use any of the armor ups to heal up Venom, just so he's a little bit more topped up if we need him for the boss. The goal here is exactly the same in the other 2 fights we've used Venom for. Get her to 9 charges, or get the cold snap, get her to 9 charges, then parry heavy, so we can make sure we keep all of the nasties off Electra. Don't know why I didn't bother there. Oh, we go for the special one to eat it. We get a bit of health back. That was a riskier move, because the special one, nothing is guaranteed, it's all chance. There's a very high chance that at least one of them has it, but we have also now lost our cold snap, so now we get it back. And as you can see, Electra is going down so much faster than she was before. Again, going for the slightly riskier play, but we get it off the first proc, which is very good. So down to 10% health. She can't evade us at all now because we've got our True Strike up. Here she is unblockable. Things just didn't quite work out right, but we're just going for the intercept there. Managed to pull that, heal up a bit, and there goes Electra. Right, remember there was 3 minutes and 4 seconds of Angela versus Electra, and we didn't get her all the way down. First champion swapper, feel free to bring in anyone with high damage here. Crit stats are very nice as well, so someone like Hitmonkey, even though he doesn't have much health, would be able to use the juice node to his advantage to really tear through the Gwen Master. We have our little Gwenpool here, and we will be using Sasquatch. It's the only fight we use him for, and Sasquatch does not get enough love on offense. Simply spamming special 2 with him, you will get quite a lot. If you really know how to use Sasquatch and keep those ruptures going, I would say he is good enough on offense to be classed as a dual threat in Battlegrounds. He is one of the best defenders simply because of his massive health pool, regen, damage mitigation, unstoppable, and so on. But he's also very, very good on offense. There we go. Gwen's signature ability reducing my special damage there, but the ruptures don't get reduced, and so Sasquatch takes that fight without issue. Right, Gwen Master number 3 time, this time with juiced. Champion swapper, not required. Joe Fixit has got this. What makes Joe Fixit so good for this fight though? Well, let's remind ourselves what the juiced node does. When each phase ends, Gwen takes 0 damage, but over time, we build up massive Fury passives on ourselves. Joe is going to take a lot of damage in this fight, but I will end it as a full yellow bar. Completely mess up the dex there, we're already down to 70%. Not a great start. She does have 1 prowess, and we're going to dump our power to push her above her bar of power, so we can push her into, ooh, not quite, drop some frames, push her into her normal form, because she'll be 1 bar of power ahead of us. At this fight, taking some more hits, well done me, and a special 1, we're down to 34% health, doing great. In this fight, I'm not particularly worried about time or anything like that. We're doing some pretty decent damage already, but this is why Joe Fixit is so good for this fight. When he has hearts, he regens damage he does on every hit. And when the damage we do on every hit is boosted to the roof, it makes it very easy to become very sustainable. So we push him, or push Gwenpool, Gwen Master, punish that, to 4 prowess. We're just waiting for her to throw it. There we go. We're already doing 50k medium crits. We're still at a full yellow bar, but juiced means she takes no damage. But I'm not concerned about that. I'm just letting the fight go out. Trying to go for a light intercept there, didn't work, but we are healing for so much damage. We get hit. We took a full combo from the Gwen Master, and with only 3 hearts and 4 hits, she is... well, I'm back to full health. Having so many gunshots on the special one is also very, very helpful, because that helps really reduce all of her charges very quickly. I would be curious to see what happens if I were to throw the special one now, because I would take a load of damage reflect back, and this phase will instantly kill you, by the way. If you've got juiced and you throw a special for massive damage into that reflect, it is game over for you. But we would also be healing so much with Jo, so it would be quite funny to see what happens. But here, I'm not worried about specials at all. Just taking it nice and slowly. She's got 9 hits left, but this is the end of phase 2, and she's already down to half health. The amount of damage juiced gives you, if you just play it nice and slowly, keep that timer paused and know what you're doing, can make the fight very easy. The major disadvantage of doing it, though, is next time you need to come back and do it. By the way, the shield's already gone. That was the entire of that phase in like a combo. The next time you have to come and do the Gwen Master for 100%, you won't have the experience of having done it before. It's up to you which one you want to go through. This fight, we're now up to 100k mediums in this phase, and she's just getting absolutely rinsed. We're doing, multiple percent of her health every single combo. That was 27% down to 19. Just got shredded. Some special one-shots. Unfortunately, the bleeds don't do anything, but that's just, the Gwen Master cheats. Nice backdraft intercept there. Use a couple more crits would be nice. There we go, bait out a heavy to keep the timer paused. That was 250,000 heavy from us there, which was actually the damage cap. And no need for the special 2. A yellow bar finish. And 2 minutes 47. A full 20 seconds faster than that Electra fight with Angela. Don't forget to move to that final node. You don't want to quit out after having gone through the juiced path. Act 7, Chapter 3, Quest number 1. Uncertainty. Hello, paradox nodes. Before we cover the path, we need to quickly take a look at the structure of paradox nodes, as they will be a big help going forwards. Paradox are set up in 4 nodes, 1 global and 3 local. The global node, Paradox Breakdown, means that if we have 11 paradox charges and we gain a 12th, we will lose them all and take a big burst of damage. Each charge does also slightly reduce your resistances, but that isn't really important. The 3 local nodes work together to set up the paradox path. There will always be a way of gaining charges, an advantage to having them, a way of losing them, and an effect that triggers if you have less than 3. Paradox charges are also cross-fight abilities, so if you end a fight with, say, 6 charges, then the next fight you take with that champion will start straight away with 6 charges. This will all line up when we look at... The path we will be taking in this quest is down and right towards Rocket. Here we'll find Paradox Block, Entropic Aptitude, Quantum Control, and Pumping Iron. Paradox Block will give us a paradox charge whenever we parry an attack, and Entropic Aptitude will let us remove one by dexing an attack. It will also give us plus 30% buff potency for each charge we have. Note that this is only if you trigger the charges, then the buff. If you trigger the buff, then stack up some paradox, the buff won't change, similar to how regular aptitudes work. Quantum Control means if you strike the defender, one buff on you will be nullified, though this effect is removed if you have 3 or more paradox charges. Finally, Pumping Iron means that you will deal 60% less damage to the defender, but this is reduced by 20% flat for each buff on you. Given the paradox setup here, this incentivizes buff-heavy champions and therefore won't be an issue. Really, any champion that stacks up a lot of buffs should be able to do some serious work on this path. Adam Warlock, Angela, Captain Marvel Movie, Cosmic Ghost Rider, Gamora, Hulkling, Hyperion, Venom, Medusa, and so on will all do very well here. There is a similar path going straight down towards She-Hulk, which gives debuff duration that you can take, but all the defenders here are really annoying, apart from She-Hulk, so I would avoid this path for now. We will certainly be taking debuff duration paths later on. And if this video is helping you at all, please stack up some buffs on that like button. The boss we'll be taking this quest is Red Goblin. Here we have Burnout, Unlimited Power, and Time to Strike. If you have an Awakened Ronin, even a 5-star will be able to cheese this guy completely. Every 10 seconds, Unlimited Power gives Red Goblin a Fury buff for every debuff he has received in this fight. So do a load of parries and then just stun lock him in the corner. The rest of the nodes don't even matter. If you are missing a Ronin, then we will need to look at the other nodes. Burnout will give the defender a charge, increasing their special attack damage by 10% each time they launch a special attack, and another charge each time you dex a hit on their specials. Once they reach 10 charges, they're all removed, and the defender is power locked for 10 seconds. Time to Strike means that whenever the defender would try and gain health while they have a heal block, or power whilst they have a power lock, they're instead inflicted with a non-stacking degen passive. So we can use Burnout to power lock Red Goblin, and then Time to Strike to let us deal some extra degen damage. Going back to Unlimited Power, it will also give Red Goblin 15% of his max power each time a buff is nullified, so bringing very strong power control, or Heimdall to tank a special 3, can allow us another route. Really, anyone can do this fight. If you don't get hit, you have nothing to worry about. Stick to the special 1 if you aren't comfortable with the special 2 decks. So, for our team. Well, Ronan will take the boss, and Angela, Medusa, Venom and Hyperion will make quick work of the path, but there are so many good options you could use here. If you're having trouble staying alive, then using the Paradox buff boost on champions with regen buffs, like Wolverine or King Groot, can keep you very nicely topped up. So, here we are in 7.3.1, and we will be taking the Rocket path. The team today is 5-star rank 5 Hyperion, 5-star rank 5 Angela, 5-star rank 5 Venom, 5-star rank 5 Ascended Ronin, and 6-star rank 3 Medusa. The goal in this path is to parry to build up our Paradox, get rid of the annoying Nullify node, and then use our Paradox charges to boost our buffs to some quite silly levels. Remember, if you get to 11 charges and then gain one more, they will all explode, dealing you quite a large burst of damage. We can see here we only have 4 charges and our power gain's already going pretty mental, but Rocket is being a little bit stingy with this special too, so we just about managed to bait that out of him, but now we're going to have to build our Paradox up again. No big deal, on this path it's nice and easy to gain Paradox, you just parry, and we're already back up to 3. So I'm going to build just a few more, so the Furies I get off this heavy, and the power gain I get after this special 3 will be boosted just that bit further. And you'll see what I mean. Watch the power bar. We're already at a special 1. Going to throw that, and before the special 1's even finished, we're back at special 1. So Hyperion is going to be pretty crazy if we choose to use him again. Up next, we have Rogue, and in this fight we'll be using Angela. Remember, Angela has lots of buffs, and this path will boost all of them. So that is her armors, her furies, her crits, her aptitudes, but also her regeneration. If you mess up and are using a regeneration-based champion, it could be quite easy to get a lot of health back from those regeneration buffs. For the record, I think Angela's base regeneration at this rank level with my mastery setups is about 80 to 85 per tick. So let's see what happens when we get beaten up a bit. We've got up to 8 charges very quickly, because Rogue and her shortened stun timer means that you can actually build up a lot of charges very quickly. So we will just have to keep an eye on them. I like to go no higher than about 9, because then if I do get pushed to 10 or 11 by accident, we're still safe and have a chance to remove them. So 8 is a very nice comfortable spot to really take advantage of them. That is some massive crit buffs we've got there, and we're getting almost guaranteed crits while we've got one of those active, because at 9 we're getting 270% buff potency. Here we're healing for nearly 300 per tick. Normally it's 80. We are, however, at 10 charges, so I'm just going to drop that back down to 8 or 9 and build those back up again, just so we're a bit safer. And I apologise for the sirens if you're hearing them, but we ended that fight with a full yellow bar. Remember also, as you can see in the bottom left at the moment, that those charges are cross-fight abilities. So once you've ramped up a champion, we don't have to ramp them up again. Here we have Sabretooth, and we'll be using Medusa, and as we haven't used her yet, we will have to ramp her up. I'll be looking to build them pretty quickly, because remember, when you build Paradox, your buffs are increased. Buffs you already have when you gain those Paradox charges don't change. So if those Furies increase our attack by, for example, 1,000, and then you gain 10 Paradox charges, they'll still only increase it by 1,000. However, the next Fury you trigger will be increased by those charges, and will gain the 300% buff. So, in this fight, we've got our Armor Shatter, so we are dealing some significant damage. This is buffed Medusa, so we're getting up to 6 Furies now without synergies. Pre-buff, it was only 3. We've also got access to our True Accuracy, which is very nice, but won't really come into play in this fight. We've got some permanent bleeds going, and I am running 3 out of 3 into spare, so with just 7 debuffs, we can block out all of Sabersooth's healing. We've got that really nice long stun on him from the special 2, and at this point I thought, I've got enough damage to close out this fight. Spoiler alert, he did not have enough damage to close out this fight. However, Medusa is slightly, is rank 3, and even though that bleed is ticking through us, we can regain enough health, and he hasn't got enough to survive that fight. Could have been much cleaner, should have just baited the special 2, but hey, I'm impatient. Up next we have Psycho Man, and we will be using Angela for him as well. Why Angela for Psycho Man? Well, no reason in particular, I just thought it'd be a good option. Angela does have her regeneration, which will be boosted, and you see we're up to 10 charges right at the start of the fight, so she's probably the tankiest option we have on the team at the moment. It's important to note as well that in the fight, we start the fight with the Paradox charges, but Angela also starts the fight with her armors. It's important to note that the Paradox node triggers first, so the armors we start the fight with are boosted. If it was the armors then the Paradox nodes, then we wouldn't gain any boost. Psycho Man is a little bit trickier than some of the other champions to maintain charges with, because his special 1's got a double dex on it, and his special 2, I think if you dex the whole thing, has a quadruple dex. It's got 4 triggers on it, so we do have to be a little bit careful that we don't end up losing all of our charges. For example, we have 4 now, double dex there, and then a single dex, so it's only 3 on that one. And we have run out of charges very quickly, and with his ability accuracy reduction on the block, in I think his blue phase, you might run out of charges quickly. However, just build them back up again. Take it nice and slowly. There is no need to rush in these fights. So we've triggered our regeneration, 152 per tick. It's very helpful. There I was parrying the waves because they weren't unblockable, so we can get a couple of extra charges. And you can see we're now back to 15k mediums, 2 furies and 6 charges. Up to 7 charges now, and things are going very well. We're going to throw a special 1. Unfortunately, the armor breaks on Angela aren't particularly big. There are some debuff potency paths we could look at later on. Maybe Angela could do quite well there, but she'd probably never be my top option. Got 9 charges now, so we do just need to keep an eye on them. But with 3 Furies, this fight hasn't got much left. We do have to dex that special 1 because it wasn't blockable, so we're just waiting for our opening. Here it comes. Nope. There we go. Some very big numbers there, and Angela closes out this fight with relative ease. Up next we have Professor X, and we will be using Hyperion for him. This is the fight where we can really tell that those Paradox charges trigger before the buffs, because the Paradox are going to trigger with his 7, I think, and then Hyperion's power gain is going to trigger. So, watch the power bar. Here we go, we start with 5, and we're at 1 bar of power, 1 heavy, we're at 2 bars of power, and before you know it, we are 3 bars of power, within 5 hits, and about 7 seconds into the fight. So we slam Professor X down, we've got our 3 Furies, we trigger the Falter on purpose, back up to be safe. Now we've got our 9 charges, so we're going for a nice big special 2, and we're back at special 2, so we throw another one. We didn't get the stun off that one unfortunately, but we do get a very lucky heavy. He's now got, there you go, special 2, so he's thrown that, and this fight is basically over. However, 1 parry there, 1 parry there, and now we've got to trigger the Falter. You've got to watch those charges, and I did not. We took a big burst of damage there, which was enough to end Hyperion in an instant. So we'll be cleaning up this fight with Angela. Angela is particularly good for Professor X because she can parry non-contact attacks, so we don't have to worry about him being weird going through the repeat of our previous fight. Reparries will give you charges, simply because the nodes trigger on parries, not on stuns. So do be careful. Last up on the fight, we have Guillotine 2099, and I know she's got low health, but it's Medusa versus a robot, so once we get going, there's really not much to worry about in this fight. Probably should have healed up, but hey, I didn't. I'm impatient. What makes Medusa particularly good for this fight? Well, not only has she got some great damage, but Medusa's Armor Shatter has unique abilities on it, so we need 2 armor breaks into our special 2. Here comes the Armor Shatter. Whilst the Armor Shatter is on a robot champion from Medusa, they have 0 power rate, so you can see how power is not going up at all, and minus 100% ability accuracy. so they have no power and nothing will trigger, and you can just backdraft them in the corner until the fight's over. If they're not having backdrafting, then heavy spamming works just as well. This fight is basically over before it even started. You just got to be careful because Medusa's heavy reach isn't the biggest, but with a 30k heavy on the end there, that fight was over in just 43 seconds. So there's the path. Up next we have the boss. As always, and through all of Act 7, 8 and beyond, you have your champion swapper, so use it if you require it. We will be taking the Red Goblin boss, and we will be cheesing it with Ronan. He is by far the best option for this fight, and no one even comes close to doing what he can do here. If you don't have a Ronan, I would recommend, if you don't have one ranked, Ronan is one of those champions that every roster should have. If you don't have a 5-star one and you are looking more to develop your 6-star roster, maybe going for some Tech and Cosmic dual class 5-star crystals could be a good option. If you're still focused on your 5 stars, then absolutely go for the basics, do what you need to do to build up your roster. But if you are developing a 6-star roster, Ronan is a champion that at 5-star level is very much worth having, particularly if you can ascend him with some spare rank 5 or 5-star dust. But this fight is over now. Our stuns from any of our special attacks are long enough to get back to another one, and the more buffs he gains, the more damage we gain as well. If you don't have a Ronan, then this fight does become a bit trickier, but I think in the main video I managed to get a solo with, I think, a Mysterio. Really, anyone can take this fight. Just bait the special one, dex the bomb on the end of it, build up those charges, and just slowly whittle him down. Don't get hit, and this fight is no issues at all. Avoid applying too many debuffs to him, and you don't have to worry so much about unlimited power and the furies he gets from that. As always, move to that final node, don't quit out. Act 7. Chapter 3. Quest number 2. Dichotomy. Yay, more paradox nodes. The path we'll be taking today is through Teleporter 4A towards King Groot. Here we have Paradox Special, Entropic Prowess, Quantum Entangle, Power Reserve, and Combat Deja Vu Prowess. Paradox Special will give you a Paradox charge whenever either champion throws a special attack, and Entropic Prowess gives you plus 30% special damage for each charge you have. However, it will also remove a charge whenever you knock the defender down. When combined, this means that your special attacks will give you a charge when you throw them, but remove one when you complete it, resulting in no net gain apart from 2 situations. If you throw it into their block and therefore don't knock them down, you will go up 1 charge, and if your special attack kills them, then also you won't lose the charge at the end. You can also use heavies to drop your charges if you need to, because they will be spamming a lot of specials. Quantum Entangle will reduce your defensive ability accuracy by 100% until you have 3 charges. This will affect abilities that trigger when they hit you, so primarily this means no parries until you have some charges. Power Reserve means that specials cost half for both champions. Power Reserve does mean that you will be baiting a lot of specials from the defender, but we can just use this to ramp up our Paradox faster. Keep an eye on them and use heavies if you have to bring them back down again. And finally, Combat Deja Vu Prowess. This will give the defender a stacking prowess buff lasting 10 seconds each time you land the same basic attack in a row. We are dealing with a lot of specials in this quest, but mostly this is just a source of buffs to take advantage of. As long as you don't get hit directly, you really won't have any issues. Most Mystic champions will like this, and if you focus on light ending combos, then Ronan can also stun cheese his way through some of this quest. Having huge special attacks can also help champions that have effects based on the damage they deal on those special attacks. So for example, Bishop's Incinerate damage from his special 2 is based off the damage that special deals. Champions like Claire, Rogue and Joe Fixit will also heal based on the damage they deal from their specials. The most annoying part of this path, really, are the defenders. We have King Groot, who's okay, Night Thrasher, who's fine, Nova, who is quite annoying, Kingpin, who's okay, Vision Arcus, who is quite annoying, and Nick Fury, who is also quite annoying. An Arcus counter will be helpful here, as with Power Reserve, he will be throwing a lot of specials, but with our mega special damage, that will really help and end a lot of these fights very quickly. And if this video is helping you at all, please drop a massive special on that like button. The boss we'll be taking in this quest is Cosmic Ghost Rider. Here we have steady build up unblockable, Special Burst Lockdown 3, Rise to Power, Power Bond, and Energize. Energize gives Cosmic Ghost Rider 50% more power whenever he is struck, and Power Bond means that power draining abilities are 90% less effective. Note this as power drain, power steal is still fine. Rise to Power means that whenever you knock him down, for the next 4 seconds, if he hits you or your block, he will gain half a bar of power each time. So nothing major, but definitely something to keep an eye out for. Steady build up unblockable means that if you have 3 or more debuffs on you at once, Cosmic Ghost Rider will go unblockable until you have no debuffs left, but if you purify a debuff, you will go unblockable. Finally, Special Burst Lockdown will place a heal block and an armor break on you whenever Cosmic Ghost Rider throws a special attack. Honestly, if you know what you're doing, this boss is kind of a joke. Cosmic Ghost Rider will never get to 3 debuffs, even with the ones from Special Burst Lockdown, as long as you only bait a Special 1, unless you bring a villain champion. Against villains, Cosmic Ghost Rider will place a permanent armor break on you, so getting to 3 debuffs is suddenly very easy. If he throws both a Special 1 and a Special 2, and he has thrown a heavy at some point, then he can go unblockable, but again, if you just stick to the Special 1, all we have is a big Cosmic Ghost Rider. Don't forget about Rise to Power, and you can really use anyone you want for this guy. You can bring in Shruggers to take advantage of that unblockable, but it's not really required. So, for our team, well, all we really need is a Vision Arcus counter for the path. After that, we can really bring in any champions we like, but ones with big specials, or ones that take advantage of dealing extra damage, will be our top options. Absorbing Man will cover Vision Arcus, and Joe Fixit and Black Widow Clairvoyant will get boosted by the damage increase. Bishop will be a great counter for Kingpin, and Doctor Doom will be able to feed off the prowess buffs, and his power control will be able to deal with Cosmic Ghost Rider very nicely. So, here we are in 7.3.2, and we will be taking the King Groot path. The team today is 5-star rank 5 Doctor Doom, 5-star rank 5 Ascended Absorbing Man, 6-star rank 3 Claire, 6-star rank 3 Joe, and 7-star rank 1 Bishop. First up, we have King Groot, and after this rather long loading screen, we will be using Black Widow Clairvoyant. Our goal in each of these fights is to ramp up our Paradox, and then take advantage of the very large special attacks that have been afforded to us. However, we do also have to keep an eye out for power reserve, and just generally make sure things don't get out of hand. It can become very easy, particularly in some of the later fights, to get cornered with them just spamming special after special after special, and you don't quite have the ability to do anything. We're just trying to get there we go. That's the 3rd special out of King Groot, so we've got 3 charges now. So we can now safely start doing things like parry, as we'll have our defensive ability accuracy back. So, what's our goal in this fight? Well, with Claire, I do try and avoid pushing him to the special 2, but then I remember I can just go poison immune, so that's not a huge deal. So mostly we're just going to be spamming special 2s. We're already back at special 3 after throwing that, so we're just going to bait out another couple of special attacks from him just to ramp up our charges even further. Here we go. Go for another special 3. Claire's special 3s hit harder and harder depending on how many charges you have, so that was a 70k special 3, which is pretty good. I don't know why I don't push him to special 2 more in this fight. I seem really keen on baiting out the special 1. It's not required, but that seems to be where we're going. Just moving to special 2 myself. Now here comes his special 2, hopefully. He did seem quite stingy in this fight. Not particularly special happy, but never mind. And we're back at special 3 now ourselves. If at any point our health gets low in this fight, we can just switch into Blood Stance, and 1 special 2 will heal us up pretty much to full, as long as we've got even just a few charges to work with. So, at this point, we're going for another special 2 from King Groot, and we just hope he's going to throw it. We're back at special 2 ourselves, and we can safely throw a special 2 when he's got any amount of power, because we're in poison mode, and that will continue to power drain him on every hit. King Groot does have some immunities to sort of power manipulation, but Black Widow seems to bypass them. That was a 100%, or 100,000 special 3, and a nice special 1 to end it out. Claire can't bypass them, I should be more clear. He has some immunities, and Claire's power steal is not one of them. Up next, we have Night Thrasher, and for this fight we'll be using Bishop. This is not an ideal matchup because Night Thrasher is Incinerate immune, and Bishop does get some added benefits from Incinerates. However, we've got a Kingpin, and I want Bishop ramped up for that Kingpin fight, so we'll be ramping him up in here. Bishop can ramp up in 2 ways in this quest. Firstly, he can ramp up from the Paradox node, because those are cross-fight abilities, So if we end one fight with, say, 6, we'll start the next fight straight in at 6. But this is Bishop, so he can also start each fight with the amount of power that he ended the previous fight at. And Bishop only loses power, you see his power bar right now, he only loses power when the special attack finishes. So if we can kill this Night Thrasher with a monstrous special 2, we can go straight into this Kingpin fight with another one. Same thing applies for special 3, and it does technically apply for special 1 as well, but Bishop special 1 doesn't actually hit very hard. It's more for defensive purposes. It's basically impossible to dex, though you can do it. It's not like some of the ones that are actually impossible. And it's for the Incinerates, which aren't going to be of any use to us in this fight. So we did get shocked there, but Bishop's energy resistance did manage to mitigate most of the damage. Annoyingly, it drained a load of our prowess, though it did deal Night Thrasher some burst damage. I'm trying to parry things here because when Bishop parries against skill champions, he gains a huge number of prowess. I think it's 8 versus skill champions. So there's 36 prowess and 7 charges. That was an 120 something, I think, K special 2. So one more of those, and it's not going to be much longer of a fight. There we go, just some more parries to really build up those prowess. And at this point, I'm not hugely concerned about Night Thrasher's power because I'm pretty sure we'll be able to just kill him in the next special 2. We do have 9 of our paradox charges, now 10. So we've just got to keep an eye out that we don't overload, because when we throw our special, we're going to be up at 11 now. But that ends out the fight with a very nice 60k crit on the end. So we'll be going into the Kingpin fight with 11 charges and 2 bars of power. So that'll be a very good way of starting. But also we can't start by throwing a special 2 because we'll take a burst of damage because that'll push us to 12. Up next we have Nova, and we'll be using Black Widow Clairvoyant. What we have to watch out for in this fight is Nova's unique way of gaining power. He gains power whenever he dashes towards you, and if he's being stingy with special attacks, this can really add up and become a lot of power very quickly. Claire's healing will absolutely keep us topped off if required, but he's above 2 bars of power, but luckily he threw it for us then very nicely. He's now at 10 we're at 10 charges, so, and I don't get the heavy there, so now he's at 11, so we've really got to be very careful. I've got to knock him down before either of us throw a heavy special attack. So now we're at 10. I would like to get another one. We're down to 9. This is good. Got a bit more control. However, we're now back to 10. But if we throw a special of our own, there we go. Topped all the way back up to full health with miles of overkill. But now we're back to 11 charges. So I need to throw a heavy before he can throw a special one. And preferably another one. Nope. There we go. Not ideal there. Went for the reparry, he double mediumed straight into his special 1. We're now at 10, this is better. It's all about managing these charges. Nice heavy counter, we're down to 9. So we're just going to try and bait his, there you go, special 2, back up to 10, and going to throw a special 3 of our own. We've got quite a few charges, both our clairvoyance charges, as well as the 105k, as well as the paradox charges. That was a lot of damage from that special 3. Down to 9, so we're pretty good here. And at this point I'm just going to full send, but he also blocked it. Get very lucky there, even in the middle of the lag spike. We heal up, so 85%, and kill him with that special 2. A bit lucky there, but I don't think... The special 3 might have killed, but Claire is very efficient in these quests, as just a 20% revive and a special 2 will put you all the way back to full health. Up next we have Kingpin, and this is the reason we ramped our Bishop. So we have 2 and a bit bars of power to start with, and a whole bunch of charges, but so we start with 10, and we're just going to build up a few prowess of our own. We're going to knock him down because being at 10 going to 11 charges is very risky. So we're going to build up to 30, 32 drops to 30, 38 prowess, 10 paradox charges, and no crit. Very disappointing, but he has got half of his health gone already, and that incinerator's ticking away nicely. If we just had a couple of crits, this fight may have been over before it even started. So now we have to bait Kingpin's special 1s, and I really don't want to see a special 2 out of Kingpin because he will go unstoppable, and it's just going to become a whole thing. So we're just going to end it in 1 special 2. There we go, we've got crits on that one. Some very big, 80k crits, give or take? 73k. Very nice. Up next we have Vision Arcus, and for him we'll be using Absorbing Man. Absorbing Man is a very good Arcus counter in general, especially when you start in Magma form, like you should. But he's not the best counter for this path specifically. He has no way of controlling... Well, he does have a way of controlling power gain, but it's very weird and not often used. So his way of controlling Vision's power here is not ideal. However, my goal is simply to end the fight before it ever becomes a problem. What we want to be doing is using Vision's sort of all of those specials he'll be throwing to ramp up our charges very quickly. And that's what we'll be going for straight away. Spamming lots of special 1s, and given our energy resistance for the special 2, it won't hit that hard either. There we go, we get a nice special 2 coming straight in here. Lots of crits because we got the heavy counter whilst he wasn't stunned. And now what we need to do is just refine our form, 1 special 2, and the fight will be over as long as we can land that heavy attack. Special 2 out of him here, so we get medium. Nope, I want to go for the medium light. Yeah, it doesn't matter. There we go, it doesn't connect, so we don't get very many crits here, but now we have got the vulnerabilities on him, so all of our crits are going to be hitting really, really hard. And another special 2, and the fight is basically over. We get some hits into him there. Again, he might have thrown the special 3, but that would not have killed her at all, and we'd have no issues. Up next we have Nick Fury, and we will be using Joe Fixit. Yes, you heard me right, we'll be using Joe Fixit for this fight. We have class disadvantage, but Joe Fixit is so good for this path, I've purposefully not used him up to this point. He is very much like Claire, but even more so, and he can just regenerate a stupid amount of health whenever he throws a special, as long as he's got some hearts going as well. Class disadvantage in this fight is a bit annoying. We absolutely could have gone in with Bishop, we would have had no issues. Claire would have done alright as well, though with all of the hits from her special 2, you would have had to be very careful counting to make sure that you don't push him into unblockable mode at an inopportune time. So here we're just holding block, just trying to bait a heavy like that so we can go for the special 2, because I don't really want to see that special 1 out of him. Here we can use power reserve to our advantage. Decent special 2. We're going to get much bigger ones in a moment. We can use power reserve to our advantage to make sure that he only throws special 2s. We don't want to see special 1s because that'll just give him his charges. We are also using, you can see we've got the Disorient from Joe Fixit on him now. That will help him from not gaining charges, or help us to make sure he doesn't gain any charges. So we're up to 3 of our Paradox charges now, going for a special 2, 10k there. 70k on the end, that's pretty good. Even with class disadvantage, we're going for another special 2 from Nick Fury, there it comes. Up to 4 charges now, and this Nick Fury is dropping probably faster than he'd like to admit. Go for a special 1 now, we're going to get a lot of bleeds ticking away. We've got 18 bleeds ticking for, what, 100, 200 each? That damage is going to seriously add up over time. Those aren't short bleeds either. Now we're just looking for another special 2 from this rather stingy Nick Fury. Please. There we go. And because he's only using 1 bar of power to throw it, it's very easy to push him back to 2 bars of power. Yes, the prowess will hurt if he gets pushed to special 3, but that's really not too much of an issue. We've got all spades at the moment, so we can get some big damage out of our next special. Oh, we go for 1 heart to heal up. 35k, 68, that was a 100k special 2 from Joe, and now we've rolled 7s, so we are doing very well. Again, just going to push him to special 2, but I'm not overly concerned about rushing this first bit, because he is slowly ticking down himself. We throw the special 1 there to get him out of unblockable phase, and we'll be going for more special 2s. There we go, just to push him back above 2 bars of power. There, slightly mistimed it, but special 1 will push him back up. He's no longer unblockable. He's got a lot of bleeds ticking him down. We'll go for another special 1. Even more bleeds ticking him down. We have some serious damage over time now from just a 6-star rank 3, and those bleeds aren't increased by the Paradox nodes at all. And we end that fight without seeing a single special 1, and pretty much at 98% health. It was at this point in the recording that my phone had a heart attack, so I do apologise. I do try and keep it as one sort of straight recording, but I had to cut straight to the boss here. So, what are we looking out for in this fight? Well, the only special we want to see out of this guy is a special 1, and we've got to watch out for that rise to power timer. If you block things, then he is going to be getting quite a lot of power. Make sure you are comfortable dexing his special 1, because you will be seeing a lot of it in this fight. However, this is Dr. Doom, and we're just going to Doom Cycle him from here on out. If you're unsure what the Doom Cycle is, do let me know and I'll make a full video explaining it. But as you can see here, we can push them to special 3, drop a special 3 of our own, do the medium, light, medium combo, then go, so we're at a special 2 of our own now, reparry, medium, light, or heavy, and knock him down. And now the cycle just resets. We're at 3 bars, he's at nearly 3 bars, drop the special 3, medium, light, medium, special 1. If you would have low health, or would be, not incinerate immune, you can then throw the special 2 here for some really big damage. But we can just go round again. Special 3. For balance reasons, it's slightly annoying, but Doom's Fury's cap out at 2. If they didn't, he'd be even more insane than he already is. But you can see at this point, Cosmic Ghost Rider can't really do anything. We're just going to hold block, wait for him to come to us. If he did decide to throw the special 1, that wouldn't be great, but we could just push him back up again and just go again. Heavy, another special 3 from us, he's at high power. If you want to run a relic with your Doctor Doom, that makes this even safer, because if you mess up, then you can just, throw the relic and off you go. The relic that's best for Doom, I would say, is the Scarlet Witch relic, as that gives him more power steal, so it just gives you a little more leeway, particularly in this set of combos, getting back to your special 3. If you are running a lower rank Doom, not star, but rank, then actually you might need to sort of reparry or do an extra hit, simply because your combat power rate is actually affected by your rank in this game. A rank 5 Doom, whether that's 5-star or 6-star, will gain more power than, say, a rank 4 Doom, which will gain more power than a 3-star, which will gain more power than 2-star, to gain more power than... No, let me try again. A rank 5 Doom will gain more power than a rank 4, which gain more power than a rank 3, they gain more power than a rank 2, they gain more power than a rank 1. It does not matter what star level they are. But there is a big special 2 to finish it out from Doctor Doom. A very well controlled fight, but if you don't have Doom, just bait special 1s and hit him until he falls over. As always in these quests, remember to move to that final node. You don't want to quit out and feel rather silly. Act 7, Chapter 3, Quest Number 3, Bootstrap. I wonder which paradox buff we'll be getting this time. We have 2 options for paths today, depending on your roster. The first is up towards Quake. Here we have Paradox Special, Entropic Extinction, Quantum Power, Do You Bleed, and Aggressive. Paradox Special we saw in the last quest, gain a charge whenever either champion throws a special attack. This combines nicely with Aggressive, which makes the defender more aggressive, and hence more likely to throw specials, but also with Quantum Power. Whilst you have fewer than 3 charges, the defender has a 100% increased combat power rate, making it much easier for you to get those first specials out of them and start ramping up. Entropic Extinction gives you 30% debuff potency for every charge you have, and lets you remove one by intercepting the defender. This is again made easier by the aggressive node. All of this feeds in very nicely with the Do You Bleed node, which means that the only way you can deal damage to the defender is via bleeds. The champions we are looking to use for this path, therefore, are basically any champions that can deal damage with bleeds. These will then get massively boosted by the debuff potency. Nick Fury, Moleman, Chieelth, Joe Fixit, OG Black Panther, Jabari Panther, Blade, and so on will all do great here. Remember to intercept if you need to keep your charges down. Our other option is to the right through Phoenix. Here we have Mystic Curse, Rejuvenate, Mystic Ascendancy, Limber, and Picture of Health. Rejuvenate will give the defender a regen passive every 3 seconds, restoring 0.2% of their max health per stack. However, if they are poisoned, they will lose 2 stacks each second and cannot gain new stacks. Combined with Picture of Health, that means we can't modify the defender's regeneration rate, and this really means that poisons are the way to go. Mystic Curse will poison the defender each time a Mystic attacker throws a special attack. The more buffs the defender has, the more damage this poison does, but even with quite a few, it doesn't actually do that much damage. We use it here for utility, not for damage. Limber will reduce the duration of stun debuffs on the defender by 10% for each stun debuff they have received in this fight, so your parries will eventually run out. And finally, Mystic Ascendancy will increase Mystic Attacker base attack by 40% and Science Attacker by 20%, but reduce Cosmic Attackers by 40%. There is a Red Skull and an Annihilus on this path, but the rest of the defenders aren't too bad. Do watch out for Nightcrawler and his evades though. Champions cannot evade whilst they are stunned, but Limber will reduce the duration of your stuns, so use them only where you need to. Pretty much any Mystic champion can take this path, as Mystic Curse will supply all the poisons you need. Diablo, Black Widow Clairvoyant, and at a push Man-Thing can supply additional poisons if needed. And if this video is helping you at all, please poison that like button. We have 2 options for bosses in this quest. First up is Stealth Suit Spider-Man. Here we have No Hit Mercy, Evasive Maneuvers, Foresight, Tenacity 3, and True Focus. When you knock him down, No Hit Mercy will trigger quite a large crit damage buff on Stealthy, and Evasive Maneuvers will trigger an evade passive as well. Foresight we have seen before, you gain a very large fury if you intercept Stealthy. And Tenacity means that he has a 75% chance to purify any incoming debuffs, along with True Focus meaning that he can ignore our evades and misses. If we never knock him down and intercept well, this fight becomes relatively straightforward. This means we can use anyone we want as long as they have decent base damage or ramp up with basic hits, and don't rely too much on debuffs. If you do have to knock them down, say for a big special attack, then you could just wait out the effect or trigger the evade on purpose, and then just go back to hitting him. We can also use champions like Bishop, Apocalypse, or both Storms that can prevent or punish champions that shrug off debuffs. A White Magneto pre-fight, if you're planning to use a hero or metal champion, will give you not only the attack boost, but also those passive stuns which cannot be tenacitied. For our other option, we have Stark Enhanced Spider-Man. Here we have Aggression Fury, Mixmaster, Be Like Water, Heavy Assault, and Stymied Defenses. Stymied Defenses just means that you can't evade or auto-block him, and he can ignore your armor and resistances. Annoying, but nothing major. On to the more important ones, Mixmaster means if we attempt the same basic attack twice in a row, the defender will evade the second hit. Combined with Aggression Furies, which gives him large furies if you haven't hit him recently, though we can remove them just by hitting him, and this can become quite a punishing combo. Add on Be Like Water, which causes Starky to go unblockable whenever you inflict him with a non-damaging debuff. You may be wondering why I suggested this guy. Well, here we have Heavy Assault, which will give mega heavy attacks to both champions, and will also make him briefly unstoppable when throwing a heavy attack. So we can just parry mega heavy, and then dance around, maybe intercepting here and there, and just wait for the unblockable to go away. With any decent champion, you can probably put up heavy attacks of about 10% of his health, so just parry heavy, wait 10 times, and this fight will go down with relative ease. Good to note that both of these bosses are metal, so if you want to just use Magneto or other Magneto, that would also work absolutely fine. So, for our teams. Well, on the bleed path, Nick Fury, Blade and She-Elf will cover the path, and Venom and Mags will cover the Starky boss, and we can use them both on the path if needed as well. Venom has bleeds on his basic, and Mags against metal champions can put large numbers of bleeds on the opponents with his special 3. For the Mystic path, we can really bring any Mystics we want, but I will be using Chavez, Longshot, and Diablo for a few extra poisons, and OG Storm will cover the boss. I will also be bringing White Magneto to help with the Nightcrawler on the path, and then we can use him on the boss as well to have someone other than Storm or his pre-fights to do the same thing. So, here we are in 7.3.3, and we'll be starting off with the bleed path. The team today is 5-star Mags, 5-star Nick Fury, 6-star rank 3 Venom, 6-star rank 3 She-Elf, and 7-star rank 1 Blade. We'll be starting off against this Quake, and we'll be going in with Nick Fury. Our goal in this path is to bait specials, build charges, and then just bleed the hell out of them, because bleeds is the only damage we could do. Quake is being a little bit stingy here with her special, but we do manage to get the first one out. Quantum Power, which is what's giving her double power gain, is really helpful to start this node, simply because we can give them lots of specials very quickly, but then once we have our charges, they lose it, so we don't have to worry about it. I did end up getting clipped by special number 2, which means we're already down to 50% health, but we are playing Nick Fury, which means if we die, we just go into our second life, get a massive Fury, but we do degenerate down to 30% health. High risk, high reward. But if you're not risking it, it's just a really nice safety net ready to go. We've got the internal bleed up now, which doesn't seem to be benefiting much from the node because it's debuff potency only, not passive potency. Is there anything that increases passive potency? Not sure. Anyway, we will be looking at bleed's debuffs specifically. Get another charge on us there, which from her heavy, which is slightly annoying, but we are just sticking with our light ending combos from Nick Fury. And there I managed to get conked massively by special 2, so I just go screw it, we are going second life. So, now we're in our second life, we have a massive Fury, everything does way more damage, and we have 6 of those charges, which means we've now got a second one up, but just one light ending combo bleed is ticking for nearly 10,000 damage, so this fight's going to end very, very quickly. Maybe I should have done this from the beginning and just moved into second life, but yeah, 11,000 per tick bleeds from a 5-star Nick Fury is going to end a lot of fights very quickly. I don't want to see what the numbers would have looked like if I brought my big Nick Fury, but that would just be funny. Next, we have Green Goblin, and here we'll be using Blade. If we'd brought the Ghost Rider synergy, we would be getting a lot more damage out of this blade, because we would get Danger Sense in this fight, and hence increase our attack quite considerably, because Green Goblin is a villain. However, no Danger Sense, just Sirens, and so we're just looking to bleed him out as much as possible, baiting specials, and we're not hugely concerned about the Sirens, but also he's pretty comfortable throwing his special attacks. We can use Blade's illogical bleed to, parry laser beams and, grenades, and still manage to bleed Green Goblin. We don't look for logic, we just take the bleeds where we can get them. So we have thrown an intercept in this fight, we've intercepted him, so now we're going to have to get another special from him, but he seems quite willing to throw them, so that's very nice of him. Our bleeds at the moment are ticking for 700 each, and once we throw the special 2, which got a lot more on it, we can see his health start to drop quite rapidly, and even with only 4 charges. I would like to build them up significantly more, but unfortunately we've got an intercept there, so now we're after the special, back to 4, end up eating the special. Not a huge deal. This is Blade. If we lose some health, we can just regenerate it all back, up to 71% from his signature ability. Up to 5 charges now, and this Green Goblin has been very nice with throwing his specials. If he gets a little bit, stingy with them, I suppose is a good word for it, then this fight can become very annoying, and particularly if you have trouble dexing the special 2 reliably. We're up to 7 charges now, and our bleeds are now ticking really quite nicely. Every bleed from every parry is ticking for 1100, so if we wanted to, we could just parry him to death for the rest of this fight. But special 2s deal a lot more damage much faster. He's now down to just 40% health, and that, for some reason, was that an intercept? Don't know, who cares? Going for another special 1 from Green Goblin, 1200 per tick on every single parry, parry the laser beam for another bleed, parry the grenade for another bleed, and we're back straight to special 2 because of Blade's innate power gain. If you want to see more from Blade, we do have a full video on the channel dedicated to Blade, which I'll link in the top right and in the description as well. However, problems have now arisen given we have 11 charges and we're the ones that managed to get intercepted. So what are we going to do? Well, we can try and get the intercept like that, or we could have just parried until the end of this fight. But intercept here is probably a bit safer in the long run. We parry the laser beam and the grenade, so now he's ticking down there. 2 intercepts very cheekily back to back, and a special of our own leaves us on 10 charges, which means we'll end the next fight, we'll start the next fight with 10 charges, as they are cross fights. Up next we have, drumroll please, Overseer. Damn. Overseer comes later. We have Cap Infinity War, and we will be using Chi Ilth for this fight. No particular reason, there's no advantage here, but he does have a very easy to heavy counter special 1, which Chi Ilth can take big advantage of. So our bleeds are at the moment only ticking for 159, but we're going to increase that by a lot, because if we can heavy counter Captain America's special attacks, we can get a lot more extra bleed potency, not only from our own charges going up, not only from getting lots of extra bleeds and pausing all the ones already on him, but he's just thrown a special, so we get the bleed potency from the node as well. He's up to 13 bleeds, 14 bleeds, 15 bleeds, and dropping quite rapidly at this point, but we're just looking for another special 1, so we can now heavy counter it and pause them all. So we're paused at 14, last hit inflicts 3 more bleeds, so now we're up to 18, and these are ticking away for a lot of damage, and we're only at 3 charges. That somehow counts as intercepts, now we're down to 2 charges, but his health is just dropping faster than I'd be able to read it out. And we're only at 2 charges. So he's down to 20%, 15, down to 10, and we never even got above 3 charges in that fight. And in fact, the extra power gain was really useful for Chi Ilth, because that gives us more specials to heavy counter. Up next, we have Dr. Octopus, and here we'll be using Nick Fury. This is second life Nick Fury, and we have charges to start with, so this fight is not going to last very long. How many have we got? 7 to start with. So just from our first combo, our light ending bleed is doing nearly 10,000 damage per tick, and now we have 2 of them. We have done 10 hits, and he is down to 66% health, so he is not long for this world. One more special 1 from Dr. Octopus. He's already below half health, and at this point I think, have we got enough damage to send it? But he threw the special 1 while I was thinking that, so it doesn't really matter. We go for our own special 2 here, and the fight's over, before it ever really began. Nick Fury, 27 seconds from a 5-star in Act 7. Up next, now we have the Overseer. And, well, the Overseer is a Gamma character, and we can't really turn down the Gamma advantage that we're going to get from Chi Ilth, so we'll be using her for this fight. She's an excellent skill attacker, and I always like using her when the opportunity arises. This is an obnoxiously long loading screen. So, the Gamma advantage in this fight gives us extra sort of bleed potency, as well as a few other things in the fight, but the one we're concerned with is bleed potency. Here we get to start with our 3 charges, because we ended the previous fight at 3 charges, and I am looking to sort of ramp up a few more, up to 4 now, so I'm just going to be keeping my intercepts to a minimum for a change. So I'm just going to let him parry, but he is stun immune, but we're just going to take advantage of that to heavy counter him, so we can pause and get more bleeds. He's already down to 85% health, and now we're down to 80 before I could even finish my sentence. We still only got 4 charges, And we do get smacked a bit there, which is unfortunate, but I missed my heavy. But his special 1 and his heavy, I suppose, are very easy to heavy counter. So we're now at 4 charges. He's at 17 bleeds and dropping rapidly. There, I probably should have gone for the pause. Not sure why I didn't. There, managed to catch him on the dashback. So he has dropped because we didn't get the pause. So he's only on 8 bleeds now, only. But with 1 heavy, he's now ticking for... It's really hard to say what he's ticking for. But Nick Fury, who is a very overpowered champion, did his in 27 seconds. This was only twice that. Less than a minute for an Act 6 fight. Act 7 fight even. Very, very good. Last up on the path, we have Mysterio. And here, I probably should have just used some of my other bleeders, but we brought Venom in for the boss, but he will actually do this fight very well as well. So we'll be using him here as well. Venom gets bleed on his basic attacks, but Mysterio is quite annoying because you kind of have to wait around after his specials. So we'll be doing just that. But Venom does have an armor break on his heavy, which we can use to our advantage. Whilst Mysterio's armor broken, he won't be able to gain any of his gas, and his gas is what makes the effects from his specials last longer. So if you notice sometimes that his damage reflect phase is very quick, sometimes it's very long, that's because of how much gas he had. There we get 1 by heavy attacks, I'm an idiot. There we took it very riskily, but that's the third special attack we've got out of him now. So once we wait out this damage phase, we will be pretty much good to let loose. So there we get the heavy attack into now. He's armor broken, 'tis merely a crack. But now we can really go for it because he can't generate any of his gas. Go for the Venom Relic, and the Venom Relic is really important in this fight. It's what's giving those bleed vulnerabilities, but we can see Mysterio's health is dropping pretty rapidly. Without the Venom Relic, then this fight would be significantly slower, and you do want it duped if possible. High Sig is also very nice. If you don't have it, you could still do this fight, but I really would have just used Nick Fury. He would have ended this fight, and also after 1 special 1, we wouldn't be able to miss. So we'd just keep pushing Mysterio to special 2s, and the fight would have been over much faster than Venom would be doing it. But this is a showcase, so we try and do as much as possible. Here I am kind of just sitting on a special 3, because I don't really know what I can do with it, but I get walloped by a heavy attack there, and I think, hey, I'll throw my special 3 and get some adrenaline healing. Completely forgetting that this is Do You Bleed, which means my special 3 did no damage. It's fine. Mysterio's helmet has come back, so we are going to be going for a heavy attack at some point, just to try and turn off his gas production once more. 1700 per tick bleeds is very, very nice, particularly when we can stack them on basic attacks. And here we go for a special 1 for some more bleeds. Bait the special 2, and then this fight will be over. I didn't get around to dropping the heavy attacks, that is quite a long miss, and then because I'm running stand your ground, we actually managed to parry his heavy attack, but Venom does close out that fight eventually. Up next, we have the boss. Don't forget to use the champion swapper if you need it. In this run-through, we'll be taking the Starkey boss, and then in our second run-through the Mystic Path, we will be taking the Stealth Suit Spider-Man boss. For this boss, we were anticipating using Venom or Magneto, but given my Venom has taken a bit of a beating, and I'm not spending health potions at the moment, even though it's the beta, we will be using Mags. If Mags goes down, then Venom will be our option. The main nodes we have to worry about on here are Aggression Fury, which is what's giving him those passive orange furies when they come round. Be Like Water is what making him unblockable, and Mixmaster, which is what is making him, he would evade if we attempted the same basic attack twice in a row. Now we're using Magneto, so we are reducing his ability accuracy, making those evades much less likely to trigger, but the only reason we survived there is due to Magneto's personal damage cap from his signature ability. 3 heavies in, 4 heavies in, he's down to nearly 80%, there he is. So if we really wanted to, we could just parry heavy, dance about while the unblockable goes away, parry heavy, dance about, and go from there. However, this is Magneto versus a metal character, so we're going to be charging up some heavies, gaining a lot of prowess, and going for some very big bleeds on our special 3. So up to 18 prowess, charge the heavy here, go for it again. Now I know we'll be unstoppable, so it's safe to do that, even though we did take 10% of our health as damage, but I knew it would be happening. And after this special 3, which by itself dealt 67,000 damage, we're getting some serious bleed damage going away here as well. And once those deeds run out, they will also detonate for a huge amount of damage as well, leaving Starkey on 2% health, though from 110k detonation, that's pretty good. 1 medium heavy with heavy assault, and that fight is closed out with no issues in just about a minute 30. Okay, so now for path number 2, and we will be taking the Phoenix Poison Path. The team today is rank 3 Diablo, rank 4 Longshot, rank 3 Chavez, rank 4 OG Storm, and we've also brought Wags as well. It doesn't matter what rank he is, mine is rank 4 I think here, but he won't be coming in for any fight. The main thing to worry about on this path is that Rejuvenate node, which is what's giving her those regens. They are quite potent when they add up, but you can get rid of them very easily just by throwing any special attack with a Mystic Champion. Now, Phoenix is known for her power gain if you don't manage to sort of cycle her special ones correctly. But with that, I've got 2 negative dimensions from Chavez, which are the dark blue ones on the far right, which is shutting down all of her power gain and in fact reversing it slightly. Chavez is an absolute beast of a character and does have a lot of utility built into her kit. We don't have any way to counteract the regeneration directly, which means we will have to deal with Phoenix's inbuilt regeneration when we get her all the way down to no health, but that is just something we will have to deal with pure damage. She is regenerating now, but very simple special 1, poison, and they're all gone before we even finish the animation. She does have a lot of Furies on her, so I'm just keeping an eye on those, but just a lot of regeneration. She's back up to 60% health. That is fine. We're actually reducing her Fury potency with our orange dimension, which is the Utopian parallel on the far left, so actually they're not doing as much work as they could be. And she has got some power again there, because we only had one of our dark blue dimensions. Juggling Chavez's dimensions is really the mark of a good Chavez player. I'm okay, but you can see I've lost my power gain dimension, and I should have got it back there, but we close out the fight without issues. She's really a top tier Mystic. An absolute dud on release, and her buff, one of the best we've had. Well, tune-up. Up next, I think we have Gambit, and for him, we'll be using Diablo or Longshot. One of the other two. Who are we going for? Longshot. So, what are we looking out for in this fight? Well, it's Gambit, so not much. Getting slapped by his specials will stun us, or his heavies. They won't stun us, but they'll hurt because, they're heavy attacks. But Longshot has enough damage that we don't have to worry too much about things. Limber will get to us eventually because we are parrying and heavying to begin with. What I'm doing here is hitting his block and letting him build up his spades, because if he charges heavy, those will get converted into prowess, like that. More prowess means more buffs, which means more damage for Longshot to take advantage of. So, there we have our first special 2, some decent damage off that. Charge that, and now our Pure of Hearts run out, so moving all of those bad karma over onto Gambit, another heavy attack, and in one cycle he's down to about 40% health, so we can be pretty sure that another cycle will get him down. So we're just dexing some tanks now to build up our Pure of Heart. There's our all 5. So we'll be going for a special 2 here. Not much damage from the special 2 incinerates because we had no bad karma on him. So we can either throw some heavies to transfer some across, or we can wait for our Pure of Heart to run out, which will move all 5 on me over to him. Like that. And suddenly he takes a huge amount of damage. We can throw another heavy to build him there. What I was going to say is we can throw a special 1 to move it, but because I didn't handle that cycle the best, I don't know why I threw that. Oh, I threw that to get his regen down. He now has 5 bad karma as well. We didn't handle that second cycle the best that we could have done, so he ends up not taking as much damage from the special 2. Now with 5 bad karma we get lots of extra power gain, go for our own special 2 when this lands, all of those bad karmas get turned to incinerate, and that's the end of Gambit. Up next we have Odin, and I think this fight will be taken with Diablo. We'll be taking it with someone, but I'm not sure who. I only recorded this yesterday. This is Diablo, and we'll be using his Essence of Null pre-fight. This, whilst he has one of his brews active, will mean he will try and nullify a buff on the opponent every 2 seconds. And you don't have to be hitting them, you don't even have to be close. This is one of the most powerful nullifiers that the game has. It's not really talked about very much. Diablo, for a time, was actually a very top-tier Mystic, but he's since fallen down the chain a bit. If you want a Mystic that does poison, Diablo is your absolute guy for it, though. So we throw a special 1, get our Philosopher's Mix going, and now you can see we're slowly stripping those, they're all gone now, but we're stripping those buffs off Odin. Every time we throw the special 1, we can either interrupt the animation afterwards or let it play out. You can see I'm instantly interrupting it to gain our Vials of Might, which are the grey icons on the far left. And what those are doing is increasing our poison potency. When we throw the special 1 and when we drink at the end, that will also pause all the poisons on our opponent. If we throw the special 2, we'll actually refresh them, but we don't quite have the power gain in this fight to do that. Vials of Might cap out at 8. You start the fight with 6, but actually lose 2 for each pre-fight you've activated. We activated 1 pre-fight, so we started with 4, but we are now ramped up all the way, and we're just going to continue to spam special 1s. If we let the full animation play out, we will get a nice regeneration, but they also have a tiny regeneration built in anyway, and we end this fight at a full yellow bar. A very nice job by Diablo there. Up next we have Red Skull. I did originally try taking this fight with Diablo, but Red Skull is Nullify immune, so we will still be taking the fight with Diablo, and you see here I can check, he is Nullify immune. It's always worth checking if you're unsure. Even I have to check things from time to time. So here we are going in with Diablo this time, but we are not using his pre-fight because the Nullify pre-fight won't be doing anything here. My goal is very simple, don't hit his block, because if we do that, we will take a very large amount of damage, and I do not wish to do that. However, we can heavy counter his special 1, which will give us some pretty easy openings, and allow us to just stack up lots of poison when my game isn't lagging like crazy. There we bait out his heavy, and just punish that. Throw our special 1 to keep the poisons paused, and you can see we're ticking away. It's only 86, but it really does add up over time. And remember, this is only a rank 3 Diablo, so we are back on a full yellow bar. There we go, so we bait out heavy, go for another one, and we're just going to continue to cycle this. We can actually get a lot of poison damage from Diablo that doesn't look like much. Each poison, I think, at the moment is ticking for about 250, but when you've got 10 of them stacked up, suddenly 250 per tick, per poison, is 5,000 damage a second, which means this fight should be over very, very quickly. We don't have to worry about Red Skull's auto block because it runs out before, we have any problems with it. We just bait the special 1, heavy counter it, and try and throw a special of our own. Here, I'm avoiding the special 2 very purposefully, but the higher bars of power he has, the higher bars of power he has, it makes it much easier for him to throw that another special 1, so we can go for another heavy counter. And then more special 1s if needed, and we're going to end that fight at 95, 96, 97% health, and Red Skull ends it at none. When you finish the fight with the special 1 Diablo, he does have to play out the full animation, which is slightly annoying. So, popping a full energy refill, and we're moving up to the top. Up here we have Annihilus. Are we using Diablo again? Diablo is an excellent Annihilus counter. I hope we are. Yes, we are. And we're using his Essence of Null pre-fight. All we've got to do is get to a special 1 in this fight, and it's pretty much over. Annihilus is not immune to any sort of nullify or anything. And we can now use the Unstoppable and Mystic Dispersion to gain some extra power there. But we throw the special 1, Essence of Null removes his rod, and that's it. Yes, the rod will come back over time, but as long as we keep spamming special 1s, he can't trigger his Stifled. No Stifles, no armor breaks. No stifles or armor breaks. No stifles means no unstoppable. And that's really where a lot of Annihilus' issues come from. We also have some good healing continuing through, and we can nullify all of those furies he gets as well, making it very easy for us to spam our special 1s. We're all the way ramped up now, and I'm not concerned if Annihilus throws his special 2s. It will normally inflict a lot of stifles through block, but no rod, no stifles. All of these poisons means I've completely forgotten that rejuvenation is even a node, and the control rod is back, and the control rod is gone. It is that simple, and we're just constantly healing as well. If you have recoils unlocked, Diablo with the poison recoil is just insane, particularly if you have him awakened, because one of the lines in here is awakened ability. Oh, the fight's over. One of the lines in his awakened ability lets him take less damage whilst he is poisoned from all sources, and that includes recoil itself. Because he's constantly healing from his specials, he's very, very recoil friendly. Last up on the fight is Nightcrawler, and this is a fight that is not to be underestimated. I brought White Mag specifically for this fight, so we can bypass Limber. If we can bypass Limber, because passive stuns, which we'll get from Longshot because he's a hero, those passive stuns can't have the duration reduced by Limber. That affects stun debuffs only, which makes this fight significantly safer. This does not mean Nightcrawler cannot evade and completely mess up our day. Nightcrawler does a lot of damage, and we have to throw those specials quickly, or he could evade. He probably could have just comboed into us and ended us just like that. Ugh, these lag spikes are ending my patience. It does make parrying quite difficult at times. But we've got 5 good karma on us and Pure of Heart. We've got 5 bad karma on Nightcrawler now as well. So I'm looking to go to Special 2 very quickly. I charged that heavy for a fraction too long and he evaded. Got to get those heavies through quickly. So now we're going for our Special 2, but he evaded. Luckily we had Pure of Heart active. But we got very lucky he shortened his combo there, otherwise we would have been dead for sure. There, managed to get that. And given we're getting 8k per tick from those Incinerates, Nightcrawler is going down not as fast as I would like. We still have Pure of Heart active, but the Incinerates run out. There, he evades again, so we've got to get those very quick heavies in, and given we can't charge heavies, it can means getting our own good karma is a bit more difficult. But we've still got Pure of Heart, and he's at 4 bad karma. And this time, now at 5, I've learnt my lesson, and that's a lot of regeneration coming through, but with 1 Special 2, and I throw it whilst he is stunned so he can't evade, we do bring him back down again, and the poison very rapidly strips off all of the rejuvenate passives. So now I've got no good karma, which means it's much harder to move the karma over to Nightcrawler. So we just have to charge quick heavies and hope we can get some. He's down to 25% health, but he evades there, and we luckily managed to pick him up on the light attack. That heavy attack only just got in, so we're going for one more special 2. There we go. Throw it while he's stunned so he can't evade. Strip all the regen off him, but it's not quite enough damage, and there I mess up the special 1, and Nightcrawler takes the victory. I'm going to show you this as a real path. I died here. I had also done the path about 4 times before this, but it kept lagging out, and by this point I was just bored of it. It gave me a lot of good footage for the main video though. So at this point we're going in with Chavez. She's also a hero, so we still get those passive stuns, but we still have to watch out for his evades. He only has 10% health, but given Chavez's heavies are very long, and that can happen, we are not out of the woods yet. So here we're going for a special 1 whilst he is stunned. I probably could have gone for 1 hit of the heavy, and then gone into it. That would have given us our Utopian Parallel dimension. With more dimensions or buffs means more damage. But here we can basically just do 3 combos whilst he is stunned and throw special 1s. They go 1 hit into Utopian Parallel. He can't evade this while he's stunned, and we just about managed to take that fight out. Do not underestimate this Nightcrawler. He is quite tricky. Right, that's the path, and now we will be taking the Stealth Spidey boss. We took the Starkey one in the first half of the video, if you've cut to this point, and we'll be taking the Stealthy one in this half. If you need, use the swapper, as always. We're not going to, because I'm an idiot. So, Stealthy boss, and we will be using a White Magneto pre-fight onto OG Storm. The White Magneto pre-fight will give any attacker, regardless of who they are, 15% attack rating, but if you're using a hero or a metal champion, that will give you passive stuns from your parries as well. Parries only. If you trigger stuns via other means, then it won't. My goal in this fight, build prowess, foresight intercept. Try not to knock him down too much, though we do need to on occasion to keep our prowess paused. Big special 2s, jobs are good. So there is the cruelty passive, luckily he didn't crit us there, and the evade charge, and don't forget that Stealthy has his own evade as well, but they can both proc on 1 evade like they just did there. I don't know why I'm throwing so many heavies. Yes, it keeps the prowess paused, but he will be evading much more. We've reached special 2, and now I'm just looking to get a foresight intercept going. We've got 8 prowess, so it'll be a nice special 2. But he triggers this, he evades at some point. There we go, he's just not having it. I probably should have just special intercepted at this point, but I'm really going for the intercept here. And my prowess starts to fall off. He evades there, so we've only got 4 prowess. And at this point I'm bored. Down to, what was it, 6 prowess when that went off. Still managed to get a 50k crit, not bad at all. And so, he tenacitied the regular stun there, but because Storm punishes stun shruggers, we got a passive stun off the special 2. Storm's heavy range is so bad, so very lucky he didn't crit one more time there. So at this point I've kind of given up trying to pause anything. We just got the Foresight Fury, 91k, 40k, 60k. We'd had another crit on that, it would have been fight over. He's just about under special 3. We've gained quite a bit of health back from our adrenaline healing. Nice dex on the special 2, and I know at this point that 1 special 1, and this fight is over. We've just got to get there. So 1, 2, 3, special 1, and that's the fight. Not the cleanest run by any means, but, you know, it worked. As always, don't forget to move to that final node, don't want to quit out and feel a bit silly. Act 7, Chapter 3, Quest number 4. Cruel to be kind. Pretty sure that's the motto of Act 6. The path we'll be taking today is out to the right towards Ghost. Here we have Paradox debuffs, Entropic Aptitude, Quantum Safeguard, Heavy-Handed, and Ionized Armour. Ionized Armour gives the defender an indefinite 10% armour up buff each time they finish a special attack, and Heavy-Handed increases the damage of their special 1, special 2, depending on their armour rating. So don't get hit by special attacks, and the only nodes left are the Paradox ones. Paradox debuffs gives you a charge every time you inflict the opponent with a debuff, and this includes your parry stun. The problem on this path is actually keeping your charges down rather than gaining them. Entropic Aptitude we saw in 7.3.1. Each charge gives plus 30% buff potency, and you can remove one by dexing an attack. Finally, Quantum Safeguard reduces all damage to the defender by 90%, whilst you have fewer than 3 Paradox charges. But with how easy these are to get, this won't be an issue for long. Looking at the path, our main defensive threats are Havoc, Red Skull, and Domino. No one too bad, but always good to consider. Much like 7.3.1, our top options for this quest revolve around gaining lots of buffs, but now we have to watch out for champions that apply too many debuffs. Adam Warlock, Gamora, Hulkling, Hyperion, King Groot, Nova, Odin, Superior Iron Man, and so on will all do great at this quest, but you don't have to stick to Cosmics. Old Man Logan, both Storm, Professor X, Crossbones, and many, many others. Most Domino and Havoc counters won't really benefit from the Paradox nodes, so just make sure you keep an eye on your charges and don't boil over. And if this video is helping you at all, please gain some mega buffs for that like button. The boss we'll be taking in this quest is Symbiote Supreme. Here we have Ebb and Flow Knockdown, Steady Perseverance, Feats of Power, and Ability Power Rate Alteration Immune. Ebb and Flow Knockdown will reduce all damage you deal by 60%, but if you knock Sim down, that all goes away, and you gain a 40% Fury for 12 seconds. When the Fury expires, all debuffs on Sim are removed, and the protection comes back, ready for you to knock him down once more. Steady Perseverance will cause Sim to go stun immune for 8 seconds whenever he throws a special attack, plus 2 seconds more for each unique buff he has. Now Symbiote Supreme can't generate many unique buffs by himself, but Feats of Power will supply them for him. Above 1 bar of power he gains a Fury, above 2 he gains a Precision, and at 3 bars of power he gains a Cruelty. The stun immunity buff can also count as a unique buff if he throws specials fast enough. And finally, Ability Power Rate Modification Immunity does exactly what you'd expect it to. He's immune to all Ability Power Rate Modification, and this includes things like Petrifies. Do watch out for having your buffs staggered when he is in his stagger phase, and this will deal a burst of damage to you. This really is a case of use the Mystic to destroy the Mystic. If we keep all buffs off Symbiote Supreme, and knock him down from time to time, pretty much all the nodes go away. Most strong Mystics with decent buff control can take this fight without issues. Black Widow Clairvoyant, Diablo, Doom, Jugs, Kushala, Longshot, Rintrah, both Scarlet Witches, Sorcerer Supreme, Symbiote Supreme himself, Hood, Tigra, Wiccan, and so on. You can take Sorcerer Supreme if you have a good power reversal champion like Void, or a strong power control champion like Doom, but do note that she'll be unblockable for large chunks of the fight. So, for our team, well, we need a boss counter, a domino counter, and a havoc counter. For havoc, I will be going for a rather different sort of counter, and I will be bringing King Groot. No, he's not protected from havoc's detonations, and bringing someone like Warlock would be perfectly valid. However, his massive health pool, combined with his increased regeneration from the node, will be more than enough to make up for any damage we do take. Again, rather differently, Domino can be covered by someone else on the team. We will be all ramped up by this point, as she is the last fight on the path, so we should have no issues with dealing with her. I would completely understand if you wanted to bring someone for both Domino and Havoc, but I won't be. I hope you'll see why in the follow-up video that we haven't. For the boss, I feel like playing Sorcerer Supreme, and her nullifying aura will do great in countering Sim's buffs. We can then bring the Hood for backup. He also has a nice synergy with King Groot that will boost them both, and now we have just 2 slots left for the rest of the path. Gamora and Venompool will do that without issues. Venompool is here specifically for the Red Skull, as he is slightly annoying. So, here we are in 7.3.4, and we'll be taking the Ghost path. The team today is 6-star rank 3 King Groot, 6-star rank 3 The Hood, 6-star rank 3 Venompool, 7-star rank 1 Gamora, and 7-star rank 1 Sorcerer Supreme. First up we have Ghost, and I will be using King Groot. I'm using King Groot in this fight specifically, so he is ramped up for the Havoc fight that we'll be taking next. My goal in this fight is to end with as many charges as possible, within reason, but also this is just Ghost. There isn't much plan in this fight. We have 6 charges, and our regen is now ticking for 1080, and this is just a 6-star rank 3 champion. The buff increase here is so much that it's going to be very hard to die with King Groot. We're now using some of our Furies to place permanent armor breaks on Ghost, but we do have to watch for our paradox count. So we're just sort of letting them go down. But even with just 3 Furies, we're getting 10k mediums. And King Groot is not known for hitting particularly hard. We're now regenerating for 1300 per tick, not exactly that we need it. And we're trying to get in as many hits as possible during the regen phase to build more Furies for the next phase. And we're up to 9. We've got 9 Furies, and that with 8 charges, and these are going to be some big hits. We go for our monstrous special 2, which was at a 17k burst on every hit, plus a 2400 per tick poison. Some 16k mediums, and we end that fight very easily at a nice full yellow bar. Up next, we have Havoc, and we will be using King Groot. This is why I wanted to ramp him up on the previous fight. Paradox charges trigger in the fight before the Furies do, meaning that we started with 9, so those Furies are affected by the Paradox. My plan with Havoc in this fight is to just bait out as many special 2s and heavy attacks as possible, and any chip damage or explosion damage we take, we will be able to regenerate back. Because, regenerating 1500 per tick on a very, very long regen is enough to cover our entire health pool. So as long as we don't die in a 13-second window, we're not going to have much issue. Also, because there are multi-dexes on both Havoc Special 1 and Special 2, keeping our charges down shouldn't be too much of an issue, though we are at 10 now. I like to stick at around the sort of 8 or 9 mark. That lets me get a lot of benefit from the node, but also if I mess up and apply too many debuffs, then I'm not going to have to worry too much about accidentally going to 11 or worse 12 and detonating. Note that I am also running willpower, so any of those plasmas on me are also going to be feeding my regen even further. We're probably regenning for about 1800 at the moment, but it's hard to tell. I really need Havoc to throw a special 2 here because he's not, and he does have a tiny little bit of passive power gain, which would be quite an issue. Going for a big special 2 ourselves now here. The poison here, 1200 per tick, still pretty good. Regenerating at 1163 per tick, so we're back at a full yellow bar. And even though we detonate, we now know the detonation damage is about a quarter of our health. And in just half a regen cycle, we're back at a full yellow bar. So as long as he doesn't detonate 3 or 4 times in, 20-something seconds, we really have no risk of dying in this fight. It's a little bit longer, but I did run this fight with a 5-star Warlock, and King Groot here is doing significantly better. There, we just about missed the timing, so unfortunately we now have some non-permanent armor breaks, and another plasma detonation, but our regen's coming in clutch, and we're going to be back at a full yellow bar before the regen even runs out. 6 Furies, now we go for some more permanent armor breaks. That lets us get some charges back as well, so we're back up to 7. And we do just have to be careful. I want to keep those charges up. At around 4 or 5, it's not so great. We go for another burst there, and it's regen time. Regenerated for nearly 1700 per tick. It's just, if you have a King Groot and he's a high sig and you can take him even further, you just can't die on this path with him, even with all of the damage Havoc's thrown our way. And yes, the fight's a little bit longer, but oh well, we're just going to regenerate all of it back again. We have no risk. And I think that is something really important to note, that a fight that is twice as long with no risk is a much better fight to take than one that is very risky but very short. Yes, that fight might go brilliantly and in 20 seconds you completely flatten them, but it might also go badly and you've got to revive to put in the counter. King Groot takes that fight without issue. Up next we have Yondu, and I probably should have used King Groot here, but because this is sort of a showcase video, we'll be using Gamora. The reason I'd recommend King Groot here is not only is he a Giga Tank that won't die on this path, he is also bleed immune, and Gamora is not. When fighting Yondu, you always want to try and parry him from a distance. If he's up close, he can do a light attack, which is his arrow, which, like that, you cannot parry, and also will bleed you through block. And it's, well, as we will see, foreshadowing, it's not a small bleed. There we use a heavy attack to refresh our buffs, and I'm just looking to build a few more charges here. We've got 5 of each buff now, which is very nice, and we'll be going for a big special 2 as well, and that's a good way of us building some extra paradox. So it's 20k, 24k, 35k, which is about 60,000 damage. Not bad at all. Now, definitely sticking to the special 1 here, because that special 2 is going to spell pain for us. Lots of crits in that combo. There we go, managed to keep out of the way of his arrow. I could go for a special 1 here, but our Godslayer strike is on cooldown. There I somehow get clipped by the arrow and then clipped by another arrow, and now we're ticking down. There I should have gone for a heavy attack at that point. That would have refreshed all of my buffs and kept me going throughout the fight very nicely. We're down to 50% health, which is not the best place to be. I probably should have taken just a little bit more block damage, because that would let the courage mastery tick in. And I'm sure for the intellectuals out there, you'll know I was dropping down just to get that extra damage out of that mastery, and not because I'm bad. So a few final hits into block, and that Yondu goes down. Minor issues, but that's just me being bad. Just don't block his arrows, and you will be fine. Up next, we have Namor, and we will be using Venom Pool for this fight. I bring in Venom Pool here because I want to have Venom Pool ramped up with the Paradox charges for the next fight, which is the Red Skull. Venom Pool's an excellent Red Skull counter, so let's get him ramped up. In this fight, we do have to be a little bit tricky because Namor has one of the buggiest and glitchiest signature abilities in the entire game, and we will see that come into action. However, Venompool has taken a leaf out of King Groot's book. Whenever Venompool uses his special one, he has a chance to Om-Nom buffs on the opponent. Yes, I have to say Om-Nom because technically it's not a nullifier. But that gives him regen if they're armors, so despite taking a special one and a combo, we're back to a full yellow bar. Venompool 2 will also have a very difficult time dying on this path, and you can just spam special ones, eat all the armors, and that will actually help ramp up Venompool and his personal abilities as well. So we're up to 4 charges now, and as I mentioned the special one, there goes the special one, some more regen, the 7.3.1 video. Buffs that trigger after the paradox charges gain the benefits. Buffs that trigger and then you get the paradox don't. So if you have 5 paradox and then you trigger a fury, that fury will get boosted. If you have a fury and then trigger 5 paradox, it won't. So what I'm trying to do is keep my paradox relatively high, so any new buffs that trigger get that advantage. Many of the buffs I have at the bottom, on the top line, aren't actually affected by that many paradox. This is my phone, not you. But what I'm currently trying to do here is build to special 3. The reason I'm doing that is because Venompool gets a very large bleed, or degen if he's up against robots, on his special 3, so we can use that to our advantage. But this is where the glitches come into play. Did you see that? I took a huge burst of damage, and there again, for what effectively looks like no reason. The reason for this is that Namor's signature ability means whilst he is attacking, any damage on him is reflected onto the opponent, and even just dropping a quick parry is enough for my bleed to tick, and so we take all of that damage. However, up next we have Red Skull, and we will be using Venompool. If there's any champion in the game that's known for stacking a lot of armors and being very annoying about it, it is Red Skull, and with 10 paradox charges, even just 1 regen is going to be more than enough to get us topped all the way back up. Well, maybe. Let's find out. I probably should have gone for the special one there. So, Red Skull and his dash animation is quite interesting, as he is slightly annoying to get the perfect dex on. With just 1 regeneration, we're getting 1800 per tick. And that took us up about, 50%, 40%? Pretty good. So, Red Skull and his dash animation is very weird. You have to dex much later than you think you have to. How many regens are we getting here? Just 1 more? Ooh, near 2000 per tick regen. And we're back to a full yellow bar. Easy. So, my plan in this fight is to try and keep my paradox down a little bit, but again, Red Skull has his weird dash animation. And then we're just going to heavy counter his special 1. Don't know why I didn't there. Heavy counter his special 1, and use our special 1 to stay fully topped up. And just slowly whittle him down. The reason I probably didn't heavy counter it there or throw a special 1 is because I wanted to keep my charges down. But doesn't matter now. We're not going to die in this fight because it's quite difficult to die. I'm just going to bait out a heavy attack there. Oh, we've got 3 regens there, so we're now regenerating for about 4,500 per tick. I let myself get hit there just to see what would happen. It's very difficult to die with Venompool and King Groot on these buff potency paths. So, looking for a special 1, he's got his auto block, but it's safe to heavy counter that. By the time you've heavy countered and then blocked a hit or 2, the auto block's gone away. So now we can just go for our special 1 here, or his special 1. Here it comes. Heavy counter. Wait slightly. Beta heavy. Go for our special 1. Both work. And now he's back at his special 1. That is quite a meaty bleed. But unfortunately, because we haven't gone for the special 3, we can't pause it. If we went for the special 3, he would get a very large bleed, and that would be the fight over very quickly. So just looking for 1 more special 1 from Red Skull. Now charge actually down to 4 here. Come on, Red Skull. There we go. We finally get it out of him. Heavy attack to push him back. Wait. Bait. Special intercept. That didn't count as a special intercept, by the way, because Venompool does not have the same window Hercules does. But doesn't matter. The fight goes down. Last up on the path is Domino, and I have sped this fight up. We'll be using Venompool again, but it's quite a long fight here. Could you have done this with many other champions? Absolutely, but a lot of Venompool's damage comes from his bleeds, and Domino, she has ways of getting round bleeds, so she doesn't take as much damage. We also have to play a bit slower based around her lucky and unlucky, but the fight is very safe. Again, she's triggering armors, and so, it's Venompool, he's got armors. Even if you get 1, and then you take a full combo to the face, you get another regen, and, we're topped pretty much all the way back up at this point. 1 more special 1, And we're going to be, yeah, there you go. All our health coming back. The crit fail damage is quite nasty. So again, as I said in the main video, if you want to bring a tech for this fight or, bring a Warlock or whoever, I do not blame you. I just wanted some different champions on my team. Could you have brought Warlock? Yes. Did I actually go all the way through the path with Warlock? Yes. Was it really boring? Yes. Is this far more interesting? Yes. So we're going to do this. Normal domino counters work absolutely fine. Do just watch your debuff counter. Half my mind was like, hey, Lady Deathstrike could be fantastic for this path because she does extra rupture damage based on her armor rating, and we can use the paradox nodes to boost her armor. However, she also applies a rupture on every single hit, so keeping your paradox down would be practically impossible. I wouldn't blame you at all. But we're using Venompool, and Venompool is now ramped. We've got our paradox ramped. We're still at high health, though we didn't actually get any regeneration there. She keeps purifying my bleeds, which is quite annoying. But now we've got Furies, and they are doing some very nice damage. Got lucky there that she didn't evade us, but we still managed a full yellow bar because Venompool, like King Groot, will not die on this path. As always, use the champion swapper if you need it. For the boss in this quest, we will be taking Symbiote Supreme, and we will be using Sorcerer Supreme, not to be confused with the Sorcerer Supreme boss. Our goal in this fight is just to watch the ebb and flow knockdown timer, knock him down when required, and keep as many buffs off him as possible. And that's going to involve throwing our special one. Apologies if there's a few dropped frames coming through. So there goes our heavy attack. We now gain a Fury, and what we want to be doing is building our nullifying aura, which you simply get from throwing special 1. I am running high Mystic Dispersion in this fight, so we will be throwing lots of specials back to back by nullifying his buffs. The only thing you really have to worry about in this fight is when Symbiote Supreme nullifies one of your buffs, or staggers to be more precise, whilst he is in his nullify phase. He's got 3 phases: the stagger phase, which is a cross, the armor phase, which you can see now that's just about to run out, and the Set's Fangs attack phase, which is the sword one he's got now. The next phase is the one we need to worry about. Even though this is the sword and the attack one, you actually don't have to worry about it too much. If he hits you, he will bleed you, so just don't get hit. So we're going for our special 1, and we're just trying to avoid dexing things. You can see whenever he changes phases, he gains a burst of power, but his special 2 isn't too bad to dex, but you can see now I am taking some bursts of damage that are quite a lot bigger than I anticipated. We've been pushed to special 3 by Mystic Dispersion, but, so glad you can skip that one. But that now gives us a permanent defense rune of our own. So whenever we throw a special attack, we will be getting that little regen. It is quite a small regen, but it lets you regenerate a huge amount of block damage. And honestly, if I was to redo this fight, instead of dexing his special attacks, like that when he's in his nullify phase, I would instead just block them, because I would be regenerating a large amount of that incoming damage. I've got 2 on the of the regen ones now. 84 per tick regen isn't nothing. It's not great, but it's not nothing. So, we took a blocked hit there, but we just regenerate most of it back. That was a heavy attack. We don't regenerate those. The reason we ended up eating a heavy attack there was because we stunned him and went to do our own hit, but ebb and flow knockdown triggered just as that happened, which causes all debuffs on Symbiote Supreme to be removed, and that includes our parry stun. Go for another special 3 with Sorcerer Supreme. They tend to hit quite hard. It was a 43k special 3, which is alright. I didn't have enough runes built for it to hit hard, to be honest. We are now looking to knock him down, which we're going to do here with our special 1, and we're all the way back at special 1 because we keep nullifying his buffs. He's in his stagger phase, so I'm being very careful, sort of letting him come to me and try not to trigger any stagger buffs, or any buffs at all on myself, so he can't stagger them. Here, he ends up throwing the special 2. I should have just blocked it. It would have been smarter to just block it. If you tried doing this fight, just block it. Here we'll be knocking him down again with our special 1, and we're slowly but surely regenerating. It's enough just to keep us going throughout the fight. Going for another special 2 here. Perhaps if I was to do this fight again, I might have gone for the permanent armor break rune, so we get lots more armor breaks, but 16k mediums, not too bad at all. From a champion that's not... Sorcerer's damage can be very good, it's all about getting the right situation. So now we're just laying into him a bit more. He's moving back to his stagger phase here, so we just got to be very careful. So I'm throwing our very long special 1 to just try and sort of waste some time. Here we go, so I'm just baiting here, going for another nice long special 2, pop, and just blocking hits and regenerating all of that block damage, wasting time with our special here. He very nearly gets to special 3, but I get very lucky that he throws it straight away. Block the first hit, but again, we can just regenerate that. And here we're going for our special 2. The protection is up at the moment, so it's not doing very much damage. And he really wants to hit us there, but then instantly blocks as soon as they're coming in his direction. Marvellous there. Dex this, and despite being quite low earlier on, our little regens have been doing their work and we're back up to 70% or 60% health to end the fight. As always, remember to move to that final node, don't quit out, and feel silly. Act 7, Chapter 3, Quest number 5. All ravens are black. Not to be confused with Hempel's dilemma. The path we'll be taking in this quest is the Human Torch path. Here, we will find Paradox Knockdown, Entropic Impairment, Quantum Safeguard, and Counter-Strike. This is perhaps one of the cheesiest paths in the entire game. Paradox Knockdown will give you a Paradox charge whenever you knock down the defender, but Entropic Impairment will remove one whenever you throw a special attack for each bar of power you spend. So if you throw a special 1, you will lose 1, then gain 1, so net 0. However, it will also give you plus 30% debuff duration for each charge you have. Quantum Safeguard will reduce all damage you deal by 90% until you have 3 charges, so a few heavy attacks and that will go away. Finally, Counter-Strike will give you a Fury each time you dex an attack, but if you get to 10 you will lose them all and the defender will go unblockable for 15 seconds. The cheese on this path comes from the fact that debuff duration also affects stun debuffs. This means if you have any champion that can reliably stun on their special 1, you can completely flatten 5 out of the 6 fights on this path. Gambit, Starkey, Ronan, OG Hulk, Hulkbuster, Kang, if you have an Ultron, so on, can all lock down most of this path without issue. You can also use champions that stun on special 2, but your charges will go down slowly over time, unless you throw a heavy whilst they're stunned and get back to special 2. There is plenty of time to do this if you have a long enough stun on your special 2. Invisible Woman can go invisible if you knock her down, but if you have enough charges you can trigger the invisibility, hit into her to start the timer, and still have plenty of time to get back to special 1. The only problem fight we have on this path is the final fight, Sasquatch, as he will go stun immune whenever he triggers his Wrath mode. However, given that we have so much debuff duration available, any damage over time champion will just shred through his health. Very strong but short debuffs will benefit much more from this node than weak but long ones. Nick Fury, Joe Fixit, Spider-Punk with special 2 spam, Spider-Ham, Torch, no pre-fight, Mr. Negative if you know how to play him, Blade, Moleman, Elsa Bloodstone, Archangel, Apocalypse, Wolverine Weapon X, and so on, they will all just shred through this fight with ease. Slow and exhaustion debuffs can also shut down Sasquatch entirely, preventing his Unstoppable or his Wrath charges, respectively. The boss we'll be taking in this quest is Warlock. Here we have Ebb and Flow Heavy, Redlining, Specialist 2, Stage Fright 2, and Bubble Shield. Ebb and Flow Heavy will give Warlock a 60% protection, but if you knock him down with a heavy attack specifically, this protection is removed, and you gain a 30% Cruelty passive for 12 seconds. Once this runs out, the protection returns, and all debuffs are removed from Warlock. Redlining we have seen before. Above 1 bar of power you gain twice as much, but if you gain to 75% of your max power, it is all drained away. Specialist 2 we have also seen recently as well. Your special 2 does 50% more damage, but your other specials do 50% less. Stage Fright will place a harmless 15-second timer on you whenever you throw a special attack. However, if you throw another special attack whilst this timer is on, you will degen 50% of your current health over 4 seconds. This can be very punishing, but can't actually kill you, as it's based on current health. Finally, Bubble Shield will reduce your block proficiency for each hit you block, and every 10 hits will cause the next hit to go unblockable. This attack is unblockable regardless of whether it hits or not, so watch out for the call out on the right. So what we want in this fight is really a Warlock counter, as none of the nodes are specifically limiting. Anyone with a lot of buffs will do great, and if you can remove his armour, even better, as this will let you crit on your special attacks. Finally, champions that are immune to power drain from Redlining, such as Venom, Venom Pool, or King Groot, will gain only advantage from this node. Or we can just use Red Magneto, and hope his 70% ability accuracy reduction will let you get to special 3 before Redlining drains you, and then you can just explode Warlock with ease. So, now for our team. Well, bring any stunlock options. I'll be bringing Starkey and OG Hulk, and that's most of the path done. For Warlock, Mags is the easiest option, but we'll also have Venom Pool for backup. This leaves us with one slot left, and what you want to do with it is up to you. You can of course bring another Path option or another Boss option, maybe a White Magneto pre-fight for more damage versus Warlock, Sasquatch and one other fight. Heimdall for his synergy if you want 100% sure on the stun lock, or, like I will be doing in the follow-up video, you can bring a dedicated Sasquatch option, such as Joe Fixit. So, here we are in 7.3.5, and we will be taking the Human Torch path. The team today is 5-star Magneto and 6-star rank 3 Joe Fixit, Venom Pool, Hulk, and the other one. Oh, Starkey, the guy we're using. I have sped up some of these fights because they're all pretty similar. I've knocked him down a few times to build some Paradox charges, I've dexed a few times to ramp up Starkey with his poise charges and the Counter-Strike Furies, and that's it. I'm going to knock him down to keep building Paradox whilst he's stunned, and if anyone ever tells you there's a specific combo you have to use to make the stun cheese work, it's just not true. Just hit them. You could go for medium, light, medium, whatever. Just make sure you've got enough power that you can throw another one. That's all there is to it. If you want longer stuns, just throw a couple of extra heavies, and you're perfectly safe to sit around the 10 and 11 mark, but before you know it, every fight will be over. Now, I have sped up fights 1, 2, 3, and 5, and hopefully you'll see why when we get there. Fight number 6 is the Sasquatch fight that we can't stun cheese, but the rest of these fights we will just be stun cheesing our way through. Apart from fight number 4, we'll be using Joe Fixit, and you might see what a normal fight might look like. In this fight with Hulk, we've triggered his Gamma Rage early, and we're just spamming heavy attacks to build up as many of our Paradox as we can, but you can see we can get 3 heavy attacks in one parry stun. So now I'm just hitting him. That was a full combo, medium, and another medium, light, medium. Just ridiculous, and now we've got to 15 Furies, so we trigger our Gamma Rage, knock him down, and now we're just going for, once we get to Special 1, the fight's over. So there we go, right, Special 1, here it comes. Remember that this stun is, this is double speed. I've sped up 100%, and that stun would have lasted about 20-30 seconds. It's just ridiculous how long things will last here, maybe longer. Invisible Woman's a little bit trickier. When you knock her down, she can go invisible again, but as long as you've got enough charges, which we definitely do, then, see, she's gone invisible there. You've got time to just do the tap, wait for her invisibility to go away, and the fight's over. Here I do get tagged because I'm bad, but I'm just ramping up Starkey here for some of its poise charges and some of the Counter-Strike Furies again. Shouldn't go invisible that time, shield's gone down, there we go, just wait out the invisibility, and then go for some more stun. I don't even know what to say, that the fight's over. Just knock her down, go for the stuns. Again, there's no specific combo, I'm just doing full combos here. Shorten combo there into it, tap to get rid of the invisibility, and then go again. Couple, one extra heavy just to get some even longer stuns. Nothing to say, fight's over. If you aren't 100% comfortable with it, bring Heimdall for one of your slots. He'll be able to save you from a guaranteed special 3. Right, up next we have Diablo, time for an actually more interesting fight. You can see I was considering using Hulk for it, but actually I want to have Joe Fixit ramped up because I will be using him against Sasquatch. So, if you don't want to stun cheese it or don't have any of the stun cheese options, this is what a fight could look like. I'm going for plenty of heavy attacks. 1, because we need to get rid of that protection, which is now gone because we've got 3, but also just to ramp up our Paradox because Joe Fixit does like his debuffs. So here we're going for a nice big one here, and unfortunately the protection's back because I'm an idiot and forgot to account for that, but we've got plenty of time for a couple of extra heavy attacks here. We also had 1 of every card for Joe, which actually means he doesn't trigger any of his debuffs, but I guess that's kind of good. We now have a weakness going, and the way Joe Fixit works is on his special 1, he will trigger one of his special debuffs and a load of bleeds, depending on how many special debuffs he has, and on his special 2, he will trigger a longer special debuff. However, because we can stack so many of his special debuffs, we can end up getting quite a few bleeds going, because I think he has a 50% chance per special debuff, and the special debuffs are lasting ages. That's the Disorient, you can see the 4 weaknesses you can see he's got. But also our bleeds are lasting a really long time, and we get extra power gain if we roll clubs on our cards, which we've done a few times now. So we've got 70 bleeds going, 71, and his health just disappears after that. So those bleeds, they're not the biggest bleeds. They might be ticking for sort of 200 each, but 200 each when you have 70 of them is a lot of damage over time. Mr. Fantastic, just back to our cheese option. Remember, he does have his evades, but I mean, when he's constantly stunned, that's not going to make any difference. Do note, if you use a champion in this fight, I would recommend that you don't use them again for the entire quest, or make sure you don't want to use them for the entire quest. Just ramping up Starkey here, because you'll be throwing a lot of your special 1s, And as you throw special 1s against Mr. Fantastic, you will build up the Careful Study passives, or debuffs that will then become the Careful Study passive. There we go. And you can't get rid of that. I think it's for 5 fights, and there aren't 5 fights left in the quest. Luckily, we're not going to be using Starkey again, so we don't have to worry. It just reduces the damage that special deals, and we don't use Starkey Special 1 for damage, but just in case, if you wanted to use whoever you're using him for the boss or for Sasquatch as well. Back to normal fights, we're going back to regular speed. This is Joe Fixit versus this Sasquatch. You can see how long those stuns are lasting. We have time for a full heavy and then dash in. You know, there's the heavy, and it's only down to half. We can go for another full combo. And the goal here is to do pretty much exactly the same thing that we did to Joe Fixit, just to this poor Sasquatch. The stuns are lasting so long, we now actually have to be careful that, we don't push him to special 3. And so here, we managed to get a Disorient on, which should hopefully reduce the chances of him gaining his Wrath. And now we're going for a couple more heavy attacks just to help things last a little bit longer. But now we have to just wait, because that stun debuff is so long. We just want the special 2 out of Sasquatch here. And now we'll probably just be going for special 1 spam and watch the bleeds fly in. So 12 bleeds off our first one. Just going to kind of hold block, go for another one. We've got a Petrify here. That'll help, along with Despair, shut down any of his regen when he's below 30% health. Sasquatch triggers regen, or has a chance to when he's awakened whilst he's below 30% health. But if you reduce his regeneration rate below 100%, then he just won't trigger it. This is meant to be there so you can't reverse his regen and cheese the last 30%, which he does very, very well, but also means we can just guarantee he never procs it. There we go, so we managed to have a fairly clean Wrath there, because we only got hit once. Trying to get hit by a rock there, managed to punish that, and we've got 50 bleeds ticking away at this point. And the fight, again, is over. Sasquatch just doesn't realise it yet. Very, very clean fight from Joe Fixit there. The more I use Joe, the more I like him. And yeah, I might have to look at the 7-star on my main account. So, that's the path. And we'll soon, once we move, we'll be taking the boss, and we'll be taking the top one, Warlock. As always, use that champion swapper if you need it. Plan a 6-man team, and bring in extra backup for the boss. Here we could have used Venompool, we could have brought in King Groot, replaced Starkey or Joe Fixit, would have done a fantastic job as well. However, we will be using Magneto. In order to use Magneto in this fight, you need patience. Wonder how many of you got bored just in that gap. Anyway, once we are above 75% of our max power, anytime we gain power, we have a chance to trigger Red Lining, which will then drain all of our power. If we're using a non-ability accuracy reduction champion, then, it would just drain it straight away, but Magneto has his 70% reduction, so there's a 30% chance that it triggers. So what we want to do is get between 75% and max power in as few hits as possible. So there we go, go for another heavy. We've got Ebb and Flow Heavy to worry about. This is not the same as Ebb and Flow Knockdown we saw on the last quest. This one specifically requires you to use heavies. Oh, Red Lining procced. Patience. We're in no risk of dying in this fight, just inner peace, calm. So we're going around again. Again, Ebb and Flow Heavy, you have to use a heavy to knock him down. We have got a lot of prowess, and a part of me was tempting to ignore Patience and just go for a big special 2 at this point. If that had crit, because it would have armor broken Warlocks, then hopefully we could have crit. It would have been a very large crit because of all the prowess and the extra crit we get from Ebb and Flow Heavy. However, Patience. We will be going for our special 3 in this fight, or at least we'll be trying to. We are up to 8 of the Bubble Shield charges. We do have to keep an eye out for those. If we get to 10, his next attack will be unblockable. And we got drained. Patience. The next attack will be unblockable regardless of whether it hits us or not. We do have an infection on us now, which isn't great, but it's now gone. We're still at 8 Bubble Shield charges because they are affected by ability accuracy. So we are, Magneto's turning that off. Go for a very cheeky double heavy there. Going to block the special one because I'm not comfortable full dexing it. We're up to 9 of those charges. And now we're up to 10, so we've got to be careful he doesn't go unblockable and wallop us. We are now closing in on the 75%. There was the unblockable hit, by the way. We're up to 11. So we just want to be really sticking to our heavies here. Nice long heavies. And we just got to really hope that we don't get drained by Red Lining. But if we do, patience. We managed to make it there. And we have 55 prowess. And this is going to be one very nearly dead Warlock. There was a 430k special 3 from a 5-star mags, and then a 36k medium there, and 14k medium there, even through the protection. Patience with Magneto will take you a long way. As always, move to that final node, don't quit out, and feel silly. Act 7, Chapter 3, Quest number 6, Death May Die. Right, time for Kang number 1. Unlike the Gwen Master, today we only really have one option for the path. The 5 links nodes from the other paths provide too much of a bonus or complication to Kang. The path we'll be taking today is the unlinked path out to the left towards Luke Cage. Here we have Acid Wash, Right Back at It 2, Toxicant Toxican, Redoubled Determination, and Poison Vulnerability. Acid Wash means that poison debuffs and passives deal 25% more damage to the defender, but they will take a 90% less damage from all sources unless they are poisoned. Toxicant Toxican means that both defenders have a 20% chance to inflict a poison for 10 seconds when striking their opponent. Redoubled Determination, sometimes shortened to Redet, grants the defender increased attack and combat power rate for each debuff on them, though bleeds, poisons, and armor breaks count twice for this node. Poison Vulnerability means that we will deal 200% more damage to the defender whilst they are poisoned, and our final node, Right Back at It, will cause the defender to become debuff immune whenever we knock them down, and this is what makes the path tricky. We need poisons to do damage, but if we knock them down, then we can't really apply them. We do also have to make sure that we don't apply too many poisons, or Redet will give the opponent so much power that when we hit them, they'll just go straight to Special 3. Our options for this path, therefore, are burst damage champions, i.e. all of their damage comes from one special once they've ramped up, think Guardian, Shang-Chi, and so on. The reason we can do this is because Redoubled Determination only triggers once you knock them down, so you can launch large special attacks. Or we can use champions with very high base attack damage that don't need to knock down the opponent, such as Bullseye or Hitmonkey. The first 3 defenders on the path, Luke Cage, Sabretooth, and Thor Ragnarok, really aren't too bad, but the second 3 are a bit tougher. Nightcrawler has his evade, so a good evade counter, or just hit him while he is stunned will make this fight much easier. Green Goblin is generally a bit annoying with his chip damage and regen, but Emma here can be very nasty. When in diamond form, she's fully poison immune, so a champion that has easy access to long armor breaks is very helpful here, but not too many armor breaks, or Redoubled Determination will get you. And if this video is helping you at all, please place just one poison on that like button. Right, Kang time. This guy is all about knowing how to control your own power bar. As always, I would suggest that you watch this section a few times to really get a handle as what is going on. Better to rewatch this and save yourself revives. First up, Kang takes 90% less damage from all sources. Whilst above 1 bar of power, this becomes 75%, whilst above 2 bars of power, this will become 55%, and while at 3 bars of power, his damage reduction is only 30%. However, don't push him to Special 3, as that will instantly kill you. Kang is also immune to Miss, as well as Power Lock, Steal, Drain, and Burn. And whilst at 3 bars of power, he also becomes immune to Special Lock. He also comes with built-in Limber. Each time you hit him, all future stuns have their durations reduced by 0.1 seconds. I believe this includes passives, but I'm not 100% sure on this. His final passive is, against Cosmics, Kang rejects your class advantage and gains some extra tank rating. Kang is considered a tech champion here, not superior like many of the other bosses. This fight comes in 4 phases, but the first 3 are basically the same and cover 98% of the fight. Between each phase, there is a short transition period. Kang will go super defensive for 6 seconds before going hyper aggressive and unblockable for 3.5 seconds, as well as being immune to knockdown. During this transition time, neither champion can gain power. Everything in the first 3 phases revolves around the power loop. At the start of the fight, Kang will choose either 0, 1, 2, or 3 bars of power. You must end each loop within 10 seconds with this much power, or knock him down with that special attack if you want to end the loop instantly. So if he chooses 2, you must have between 2 and 2.99999 bars of power 10 seconds later, or at any time knock him down with the special 2 within that time limit. Power loop is paused whilst you are using the chosen special attack, during all of Kang's special attacks, and for 3.5 seconds if you knock Kang down with a heavy. If you fail the loop, you will take a big chunk of damage, but if you succeed, you will gain a power charge. Power charges persist between fights, so you will always be pushing forwards. Once the loop ends, Kang will choose another power level, but he won't repeat a level until he has gone through all of them. This does mean you can get the same one back to back though, if he ends one round with it, and then starts the next round with that same one. This part of the fight is RNG based, and you can roll combinations that are basically impossible to complete. Or he just won't feel like throwing his special one, and you trying to gain 3 bars of power normally in 10 seconds is just not going to happen. We'll come on to this in a second. Prepare yourself mentally for some tilt in this fight. Sometimes there is just nothing you can do, but remember, a phone thrown across the room can't help you get Paragon. Before we touch on the phases themselves, we do need to have a look at his special attacks. The special one is what makes this fight possible. It consists of 3 beam hits, and once you've got the dex down, it is fairly reliable. Any hit that strikes you directly will passively stun you for 2.4 seconds, and for each hit you block, you will be drained for 50% of a bar of power. This is a good thing, particularly in phase 2, as we'll see later. Any hit you dex will give you 50% of a bar of power, and this is what makes it possible for you to get to 3 bars within 10 seconds if you've been at 0 at the start. As I said before, if he just doesn't feel like throwing the special one, there is a chance you will just fail this sort of loop, and it can get very, very annoying. His special 2 will power and special lock you for 8 seconds if you get hit or block it, and whilst you're suffering from this power lock, Kang will gain all the power you are meant to get. As mentioned before, and similar to many other boss fights like this, his special 3 will instantly kill you. No Heimdall or Herc will save you here. Right, the phases. In phase 1, which is from 100 to 91% health, once you have 3 power charges, Kang will suffer from time collapse. This is his wounded phase by any other name. His damage reduction in this phase is set to 0%, and for each power charge on you, you will gain 10% combat power rate, ability power rate, as well as 25% base attack rating. When time collapse expires, Kang will choose a new power threshold, and all power charges on you are removed. In phase 2, which is from 90 to 51%, you will gain a small trickle of power over time that increases every time you throw a special attack, though this will reset after each time collapse or wounded phase. In this phase only, the cost of both champions' specials is also cut in half, meaning in order to get your power down, you must be spamming specials like mad. And you will also gain 50% more power from dexing the special 1. However, in this phase, you will suffer from 60% ability accuracy reduction whilst you are throwing your special attacks, so don't rely on things to trigger in this time. In both this phase and the next one, Kang will gain Dormant Fury passives each time he chooses a power threshold. If you gain the power charge from collapsing the power loop, then you will gain these Dormant Furies, and they will become active during the time collapse. In this phase, you now need 4 power charges to trigger this collapse. The difficulty in this phase actually comes from keeping your power down. Fully blocking the special 1 will drain 1.5 bars of power from you, but you will be constantly gaining it, and your specials will only cost half as much, and dexing that special 1 will give you nearly 2.5 bars of power, meaning when he chooses 0, make sure you can get there when the timer runs out. Phase 3 is sort of the opposite of phase 2. Here, you will be constantly losing power, and this again goes up the more special attacks you have thrown. The power drain from his special 1 is now increased by 50%, and the power gain from the previous phase has gone away. If you end a combo with the same attack you ended the previous one on, then you will also be drained for 50% of a bar of power. Throwing the special 3 in this phase does require some good timing, as you will need to throw it almost as soon as you get it, or your power will be drained and you may throw a special 2 by accident instead. You will now need 6 power charges to trigger the time collapse in this phase. Again, more potential tilt incoming. You need him throwing that special 1 a lot, and if he doesn't want to, well, I'll leave it there. Now, phase 4. You can ignore pretty much everything we've talked about for the other phases. This phase is from 2% down to nothing. In this phase, Kang will gain 18% of a bar of power per second, but whilst you are close to him, you will gain 25% of a bar of power per second. However, Kang is fully unblockable and is special 1 and 2 locked, as well as taking 0 damage from everything that isn't your special 3. This phase is simply a race to see who gets to special 3 first. Strikers can be a huge help here for extending your combos and keeping him locked down as you build power. Champions with natural power gain like Hyperion or Visceracus can be extremely helpful in this phase. It is so easy to get tilted here. If you lose the special 3 race, you will die, and it is time for another revive. As for which champions are best for this fight, much like many of the other big bosses we looked at, you can really use anyone. There is no specific piece of utility you need here. It is about skill, reliably dexing and blocking the special 1, and matching his number. As mentioned, champions with natural power gain can be very helpful in the final phase, but that's pretty much it. There are arguments for and against using champions that are immune to power drain, such as King Groot, Venom, and Venompool. It can make it trickier to get to the right bar of power if it's low, but it also means that you can't be drained by accident. If you aren't comfortable with it, it can make the second phase much more difficult, but it can make the third phase much easier. I will be bringing one of these champions for the follow-up video so we can have a look at it in action. So, for our team, well, Hyperion for the final phase of the boss, and Medusa can really help us deal with Emma Frost on the path. After that, things really open up, and you could really bring anyone you want, as long as they don't have too many debuffs. I'll bring in 1 extra path option and 2 extra boss options. For the boss, I like to focus on tanky champions that can either take a hit or have lots of regen, as they will help you stay in the fight much longer. King Groot has a very large health pool and some excellent regen, so he takes slot 3. He's also immune to power drain, so in phase 2 we will need to spam a lot of specials to get our power down, but phase 3 will be made a bit easier if we get there. Slot 4 goes to Bullseye. His constant crits will really help us on the path, so we don't need to worry about knocking the opponent down. Again, slot 5 you can really open up to whoever you want, but I will be bringing Gamora. She hits very hard, and in Kang's wounded phases, we can hit him a lot to build up a lot of our buffs and chip down huge chunks of health very quickly. So, here we are in 7.3.6, and we'll be taking the Luke Cage path towards Kang. The team today is 6-star rank 3 Hyperion, 6-star rank 3 Medusa, 6-star rank 3 King Groot, 6-star rank 3 Bullseye, and 7-star rank 1 Gamora. First up, we have Luke Cage, and we will be using Medusa. In this fight, we have Acid Wash, and that is really the only way we can get our damage with Medusa, is by using the Toxic Heart Toxic Hand node and gaining extra poisons. We've had some very high RNG giving us lots of poisons, but that has now fallen off, and we do have to be very careful to watch out for redoubled determination. The more debuffs you put on the opponent, the more power and attack they have, but bleeds, poisons and armor breaks, all of which Medusa has, though Luke Cage is bleed immune, count twice for this node. So if we stack up too many, we really do have to be careful. However, to help us, we do have poison vulnerability, and our 15k mediums are really helping chip this fight down pretty quickly. Luke Cage is one of the slowest fights on the path, because not only is he quite tanky, he's got his indestructible as well. Like right now, we just can't do any damage to him at all. It doesn't matter what we try, he's just not going to take it. However, when we've got a poison on him, which doesn't do much damage, but by the by, we do get some pretty good damage going through. Some slight stutters on my phone there, but with, sort of nearly 10k light crits and buffed Medusa that can now go to 6 Furies instead of just 3, we get some decent damage. I probably could have gone for Medusa's Armor Shatter in this fight, so either a special 1 or a special 3, but I didn't. That would have given us 2 permanent debuffs, 1 Armor Shatter and 1 Armor Break on Luke Cage, so we would have constantly had to worry about redoubled determination, and whilst yes I do often have more debuffs on him than that anyway, I just didn't. A lot of Medusa's damage when the opponent is armor shattered does also come from extra bleeds, which Luke Cage is immune to, so even if he wasn't immune to it, we really wouldn't want to go for that, because then all of those bleeds would have been shooting his power and attack up like crazy. But despite all of that, that fight goes down relatively easy, 1 minute 47. Up next, we have Sabretooth, and I think we use Gamora here? Come on. Yes, Gamora. Gamora is excellent for this path because she can just build a lot of damage simply by hitting the opponent, and then we can sort of feed into that with poison vulnerability. So we're just looking to build our buffs. There we go. And I am purposely doing a light ending combos with Gamora. She has a chance to gain cruelties on mediums and furies on light attacks. However, cruelties only affect her crits, and furies only affect all of her. Sorry, cruelties only affect crits, whereas furies affect all of her attacks. So it makes sense in my mind to go for light ending combos to build more furies. I should have gone for a heavy attack there to refresh all of my buffs, but I didn't, and I should have gone 1 for 1 there as well to heavy counter a special 1. Not quite sure why I'm not, but just hitting him seems to be doing a pretty good job. Sabretooth does have a lot of inbuilt regen, but with all of the poisons we're getting, and the fact I'm running the Despair Mastery, we can pretty easily shut that down. Why am I not going for heavy attacks here? Well, past tense me. So here we have to be careful I can't hit him because 3 poisons would push him straight to special 3, so there it comes. And the plan here is kind of just to hit him. With 18k mediums with poisons, we don't have to go for the special 3, which will give him lots of power, remember, because even the special 3, the power that it gives them, that'll get boosted by redoubled determination as well. And all we need now is 1 more poison and a good combo, and he'll be going down. Unfortunately, we didn't get it there. Get it here? Yes, there's our final poison. So 1 more combo, and this fight should be over. If we get a crit, there we go. 17k light attack is very, very respectable. Up next, we have Thor Ragnarok, and I believe we end up using Bullseye for this fight. Bullseye is not a champion that will show big flashy numbers, but simply the fact that every attack he does is a crit, he can't not crit, although he can get auto-blocked, simply means that it's very, very consistent. We know that every single attack we do, every medium attack will do 6,600 damage, every light attack will do however much as light attacks we're doing. And we do have access to furies and cruelties of our own. As long as we keep that poison going, we should really have no issues in this fight. But we do need to watch out for Thor Ragnarok's power gain. I've timed it here so he has 1 charge, so I can just tap him when he's at low power. There we go. And, I go for the more hits than I probably should. Here, I very much could have gone for a special attack to interrupt his power gain, and in any other fight I would have done. But in this fight, knocking him down, that would have removed the poison, made him go debuff immune, which would have just extended the fight out longer than necessary. So here I'm just going to keep hitting him instead. And as before, every single one of our combos is exactly the same. We know how much damage we're going to get out of him. Here we're just going to get in as a special out of him. He's at low power, so we can just tap him there to trigger the power gain. Shield hit number 1. We're going to get a second one. Nope, special 2. We're going to need a special 2 out of him at some point. There it comes. But now our poisons have fallen off, and we're kind of in our corner, so we do want to push him back a bit. No poisons on that combo, which is a bit unfortunate. Only a poison on the end of that combo, and our damage triggers before the poison. So if you see there, we did sort of 200, 300 damage, even though we triggered the poison on that hit, because we do damage, then the poison triggers, which means Acid Wash can be turned off. There again, 279 damage, and then the poison triggers. Really looking to get that special 2 out of him, but we're just going to block it in the corner, no worries at all. And here I'm sort of realising that I could probably shut it down with Bullseye's Evade special 2 trick, so we're just going to bait the special out of him and then go for that. We've got 3 poisons, but that shouldn't be a big issue. Let him hit into us, evade, our specials go unblockable, and we have more than enough damage to close out that fight without issue. How long was that? 1 minute 46. That was exactly the same length, pretty much, as Medusa. It was 1 hit faster and 1 second faster as well. So Bullseye, even though he shows no big numbers by himself, actually matched Medusa pretty much hit for hit. Up next, we have Nightcrawler, and here we will be using Gamora. The reason I'm using Gamora here is because Nightcrawler and his evades are very annoying, so all I want to be doing is simply just hit him whilst he's stunned. So medium, light, light, back up. Looking for the parry. There we go. Medium, light, light, back up. And that's pretty much what this entire fight is going to be. We've had terrible poison RNG so far, going 9, 10 hits. There we go. Took to hit number 11 to get a poison, then we got 2 back to back. I'm pretty sure Gamora can fit her heavy attack within the stun window, so Nightcrawler wouldn't be able to evade out of the light hit, but I don't want to risk it. So we just go medium, light, light, back up. We block the poisons. We do very big damage. He evades there because he wasn't stunned. Medium, light, light, back up. If we do get a chance to switch his stance, I absolutely will go for it, but it hasn't shown its face just yet. Medium, light, light, back up. Parry, medium, light, light, back up. Got 3 crits on that combo for some great damage. 18k on the mediums. Gamora has some excellent damage, and she's only got, well, at the time she had only 9 buffs. When above 8 personal buffs, Gamora can't miss, but that's also not important in this fight, as that's not something we have to worry about. Parry, medium, light, light, back up. I'm saving the special 3 for if we need to gain a bit of space, but here we've got the parry and the lag spike. There we go. Medium, light, back up. Oh, we've got the parry straight away. Medium, light, back up. Bait the special 1. And a 22k hit to end it out. Very, very nicely there. Nightcrawler's low health pool is helpful in that fight, but he is still an opponent not to be underestimated. Up next we have Green Goblin, and we will be using Bullseye here as well. In this fight, what do we have to watch out for? Well, Green Goblin's chip damage off the special 1 is quite annoying, but getting clipped by that special 2 is even worse, so I am going to be sticking to baiting the special 1 here. I can fully dex the special 2, it's not reliable, and Green Goblin has a nasty habit of sort of catching you on the dashback with it, so I'm just not going to risk it. He does also have some serious regen if he's got the same or more orange than green tokens, but with all the poisons and the Despair Mastery, that's not a huge issue. Also, he can only regenerate damage he is taken directly, so any of our burst damage, our instant bleeds that Bullseye's trigger, or any of the poison damage, he cannot regenerate. So, in this fight, we're just looking to keep those poisons going. We're having some pretty miserable RNG with the poisons here. So I'm kind of looking, well, the only way I can get more poisons is by hitting him, so we do need to bait out his specials, and his specials are annoyingly long. But we're looking to build up to 3 bars of power, go Evade, which cancels our special 3, so we go Evade special 2, we gain a Fury if we evade it straight away, and with the poisons and poison vulnerability, we will be able to get some very good damage out of it as well. If we didn't have right back at it and Acid Wash, you could then go straight in for a special 1 and get lots more damage that way as well. The standard sort of Bullseye rotation. However, right back at it will mean that that is significantly more difficult. Or, it's not difficult, we can still do it, but it's not going to do any damage. So we're just getting up to our special 3, catch him on the dashback there, looking to trigger a poison, we got it. Now we're just going for this special 1, and we are good to go. He's got 2 poisons, so we're going to let him hit into us. Evade. There, we do get the Fury, and it's fully unblockable, and it's not enough to close out the fight because all of our poisons dropped off. Unfortunate, but not much we can do about it. We did passively stun him there at the end, and because I'm bad I didn't get the perfect release, but I don't play Bullseye a huge amount, so I'm not quite sure of the timing just yet. However, that did chunk down a decent amount of his health. So we're basically just looking to do the same thing now, and unfortunately just keep baiting those special ones. More poisons, more power he gains, but now the poison RNG is sort of slightly in our favour. We're sort of sticking it around 1 or 2 poisons, so that's sort of helping us not deal with too much chip damage. Here we could go for his special 2, we could go for our special 2. Our special is probably enough to shut down the fight at this point, so we get the accidental evade there. So we don't you don't get the Fury if you don't throw the special 2 straight away with Bullseye, so you want to evade straight into special 2 for that big Fury. But here we just catch him on the dashback, and I'm just going to throw the special 2 because I know we've got more than enough damage to close out that fight. Bullseye, again, no big flashy numbers, but he does close out fights reliably. That fight was a bit longer, but I'm going to blame Green Goblin for that one. Up next, and last on the path, we have Emma Frost, and she is the reason we have brought Medusa for this fight, or for this path. Emma Frost in her diamond form is fully poison immune, and given that we need the opponent to be poisoned, getting rid of that diamond form is absolutely imperative. Luckily we can do that simply by armor breaking her, and Medusa has perhaps the easiest access to armor break in the entire game, just on her medium attacks, and her special 1, and her special 3. In this fight, again, I could have also gone for Medusa's sort of medium into special 1, or her special 3, to trigger the armor shatter. That would have put a permanent armor break on her, or at least really long. It lasts as long as the armor shatter does. But we decide not to. I don't know why. I'm really just going for a tactic of just sort of hit them until they fall over, because that's served me well so far on the path. I have no issues with either of Emma Frost specials, but don't forget those reverse controls. They're relatively simple, as it's just dex, and dex, pause, dex, depending on which special you're baiting, but Medusa is absolutely chunking through this Emma Frost without issues. 15k mediums that we're seeing, like we saw against Luke Cage, when the poisons are around, really is very helpful. So this fight is pretty much already closed out. She's down to about a third health left. We've got our 6 Furies. Maybe should have gone for a special 3 here. That would have done a significant amount of damage with all of those Furies and the poisons and the poison vulnerability, but we didn't. Again, just going for the slow and steady. I would rather be slow and come out of the fight in a good place than risk something and not, despite what you might see in my other videos where I go, I've got enough damage, and then it turns out I don't. But that is the path down with relative ease. Remember, those last 3 defenders are much tougher than the first 3. As always, use that champion swapper if you need it, because up next is Big Bad Kang number 1. Do remember that unlike the other bosses we've seen so far, this Kang is considered a tech champion. He will gain some extra attack versus Cosmics, but He is technically tech, so we can gain extra attack using Cosmics against him. Everything in this fight revolves around that power loop. Currently set at 0, and we know the next one will be 2. So I am just wasting time in this first phase, because I need to be at 0 bars of power when that goes round. We're now going to bait the special 1 out of Kang. Come on, Kang. Please. Special 1. Thank you. Dex, Dex, Dex. I don't quite get that last Dex. We block it. But King Groot is power drain immune, so we don't have to worry about that at all. We now have to get to special 3. Dex, Dex, Dex. Don't get the Dex there. We get hit, which means we get stunned. Which means we now have quite an issue. We need to push Kang to his special 1, so we can Dex that because the timer is paused during his specials, but he doesn't want to throw it. So the tilt begins. He didn't throw it. We took damage, and there wasn't much we could do about it. If I hadn't have got hit, maybe I could have done something about it there. But this is why we bring King Groot. His regeneration is excellent, and despite taking a full combo and part of a special 1 and some block damage and some burst from failing a power loop, we're already back up to 75% health. So we got our third power charge, and now we're just putting some permanent armor breaks on Kang, setting up for the long haul. We got 7% off in that first phase, and we're going for the special 1, so now we are down at 0 bars of power, and now we just wait. We just wait. We bait a heavy because it's really long. There we go, we're at 0 bars of power. We're going to Dex his special 1 here. Dex, Dex, and then block. So we block it so we don't gain extra power and get pushed to special 2. This fight is all about controlling your own power bar. Here we know we need to get to special 2, so we want 1, 2, 3 Dexes, so we can throw our special 2. That'll be our third power charge, and we get to stun him again with the time collapse. We have 6 permanent armor breaks on him now, so that is helping our damage go up significantly, and despite all of the damage we have taken so far, King Groot is back to a full yellow bar. He is an absolute tank. So there is the transition phase, and we are now into phase 2. We need to get to special 3 very, very quickly. So, Dex, 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 and in this phase you gain so much power from Dexing that special 1, and we got from 0 bars to 3 bars pretty much straight away. However, we now need to get down to 0 bars of power, which means we've got to throw several special 1s. King Groot, again, is power drain immune, which actually makes this phase more difficult, because we can't block his special 1 to drain our power. We have to just dump specials. But Dex, 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 and we went from 0 to 3 pretty much straight away. If Kang hadn't decided to throw that special 1, then more tilt as this fight becomes significantly more difficult. There I should have blocked because now I'm at 2 bars of power and I need to knock him down with a special 1. The small power trickle has pushed me back to special 2, so actually I throw 2 special 2s back to back. And here I dash in to try and hit him with the special 1, but Kang is a sly bastard, which means he now triggers his special 2. But that counted for a power charge because we had the right amount of power when the loop ended, so he gets stunned. The poisons are ticking away, they're not doing much admittedly, but we're going to keep beating him down. And we go for our special 2 to dump power. We needed to knock him down with the special 2, so we do that straight away. Annoyingly, I block the special 2 here, but we do manage to get the Dex on the beams. Mostly, apart from that one. But here we're trying to get down to 0 bars of power, but we're special locked. So I am baiting lots of Kang's special 1s, because his special 1 pauses his timer. You see, 0 is not going round, so now we can throw our special 1, but we really need to throw the special 1 again. There we go, so we bait the heavy, throw special 1, so we're now at 0 bars of power, and then we knock him down, so we've got 2 power charges back to back, Dex, Dex, block, so now we can throw our special 2. And that will be our 4th power charge, so we know going into this next phase, we've got 14 of those passive furies, and we're going for our special 2 here, which doesn't do as much damage as I'd like it to. That's our regen phase back now, which means our damage is hampered slightly, but we're still beating down Kang pretty well. I'm quite pleased about the regen, because, we've got quite a lot of it. Dex, or block, 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 there's no need to risk the Dex here, and the slight power trickle, though it has now been reset, is enough to push us to special 3. So we drop the special 3, but now we need to get down to special 1 again. So we're blocking it to make sure we don't get too much extra power. The ability accuracy reduction means we only actually get 1 armor break there, which is a little bit annoying. And the power trickle has now pushed us to 1 bar of power. Block, 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 because we don't want to be dexing this. Hit, special 1, now we're at 0 bars of power, just. So now we need to get to special 2, so that would be Dex, block, block, most likely. So let's go for it. Special 1, please, Kang. Special 1, please, Kang. Dex, or that was block, Dex, block, but close enough. We go for our special 2, which is more than enough here. That's our 3rd power charge, so we need 1 more. So here we go, we just dump the special 2. The timer isn't paused because it's the wrong special attack. If it had been a 2, it would have been... we get hit by the special 2 again. It would have been paused because it's paused during the right special attack. We are hanging on by the absolute thread, but there we go, time collapse coming in here. Luckily, again, King Groot is an absolute tank with one of the biggest health pools out there, and that regeneration is just insane. We managed to get Kang down into phase 3, so he's now in his passive phase, so he's just sort of sitting there. He's indestructible, and now he's in his aggressive phase, which means he's fully unblockable. I'd really like some more regen here, please. So there we go, King Groot's regen is coming back around again. But this is phase 3, which is the hard to gain power phase. And we need to get to special 3 straight off the bat. And if you look, the next one coming up is also special 3, which basically means that was an impossible roll. There was basically nothing we could do there. So we lose our King Groot. No solo, but by the by. We're going to be going in with Gamora next, because Gamora is excellent against an opponent that can't do anything, i.e. in the wounded / time collapsed phase, because you can just hit the opponent and build up buff after buff after buff and keep them refreshed. So we know he's special 1 for this first phase, so we're going to beta heavy, and that's a really good way to get the fight started. Yes, you can parry this Kang, but remember he's got his built-in limber, which means he's going to be constantly reducing your stuns. There we block the last hit, which drains a whole lot of power, but we go for our special 1. Which is enough to get through that phase. We've now got special 3. Special 3 then 0, so that is good, but we need to dex, dex, dex. If we block a single hit, there is no way we're getting to special 3. Unfortunately, we do a combo that ends with the same one here, but we just about managed to get the special 1 out of him. We can go hit, hit, and you have to throw the special 3 with excellent timing in this phase. There is constant power drain on you, which means if you hit and then wait, a few frames, the power drain will drain you back to 2.99 bars of power, so you can't actually throw the special 1. Or special 3, sorry. There we let him drain us, so we don't have our special 1, because he's going, there we go, so we need 0 in this phase, which is very easy in this phase. We now want 2, so it's going to be a dex, dex, dex for sure. So come on, Kang, dex, dex, dex. We note we've got 2 again, so I don't mind if I build to sort of 2.5 bars of power. If I had 2, then 0, I might try and go for sort of much closer, but here, I kind of had to throw it quickly anyway, because we didn't want to push him to special 2, but we get the accidental block, which means we had all of our power drained. So dex, dex, dex. And we got just about enough to get it there. We do. Good. Knock him down there. We're up to 5 power charges. Dex, dex, block. Oh, dex, dex, dex. But it's 0 now. So we're both at 0 bars of power. So we can kind of just relax a little bit. Dex, dex, block to drain our power back down, because I got a bit overexcited. Here, just looking to refresh my buffs. So we do that before going in for our big damage phase. We go for another heavy. We're just waiting for that 0 to go around. I knocked down Kang with a heavy, which unfortunately paused at the time. I just need this cycle to end, and there it goes. We've got 10 of the passive furies. We've got a whole bunch of our own buffs, which we refresh, and now Gamora is absolutely slapping. Getting, 17k, 18k light attacks, 30k medium attacks, but now we've got to get to special 3 very quickly, and I've forgotten that I've drained my power a few times, but we're just going for dex on Kang. Dex, dex, dex. We're going for the special 3, so we've got to get our timing right. And we do. We go for it very well. There. So special 3 into Kang. Skip that. Now we've got a special 1. So dex, dex, dex. Easy, nice easy phase there for special 1. We've got 2 charges. Got very lucky he didn't punish me there. We need dex, 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 because we've got to get to that special 3. Bleeds ticking away, but they've just fallen off as well. So come on. Dex, dex, dex. And here we've got to get our timing right. But we don't. We fail the timing, which means we're now going to take a full combo from Kang and fail that power loop, which means we fall over. That one there was absolutely on me, mistimed the special 3 throw, but Kang is so unbelievably close to his phase 4, that we're going to be going with Hyperion, who is our phase 4 counter. When I say unbelievably close, he was 250 health away from it. So if just literally one more hit from Gamora and I wouldn't have actually died there. Unfortunately, Kang and his aggressive phase can't be knocked down, and Hyperion's heavy is quite long, but now it is the special 3 race. You can see we are both rapidly gaining power, but I only gain it when close to Kang. He gains it all the time. Hyperion's personal power gain is very helpful, and that intercept there was super clutch, or Kang would have thrown his special 3, and we would have lost. Strikers here are so unbelievably helpful, and I can't remember why I didn't put one on my Hyperion, because then you go for you get your intercept, you combo, you strike, you combo into your special 3. That hit keeps Kang locked down, and that is so important. As always, move to that final node, don't quit out, and feel silly. Act 7, Chapter 4, Quest number 1. Manifest Destiny. How was the first Kang? Did you throw your phone against the wall? The path we'll be taking today is out to the left towards Hulkbuster. This path is almost identical to the 7.3.4 Ghost path. Just like that path, we have Paradox debuffs and Entropic Aptitude, but this time to go with them we have Quantum Overrun and Enhanced Parry Armor Break. Paradox debuffs gives you a charge each time you inflict the opponent with a debuff, and this includes your parry stun. Enhanced Parry Armor Break will also armor break the opponent each time you parry them, so again like last time, the problem on this path is keeping your charges down rather than gaining them, as every parry here will give you 2 charges. Entropic Aptitude will increase your buff potency by 30% for each charge you have, and you can remove 1 charge by dexing an attack. Finally, Quantum Overrun means that your opponent will go passively unstoppable whilst you have fewer than 3 Paradox charges, and if you remove it by any other means, it will come back after 10 seconds. Given the other nodes though, this will only be an issue for 2 parries. Looking at the path, our main defensive threats are the freshly buffed Black Panther Civil War, Penny Parker, and Emma Frost. No one is too bad, but some direct counters will make our lives much easier. Emma isn't as much of a threat on this path as normal, as with the enhanced parry node we can shut off her diamond form very, very easily. Much like 7.3.4, our top options in this quest revolve around getting lots of buffs, but now we have to watch out for champions that apply debuffs as well. Adam Warlock, Gamora, Hulkling, Hyperion, King Groot, Nova, Odin, Superior Iron Man, Vox and so on will all do fine in this quest, but you don't have to stick to cosmic champions. Old Man Logan, both Storms, Professor X, Scarlet Witch, Crossbones, as well as many, many others. And if this video is helping you at all, please don't place too many debuffs on that like button. The boss we'll be taking in this quest is Guillotine 2099. Here we have Thunderstruck, Shock Vulnerability, High Voltage, Composite Construction, and Blood in the Water 1. Thunderstruck is the shock equivalent of Acid Wash that we saw in the last quest. Shock effects deal 25% more damage, but the defender takes 90% less damage if they aren't suffering from a shock. High Voltage will place a small passive shock on the opponent if you're using a tech champion each time you power burn, drain or lock them. The shock damage here is fairly negligible, but this is our source of shocks for Thunderstruck if you don't have a champion that can apply shocks directly. Composite Construction means that tech champions in the fight are immune to ability accuracy modification. This does include you, but Guillotine 2099 isn't going to be affecting your ability accuracy anyway. And finally, Blood in the Water. This will give Guillotine a 100% Fury if you are suffering from any debuff, and this lasts until you have no debuffs left. Remember that she has an unavoidable debuff on her special too. It's only a 100% Fury, so nothing too major, but don't get hit while this is up. If you have anyone with access to shocks, then this fight can be quite simple. Just need to knock Guillotine down from time to time to make sure that her invisibility stays on cooldown. Her special one will power drain you, regardless of whether it hits you or not, but given we have shock vulnerability, giving us 200% more damage while she's suffering from a shock, even fairly basic attacks will chip her down in time. Hulkbuster, Shuri, Nebula, Arcade, Guardian Red Skull, maybe Nimrod, and so on, who all have access to shocks directly, will blast through this fight. Any tech champion that has access to power, burn, drain or lock will also do great. Idoom, any of the Visions including Viv, Penny Parker, Guillotine herself, and so on, should have no issues here. So, for our team. Well, Hulkbuster and Shuri will easily cover the boss, and for the path we have many options. I would normally bring a team of someone like Gamora, King Groot and Hyperion, but we used them in the previous video and we have seen them before, so let's mix things up a bit. Hulkling is not only a great champion, but a fantastic Penny Parker option, so he takes slot 3. Vox will be a lot of fun when we can boost all of his buffs. He will apply far too many debuffs on his special 1 and 2, but we can use the node to boost the buffs he gets on his basic attack, and this will do us very well. We can safely use his special 3 though, if required. And last up, let's have Cersei. Lots of fury buffs to take advantage of, as well as some regen and some minor power gain. So, here we are in 7.4.1, and we will be taking the Hulkbuster path. The team today is 5-star rank 5 Hulkbuster, 5-star rank 5 Ascended Hulkling, 6-star rank 3 Vox, 6-star rank 3 Shuri, and 6-star rank 3 Cersei. First up on the Hulkbuster path is Hulkbuster, and we will be using Hulkling. The goal in this path is simply to build Paradox via applying debuffs, then build buffs of our own, and go nuts from there. We have to be very careful on this path to keep down our Paradox charge, as every parry will provide 2 charges. And if we get to 12, then we're going to have issues. I've chosen Hulkling for this fight because not only is he an excellent champion, he is also fully shock immune, which against Hulkling is quite useful. And even from this 5-star, with 2 crits on the special 2, we're already looking at, 100k special 1s, and we didn't even have that, special 2, sorry, didn't even have that many paradox charges. So we're going to build a few more up to 7, but this Hulkbuster is actually almost down. There's really not too much to worry about on this path at all. We just build some buffs, we'll build some charges, build some buffs, drop big specials and big damage, and the fights aren't going to last very long at all. 22k medium or light crits out of a 5-star champion is pretty good. Up next we have Rogue, and I think we'll end up using Vox for this fight, but let's find out. Yes, Vox. So, Vox is weird for this path. He is very good for it, don't get me wrong, but you don't play Vox like you'd normally play Vox. The way you sort of normally play Vox is that you build up your buffs, and then you throw your special 1 to apply degens, and then throw it again to pull them all back again off the opponent, and then when you pull degens off the opponent, you convert them into buffs on yourself, and you sort of ping-pong between degens and buffs using your special 1s and special 2s. The degens can do very, very nice work when you get them going. However, on this path, we're just going to let Vox do his thing and build the buffs. If we build the buffs, we can boost them, and we're getting some very solid damage already. Whenever Vox gains a precision buff from the Dexterity Mastery, and he's the only champion in the game that can stack it like that, he can also then convert them into his permanent ones. And you can see, because those are boosted, we're getting almost guaranteed crits if this Rogue will, throw a special 2. Please. Eventually. Or we get hit, that works too. Come on, special 2. There we go. So, almost guaranteed crits. We got all crits on that combo, and because the buffs we've built are pretty big, we've got pretty much enough basic attack damage to just end this fight pretty quickly. However, we are perfectly safe to throw Vox's special 3, which looks awesome. Very, very cool special 3, which also does boosted damage anyway. For each buff on Vox, that was a 63k special 3, which from a 6-star rank 3 is not bad. Up next, we have Sentinel, and here I believe we will be using Cersei. Cersei does not get enough love, but she is excellent for this path. Sentinel is an absolute tank. As he builds his charges, he not only gets damage, but also armor and crit resistance, which means getting through that armor is quite annoying. The way you tend to play Cersei is you build her transmutation buffs with medium ending combos, and she can gain permanent ones up to 5. You then trigger her glancing buff by throwing a heavy, which she can do, which you do by throwing a heavy, and then once you've got that, you double your transmutation buff gains. Here we go, she go for a heavy fairly soon. Oh, we've got 6 now. So we're going to go for a heavy. Just a moment, go for the parry. There we go. Oh, so we triggered it by glancing there, so if they deal too much damage, we can also get it. So we're just going for a medium while we've got the glancing buff. Go for another one, so that's 11 transmutation, giving 12 furies. 12 furies, that was well over 100k. And if we'd crit on that last hit, probably would have been fight over. Got a little bit of power gain there as well. 38k light attack, 44k mediums. And interrupt is heavy. And we're just going to go for a special 1 or another special 2, and this fight is over. There we go, another special 2. What's that crit on the end? 44k non-crit on the end with burst damage. Cersei is excellent for this path, and she needs some more love. Maybe I'll do a full video on... Is Cersei out to 7-star? I don't think so. Maybe 658 Cersei gets a video at some point. Up next we have freshly buffed Black Panther Civil War, and we just have to watch out for his reflective matrix. He is basically the same on defense as he used to be. He's just going to be even more punishing if you eat a special, and he has his cleanse charges off the special 1, but luckily we're not looking to apply debuffs here, so it's no big deal. We're now safe to parry, so we can parry, apply debuffs, and build some more of our charges. We've got 7. He is still quite punishing if you get hit, so do be careful. We're up to 9 charges now. We've got basically guaranteed crits again. Maybe we should have used Vox versus Sentinel. That would have been good. And I think in this fight we're going to go for the special 3 a little bit earlier. When you throw the special 3, all buffs on you are converted into intensifiers, which also increase the potency of future buffs. So if we have lots of intensifiers and lots of paradox charges, our new buffs are going to be huge. But this fight is one to take slowly. He has so many cleanse charges, so you really do have to watch out for those. Here comes our special 3. But with Vox's basic attack damage and almost guaranteed crits, you can eat through them pretty quickly. 66k special 3, he's going very, very well. So now we're just building our buffs back up again. We've got 26 of the Intensify buffs. So we're already getting 7k medium crits. It did consume our crit chance buffs as well, so we need to build up a few more of those. But every time we dex, we will also lose a paradox charge. So we just have to remember when we can and can't gain them in this fight. There you go, so his reflective matrix is gone. So it would be safe now to parry him if needed, but we didn't need to. And I had to be very, very sure that that special one would kill, otherwise it would have applied about 40 debuffs. And 40 debuffs would have been enough to cause us to overload and die. Up next we have Penny, and this is why we brought Hulkling. There are many champions you can bring here, but Hulkling and Gallon are the best options for this fight. I think many people were quite surprised by Gallon's performance on our recent stream. We had a first live stream a couple of days ago. So Gallon is a very, very good Penny option as well. But you can see Hulkling has already completely removed her shield, so no shield, no issues. There is a full video on the channel about Penny as well, if you want to go and watch that to learn about her in detail. So we are now building some of our aptitudes, and the aptitudes are increased by our paradox. So when we gain our Furies, the Furies will be increased by the paradox, but they will also be increased by the aptitudes that were increased by the paradox. So here we go, drop a big special 2. 30k, 51k, 33k, another 33k. So that's 140,000 damage from a 5-star, which is very, very good. Now Penny does auto-block us, and we do make the risky play of beating into her block. If you beat into her block while she's auto-blocking, she can, on occasion, like sort of dex out of it or parry you mid-combo. But that's not a big deal. Here we go for Intimidate, and then at this point we just beat her to death. There's no issues there. We could have thrown our special 2 for a guaranteed KO, but there was no need. Last up. Is it last up on the path? Yes, last up on the path we have Emma Frost, and she is not the issue she normally is. Emma is quite challenging, or can be, but if you can armor break her, which we can do on parry here, Emma becomes relatively simple, as long as you can reverse controls dex her. So here we go for what we did last time. We're just going to build up our transmutation with double mediums, so some more mediums. We don't really want to parry her now because we would overload and that would be bad, though her specials both have 2 dexes on them, so actually your paradox charges will go up and down quite a lot. So there we're going for our heavy. We get lucky we didn't punch it because we completely whiffed the heavy because it was bad. So here we're just trying to bait a heavy from her. It's not working. There we go. So we go medium, medium, 10 Furies, 53k crit on the end. If that had crit, it might have actually just ended the fight there and then. The big crit on that last hit is very, very powerful. Now, we've lost our arm break, so she's gone back in down form, but 1 parry and it's gone. And we're going to dash back, drop that, and we know it's going to stun, but a 55k crit means the stun wasn't required. Excellent job by Cersei again. Now that's the path done, up next we have the boss, and we will be taking Guillotine 2099, a champion that I find slightly annoying to fight, but here she is relatively simple. My phone appears to have slowed down, and maybe in the future we will do recording on the PC version rather than on the game version, on the mobile version, but we will see. Skip that. Don't forget you can use the champion swapper if you need it. Plan a 6-man team. So, Guillotine 2099. Effectively, put a shock on her, and you're not going to have a huge amount to worry about. If she gets a debuff on you, then she will gain a 100% Fury, but don't let that happen, you should be alright. Knock her down to remove the invisibility, and we do have to remember that her special 1 has power drain on it, regardless of whether it hits you or not. So with Hulkbuster, we are going to be just sort of taking this nice and slowly, and not trying to worry too much. So here I'm just trying to get a parry in because what I don't want to do is hit her and trigger her invisibility. So we're just trying to get a re-parry, but she's really not going for it. But here we go. Parry. Heavy. Bait the special 2. Now her special 2 does have a guaranteed debuff on it. Oh, we're not going to let her throw the special 2. Hulkbuster does Hulkbuster things and completely removes all of her power as well as power locking her. Against most champions with Hulkbuster, I do just like to go into the heavy spam like this, but Guillotine 2099 has a very, very fast light attack animation when she's standing up, which means sometimes it's not safe. She can hit you before you can throw the heavy. Now, we messed up our special 1 dex there on the first one, but we got it on the second one, so now we're just going for another parry. There we go. Let's knock her down, don't have to worry about the invisibility. And we're just going to do that again, and the fight's pretty much going to be over. Or it would if it went to plan. It doesn't, spoilers, but let's see how. So here we're going to go for another special 2, or I don't know why I didn't just throw it there, but I didn't. Oh, yes, so that's why I needed to knock it down, but then, yeah. So we've got problems now. So Guillotine's at a special 3. We do manage to clutch out some more hits here. I'm just going to spam heavies until she special 3s me, but yeah. We got overly ambitious, we triggered the special 3, which means Hulkbuster is deceased and we took a lot of damage from her special 3. This gives us a slight issue. It's not a big one, but a slight one, and this is why we plan 2 boss counters, because things happen. She killed me with a special 3, which means she starts with 100 hits on the combo, and when Guillotine has 100 hits on her combo, her attacks are going to hurt a lot more. However, once we've triggered her combo shield, it's fairly trivial to get rid of it. Wait it out, and then we can get rid of her combo. So we're just going to keep knocking her down. We've got those shocks ticking away on her, which means shock vulnerability is playing in our favour. So Shuri is a little bit slower to get going. Having Cersei and Shuri on the same team is going to get confusing. And here I don't really want her to throw the special 1, but she decides to do it anyway. So we're just going to be slowly chipping her down. We've got our guaranteed crits now, but unfortunately we have to spend most of them as we knock her down. But we got 2 guaranteed crits there, which actually hit very, very hard. Shuri is very much a ramp-up champion, and without access to some of her specials, it's not a fight we can ramp up in quite as well. However, shock damage is ticking away for 1500 per tick, so even if we just wait, that would tick her down in time. However, we have our guaranteed crits, so the fight ends very, very quickly when Shuri can get going with those. Not the cleanest boss kill, we had to use 2 champions, but I try and keep these realistic for you. As always, move to that end node, don't quit out, and feel silly. Act 7, Chapter 4, Quest number 2. Tempting Fate. Time to shred another quest, because paradox nodes. The path we'll be taking in this quest is through Teleporter A towards Ronin. Here we have Paradox Knockdown, Entropic Extinction, Quantum Lock, Knockdown Physical, and Aggressive. Paradox Knockdown and Entropic Extinction we have seen before. Knock down the defender to gain a Paradox charge which gives plus 30% debuff potency, and intercept the opponent to remove one. This is an excellent combination, as it makes it very easy to gain charges, but also to hold them steady. If you just hit the opponent and don't intercept them, then your charges are guaranteed to remain constant. Quantum Lock means that you are power locked until you have 3 charges, so 3 heavies and that doesn't matter. Knockdown Physical will increase the opponent's physical resistance by 90% when you knock them down for 15 seconds. This can really hurt your damage output if you're relying on physical damage, though critical hits can bypass it. It is only 15 seconds, so you can always build your charges and then wait a bit if you have no other options. And finally, Aggressive does what you'd expect it to. The defender is more aggressive, they like to dash at you, throw heavies, specials, and so on. This is very helpful for us to intercept in order to drop our charges where required. There are so many champions we could use on this path. Any champion that has damage over time debuffs will get boosted here, and you can use them to just melt away opponents' health. Champions with armor breaks or vulnerability debuffs will do the same, and their damage will be sent through the roof. When it comes to defenders, we have Ronin, who is pretty easy, Sauron, who's a little bit harder, but we do have a full video on the channel about him. Quake is okay, but I'm bad at fighting her. White Magneto, who is fine. Nick Fury, who we might want to consider. And Domino, who can be quite annoying. Do note that Domino cannot fail any interaction you have with the Paradox node, so you gaining or losing them, as they are immune to ability accuracy modification. Here, it will be best to bring a tech option for Domino and Sauron, and the same with a mutant for Nick Fury. Quickly touching on a few other paths. 1A to Stark Enhanced Spider-Man looks like an easy stunt cheese path, but the defenders on this path means that isn't really an option. 2A to Cosmic Ghost Rider is possible if you have a stacked Mystic roster. You must be able to keep the armors off the defenders, some of which are quite annoying, or be shock immune. Finally, if you have lots of mutants and tech champions, you can take 2A to Old Man Logan. Here, you want to match classes with the defender, and then throw your special attacks into their block for boosted extra damage, and if you match classes, this will also stun them. Note that every 6 blocked hits by them will cause them to go unblockable. These are all options, but I personally think that our first Paradox path is far easier. And if this video is helping you at all, please place some very large debuffs on that like button. The boss we'll be taking in this quest is Sabretooth. Here we have Adrenochrome, Powerful, Indomitable, Immunity Bleed, and Special 1 Reluctance. Let's zoom through the small nodes before touching on the only one that actually matters. Special 1 Reluctance means that he's less likely to throw a Special 1. This is just a bias and nothing is guaranteed. Immunity Bleed does what it says, it makes him bleed immune. Indomitable means that we can't reverse his healing. We can reduce it to 0 but not beyond. Don't confuse this with Lionheart, which is the much tougher version of this node, and Powerful means that Sabretooth is immune to Special Lock, as well as Power, Steel, Burn, and Power Lock. Right then, Adrenochrome, the only node that actually matters. When Sabretooth throws a special attack, he gains a 1000% Fury for 20 seconds. This starts paused and is unpaused once that special attack has finished. However, this Fury has its duration reduced by 4 seconds for each debuff on Sabretooth, down to a minimum of 1 second. And when the Fury expires, Sabretooth takes a burst of damage. Your debuffs aren't removed when this happens, so as long as you can keep a few debuffs on him, this node is just free damage. Even if you ignore the node, don't get hit and make sure your parries are on point, and you really won't have any issues. Most decent tech champions can take this fight without issues. Future Ant-Man, Arcade, Howard the Duck, Hulkbuster, OG Iron Man, Lady Deathstrike, Nebula, Nimrod, Omega Sentinel, Shuri, Ultron, Warlock, and many, many others. So, for our team. Well, for the boss, I'll be bringing Nimrod, as he can also do Domino and Sauron on the path. I will bring OG Iron Man as backup for these fights, just in case. As for the rest of the path, you can really bring anyone you want that has those debuffs that we can boost. Don't forget that you may also want a mutant for Nick Fury. I'm going to bring a nice little trio of Apocalypse, Mr. Sinister, and OG Wolverine. Apocalypse will get max ramped by Mr. Sinister, who is himself amazing, and Horseman Wolverine is a force of nature that I haven't yet had a chance to show on the channel, so I think this will be a good time for it. This is a really nice little combo for this path. So, here we are in 7.4.2, and we will be taking Teleporter 3A to the Ronin path. The team today is 5-star Ascended Iron Man, Apocalypse, Nimrod, Mr. Sinister, and 6-star Rank 3 Wolverine. This is a debuff potency path, so I really wanted to have a chance to play around with a little bit of Horseman Wolverine, which means we need to make him a Horseman. So we'll be starting off this path with Apocalypse. He goes straight to 4 charges because we've got Mr. Sinister on the team. You could absolutely bring Cable, and he will do very, very well on this path as well. 3 knockdowns gives us our 3 power locks, meaning we can now, 3 paradox, removing the power lock, meaning we can now gain power. On this path, with the 90% physical resistance, I am relying a lot more on the debuffs to do the jobs, so I'm just going to knock him down quite a few times so we can really build up those paradox nodes. It is very easy to keep the paradox nodes consistent because you remove them by intercepting. So here, despite messing up my spacing, we can knock him down, go for the special 1, and we now put some very big debuffs on him. So that's a big poison, but also a very big weakness, something which is probably not generally considered on this path. We can now take a lot of punishment because that weakness is massively reducing Ronin's damage. Just building to our special 2 now. Come on, Ronin, until we bait out his special 1. We're not going to risk the heavy counter this time because we messed it up last time. So dodge the projectile, go back in, just fishing for that parry. Nope, parry. Ronin, please, do something. Anything? That's me intercepting, not sure why. There we go. So now we go. We've got 8 paradox charges. We've got our concussion, which is also helping a lot. Lots of burst damage, and a nice big degen as well. So just from the 2 of those debuffs, and remember that this is only a 5-star Apocalypse, we're getting 2,000 damage per tick, 4,000 damage per second. We really can just wait, and this fight will finish itself. But I'm far too impatient for that. So we're going to continue to hit him as well. 1 more special 1, and this fight's pretty much done. Just looking to get some more bleeds going, into a special 1, and the burst damage from that has no issues at all, burning through the rest of Ronin's health. Apocalypse, a character that is a little more slept on than perhaps he should be. Certainly has had his time, but if we see a 7-star Apocalypse, I will be very excited for him, as his signature ability is not hugely important. Up next, we have Sauron, and Nimrod is going to bully this fool with very few issues. Pretty much anything Sauron does, Nimrod can counter. So we're going to start off with some parry heavies. The reason being, we need to heavy him so we can gain power. And also, every time we parry with Nimrod while we're in the blue phase, we gain armors. More armors means more shock potency from his special 2. We're also getting shock debuffs from removing his prowess and his regen whilst we're in the orange phase. Slightly unfortunately in this situation, but it is better in most situations, the shocks we get from the special 2 are in fact passive, which means we can't benefit from this node. We do also have the power drain debuff, which is being boosted by the node, so that's really reducing Sauron's power as well. Let's see how big are the shocks we're getting. 5.6k per tick, and remember that those are passive, so they're not being boosted by the node. That is just what a 5-star Nimrod does. If you are struggling against Sauron and you have a Nimrod, well, one, go watch the Sauron video. We have a whole video on how to beat him, where I think I spend a lot of time ranting about how good Nimrod is. But hey, he is basically designed to counter Sauron. Here we go, going for our second special 2, and that is lights out with a lot of overkill. Despite taking a few hits, Nimrod is also quite a tank. Up next we have Quake, which is a champion that I consistently fail to fight on this channel, so let's see how we are doing. We can now apply our Horseman pre-fights because Apocalypse has his 4 charges, so we can use Horseman Wolverine. This gives him more crit chance, more crit damage, the standard Horseman buffs, more ability accuracy, and you go unstoppable if you get hit, as well as full bleed resistance. But it also gives him access to critical bleeds. And you can see already that those bleeds are ticking for 1400, and that was before we got new Paradox going. We are now just 13 hits into the fight, and she's almost half down. This is just a 6-star rank 3 Wolverine, I'm pretty sure. And, well, a couple more heavies, because we need to build those Paradox before the fight ends. Critical bleed's now ticking for nearly 2,000 each. Another critical bleed, regular bleed, critical bleed. 7 bleeds in total. Was that 4, 5, 6,000 damage per tick? And Quake's over. 35 hits. Actually managed to fight Quake for a change without getting completely rinsed. Up next we have White Magneto, and here we'll be using Mr. Sinister. The reason being is Wolverine is metal, and I think Wolverine versus Magneto is perhaps one of the most iconic matchups from a lot of comic history. However, Mr. Sinister versus this Magneto is not going to be very fair, because, well, Mr. Sinister is well known for dealing a lot of degen damage, and we're just going to, well, you'll see. It's going to get boosted by the node, so it's going to be some serious degen damage. Just building to our special 1, we've rolled 1 Mystic and 2 Cosmic on our pre-fight. 2 Cosmic's nice for boosting our damage, and we can see with just, what was it, 4 when we threw it, 5 afterwards, we get nearly 10,000 damage per tick on the degens here. So with 2 charges there, he's down to half health before we've really started, and now we're up to 6 Paradox. Evade that. Going to go for 7 whilst we've still got the Vicious up. Want to make sure that's going. 14,000 damage per tick. First pause, that's the end of the second pause, and poor Magneto didn't really stand a chance. We end that with a full yellow bar. Ridiculous. Up next, we have Nick Fury, and we will be going back to Old Faithful Wolverine. So he actually has 2 crossfights in this fight, because we've got the Horseman and his crossfight of the 7 Paradox. Intercept at the start, which probably wasn't the best thing to do, but we've got these crit bleeds and regular bleeds going, so this Nick Fury is absolutely melting. I could have gone for a heavy attack there, but I want to push him to a special 2, because I don't really want to be dealing with his special 1 more than we have to. But even without the Paradox doing a huge amount, we've only got 5 charges, he's already, if he only had 1 health pull, he'd be gone by this point. That's it. That's Nick Fury's gone. That technically counted as a shrug off. He removed my buffs, so Wolverine did actually go unblockable for just a moment there. Another part of the Horseman ability. Wolverine's regeneration's coming in as well. We are regenning for 700 per tick, so he's not... It'd be quite tricky to die in this fight as well. There we go, so we're going to block all of that. Did actually take a hit at the end, so we trigger Unstoppable. More regen going on here as well. There we go. That's quite some nasty block damage, and we would be able to regen all of it, but we're going to end this fight far too quickly for that. 1 special 2. We don't even bother going for it, and this Nick Fury is down without issues. Up next, we have Domino, and I'll be using Iron Man, and this fight goes horribly. But again, I try and keep it realistic for you. Iron Man generally is a fairly good Domino counter, but here things just don't line up. We need to knock her down so we can boost our armor breaks and gain power, but that just sort of doesn't really happen. I'm fishing for a parry here, and it's just not happening. There you go, she fails that one. And the crit fail damage here is quite nasty. So we get our first knockdown there. That doesn't do anything. We managed to get a very cheeky reparry there. She's gone lucky now, so we have to be very careful so we don't trigger her evade. Parry that to pause our armors. Nice little piece of Iron Man utility. And when awakened, and even when not, but particularly when awakened, his block proficiency and tankiness on specials is ridiculous. There we unfortunately intercepted an 8 heavy, which crit, so we took a lot of damage. We got a very lucky heavy there, but that heavy, even though she evaded, counted as an intercept. So now we're back down to 1 charge, and this fight, as I said, is just going very poorly. So we're just going to continue to beat it. At this point, I really need to gain some space. Our parries just aren't sticking, but that's Domino for you. Going to go for another parry here. We took 0 damage when we parried that. So we finally get another knockdown there, so up to 2 charges. Then we get another parry, we're up to 3 charges. Get another parry, so this is going a bit better. We are going much better than we were before. So we're going to go for another parry on here. Parry that, took 0 damage again. So Iron Man is an absolute tank when it comes to parrying specials. Up to 5, 6. So we're looking to get to our special 2, trigger the reactor, and then go for our special 1. So we can get some big armor breaks with all these charges. Go for another parry here, please. There we go. So we've got 10 armor ups, which is loads actually. You want, I think it's 7 as a minimum when you throw the special 2. So there we've got 17 armor ups, 175 charges, and here's where the fun begins. So we can now bait out her special attack and go for our special 1 and trigger some very, very large armor breaks. So we're just trying to get a good opening. There it comes. And those are some really chunky armor breaks, but really not doing the damage I'd like to here. I don't know if it's the physical resistance that's blocking out all of our damage pretty much in its entirety, but Iron Man here just isn't doing what I want him to, which is slightly annoying. So here, we've got 13k medium, that's pretty good. Go for some more armor breaks here. These are massive armor breaks, our big regeneration triggers, slightly gimped by the crit fail damage. Some more armor breaks here. And the Domino is going down slowly, more slowly than I would like. She's lucky there, so I had to make sure she doesn't evade, but she does. We get a very cheeky parry there. It almost feels like our damage is getting capped, but we miss the parry, and Iron Man goes down. Luckily, Iron Man was just our backup option, so we're going to bring in the guy I should have used for the fight, which is Nimrod. If I was taking this fight, or this path, and it was just me doing it, I wasn't doing it for the showcase, I would have actually just used Nimrod again from the beginning against this Domino, and used Iron Man purely as boss backup. But I would like to showcase things as well. So, we've triggered that cowardice, which means the special attacks aren't going to be doing much damage if they hit us. However, it's a big cowardice, but also Domino's specials aren't hugely troublesome. We're using a tech character, so we can't be unlucky. And with some very big shocks coming out of Nimrod. Again, those are passives, those aren't boosted by the node. That's just what Nimrod does. We've got the power drain going as well, and you can see her power is just being absolutely sapped away, because that is being boosted by 8 or 9 paradox charges. So here, one more special 2 will close out this fight without issues. Go for a light ending combo there to switch back into orange phase, which gives us a bit more damage. Switch back into the blue one by accident, which annoyingly means because we're in blue and not orange or purple, we don't trigger any shocks, which has been annoying, so we just extended this fight out longer than it needed to. We haven't triggered any critical fail in this fight because Nimrod is immune to ability accuracy reduction from robots. This fight was pretty awful, and that's just Domino for you, but we managed to get through it, only losing 1 champion. Again, should have just used Nimrod from the start. Up next, we have the boss, Sabretooth. We have our champion swapper, use it if you need to. The only node you really need to worry about in this fight is Adrenochrome, which is the one that gives him a very, very large fury each time he throws a special attack, but for each debuff on him, which is why Iron Man would have been better for this fight as backup rather than for Domino, each debuff on him, it is reduced, and when it expires, he takes about 6,000 or 7,000 damage. However, Nimrod's also going to be very good for this fight because every time we hit him, he triggers regeneration, but every time we hit him in our orange phase, we can strip off a regeneration, trigger a shock instead. So you can see pretty much every other hit, we're just triggering shocks back to back. So in this fight, we just want to bait specials. That's pretty much it. Bait specials, don't die. He doesn't want to throw the special 1. The block damage can get quite nasty because a 1000% Fury will do that to you. Here we're just looking for a couple of parries just to build a couple of extra armors. More armors means more shock damage. And 1 special 2 gets him down to about 75% health, exactly. So we're pretty sure it's going to take us 4 special 2s to end this fight. I'm not looking to doing anything hugely special. You can see that Fury is now much shorter than it was. He does have special 1 Reluctance, which means he's less likely to throw the special 1, but he seems pretty happy just to throw it here. It is just a bias, it is nothing guaranteed, so do be careful. We only had 2 armors when it came to that special 2, so it was a bit weaker. We did 5% less damage than we did in that previous one, but by the by. So more debuffs means Adrenochrome is going down faster, so we've got the Cowardice from him throwing his specials. We've got shocks if we can line things up right as well, but they are very short shocks. Here we've got 10 armor ups, so the shocks coming from this special too are huge, and chunk him down to just under 30% health there as well. Continuing to strip off those regens, more shock damage there. If this fight was a little bit shorter, we could have gone special 1 for a very large energy vulnerability, and then into special 2. But in this fight, we just find special 2 spam a bit easier. 8 armors, 1, 2, 3 waves, let all those shocks do their thing, and he is so nearly dead we can just strip off a few more of those regenerations, just hit him, and come on, there we go. This fight is as good as done. So, Nimrod, a very, very good Sabertooth counter in general, and good for this fight. As always, move to that final node, don't quit out, and feel silly. Act 7, Chapter 4, Quest. Number 3, Paradise Lost. Really should have branched out with the titles here. The path we'll be taking today is out to the left towards Invisible Woman, and this path is so similar to the one we just saw in the previous quest. If you did that one without issues, then this one will probably be even easier. Here we have Paradox Block, Entropic Extinction, again, Quantum Lock, again, Now You See Me, and Foresight. By this point I'm sure you all know the drill. Paradox Block will give you a charge whenever you parry the opponent, and via Entropic Extinction, this grants you plus 30% debuff potency. You can also remove a charge by intercepting the opponent, and via Foresight, this will grant you a very large Fury for 5 seconds. Quantum Lock means that you'll be power locked whilst you have fewer than 3 charges, but a few parries, and this is no longer an issue. Now You See Me is the only new node here. You will be inflicted with a faltered debuff for 3 seconds every 10 seconds, but you can reset this timer simply by striking the opponent. Stay aggressive, or use champions with access to Cleanse or Purify to just remove it if it ever does get on you. Or you can just use champions that bypass miss. Or you can just wait it out. There's lots of things we can do here. In terms of defenders, no one here is top tier annoying. Invisible Woman has her shield and can go invisible. Daredevil Hell's Kitchen can shrug off your debuffs, and Void is Void. Watch your combo carefully, and with all the extra debuff potency you have, he really won't be around for too long. There are so many good champions we can use here. Black Cat, Black Panther, Blade, Shield, Jabari Panther, Elsa, Bloodstone, Zemo, Agent Venom with some synergies, Mole Man, Nick Fury, Mr. Sinister, Horseman, Wolverine, Cable with the Apocalypse Energy, Joe Fixit, Vox, and so on if you just want to go down the damage over time route. But remember, this doesn't just boost damage over times. You can also use champions like Null, Cosmic Ghost Rider, Cull Obsidian, Captain Marvel Movie, Medusa, OG Thor, Superior Iron Man, and so on, if you want to boost armor breaks instead. Or, if Power Stings are more your thing, then Spider-Ham or Cassie could work for you. And if this video is helping you at all, please, place some big old debuffs on that like. Didn't we use that one last time? The boss we'll be taking in this quest is going to be rough. Mangog is out for multiple reasons, leaving us with King Groot or Purgatory, and this really, really depends on your roster. Let's start with Purgatory, who I personally think, with access to basically every champion, is the easier fight, but if your roster is even slightly leaning towards King Groot, then he instantly becomes easier. Purgatory has just 3 nodes: Hubris, Power to Cower, and Immunity Shock. I hope I don't really have to explain what Immunity Shock does, so let's have a look at the other 2. Power to Cower means for every hit on our combo meter, Purgatory's power gain is increased by 0.5%, and her special attacks cost 0.5% less. These both cap out at 50% or 100 hits. If you use a special 3, your combo meter is reset. This translates basically to her spamming a lot of special attacks, but that's not a bad thing, as we'll see in a moment. And now for Hubris. The defender reduces all incoming damage by 90%. Great. Let's keep reading. When the defender activates a special attack, this damage reduction is removed, and when the defender finishes the special attack, they take a burst of damage equal to 350% of the damage they took whilst the special was ongoing, and then the damage reduction comes back until she throws another one. This does include effects that trigger the instant she throws her special attack, so Power Stings do work. Power Stings and big damage over time effects are the way to go here. We need champions that can deal lots of damage whilst she is throwing the special attack, and obviously we can't be hitting her whilst that is the case. Spider-Ham, Cassie Lang, Torch with pre-fight, and Scorpion with Rupture pre-fight are our top options for Power Stings. We can also use the Mr. Fantastic and She-Hulk synergy to give all Science champions access to Power Stings when they debuff the opponent. The other option is that we go for damage over time champions such as Onslaught, Archangel, Kate Bishop, Baron Zemo, Horsewoman OG Storm, Lady Deathstrike, Moleman, maybe Havoc, Mr. Sinister, Black Cat, Eyebomb. I believe I used Cable with the Apocalypse synergy when I did this quest the first time, and so on. Remember that she is naturally Incinerate immune, as well as being shock immune from the node. Our other option here is King Groot. Here we have Apex Predators, Tough as Nails, Power Build-Up, Supercharge, and Special 1 Reluctance. Tough as Nails will grant King Groot an armor up buff every 3 seconds up to a cap of 5, though this time it is reset every time you hit him. Every 15 seconds, Supercharge will grant King Groot 20% of his maximum power over 10 seconds, and Power Build-Up will give him prowess buffs whilst he is above 2 bars of power, and these are some big and permanent prowess buffs. Special 1 Reluctance will make him less likely to throw Special 1s. This is just a bias, nothing is guaranteed though. The important note here is Apex Predators. Every 30 seconds, all buffs on both champions are nullified, but whoever had more buffs gains a 500% Fury, as well as going unblockable for 10 seconds. When the Fury expires, the timer is reset. If there is a tie, you both gain the Fury and the unblockable. There are 2 ways we can tackle this fight. Either we out-buff him, and just accept that we're going to be flat nullified every 30 seconds, or we make sure that he doesn't gain buffs. If you want to out-buff him, then I'd recommend you have champions that can gain at least 10 buffs. King Groot will likely have 3 to 7 Furies, as well as some armors, maybe a power gain or prowess as well. And this is suddenly much more difficult. Gallon, Gambit, Gamora, Gladiator, Gore, Hulkling, Hyperion with some good RNG, Juggernaut, Old Man Logan, Cersei, Superior Iron Man, Venompool and Vox are maybe the only champions that can do this, and you're going to have to re-ramp many of these champions every 30 seconds. Our other option is to take those buffs off him. Champions that have access to buff immunity debuffs, Fate Seal, or strong and reliable neutralizers are our best option here. You can then just Dex when the timer is coming round, so it's 1-0 to you, and you gain the Fury and the unblockable. Black Widow Clairvoyant, Longshot, Rintrah, and Wiccan are some great options here. Diablo with pre-fight is probably one of the very few champions with strong and reliable enough nullifies to keep up with all the buffs. Maybe Voodoo with Special 1 and the Spirit on him. I'm sure there are other Mystic options that can take this fight, but these are the ones I would recommend. So, for our team. Well, let's start out with a standard split of 3 for the path and 2 for the boss. For the path, Chi-Ilth and Nick Fury are very safe options, but let's be a little more interesting with our final slot. Black Widow Deadly Origin and her shocks will do some great work here. For King Groot, I think Rintrah and Diablo will do great, but if we're looking at Purgatory instead, then we can keep Chi and Nick Fury, but now I'm going to bring in Apocalypse and Cable. Cable will do great on the path, and he's also a great boss option for Purgatory as well. If you wanted to use Mr. Sinister over Cable, he would work absolutely fine, but we have used Mr. Sinister a few times recently, so let's give Cable some love. For our final slot, I think Spider-Ham would be a lot of fun. He's great for the boss, and with all the Paradox increasing his debuffs on the path, he'll be some good fun there as well. So, here we are in 7.4.3. The team today is 5-star rank 5 Nick Fury, 5-star rank 5 Ascended Apocalypse, 6-star rank 3 Chi-Ilth, 6-star rank 4 Cable, and 7-star rank 1 Spider-Ham. In the main video, I suggested take this path, but there are 2 boss options, so I will be showing both bosses in this quest. To start, we're using Chi-Ilth versus this Invisible Woman, and we're just building a few Paradox charges, some parries, that'll get rid of our power lock, and our bleed potency is already going up. Most of it is getting eaten by her force field, but now that's gone and we've got our Foresight Fury as well. Those are some very large bleeds coming her way. We're already ticking for over 700 per bleed, and this Invisible Woman really isn't very long for this world. Unfortunately, despite Chi-Health having a very large heavy range, it wasn't quite large enough there, so we're going to go for some bleeds with the Foresight Fury again. Only 5 charges, but that Foresight Fury is really helping as well. Annoyingly, the Force Field comes back, but we shrug off the debuff that comes with it, and those debuffs ticking for 1,000, 2,000. We really don't have much left in this fight, and Invisible Woman just falls over. Very clean by Chi-Health there. Not by me, but clean by her. Up next, we have Dr. Voodoo, and we will be using Spider-Ham. The majority of counters I see suggested for paths like this one are champions that rely on damage over time debuffs, but debuff potency increases all debuffs you place on the opponent. Now obviously we can't increase the potency of debuffs like stun, but debuffs like those Porker Poppers, which are just reskinned Power Stings, we absolutely can. We have a couple of ways of playing Spider-Ham. We can either go for his special 2 to place 3 poppers and set our nonsense to maximum of 10, or we can just spam the special 1 and use that to pause all of the poppers. The more nonsense we have, the more likely it is that the poppers will re-trigger, dealing double damage. We've got our Fury from Foresight as well. There we go, throw it straight away. He threw it straight away and took a huge amount of damage. It was about 70,000 damage, I think, just in Power Stings. There I would have liked to have got a heavy attack in. That drops us down 2 nonsense. So we would have gone from 10 down to 8, so they would have stopped expiring. But the fight was over way before I could even finish explaining what was going on. Up next we have Joe Fixit, and given we have Chi-Health on the team, it would be such a shame not to use her. She, after all, gets bonuses versus Gamma champions, and Joe Fixit is certainly one of those. So this fight is going to go down very, very quickly. We start off with 8 of our Paradox after our first parry. Each bleed is ticking for 600 damage. And, well, 6 bleeds. We're up to 10 charges. We do have to be a little bit careful, up to 11 now. So we're going to be going for that intercept. He won't quite let us have it. Parry, medium, light, back. There we go. So we've got our intercept. We're going for some more bleeds off our special 1 now. He's already down to half health just while I've been explaining that. I kind of don't really want him to throw the special 1, so we're going to intercept him straight away. More bleeds ticking very, very nicely. Throws a special 2 and we cleanse that straight off, and the fight's over. Very, very clean. 34 seconds by Chi-Health there. Up next we have Daredevil's Hell's Kitchen, and we will be using Nick Fury, I think. Yes, Nick Fury. Daredevil in this fight is a little bit annoying because he can shrug off debuffs, but he can only do that whilst he's got less than 15 hits on the combo, and every time he does it, he gains 5 hits. In some ways it's actually an advantage for us because we can use it to speed up our ramp because he shrugs off those parries faster, meaning we can get more parries in at the start of the fight. So, this fight will take a little bit longer just because Daredevil has one of the most obnoxiously long special ones in the entire game, but even with how long it goes on for, we still don't have to worry about Now You See Me at all. That timer is just far too long and it's so easy to punish. Maybe if you get caught by it and he goes for a full combo and then another one, you might have to worry about Now You See Me, but it's not going to come up in this entire path. So go for another special one even after our special 2, and it's only halfway round. So no worries there at all. We're at 6 charges, now down to 5, but we've got our Foresight Fury, and with just 5 charges, that's at 11 or 8,000 per tick bleed. And this is first life Nick Fury. Ow. Go for, no intercept? No need. If we're in second life Nick Fury, which gets a massive attack boost at 10 charges with the, or 10 or 11 charges with the Foresight Fury, you could probably see 20k per tick. Nick is very, very good on this path. Here we go, we're up to 9 charges now. Going for the light ending bleed, hope he doesn't shrug it. And there we go, he's ticking away very nicely. He shrugged off our stun. I'm not quite sure how he did that. I'm not sure he's meant to be able to, but probably just me misremembering something. And there you go, that fight ended with, 10k per tick bleeds? Very, very good. 10.9. Last upon the path, oh no, not last upon the path. Up next, we have Void, and I believe we will be using Chi-Health for this fight as well. Her cleanse makes her a very safe Void option, because anytime a debuff is put on you, as long as you've got some cleanse charges, she'll just push it straight off. Of course, better to rely on your combo counting, and just, so you don't have to risk it. We're looking for an intercept to start this fight off, because we're at 11 charges. That counted, but didn't trigger Foresight, so I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Clearly they have different timers to trigger them. There we go, managed to get it there. We're only up to 7 hits, but cleanse removed it straight away, and now we're back up to 3 cleanse. It's been a little bit of a slow start, some weird AI and some odd plays by myself, but now the fight is very much underway. Well, it would be if I could actually hit it. Here we go. So, throw it a heavy, we can punish that. Cleanse instantly remove the debuff, so you don't have to worry about the damage. Small lag spike there, but I think we're all used to that by now. Bigger lag spike there. So the next debuff's coming around. I see I'm at 18 hits, so we're actually going to wait for that debuff to come onto us. There we go, so we go 1 and 2 on the heavy to remove that debuff. Get a very nice stand-up intercept there with the axe. Go for our special 2, which puts the Tranquilize on Void, which means now there is a 50% chance that whenever he would inflict a debuff, he won't. Plus, we can count our combo to stop the debuffs coming onto us. Plus, we've got 8 cleanse charges, so there is really no way we're getting a debuff onto us. And we close out that fight very nicely indeed. Lots of bleeds doing lots of damage, and Void got absolutely melted. 71% of our damage was bleeds. Last upon the path, we have Tigra, and we will be using Cable. I have purposely refrained from using Cable for the rest of this path because he is ridiculous for it. Let's see. So, we're just looking to parry here to build up a few charges. But Tigra seems to be liking to throw heavies. Go for 1 heavy there, 2 charges. He's already ticking for 1700. 3 charges, about the same. So Cable's degen does more damage the less power the opponent has. So, as we gain charges but her power goes up, they remain fairly similar. Very easy heavy counter. We're up to 10 hits. We proc both the regen and our power gain. We're up to 10 degens now. And in just 14 hits, that Tigra never stood a chance, and we full yellow bar that fight. Cable without the Apocalypse synergy is trash. Cable with the Apocalypse synergy, very, very good. At one time, people called him like the best mutant in the game. Wouldn't say that, but he is very, very good. Right, now for the boss, Purgatory, and we will be using Cable. The main node in this fight is that Hubris node. Purgatory has a massive 90% damage reduction, which means we are not going to be doing very much damage to her at all. But while she's throwing a special attack, that goes away, and after the special attack, she'll take a big burst of damage, equal to 350% of the damage we dealt to her during the special attack. So, with all those degens and Cable's massive heavy ranges being very useful, you can see we've got 8 degens that are ticking normally, and then after that, we've got a 104k burst. So, that's how the fight's going to go. It probably would have been quicker and easier if we had used Spider-Ham, because he gets his massive power stings. You know, if they're looking at, say, when she throws a special, they double tick. Don't eat heavies, that's good advice. They double tick for, say, 50,000 damage. So not only does she take 50,000 damage, she also takes 350% of that after the special as well, which is, what, another 180,000. So we're looking at 250,000 damage per special, 700,000 health. He could have ended it very, very quickly. But we'll be using Cable instead. Other power sting options, such as a Cassie Lang, will also do very, very well, or big damage over time champions like Cable or Kate Bishop, maybe Onslaught once you've got those degens going. They'd all do very, very well. We can't use someone like Shuri here because of the shock immunity node. So far in this fight with Cable, we've really just been spamming heavy attacks, just got to keep those degens going, and trying to bait out heavy special attacks from Purgatory where possible. With only 4 degens on now, she still takes 40,000 burst damage, so that's what we'll be looking at. Human Torch is another good option that can actually focus on both sides. If you use pre-fight, because she is Incinerate immune, you get the power stings from his Nova Flames, as well as the Nova Flame damage as well. Finally, She-Hulk and Mr. Fantastic synergy gives all science characters power stings up to a cap of 3 for each debuff they apply to the opponent, and that does include the parry mastery. So you apply debuffs, you get 3 power stings, and you can do the fight that way. But with a 52k burst on the end there, Cable ends that fight out very, very nicely. Now, there are 2 bosses in this quest that I recommended. The other one is King Groot, and we will be using our 6-star rank 4 Rintrah here. Rintrah is very, very good for this fight, and honestly I'd forgotten how much fun he was to play, and with 7-star Rintrah coming out soon, I am very much looking forward to him. So Rintrah has a 200% neutralize that's constantly being applied to King Groot. We do there mistime our parry, he shrugs it off, but actually getting armor broken in this fight is a good thing. Say hello to the sirens, everybody. When Rintrah is armor broken, he reduces the potency of that armor break by 50%, so it doesn't do much damage. Or it doesn't reduce your armor by much. He gains more attack rating, and we're healing from it from willpower. And Rintrah has a very large health pool, so that willpower is ticking very, very hard. So that first Apex Predators round we lost, unfortunately, so King Groot got the Fury and the Unblockable, but we're going to lock him in the corner and we're going to build up those ruptures, and those are going to do a lot of damage, taking him down as well. And you can see at this point we're healing for, 512 every tick from our own root debuff, the Juggernaut Relic, and those armor breaks. So when things line up just right, we're going to be going for our special 3 right now. Special 3 will heal Rintrah, not that that makes much difference when you're at full health. Rintrah self-roots when he has 20 charges, so all in all this fight is going very, very well. We've got a lot of ruptures on King Groot, and you can see we've got power gain and the dex buff that we can have access to, and he's got just the armor up buff. We're going for a nice big special 2 here. It's only 12, but still 100k crit is not bad at all. So we've got dex and power gain, meaning we won Apex Predators, so now we're going in for our big moment. We're going to be beating into King Groot here. Basic attack's doing a lot of damage, our ruptures are doing a lot of damage. We've got 28 ruptures. Unfortunately, our special 2 just misses out on the Fury, but a 200k crit does very, very nicely. If we got that earlier, the fight would have been over much faster, but Rintrah ends that very comfortably with a 100% yellow bar. Really, no risk of dying there at all. Act 7, Chapter 4, Quest number 4, Between the Eons. Only a few of these left before Kang number 2. The path we'll be taking today is down and right towards Squirrel Girl. Here we have paradox buffs, entropic prowess, quantum power, and prey on the feeble. Hey look, more paradox nodes. The pattern here is fairly similar to what we have seen before. Gaining a buff will also give you a paradox charge that will grant 30% special attack damage, and you can remove paradox charges by knocking the opponent down. Because of how dexterity is handled by the game, it is super important to know that the dex buff will grant you 2 charges. Once when you trigger it, and once when you hit the opponent and lose it. Keeping charges low here can be a challenge, even with just the dex buff, so it's best to avoid champions that trigger too many buffs of their own. You can absolutely use them, you may just be throwing a lot of heavy attacks. Whilst you have fewer than 3 charges, quantum power means the opponent will get 100% increased combat power rate, but just a few dexes and this goes away. Finally, prey on the feeble. When your buffs are nullified, expired, or fail to trigger, the defender will gain an indefinite 30% prowess, though these are removed after a special attack. Don't get hit, and this means nothing at all. In terms of defenders, Spider-Ham is the trickiest, and we may want to consider someone from Miles as well. Don't let Heimdall reach your special 2 and he won't be an issue. Against Spider-Ham, it is best to throw your special 1 as soon as you get it. This way he can't gain any of his charges. No charges means fewer power stings, no evades, no unblockables. Against Miles, whenever you throw a special attack, he will trigger his Spider Camo. This gives all attacks a 35% chance to miss against him, and this is tripled if that attack is unblockable. Black Widow Deadly Origin isn't hard, though you may need a little bit of patience if you don't have an evade counter, and she throws her SP1. Much like many of the Paradox paths we've seen, really, most champions can take this path. Choose your champions that have big specials and make them bigger. Champions that trigger buffs other than the Dex Mastery will require you to be careful that you don't boil over, and champions that trigger lots of buffs are out completely. There are more champions than I can name that can take this path. You are welcome to bring many others, but a few examples could be Mole Man, Dr. Doom, Absorbing Man, Domino, Bishop, Chavez, Namor, and Onslaught. Again, if you think someone can do this path, they probably can. And if this video is helping you at all, please try not to trigger too many buffs on that like button. The boss we'll be taking in this quest is Mojo, and he is not as bad as he seems. Here we have Oscillate, No Surrender, Subterfuge Block, and Bubble Shield. This is maybe one of the strangest Mojo fights you will ever have to do. Oscillate we have seen before. Mojo will switch between high attack, very aggressive, and high armor and very passive every 15 seconds. Bubble Shield is not new to us either. Blocking hits will reduce our block proficiency, and for every 10 hits we block, the next incoming attack will be unblockable whether it hits us or not. Subterfuge Block will give you a 5% Fury buff each time you parry for 10 seconds. Now normally against Mojo that would be quite an issue with his anti-life field, but not in this fight. I said it would be weird, and all that comes from the No Surrender node. You have 90% degen resistance, though this drops by a flat 30% for each bar of power you have. So you have 90% resistance from 0 to 0.99999 bars of power, 60% from 1 bar to 1.9999, 30% from 2 to 2.999 bars, and no resistance at all whilst you are at 3 bars of power. However, if you knock Mojo down, you will transfer any degens on you back onto Mojo for 1,000% their original damage. This is the core of this fight. You can either play against a basically normal Mojo with some odd AI from the Oscillate, or you can play as badly as possible versus a Mojo and trigger as many degens as you can. Then you just throw them back at him for a whole load of damage. This playstyle really opens the fight up. You just need to throw your special attacks to keep your resistance high. And you really can use pretty much any science champion for this fight without any major issues. If you are worried about this fight or juggling throwing your specials or anything like that, a buff immune champion will basically just be fighting a large potato with Oscillate and Bubble Shield. The other two bosses here are, in my opinion, much worse unless you're planning on cheesing Skrull with Eye-Hulk. Do a whole load of instantly removed parries and then decks, and if you can burst him down within that stun window, then problem solved. I would still, however, recommend Mojo unless you have a big Eye-Hulk. So, for our team, well, we have a path that is pretty open and a boss that just gives us free degen damage. So our team can really vary. Red Hulk and Titania should cover the boss fine, though you could use basically any science champions, which leaves us with 3 slots for the path. Mole Man will be a good Spider-Ham counter, and we can use Gamora for Miles as long as we keep an eye on her paradox charges. Massacre will round out this team very nicely with his big special 2s. So, here we are in 7.4.4, and we will be taking the Squirrel Girl path. The team today is 6-star rank 3 Titania, 6-star rank 3 Massacre, 6-star rank 3 Red Hulk, 6-star rank 4 Mole Man, and 7-star rank 1 Gamora. Our goal on this path? Gain buffs, build paradox charges, and launch some very big specials. Massacre, for example, here will be focusing on his special 2. Against Squirrel Girl, we do have to watch out for her bleeds, but that's not a huge deal. We can just about out-heal them, and with the distraction that comes off her special 1, no big deal really. We've already got Massacre's Bat ignited, so we can start stacking up some Incinerates, and even by themselves, ticking for 256 each, it's not too bad. However, Massacre's base damage, if you don't want to go for Incinerate stacking, is to do this. So that was quite a large special 2, clocking in at around the 300k mark. And the fight's over before we really even get into it. Up next, we have Spider-Ham, and while Massacre would work perfectly well there as well, we're going to be using Mole Man. Against Spider-Ham, when he builds his charges, things get more annoying, so what we want to be doing is throwing our special 1 as quickly as possible. We can gain buffs off our Unstoppables, and this lets us gain Paradox very easily, but once we gain to 3, no, that was a knockdown, we need to gain to 3, Spider-Ham will stop gaining double power gain. We currently only got 2, so he gets double power gain. We were very slow in throwing that special 1, so he's gained 2 charges, and now that we're out of our normal mode into our frenzy mode, we've also lost our true strike. Having a real difficulty getting this Spider-Ham to throw his special 2, and with those prowess stacking up, it's going to hurt, especially if we get hit, so I'm playing really, really carefully. There it comes. Mole Man has decent physical resistance, but that was still quite a lot of damage into block. Something to watch out for. There we throw the special 1 straight away, gain a couple of monster mass, let that shot come through as well. Whilst the opponent is shocked, Mole Man will deal extra burst damage as well. The heavy counter range on Mole Man's special 1 is very short, but luckily Spider-Ham is particularly easy to heavy counter if you know the spacings on his special 1. So we've got loads of charges, we go straight into our frenzy now. We've let Spider-Ham get to 5 charges, which is way too many. We really should have kept him down, well, preferably at 0, but we just play carefully. Take another special 2. I can see there's the popper on us, but at this point I think I'm just going to full send it. So here, we're just going to hit him until he goes down, but he's got to 6, and there he gets his unblockable, he evade, that's what he does. But luckily the bleeds tick him out before we have to worry about that. 36 hits, very nice takedown. Up next, we have Thor Ragnarok. The only real issue in this fight is his auto block, which can't parry us, and his power gain, so we're going to use Massacre here as well. He's already ramped up, so we do just have to keep an eye on our charges. We're at 8, so we want to make sure that we don't push it too far. On this path in particular, I like to keep my charges around the 6 to 8 zone, whereas on other paths, I'm more than happy to let it go to 9 or 10. The reason for that is it's very easy to gain that dex buff when you're just trying to bait out a special attack. Before you know it, you're taking extra damage. Got auto blocked there, but we're stacking up our Incinerates very nicely, and big special 2 into block with all those Incinerates reducing block proficiency. He's already down to 30% health, and we're just going to keep building. Here comes the power gain. It's not too bad. He was at high power, so he won't be gaining as much power as he could. We go for another knockdown just to drop our charges down. He's ticking away very nicely indeed. That's 2,000 damage per second. We're going to go for our special one here, refresh those incinerates. So now we've got some bleeds, we've got some incinerates. Could we have gone for another special 2 and ended it? Absolutely, but it is ever so slightly quicker for us to do it via damage over time. There we go. Knock him down one final time to drop a charge just before the end, and the damage over time ticks him out very nicely. Still a massive special 2 in the middle. Up next we have Spider-Man Miles Morales, who is potentially one of the trickier defenders on this path. We will be using Gamora. She is specifically for this fight. Whenever we throw a special attack, Miles gains his Spider Camo. What that does is give all attacks a 35% chance to miss, and unblockable attacks gain triple that. Because Gamora gains lots of buffs, we're already up to 6 charges, so I am being very careful to control my charges here. So much so that I am parrying, triple parrying the special 1, so I'm not even triggering the dex buff. Remember here the dex buff is 2 charges, so we've got to be very, very careful. When Gamora is above 8 of her personal buffs, she can't miss. And combined with the paradox here, we're getting some very, very large damage off that first special 2. Now we're up to 10, and we're going back to parrying those special ones. We don't trigger our dex buff. He stacks up quite a few prowess there, so I would quite like to end this fight before he throws another special 1. Just dropping down some charges here, go for a heavy chain here. Now we're going to block, but here didn't feel like it, so we go for the reparry. Straight into that was a 50k, so it probably would have been out 50k, 60k, 80k, which would have been, well, miles of overkill. Up next we have Black Widow, Deadly Origin, and I believe here we'll be using Massacre again. He's been doing a fantastic job so far. Spoiler alert, that's about to come to an end. The only real threat in this fight is Black Widow Deadly Origin throwing her special 1 and she gaining her evade passive. But all we have to do is just play patiently. We cannot do anything while she has that green evade, so we're just going to wait. We just have to wait it out. There's nothing else we can do. Go for our heavy attack here to try and get some more of our ignition charges, beat into her block, and that's up to 10 now. So if you beat into their block with Massacre, he does also gain extra power, but got clipped, some big shock damage coming through there. My fault entirely for getting hit. So we'll be going in with Gamora as our backup. As always, I try to keep these videos sort of more realistic. I could have absolutely just quit out, re-recorded the entire path, but where's the fun in that? So we start at 9 charges, and this is Gamora, so her mediums and her lights will be building her buffs. However, we know her heavy does not trigger any buffs, so we're just throwing a few of those just to get things down, our charges down. We know that, assuming we proc a buff on all 5 of our main hits, be patient in the evade phase, that Gamora will gain 5 buffs and 5 charges in one combo. So preferably we want to be down at 5 or fewer to guarantee safe combos. Now, the odds of her actually proccing 5 buffs are quite low, but always something to consider. So now we're down at 5. I can see her special 1, so we're making sure she doesn't get that. There we only got 3, so we go for a decent size special 2. That was still, 23, 23, 40, so about 86k, 87, which is very, very solid. So we're just dropping our charges again, slow and steady here. We have no need to rush. Gamora has more than enough damage to get through this fight. So we're just keeping an eye on our charges. We're at 10 now, but the knockdown brings us down to 9. So we've just got to keep an eye out for it. Go for another knockdown. I'm basically going for specials and knockdowns only in this fight. 7 buffs plus the paradox is more than enough for some big damage. We had our dex buff on this. We had to go for the knockdown. Very careful to avoid that special 2, or that would have been the end of us. Here, considering full sending it, and I get overzealous, but gain a few charges very quickly. We gain 5 there on that combo, and that ends it. I'm not planning on using Gamora again, and we're near the end of the path, so I don't mind taking a little bit of extra damage. Not ideal, but oh well. Up next, we have Heimdall, and we will be using Mole Man. This is where we can use one of Mole Man's little-known tricks. What are we looking to do in this fight? Well, we've got 7 of our charges. We don't have to do anything weird like we had to versus Piggy, so we can just go for a big special 2 and absolutely nuke this poor fool. Now, Heimdall does have he's pretty easy to heavy counter, and even with Mole Man's teeny tiny arms, you can pretty much heavy counter wherever you need to. And the golden rule when fighting Heimdall is do not push him to his special 2. It is most likely unblockable and undexable. Moleman still has teen tiny arms, so you are going to get clapped by it. It can sometimes stun you, if I remember correctly, which I don't always. So the golden rule is do not push Heimdall to his special 2. However, I don't listen to my own advice a lot of the time, and I get impatient. And I hope that all you watching the channel learn from my impatience. But Moleman, well, he can block unblockables, so we're going for that special 2. It doesn't really matter in this fight. If you're using someone that can't block unblockables, absolutely do not push them to the special 2. But Moleman, when in his frenzy phase, and if you're running 5 out of 5 stand your ground, can block unblockable attacks and resist heavies as well. So that fight goes down without issues. That's the path. Up next, we have the boss, and it's our weird Mojo. Energy only cost me 1 gold here because I'm on the Content Creator Beta. This is not my live account, the Content Creator Beta, so I get 1 gold energy. So, Mojo, and for this fight we will be using Red Hulk. We have 2 options here. We can either use Titania, and it's just a potato. Mojo can do very, very little to a Titania. Or we can play very badly, get as many degens on us as possible, but then just throw them back at Mojo for a whole bunch of damage. So we can get 3 buffs by parrying him. There you go, there's our first one. So that's only dealing us 100 damage, because we had our massive resistance. But when we throw them back on Mojo, they're dealing over 3,000 damage per tick each. We've thrown 1 special 1, and he's already down to 75% health. Now, unfortunately, the fight doesn't continue to go as well. Do remember that Mojo gains power when completing his prompts, so he's being very, very defensive now. So we're expecting this special 2 straight out of him, because he's gone back into his offensive phase. We've triggered our dex buff, so I'm going to block there to purposefully trigger the anti-life field. There's a degen, back on Mojo, 3,100 per tick. Go for another one, throw 2 more degens back on Mojo. He is ticking down very, very fast. But now he's in his defensive phase. Unfortunately, we have a degen sort of stuck on us, but we can throw our special 1 to at least get our resistance back. We're at 10 bubble shield charges, and he has procced his unblockable, so we're safe from that. I purposefully triggered the idle thing there, so now we're going to have 2 buffs we can throw back on Mojo, completely mess up the spacing there, so we take some unnecessary damage, and need a full degen, which is slightly annoying. Going for another one there, so now we could throw, there we go, more degens back on Mojo. Go for a special 1, more degens on Mojo, and he is just ticking down. Red Hulk's damage is pretty good, it's okay, but the degens are doing a lot of work in this fight. We've got Ender buff as our next prompt, so I purposefully triggered Dex there, so we can use that. Very surprised to see the special 2 out of a defensive Mojo, but there we go, trigger that buff, more degens on us. There we go for another special 1 so we can throw some more degens back on Mojo. He does have his regeneration when buffs expire, which can become quite chunky at the end of the fight because it's based on missing health, but with all the degen damage, which for some reason I'm just eating and not throwing a special 1 or a heavy attack because I'm bad. So we just need to wait out the fight a little bit. The degen damage can more than outdo any regeneration he gets. We saw that unblockable pop up, so we had to be very, very careful just there. So just taking it slowly in his defensive phase. He's back into the aggressive phase now, so we're just going to do what we do best and nuke him down. The special 1's not quite enough to close it out, so now we've got a full dex to this special 2, a very good skill to have, and there we go, we end out the fight without many major issues. We do take a bit of chip damage, and I did get slapped around a bit, but even a rank 3 Red Hulk was perfectly fine there. As always, move to that ending node, don't want to quit out and feel silly. Act 7, Chapter 4, Quest Number 5. Future Tense. We are so close now, I can almost feel it. The path we'll be taking today is up and left towards Medusa. Here we have Paradox Dodge, Entropic Generator, Quantum Surge, and Scared Stiff. And you know how this works by now. Paradox Dodge will give us a charge whenever we dex an attack, and Entropic Generator will let us remove one whenever we use a light ending combo. It will also grant us plus 20% combat power rate per charge. Do note that champions like Silk, that don't benefit from the dexterity mastery but have their own built-in version, cannot gain charges on this node. Niche, but worth noting. Quantum Surge will grant the defender 1% of their maximum power every second, whilst you have fewer than 3 charges, though a few dexes and this just goes away. Finally, Scared Stiff means that you will be rooted every 8 seconds for 4 seconds, but you can just reset this timer if you strike the opponent. Stay aggressive, and if you do get rooted, don't panic, just parry and wait, or you can use a special attack to break out of the root straight away. If you're using a champion with a one-hit heavy like Hulkbuster or Juggernaut, then you can parry in heavy, but champions with multiple hits may not be able to. Some can, most can't. Now, to cheese or not to cheese? That is the question. Let's start with not cheese. Grab some charges and kind of just enjoy the extra power gain. Pretty much any champion will benefit from this boost. Build to your big specials faster, ramp up quicker, and so on. Just be careful not to get pushed to special 3 when you don't want to be. This leaves our other option, the cheese. After Medusa, who has her auto block, we can use champions that have a guaranteed special 1 stun, and once you have enough charges, you can easily get 1 bar of power in one combo, or a medium-medium then a full combo. Which means we can just stun lock our opponents. Gambit, Stark Spider-Man, and Ronan are our best options for this, though there are others that can do it. Do remember we have our mags to deal with, so our metal attackers won't be able to do this reliably. Besides Medusa and mags, none of the other defenders are too bad. Civil Warrior can become quite a tank, and Thor has his power gain, but those are fairly minor. And if this video is helping you at all, please gain a lot of power with that like button. The boss we'll be taking in this quest is Killmonger, though I will have a very quick look at the other two as well, as they could be options for you depending on your roster. Here, Killmonger has Extinction Protocol, Power Shield, No Hit Mercy, Enhanced Parry Armor Break, and Redoubled Determination. Power Shield we have seen time and again, big special attacks, but no damage from our regular hits. Our damage over time effects still work just fine, and if they are triggered on our special attacks, they will probably get that big damage boost as well. Extinction Protocol will grant Killmonger increased damage depending on how much power he has, more is more, and will also give him more power whenever you hit him, depending on how many specials he has thrown throughout the fight. No Hit Mercy will give him a crit damage buff whenever you knock him down, and will also let him crit through block, and this is a fairly meaty buff. And Redoubled Determination will give him more power gain and attack for each debuff on him. All of this, bar Power Shield, makes him seem quite annoying, and combined with the fact he is Killmonger, this could well be the case. However, Killmonger loses a lot of his annoying abilities if you can armor break him, and Enhanced Parry Armor Breaks lets us do that every time we parry him. If you're worried about the damage reflection, well, one parry and turn it off. As long as you don't have too many debuffs, most champions can take this fight. Champions that benefit a lot from Power Shield will do doubly well here. Kate Bishop, Onslaught, Mr. Sinister, NTW and so on for the dot approach, though do watch out for Mr. Sinister and Redoubled Determination. Or just grab some champions with big specials such as Apocalypse, Colossus, Havoc, Kitty Pryde, Domino, Both Storms, Cosmic Ghost Rider, Hyperion, Hulkling, Adam Warlock, Superior Iron Man, Hulkbuster and so on, and just go to town. Again, if he has high power, watch out for Redoubled Determination, but this guy really isn't too bad. Let's have a very quick look at the other two bosses. Mr. Negative on paper seems a lot simpler, but the playing favourites node can make this fight very long, and with Special Burst Lockdown in play, he will also deal you a whole bunch of extra red damage that you can't really avoid. If you have a solid bio counter option, then Namor could work for you. Just make sure you line up your special attacks for Crisis of Opportunity and stay close to him to keep Powerful from afar in check. So, for our team. Well, we will be going for a non-cheese set of options here. We need at least one champion that isn't metal for Magneto, but we actually have a quest where we can use pretty much anyone for both the path and the boss. Kate Bishop, Onslaught, Absorbing Man, Hulkbuster and Count Nefaria will work great here, and we can use pretty much anyone, anywhere for the path, and Kate, Onslaught and Hulkbuster will absolutely shred the boss without issues. So, here we are in 7.4.5, and we will be taking the Medusa path. The team today is 5-star rank 5 Ascended Absorbing Man, 5-star rank 5 Ascended Kate Bishop, 5-star rank 5 Ascended Onslaught, 6-star rank 3 Hulkbuster, and 7-star rank 1 Count Nefaria. Up first on the Medusa path is Medusa, and we will be taking this fight with Absorbing Man. Going for a few dexes at the start, just to get rid of her, the surge thing that gives her extra power. And we're trying to keep that scared stiff timer down on ourselves. Going for some light intercepts, just to keep everything nice and paused, but also slowly building our charges. We're at 5 charges now, and I just want to be careful we don't let them boil over too much. Nice heavy counter into special 2 for extra crit rate. We're now refined magma, which means we'll be inflicting incinerates on every single hit, and Medusa with her absorb auto block is a little bit annoying, but it's not too much that you can't just play around it. She can't parry you, so you don't have to worry about her stunning you at all. Another special 2. Charges ramping up very nicely. It's unblockable as well if we do the heavy counter, so we don't even have to worry about her auto-blocking that. My charges have now hit 8, and I do like to try and keep them down a bit more on this path than other paths, because if you say have to bait out a special, it's suddenly very easy to loot or to gain a lot of charges very, very quickly. You see we're up to 10, 11, and we've ticked over in this very first fight. Luckily, Absorbing Man's regeneration is very, very strong, so we won't really have to worry about it, and he takes down that fight without issues, but definitely something we'll have to take care of. Absorbing Man has very high energy resistance as well, and I believe the burst damage is energy resistance, though I'm not 100% sure on that. Up next, we have Civil Warrior, and we will be using Kate Bishop. It is taking a very long time for her to load her cryo arrows, but there we go. What do we have to look out for in this fight? Well, really not much. We're going to be ticking him down with mostly cold snap damage, and given he can stack a huge amount of armors, it's nice to know that we'll be able to bypass a lot of that. We've already got our 3 dexes, got 4, 5, oh no, we'll go for 4 and then go for the sort of counter stun thing. Got to keep that scared stiff timer down where possible. At this point, we're just pushing him back towards his corner, and realistically, because with all the increased combat power rate, I think I will just go for a special 2 in this fight, because then I don't have to worry about stacking up multiple of the special 1s. We can just go for 1 special 2, get 2 cold snaps straight into him while he's crushed, and he's already ticking away for 2600 per tick. And as long as we can keep that refreshed, which we can do by having him in the corner, that's pretty much it. The fight's kind of over at this point. Civil Warrior is just going to tick and tick and tick. So now we're just going to bait the special 2 from him. Be very careful that we don't gain too many charges. We're going to be going for light ending combos now to keep them down, but we trigger another one, and let's go for a special 3. So we're going to throw the heavy, refresh our cold snaps, special 3 time. Unfortunately, we get the 12, not the 20% bonus, which means we'll only be getting 1 cruelty here rather than 2. And given that Kate's cold snaps on a perfect release are critical cold snaps, not regular ones, actually getting a second cruelty would have been quite nice. That way we could have got bigger cold snaps, because we're going to get some more on our special 2. She does have a cap of 2, unless you're using the Chavez synergy, which lets her have 3, so we're actually replacing the old ones, and we've gone from 2600 per tick to 3200 per tick, so that is a pretty good increase. We take a special 1 to the face there, slightly embarrassingly, but as always, I try and keep this realistic. It would have been very simple, this is fight number 2, for me to just quit out and go again, but no, we keep it realistic. So we go for another special 2 there, and that closes out the fight. Relatively few issues there, apart from getting walloped by a special 1. So we take the teleporter over to the next section, and up next we have Magneto, when the teleporter goes through. And for him, we have to, he's got his sort of floaty cape look, so we're going to be going in with the floaty cape look of our own, and Count Nefaria. Our collar is far bigger than his, so we should have no issues in this fight, particularly on the fashion front. Count Nefaria is rapidly becoming one of my favourite champions, so any excuse to use him is what I'm going to take. He gains charges on the opponents, there's energy build-ups, whenever they gain power from a source, so we're actually slowly taking that initial fight, so he's up to 9 already, which, relatively speaking, is quite a few. If I had 5 by this point in the fight, I'd be very happy. Count Nefaria can parry the last hit of the opponent's special to evade it and take no damage, and if you can then punish the opponent from that evade, you can inflict a very large energy vulnerability. He can also do this on cooldown, whenever doing it on other hits, so there's the evade. On regular hits, you can see it's on the left, it's about to turn green there, so it's that green-orange timer, and that also lets him gain some of his charges, and we can counter into him like that for more burst damage as well. Nice big special 2 coming his way, big crit, no, regular 10k, and then a nice big special 2 incinerate there as well. We've now got the energy vulnerability going from countering his special 2, and because of the increased power gain, we can go for another special 2 of our own. No crit there, unfortunately, either. There we go, unfortunately that doesn't count, so we still got that energy vulnerability going, and it does stack. Go for a special 1 there to keep our ionic charges going as well. If he was healing or had any form of power gain, excellent counter there as well to save us. That could also all be shut down. So Counter Fairy is a really, really excellent science character. Going for another special 2, big crit. No crit on that one. But this fight is pretty much over before we even really covered everything Counter Fairy can do. Nice counter there, and we end at 99% health. Very good job, and the biggest collar on the battlefield. Up next we have Squirrel Girl, and I think we'll be using Onslaught for this fight. Yeah. Onslaught doesn't have anything particularly going for him in this fight. He is 100% resistant, or more I think actually, to Squirrel Girl's bleeds, so if she does bleed us through block, then we can just heal from that. But really, this is just a case of a champion that likes having extra power, gaining extra power from the node. Doesn't do anything particularly special. We'll be going for a fairly standard special 1 to special 2 sort of onslaught plan, or onslaught cycle, and there's our special 1 coming out to it. It would have been nice to get the pause, and particularly the long pause, before going for that special 1, but we didn't. So now we're going to be baiting a heavy to try and go for that. Here we go. Massive heavy range on Onslaught's heavy, which is really, really nice to see as well. Got 14 ticking away there. If you heavy Squirrel Girl or the defender whilst they are stunned, you do get a pause, but if you can heavy them whilst they're not stunned, you get a very long pause. And you can see that our degen's now ticking her away very, very nicely. Onslaught is also one of my favourite mutants at the moment. But now we are speed running how quickly can I lose most of my health, but not actually die. So we may have lost 80% of our health there, and we lost all of our degens, which is quite worrying, but we are regenerating up. We take no damage from her bleeds, and we had the sort of tippy debuff as well that Squirrel Girl inflicts. So we are slowly regenerating. That distraction as well is helping. Luckily, I'm not planning on using Onslaught for any other fights, and now we have 23 Neuroshocks that are now becoming degens. So that's 20 degens that unfortunately we didn't manage to get paused, but they were ticking away for over 8,000 per tick. But then they all fell off as well. Honestly, this has been a pretty horrible Onslaught fight, but he gets the job done. Another distraction debuff, so it's a little bit more healing for us there as well. Go for another special 1, get some more Neuroshocks going. Up at 20 now, and even if they only tick for they don't tick for very much, it really does add up when you have 20 of them going all at once. Go for another special 1 here, just to end the fight out. Not the best Onslaught fight, but again, we keep it realistic, and always best not to panic. I saw my health down at 10%, thought this fight's basically over, but we managed to come back from it relatively well. Take another teleporter, and up next we have Sunspot. And for Sunspot, well, our best option on our team here is Hulkbuster. Sunspot cannot gain his charges or his flare state whilst he is shocked, and Hulkbuster has one of the easiest access to shocks in the entire game. You parry them, you heavy them, and they have a shock on them. So we're going for a couple of dexes here just to try and get that power gain going away from Sunspot. So there's 2 to get to a special 1, but we get our third one on the special 1. Shock's fallen off, so flare state comes back. So we're just going for a reparry, medium, heavy, and it's gone again. And Hulkbuster, we now have 4 charges, but this fight is over. Sunspot just doesn't realise it yet. He should have held block there, though, and annoyingly he didn't. But Hulkbuster's special 2, and that we have a whole Hulkbuster video on the channel as well, which is worth checking out, will power lock the opponent on every hit, but if you throw it through their block, and he does go unblockable on this as well, then it will also drain all of their power, like this. And because we have 5 of those charges, we can get back to special 2 before Sunspot ever gets to his special 1, which means he can't do anything. The fight is completely locked down. We can drain all of his power and stop him gaining any of his own, and with 35k heavy crits, the fight, well, Sunspot didn't stand much of a chance there. Last up on the path, we have Thor Ragnarok, and we will be using, we consider Onslaught, but we actually go for Absorbing Man. If I was just doing this path just for me, I probably would have used Kate Bishop. She would have done very, very well on this fight as well. But we're going to use Absorbing Man in a non-sort of buff matchup. We tried to go for the some light intercepts there, and they're going all right. Go for a heavy counter there for some extra crit rate. Nothing particularly special there. I did kind of want to be in Uru form for this fight, but it remembered that we were in Magma form from the first fight, so that's where we start. So we just go for 1 extra special 1. So we're now in Uru form. We have our nice physical resistance, so we're taking much less damage, even though we haven't got much health to work with. So we've now got up to 3 charges. We don't have to worry about Thor gaining any of his extra power gain. but he has his own power gain to work with as well. So we can abate special 1 out there, go for 1 hit, have another special 1, please Thor. There we go. And now, well, we've got a load of extra power gain, so I'm just going to be spamming special 1s. But spoiler alert, this fight is the longest fight of the video. I think the boss is actually the quickest fight of the whole video. He's really quite simple when you know what you're doing. So there, I went for a couple of lights into him, which the game sort of counted as sort of a light intercept, so I did get the vulnerability, got everything paused. But do note, Absorbing Man has 23% health. Absorbing Man also has some very, very nice regeneration, and we are really going to be putting that to the test in this fight. Unfortunately, we've lost our form again, and now we're rooted. We're down to 19, 17, 15% health. But just watch what happens. We're also up to 10 charges, which is very worrying, because a couple of misplaced dexes, and we will die. We will explode from all of the charges, so that's quite worrying. So we're going for some light ending combos now, and special 1s. To try not to worry about dexing as well, and we're being very careful not to actually dex his special 1, just get out of the way. Instantly shut down his power gain there with our special 1. If you special him whilst he's got his power gain, it goes away. We're getting some very nice burst damage, particularly when we crit, but we are struggling to do that sometimes as well. There we go, so that was 4k burst on every crit, that's pretty good. The harder we crit, the bigger the burst damage as well. And what I'm trying to do is build my morph charges up to 600 right there, shut down that power gain as well. So when we go medium, light, medium, we not only trigger 4 massive vulnerabilities, we also trigger very big regeneration. And now I'm just looking to crit as much as possible. We will get some very big numbers when we crit. There was a 13k burst on that crit, on that special 1 there. And this Thor is not long for this world. With just that 1 regeneration, we go for another one now. We're back up to over half health. Oh, some nice big bursts on that one as well. Shut down that power gain, no issues. Absorbing Man's back up to nearly 60% health. And he was down at 16. So here we go for another special 1. Some nice big burst there as well. That was a 25k right up, just on that last hit. And Absorbing Man takes down that fight, actually gaining health. So that's the path. Up next we have the boss, Killmonger, and we will be using Kate Bishop. As always, use the champion swapper if you need it. This fight, I believe, is the fastest fight of the entire video. When you know what you're doing versus this Killmonger, you can really take advantage of the nodes and shut him down without much issue. This is a 700,000 health Killmonger, and he will be gone in less than a minute from now. A lot of Killmonger's annoyance comes from his reverberation, and that comes from his vibranium armor. However, you can completely shut that down simply by armor breaking him. Kate Bishop, however, can do this on Power Shield. That is a 6.5k per tick cold snap. And we can just keep that refreshed indefinitely by heavying him into the corner, and that stacks twice. And again, it would stack 3 times if we brought Chavez with us as well. If you wanted to bring in Chavez from the swapper, that would be perfectly valid as well, and let you go for 3 rather than just 2 of the cold snaps. Do note, we have access to extra armor breaks from here, from an enhanced parry armor break. But do note that you don't actually have to parry stun him to armor break him. If you want to parry him like that on the special attack, that does count. But by the time I finished explaining what's going on, Kate has already ended that fight. It was 700,000 health in 49 seconds. As always, move to that final node, don't quit out and feel silly. Act 7, Chapter 4, Quest number 6. No tomorrow. Well, not for Kang anyway. This quest presents us with 2 possible options for the path. One that is, in my opinion, slightly easier, but makes Kang fractionally harder, and one that is slightly harder, but makes Kang fractionally easier. Which one is actually easier really depends on your roster and what you are comfortable with. Our first path is through Teleporter 1A, then down, and it's not a paradox path. It's been a while since we've seen one of those. Here we'll find just 3 nodes: Smorgasbord, Foresight, and Bubble Shield. Foresight is not a new node to us and is purely advantageous. Intercept the opponent for a Mega Fury. Bubble Shield is hardly new either. Blocking a hit reduces your block proficiency, and every 10 blocked hits, the defender's next attack will be unblockable regardless of whether it actually hits you or not. The tricky node here is Smorgasbord, and it can take a little bit of getting used to. The defender has a 100% chance to purify all incoming debuffs, and that includes your parry stuns, and whenever they do purify a debuff, they gain a snack charge. Every 30 seconds, all snack charges are removed, and the defender will either regen or degen depending on how many charges they had. If they had 9 or fewer charges, they will regen, and 10 or more will cause them to degen instead. So apply a lot of debuffs and it's free damage, but if you lose the race against the timer, they will regenerate, and it's a big regeneration, 25% of their max health. It's also a passive, so we can't nullify, stagger or fate seal it, and given any debuffs we apply will be purified, reducing or reversing it can be quite difficult. Champions with passive heal blocks, or heal block effects, like Mysterio or Warlock, can block this out, but the defenders on the path don't really favour these attackers. Champions like Count Nefaria that can just block out regen as part of their own kit can work, but it's much easier to just apply the debuffs. Then you get free damage. Champions that apply a lot of debuffs, or have a good chance on their basic attacks, or can apply a lot of debuffs in other ways, are our best options here. Silk, Luke Cage, Spider-Ham, Cassie Lang, Titania, Joe Fixit, OG Black Panther, Black Widow Deadly Origins, Sunspot, and many others. They're all great options. Don't worry too much if not having the debuff will really hurt their damage output, like Spider-Ham or Scorpion, as the degen damage from the node will make up for this. If you're using a champion that applies a lot of debuffs but as one stack, like Angela and her armor breaks on specials, then you don't need to worry, as these are treated as multiple debuffs by the game. Finally, do remember that your regular damage still works absolutely fine here. Yes, they can regenerate a lot if you're not watching it, but if you can out-damage it, particularly with Foresight, then you have much less to worry about. When it comes to defenders, Hercules, Yondu and Warlock are the ones to watch out for, with the other three not providing too much of an issue. Our other path is also through Teleporter 1A, but now upwards, and this one is a Paradox path. Here we have Paradox Knockdown, Entropic Generator, Quantum Inversion, Power Alternator, and Kinetic Instigator. This is a Paradox path, we know how these work by now. Paradox Knockdown will give us a charge each time we knock down the defender, and Entropic Generator will give us plus 20% combat power rate per charge on us. It'll also let us remove a charge with a light ending combo. As always, if you get to 12 charges, all of them are removed, and you take a big burst of damage. The issue on this path comes from Quantum Invasion. Whilst you have fewer than 3 charges, the defender is fully and passively unblockable. Not only is this quite annoying, as the defender is unblockable, but it means that it can be much more difficult to get an opening to knock them down. No parrying for heavies. Let's see what the other nodes offer us, and if that will help. Power Alternator will swap your power with the defenders every 15 seconds, if you have more power. If you have less, then it will stay as it is. This isn't helpful, but Kinetic Instigator is. This will give you power when you strike the opponent's block, and this can be very helpful in reaching our special ones, so we can knock the opponent down for some charges. If you can intercept the opponent as well, then gaining power can also be done this way, but if not, this node will help a lot. Champions that can chain heavies from their basic combos, such as Doom, Silk, Wasp and America Chavez, are amazing for this path for ramping up very quickly. Do note though that they often knock down the opponent a lot, so you will need to keep an eye on your charges. Once we have some charges, just enjoy the increased power gain, but do watch out for Power Alternator. As for defenders, we have Chavez and Mephisto to look out for. I would highly recommend you go into these problem fights already ramped up to offset the difficulty a bit, and maybe bring an Incinerator meme for that Mephisto as well, that doesn't inflict incinerators of their own. You can also cheese this path a bit, but see the 7.4.5 videos for all the details on this. Champions with reliable stuns on their specials can get back to that special with the increased power gain, so you can just stun lock the opponent in the corner. This path does have a linked node to Kang that will place bleeds on him, but we will explore that more when we understand this boss a bit better. And if this video is helping you at all, please stun lock that like button. Right. The self-proclaimed superior Kang. Well, he is of the superior class, but the other one wasn't called Tech Kang, was he? Anyway, let's see how this guy works. As with all big bosses, you can find his full abilities breakdown on Khonshu's Ankh that I will link in the description. This is the part of the video you watch several times. Better to rewatch it now than to use revives later. The first thing we need to know about this Kang is that he has about 650,000 health, but each time you would knock him down, he would instead rewind time and recover all of his health, removing all effects from himself, resetting your slipstream charges that we'll cover in a moment, removing all of his own power, and moving the fight into the next phase. Once you knock him out for the 4th time, he can no longer rewind time, and you win the fight. Each phase progression is permanent, no having to do each phase multiple times if you get knocked out. Kang caps all incoming damage to 3% of his max health, or just under 20,000 damage. He also reduces all incoming damage by 75%, but we'll be turning this damage reduction off throughout the fight. On top of this, Kang is immune to power and special lock, and the potency of power steal, drain, and burns are reduced by 60%. Finally, we can't alter his ability accuracy or regeneration rate, nor can we break his block with heavy attacks. Finally, your True Strike, accuracy, and sense effects suffer minus 200% ability accuracy if you are running them, and this is a good thing as we will see, and your willpower and despair masteries are disabled. Despair does not make much difference here, though willpower will hurt a little bit. Now onto the meat of this fight, the time stream analysis. If you attack Kang while he is stunned, dashing in, performing a heavy, or recovering from a special attack, he will instead counter-attack you. Learn these 4 actions, this is what you'll be looking for in the fight, and you will be doing approximately a minimum of 30 of these throughout the fight. Sometimes more, sometimes less, but that is the minimum. This counterattack is an initial hit that does no damage, and then a beam shot. Kang will also gain about 30% of a bar of power. If you parry or dex this beam, you gain 1 slipstream charge, and these last between fights. Learning the timing on this counterattack is critical to this fight. So much so, I'm going to say it again. Learning the timing on this counterattack is critical to this fight. Once you get to 10 charges, the next time Kang would counterattack you, or you can just beat into his block, he is instead wounded for 20 seconds, and we can get in some big damage. Whilst he is wounded, he is fully stunned, his damage reduction is disabled, and you gain plus 25% increased combat power rate. Now, if you try and trigger the counterattack using the same action you did last time, say you baited 2 heavies in a row, instead of counterattacking, Kang will now passively stun you for 2 seconds, grant himself a random archive buff, and inflict you with a random archive debuff. What are archive buffs and debuffs? Well, Kang has a pool of buffs and debuffs that he can trigger throughout this fight. We have just seen the first way he can trigger them, and these are referred to as the archive buffs and the archive debuffs. The second way is simply every 15 seconds Kang will trigger a buff on himself and a debuff on you, though this is paused for 2 seconds each time you trigger the counterattack. If Kang triggers 5 of these in one phase, resetting if you die, the 5th one won't trigger the archive, but instead will summon Kang's ship, the Evangelos. This sends him straight to Special 3, and like the other big bosses we have seen, this is an instant KO. No Hercules or Heimdall will save you here. I have done this fight many times, and I have never seen this happen. As long as you trigger the counterattack and are actually hitting him in the wounded phase, this really shouldn't be an issue. The archive starts with Energize, Indestructible, and Stun immunity as the archive buffs, and Weakness, Ineptitude, Disorient, and Suppression as the archive debuffs. There are over 30 different buffs and debuffs Kang can put in the archive, and I will put a full list on screen now. Each time you gain one of the buffs or inflict one of these debuffs, Kang will add them to the archive, and so he can trigger them now too. Let's have a quick look at Kang's special attacks before we break down the phases themselves. His special 1 will trigger a random archive buff on himself on activation, and a random archive debuff on you for each hit you don't parry or dex. If you dex all hits, you gain an additional slipstream charge. Being able to deal with this special attack reliably is also super important to this fight, as punishing it is one of the ways we gain our charges, and it'll be much more difficult for you to punish it if you get hit. I always watch for the dip of his gun, so it's Dex, Dex, Dex. Just like the Special 1, the Special 2 will also trigger archive debuffs on you for each hit you don't parry or Dex. If you full Dex this attack, you gain 2 additional Slipstream charges. Though, if you see this special attack, something has sort of gone wrong. You really want to be sticking with the Special 1 throughout this fight. As we mentioned earlier, the Special 3 is an instant KO, so best avoided. Now you know the core mechanics of this fight, let's have a look at the individual phases. Phase 1, i.e. the first health bar, is just there to warm you up and to help you learn how the fight works. In this phase, Kang cannot use his Special 2 at all, and whilst wounded, he will take 30% more damage for each unique buff you have, up to 8 unique buffs. Phase 2 is where things start to get interesting. Kang can now use his Special 2, and in his wounded phase, your damage will be increased for 30% for each unique debuff on Kang, again up to 8. The interesting part here is that now whilst performing a counterattack, Kang can change the speed of time, meaning he will either counterattack in slow motion, regular speed, or fast forward. Again, this is all about timing. You need to be able and prepared to deal with the counterattack at the 3 different speeds, or things are going to get very, very messy. In Phase 3, Kang will now remember the last 2 actions that he counterattacked rather than just 1, meaning you will need to rotate more to not get stunned. He is now also immune to Nullify, Fate Seal, and Stagger. Finally, your damage boost in this phase is now only 20%, but it is for every buff you have up to 12, not just unique ones. In Phase 4, the Archive timer is replaced with the Evangelos timer, which lasts 80 seconds. If this timer expires, Kang will Special 3 you very hard. Remember, we can pause this timer whenever Kang counterattacks. He can also now change the speed of the fight on his Special 1 and 2, as well as on his counterattack, and you will suffer minus 200% ability accuracy reduction on Purify and Cleanse. So this isn't the solution to the Archive anymore. Finally, our damage boost here is again 20%, but now it is for up to 12 damaging debuffs on Kang. This is the phase where we can actually knock him out though. In order to knock him out, you will need to wound him, and whilst he has no health, you need to then land 4 or 5 basic attacks. Time will be slowed for these attacks, so you will look extra cool doing it. Returning to our second path option, we have a linked node to deal with, Slipstream Bleed, which is both a good and a bad thing. Each time Kang is wounded, he is inflicted with a bleed debuff, dealing a fairly small amount of damage, over 20 seconds. The description says 3, but in my testing it was only 1, so not quite sure what's going on there. This debuff counts towards the damage boosts during his Phase 2 and 4 wounded phases. However, this has now put a bleed into the Archive, meaning that Kang can trigger it on you. They don't deal a huge amount of damage, but you may want to consider a bleed immune option if you are taking the Paradox path. Speaking of, who are good options for this fight? Well, any champion that can reliably trigger a lot of unique buffs or debuffs will do really well here. Hyperion, Hulkling, Hercules, Odin, Angela, and so on will all do great. But our other option is to focus on debuffs and bring Odin to apply his pre-fights. This means we can put 3 unique buffs on one champion, and this will really help you in Phase 1 and 3. If you want to use damaging debuff champions, then ones that are immune to their own debuff can be much safer, as the damaging debuff will more than likely end up in the Archive. I have seen people recommend champions like Venom or Venom Pool, and maybe if this isn't your first run and you are confident you can dex both the counterattacks and the specials, they could work. But if you start blocking them, then you may bleed yourselves. Remember, no willpower in this fight, so we can't heal from that. Other healing sources do work as normal though. Ultron, Sunspot and Torch are great examples for these damaging debuffs, and they are immune to their own debuffs. Awakened Ultron is particularly good, as he can regenerate incoming energy damage, and all of Kang's beams are considered energy damage. Really, Any champion can do this fight, as long as you don't inflict him with damaging debuffs. If your top option is Captain America Infinity War, then don't use your special one, and you'll be fine. Angela? Hell yeah. Jugs? Works great. Shang-Chi? Sure. Titania? Well, she has no buffs, but plenty of debuffs. Null? Sounds amazing, just don't trigger those degens. Bullseye? Go for it. Serpent? Why not? Gore? Actually, Gore sounds like a lot of fun. I might go try Gore. I cannot list every champion that can do this fight, because so many can. If you're unsure, try throwing it into YouTube and seeing if someone else has already tried it. So, for our team. Well, let's start with the smorgasbord path. Titania and Sunspot will clear the path without too many issues, though Warlock may pose a slight threat. Let's bring Gore for him, as he will also be a great boss option, and not just because I want to try him out. Let's round out the team with some more boss options then. Ultron with the Odin pre-fights will do us very well for a full squad. As always, we have the champion swapper if we need it. This could be good for bringing in Odin, as he really won't help much on the path, and swap out for someone that would be more useful. For the Paradox path, Chavez and Silk will do excellently. For the boss, well, the Gore Ultron Odin combo would do us very well, but let's avoid some repetition and bring Captain Marvel movie, Angela, and Gamora. Avoid the special one with Gamora, so he can't bleed us. So, here we are in 7.4.6, and we'll be starting off today with the smorgasbord path. I will be showing both paths in today's video, as well as 3 runs at the boss, because I accidentally set a world record in my testing, and I thought I'd share it with you all as well. Our team today for this path is 5-star rank 5 unascended Ultron, 6-star rank 3 Sunspot, Titania and Odin, and 7-star rank 1 Gore. I really like Sunspot for this path in particular because he basically has infinite charges, and that makes him quite a lot of fun. The smorgasbord node, we can see sort of in purple on the right, will apply a snack charge to the opponent every time they purify a debuff off themselves, and with Sunspot doing that on every single hit, we're going to stack that up very, very high. The more flare states we get, which we get off our special one, the more debuffs we'll apply on every hit, but against Sunspot, whenever one of his debuffs gets purified, or one of his incinerates does, then he gains the charge back again straight away, so you can see we're getting a lot of our charges. However, Hercules' Infuriate, and that special 2 really just needed to have crit. The Infuriate is preventing us from inflicting some of those incinerates or getting them back again, so whilst that's up, we are doing a bit less damage and inflicting fewer debuffs. However, we only need to get to 10 on the snack charge counter, and given we're at 36, or 40 by 4, it's a quarter of the way round, go for the nice intercept for the Foresight Fury, up to 70, nearly 80 now, I don't think, or 85, 91 before it went round. Getting to 10 I don't think is going to be too much of an issue. We already have Hercules down to his immortality phase, which is why I flagged him as a potential defender on this path, because even though he is at 1 health right now, very cheeky intercept there, we're over 100 debuffs now, he can still regenerate in this. He can only trigger the immortality once, but if he does get regen from Smorgasbord, that can happen as well, even though he's at 1 health. Up next, we have Dr. Octopus, and here we'll be using Titania. Could we use Sunspot? Sure, class disadvantage, don't want to. What are we looking out for in this fight? Well, not much. Dr. Octopus's animations have always really got to me, and for quite a simple defender, he's one I sometimes struggle against. And that armor he gains is also surprisingly big, but with Titania still getting her Furies, even though her debuffs are being instantly removed, and the Foresight Fury, we get some pretty good damage when it's not up. Titania's crit rate is a bit rubbish if you don't have her as the 7-star with the crit stat focus, but even so, we'll get through this fight with no issues. The fights on this path are a little bit longer than on some of the other paths, around the sort of 100 seconds to 2 minute mark, rather than the sort of 90 seconds that we normally tend to see, and we'll see on the other path. But, that's just by the by. Without debuffs, things tend to slow down quite a bit. However, we are still getting that bonus degen damage, which, is certainly helping quite a lot. I don't believe the Foresight or any of Titania's Furies matter for that degen damage. It's what it is and won't get changed. Going for our special 3 here, all of the debuffs get instantly removed from it, but we do still gain Furies for applying them. Remember, we are technically applying debuffs on this path, they are just then instantly removed. Well, to be precise, there is a 100% chance for them to be instantly purified. This does mean if you're a bit crazy and feel like using a champion like Apocalypse, who can say no, minus 100% ability accuracy on purifying my debuffs, you can actually play as normal. He completely shuts down any snack charge gain on the opponent. Though this does mean you can never apply a snack charge, they will heal every single time. I didn't want to mention this in the main video because it's quite difficult, but if you have a big Apocalypse or feel like bringing Apocalypse with the Strife synergy to keep his burst damage going, you can kind of play normally. It is quite fun to do, and I did do it for some of my testing to get through this path quickly, but I wouldn't recommend it for a normal counter. Anyway, Titania takes down Dr. Octopus without any issues. Up next we have Odin, and we'll actually be using Gore for this fight. Gore gains bonuses, minor bonuses sure, but bonuses nonetheless, for defeating champions marked as gods. And Odin is certainly one of those. In fact, this is a rather classic matchup called the God Butcher versus Odin. So we'll be taking this fight with Gore. He is a little bit more difficult because we have to manage his shadow magic, and my Gore I think is only Sig 20, so he's not high Sig at all, which means they don't last quite as long. But you can see on medium combos, when I don't get rinsed by a special one, we place 1 debuff for every one of the black buffs on us. So there we place 3, so now he's up to 10. We don't have to place the ridiculous number of debuffs that Sunspot and Titania were placing. Odin's armor is going to slow down this fight a little bit, and we are going to go to special 3 with Gore, though the degen, there you go, very nice. We're going to special 3 because it gives us one of each of our black buffs, so the bleed one, the poison one, and the shock one, which, is very nice for keeping our debuffs going. Without applying lots of debuffs to the opponent, and with Odin's armor, our special 3 is not going to hit very hard at all, but it is nice for keeping our shadow magic buffs going. Gore has such a cool special 3 as well. So now we've got 2 of each, so each medium that we have will apply 6 to the opponent, and we have a higher chance of applying them through block as well. Gore has a chance for each buff on him to apply them through block. That's where you might see them on defense if he stacked up a lot of buffs. So we will be taking advantage of that as well, but where required, medium combos will also inflict 6 at the moment, maybe 3 if some have fallen off. There, I forgot how to dex Odin's special 2 for some reason, which is just a big spear, but Gore has some regeneration, which is good. The only other fight I want him for on the path is Warlock, and then maybe as a boss option. So spoiler alert, we will have to feed him a few potions. His regeneration is helping us get topped up a little bit, and we're at 40% now, but it's not quite where we'd want it to be. Remember how to do it there, so that's not too bad. We've got 3 of each shadow magic buff now, so we apply, 9 debuffs every time we do a medium combo. So he's on 0 now, so we're just going to go for a medium at some point. There we go, and he's up to 9. Beat into his block, he's up to 11. So now we don't have to worry about it whatsoever. So at this point we can go for special 2, striker, special 3, light ending combos, all of the above, just to keep our shadow magic buffs going. There we go, we're going for a special 2 now. We gain a Fury. We don't have enough debuffs to gain lots of Furies, but by the by, we still gain 1, and we can continue to apply our debuffs where required. Very dangerous special 2. Managed to avoid that one, but I think it was only just. Not quite sure how I've suddenly forgotten how to dex Odin special 2. And this fight is a little bit longer, with the degen finishing him off there. Not too much longer, about sort of 30-40 seconds longer than some of the Titania fights. Up next, we have Yondu, and here we'll be using Titania again. You could actually use Gore here as well, because he will gain one of his regenerations, as long as you have a bleed shadow magic buff anytime Yondu would bleed you, but I'm just going to avoid being bled in the first place. Go in for a very nice light starter, and my goal in this fight is very simple. Don't get bled. Yondu can bleed us on his special 1, and on his medium attacks, any attack with his Yaka arrow. So if you want to parry Yondu, which you absolutely can do, just make sure you're far away from him, as it's his dash attack that doesn't use the arrow. Maybe it's his light one, not his first medium, then that use it. But either way, you can parry his dash attack safely. So if you want to parry him, back up, and then you can parry him just fine. However, we're using Titanius, and we want to take advantage of Foresight, so we will be going in and out quite a bit with some intercepts, letting that degen tick him down very, very nicely. Got the intercept there, so now we're getting some very respectable damage coming from Titania. Maybe Very's pushing it. Some fairly respectable damage coming from Titania, building to our special 3, just so we can get a stack of Furies. I maybe got a little bit impatient throwing it here, and I should have baited the special 1, because he is very close to special 2 there, and we don't really want to see a special 2 in this fight much at all, but he was very happy to throw a special 1 for us, so thank you, Yondu. In this fight, I'm not worried about Smorgasbord at all. You can see, we're up to 34 charges, and it's only 3/4 of the way around, so that is not a concern whatsoever. Just trying to get the special one out of Yondu because he seems to have now forgotten how to do it. There it comes. Some nice degen damage coming in as well, which, it's about 3,666 is roughly similar to our light crits when we've got about 10 Furies. So realistically, it's like having a little Titania beating into him every now and again. Got the Foresight Fury going now as well, and with one special 2, he is nowhere near dead, but we need the special 1 out of him, which he seems very happy to throw when he's near special 2. And we're just going to close out this fight. One more special 1. And there we go. No major issues against that Yondu whatsoever. In fact, we took no damage whatsoever. Up next, we have Silver Surfer, and we're going to be using a rather strange option for him. Basically, every other Silver Surfer I could think of, I would tell you that using Sunspot for him is a dreadful idea. Not only does Silver Surfer take minus 100% damage from Incinerates, which isn't too bad because Sunspot, his Incinerates don't do very much, but Silver Surfer does extra burst damage for each buff on him. However, Incinerates count towards this buff cap. So with Sunspot placing tens of Incinerates on this guy, that would be very bad. However, in this fight, they all get removed, so we don't have to worry about it at all. Dexing his special 1 on repeat very nicely, and going for special 1s of our own. Not worried about the snack counter whatsoever. We've only got 3 sets of charges, and it's already getting to 60 each time. Not a concern at all. Nice dexes on the special 1, keep him coming, and we're staying topped up with willpower from the armor breaks he gets on his special 1 or heavy attack when he consumes his cosmic power buff. That's about to come back now. There we go, the power cosmic, he's just spent it again, so we get triple armor broken. Snack charge is now up over 60. We've got 6 snacks of Flare State, which is actually more than you will see in most fights with Sunspots because the opponent's usually dead by then. It's also very difficult to maintain 6 stacks of Flare State, but, and the fight's over. Because normally whenever you strike the opponent, you consume one of those Incinerates and you have to get them back manually, another no damage taken fight. But on this quest, they get given back to us for free. Up next, and last upon the path, we have Warlock, and we will be using Gore for this fight, as suggested earlier. Titania could take this fight, but it would be long and painful, and Sunspot, maybe, but I wouldn't recommend it, so we will be using Gore instead. If I'd brought another champion for this fight, say Magneto could absolutely take this fight, rely on the ability accuracy reduction, and then we can also shut down his healing, to mean that we can parry normally 70% of the time. Everyone wave to the sirens outside. You can parry 70% of the time, and you can shut down his regen just by using Magneto, and one special 3 will probably finish the job. Maybe. I did it with a special 2 when I was using my Magneto earlier. I got a big crit on it with the Foresight Fury. But then I wouldn't have brought Gore in for this quest, or not for this fight at all. I can't remember where I was going with that, but Mags would also work for this fight. So we're going for our medium ending combos. He's up to 11 on the debuff counter, so that is absolutely fine. And I can see that in one round of that timer, he's down to 75% health, so I can roughly estimate this is going to take 4 sets. So for another medium to put some more debuffs on him. Special 3, very much like we did in the Odin fight, except without getting walloped by Odin's special 2. And now we've got 2 of each Shadow Magic buff, so 1 medium, and we don't have to worry about his snack charges at all. I'm probably still going to keep doing medium ending combos for some reason, but oh no, we did light ending one there. Anyway, just trying to get this special 2 out of Warlock, and what is it with me and getting walloped by special 2s with Gore? He also takes a big hit from Warlock's special 2, so, he's just collecting special 2s he's been hit by. 23 snack charges, no worries there at all. We get a very cheeky Foresight intercept. In this fight, and another one, I won't really be too interested in going for a special 2 of my own, because we can't crit Warlock on special attacks whilst he has his armour up. So, we'll just be sticking to the special 3s, which aren't going to do much damage because, again, of that armour, and the fact that Gore gets lots of damage on his special 3 for each debuff on the opponent. He had 17,000 damage for a 7-star rank 1 it's quite pitiful, if I'm being honest, but if we had 50 debuffs on the opponent, it would do a lot of damage. But we're just going to close out this fight. Maybe I should have gone for a backdraft intercept there, get the Foresight Fury, but no, we're going to close that here with a special 1, which takes a really, really long time on Gore for no reason. But never mind, there we go, close it out, and despite eating a special 2, not too bad. I took the liberty of just cutting out going to Kang here. All we did was slap the Odin pre-fights on Ultron, and I'm not going to waste your time showing you how to do that. So, Kang. We take this fight slowly, and we watch for what we can and can't do. We cannot stun him at the moment, so we're going to dex the special 1, and it is safe to punish that. Evade the counterattack. We now can't punish his special, so we stun him, evade that. We now can't stun him, so we're going to bait a heavy, evade that counterattack. We now can't heavy him, so I'm going to intercept him, evade that. We now can't intercept him, so I'm looking for his special 1, which he seems to have lost the button for. There's the special 1. We're going to dex that. That's going to give us another charge, and we're going to punish that. We now can't punish his special attack, so I'm looking for the parry. There it is. We evade that, or you can parry him. Knowing what you can and can't do, and getting the timer down, or the timing down, on that counterattack is vital to this fight. We get 9 bleeds on Kang, go for a special 2 of our own, all damage capped along there, well at crit, and now we're getting some serious damage over time. If this Ultron was ascended, it might be enough damage to push him down in one phase, but you can see we're getting some serious DOT ticking, and Kang is down to 18% health. Going to go for a few extra hits of our own there, just to really push him all the way up. Again, another special 1, so we evade that, punish that, dex that. So we now can't punish this special, so we're just looking for something else. He can throw a special, but if he does, we won't be able to punish it. So instead, we go for the heavy. Here, we're just looking for a special 1. For the first phase, this is pretty much all you have to do. Learn how to dex the special 1, and learn the timings to get your slipstream charges from the counterattack. Make sure you know what every symbol in green does. That's the stun one. So we can't do that. It's now going to change to the specials one, so that's the one we can't do. It seems trivial in this phase, just don't do the thing you last did. But when you're in phase 3 and 4 and he remembers 2 actions, you can sometimes get quite stuck. If, for example, he has low power, and you have done stun and heavy recently, you obviously can't bait a special from him, so the only thing you can do is go for an intercept. And if he's not having an intercept with you, things can get quite difficult. That's the end of the first phase. Kang is going to cheat, like a little bitch, rewind time, and so we start the fight again, now in phase 2. After each phase, there is time to dash in and start the fight off on your terms. Now, Kang can start changing time. The fight starts to get interesting. We couldn't punish that parry because we'd stunned him last time. On our counterattacks, Kang can speed up, or leave the same, or slow down time. Just like that. It's not so much that the timing is that different. However, you've got to keep an eye on it, because if it says fast forward and you're expecting it to be slow, you're going to be in a lot of pain. For the fast forward one in particular, I do sometimes parry it personally, sometimes on purpose, often by accident. It could be good if you're struggling, parry that one. You don't get the archive debuffs on you if you parry the attack slow motion, so we take it in slow motion. There is not time after each counterattack to dash in, even when in slow motion it kind of feels like there should be. There isn't. So, he's wounded, we've got 7 bleeds on him, 8 go for a special 2 of our own, we get our cauterize, which is going to boost our damage, 1500 from 2, so we know we get about 750 from each bleed on him, and we can roughly work out in 20 seconds, 750 per bleed, 8 bleeds, but ish, it's not going to be enough to get him down in one phase. So we're going to go for a special 3 here, which remember the damage is capped at 3% of his max health, which is what we get, but that did also consume all of our bleeds, so he's down to just over 50% health. There he very cheekily managed to punish us straight away because he was stunned from the special 3, so we start the fight off straight away with a counterattack, and we're already up to 2 slipstream charges. Dex special 1, dex, 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 get an extra charge for that, and then another one for punishing it afterwards. Here we're looking for a heavy, parry or intercept, there we go. So we go for the stun. Here, intercept or heavy, because we can't do the stun. So there we go, nice intercept. There we go, evade that. Ultron has his own built-in evade, which in this fight can sometimes be helpful and sometimes not. It can help you, for example, I might have got clipped by that special one, but the evade saved us. But if you're trying to bait a heavy out of Kang, then it could be quite annoying. Know when it's on and when you can use it. It's up now, so if he'd thrown a special, that would have been helpful, but he didn't do anything for that time. So we're just looking for that special one. I'm also keeping an eye on the archive timer. We've got 3 rotations left before the Evangelos is incoming, so we don't have to worry about that. We're up to 10 charges now, so we just hit into his block and we are off. We now have 7 charges on Ultron's persistent functions meter, so we've got 11 bleeds there for our very, very large cauterize. We're now getting 1500 per tick from 2 bleeds, so we know each bleed now is doing just under 1000 damage. So in this one, with all of our bonus damage, we should have enough to get him all the way down. So 2%, 1%, there we go. It's time for Kang to rewind time once again, and we are going into the 3rd phase. The main thing about the 3rd phase is him now remembering 2 actions. He's immune to Nullify, Fate, Steal and Stagger, but I don't care about that, I'm using Ultron. We can dash in right at the start of the phase, start the fight on our own terms, he's in his corner. With all the countering, if you're not careful, you can get pushed back a long way, because each time you counter, you notice I lose presence on the board. I get pushed back slightly. So starting with it being able to move him into his corner is very valuable. We have to keep an eye on what we can and can't do. I know right now it's either heavy or intercept. Those are the only things I can do. We get the intercept there. And now we can't punish this special attack. We baited it too quickly. So that's a little bit annoying. We can't punish it, or we'd be passively stunned for 2 seconds. And that's bad. We now can't stun or intercept him, so it has to be a heavy. There is nothing else we can do. It has to be a heavy, so we punish that. It is now stun or heavy, so we have to intercept him because he doesn't have enough power for a special. So a few hits, looking for the backdraft, there it comes. I could have gone for 1 extra hit there and just baited the special. That would have worked as well. But getting the intercept opens us up now, because we can punish this, give him some power, and we know now we have heavy or stun on the table. But actually that gave us enough charges to push us into the next phase. We've got lots of unique buffs, not unique buffs. This is phase 3 on us now. So we're now getting 1500 per tick per bleed, which means it's still not enough to get him down in 1 phase, but it's much closer, which means our second time round in this phase is going to be much safer. We have 4 things on the archive timer, so I'm not worried about that at all. We're going to push him just before our stun ends. We're going to launch our special 3, which means he is stunned going into his thing. Now we wait, which means we can start the fight off with a stun. So we already have 1 charge before really the phase has started properly at all. We've done intercept. Oh, there's the intercept, sorry. We've done heavy and parry, so we had to intercept. So now we just have to parry. We can now bait the special from him, or the heavy attack. We have options right now. Ultron is particularly good for this fight. He has 2 sets of regen, just in terms of his buffs, but also when awakened, he can regenerate energy damage that he takes. So if we get hit by any of Kang's beams, his special 1, 2, or the counterattacks, we'll regen some of that damage as well. We'll trigger our first regular regen when we hit 50% health, but regeneration is one of the few very common buffs that I believe Kang cannot put in the archive. This Kang cannot regenerate apart from when each phase ends. There comes our self-repair, and it did not go into the archive, which is excellent. Right now, we really need that heavy attack. There it comes. And we have to stun him, which is annoying because of our own evade, because we could not punish the special attack if we'd pushed him to it. If he's right on the end like that and you need the special attack, just hit into his block and you'll be fine. There's the full dex on there, so we now actually get a bonus charge. And their time sort of slowed down wrong, and Kang managed to sidestep us, but now he is wounded and we are off. In this fight, in this phase, we're still with our buffs 1, but we have plenty of damage. Right there. He's now moving into phase 4, the final phase. So rewind, and we are going back in now. Straight in. The archive timer has been replaced with the Evangelos timer. That is 80 seconds, though we can continue to pause it when doing our counterattacks. If that red timer goes all the way around, GG's, another revive in the Kabam slot machine. But in this phase, we also have to watch out for his special 1 and 2, but we don't want to see that, changing the time stream as well. This is a fast forward special 1, so it's dex, dex, dex. It's very fast, particularly those first 2 dexes. You really have to watch out for changes in speed. If it's a slow motion special 1 into a fast counterattack, you really have to make sure that you get what you need and you are ready for those timings. So, there we go. We get our intercept straight into fast forward, special attack, and it's safe for him to throw it. He hasn't done it recently. It's not on one of our things. Fast forward. So, quick, dex, dex. Dex, go straight in, and it's a slow motion dex, so we have to be very slow. We've got our 10 charges now, and in this phase we gain extra damage for every damaging debuff on Kang. So we throw our special 2 early, go for a heavy, and now we have a huge amount of damage over time ticking on Kang. I don't know if that was the right decision, but it's what I went for, and we have a lot of damage ticking now. He is down to nearly 50% health, but that time's gone all the way around, so we're going to go for another special 2. Was that the right thing to do? Don't know. We are damage capping on our medium crits, but it's not quite enough to get him all the way down in one go. Slightly unfortunate, but never mind. The Evangelos timer still has plenty of time, and by this point we're very used to what we can do and what we can't do in this fight. I couldn't punish that stun, for example. So, one more trip round, and we're good to go. A very slow special 1 dex there. Punish that into a slow motion. It feels like it takes forever. Have patience. So at this point we can't have a special from him, so we had to bait the heavy, and now we want to stun him. I don't want him throwing that special, because then I wouldn't be able to punish it. I get hit there because I've done this fight a whole bunch of times and I'm very deep into it, but now is the time to forget how to dex it. But that's fine. There we can get out of the way there. Now, I don't really want him throwing the special attack, so we're going to punish that, but special is still on the menu. So we can't punish that heavy attack because that's in his menu as well. There we go, so we get that. Parry, forget how to dex it there as well. So we are losing out on a few charges here, but never mind. Dex a special 1, so there's another charge there for us. Get out the way of that, there's another charge there for us. So if I just bait a heavy or intercept him, this fight is essentially over. So there's the heavy. We managed to get out of the way of that, hit into his block, and we are off. We have more than enough damage here, even with our special 3, sort of slowing things down slightly. We have more than enough damage to get this Kang down in one go. Come on, tick, tick, tick. There we go for our heavy attack. We're now ticking for 2800 on the heavy attack. And tick, tick, tick. We're going to go for our slow motion hits that we look extra cool doing. So medium, light, 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 and that is Kang, soloed by a 5-star Ultron. So, now onto our other path. Oh, there is no end node for this quest, so you don't need to quit out, you will go straight on to the end. So, other path. We are now taking the Paradox path. The team here is 5-star rank 5 unascended Angela, 6-star rank 3 Silk, 6-star rank 3 Chavez, 6-star rank 3 Captain Marvel movie, and 7-star rank 1 Gamora. First up on this path is Diablo, and we will be using Silk. Silk and Chavez will cover this entire path, and they are particularly excellent because they can chain heavies from their regular combo. Wasp and Doom can do this as well, so can iDoom. There are a few champions around that can do it. But this is very helpful because we need those charges by knocking the opponent down, and the only other way we'd be able to do it, because we can't parry and heavy them here, because of the fact that they're unblockable, is by throwing our special ones. Kinetic Instigator will help a lot here, as we can build power by hitting into the opponent's block. However, my plan with a lot of these fights is to completely stun cheese them with Silk, but not on this first fight. So we're going for our Double Fury Special 2, and he's down to about half health, so we're going to be doing that again, but we'll be able to do it much faster. His Kinetic Instigator, getting us some extra power, and I'm just watching out for Power Alternator. There we go, so he throws that. And now he's going to steal my power if I don't get rid of it very soon, so we're going for a Single Fury SP2 instead. Still some very, very decent damage. That was about 50k Special 2, maybe a bit more, which from a 6-star rank 3 is perfectly respectable. Go for another heavy attack there. We're up to 8 charges, so we do just have to keep an eye on them as well. Champions like Chavez and Silk do like to knock the opponent down a lot. Throw the Special 2 again before he steals my power. And so I am sort of keeping an eye on my charge. I have to do light ending combos to get rid of them, which is just not something Chavez or Silk does. But here we got 9 charges straight away, so we don't have to worry about the second fight too much, but definitely something to keep an eye on. Up next, we have Gamora, and for her, we'll be using America Chavez. Just like Silk, we'll be going for a fast start by spamming light, so we get that first light in, and we can gain our first heavy attack very safely, and then go for a stand-up intercept, manage to land that, and that's 2 heavies and 2 charges, because we can chain that to special 1, that counts just as well. We're 2 charges before the fight's really started. Get that special 1 out of Gamora, and before you know it, 3 charges, she's no longer unblockable, and the fight is significantly safer. Now, I did skip some wording slightly in the main video. It doesn't matter a huge amount, but we will see it in play here with Chavez. When I said that Power Alternator swaps your power, it kind of does. What actually happens is both champions are power drained, and then you gain the amount of power your opponent has, and they gain the amount of power you had. However, Chavez's 3rd dimension, sort of bluey purple one, the dark blue one, actually reduces the opponent's power gain, and this affects Power Alternator. So if you have lots of power and the opponent's trying to steal it, well, it's technically a power drain and then a power gain, so we can actually shut it down and they won't gain as much power as they should. It's a minor detail, but is quite useful when you're trying to shut down the opponent. If you're using a champion like Void for whatever reason, he would do exactly the same with his Petrifies, and in fact, they would be drained down to nothing, and then they wouldn't be able to gain any power at all. So actually Power Alternator can work purely to your advantage, though it will drain your power as well if the two of you are swapped. Now we don't need to go for the fast start in this fight because we know we have 9 charges, so Chavez on defense isn't going to be unblockable. We are now up to 10 charges, but each combo is giving us like a bar and a half of power, so that's really good. And we're just going to be spamming some special 2s in this fight. Maybe. Now, Chavez's special 2 is normally very, very scary. It can be unblockable, it can deal a lot of damage, and dexing it whilst possible is difficult. You're more than likely to get hit by at least one hit. If you get hit by the last hit, it's bad, but it's not the big deal. If you get hit by the first hit, though, that is a problem, because, well, you're going to get hit by the rest of it as well. However, we have our evade to save us in this fight as well. However, Silk is quite powerful because she gets such a long stun off her special 3, and you have access to stuns on her heavies, and we have a striker. We're back at special 3. Medium, 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 light, medium, 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 light, 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 medium, heavy, and we're back at special 3. And you can do that pretty reliably. Chavez here only has 1% health left, so that fight was closed down in a very respectable 1 minute 7 seconds. Up next, we have Red Goblin, and we'll be using Chavez. I can't remember how many charges we ended the previous fight with, so we're going to have to be careful that we don't boil over and, detonate for a lot of damage, because, taking damage is bad. So how many charges have we got? We have 8 charges to work with, so some light ending combos, just to get that down a little bit, will be quite helpful. I like to stack up dimensions with Chavez before going to the special 2, but with all the extra power gain here, we might actually go for a couple of early special 2s as well. Nice intercept into 2 hit heavy into special 1, and I know that there's no way I'm going to be able to do 3 hits of a heavy, so we're probably just going to bait the special 1 and then go for a special 2 of our own. Special 1 please, Goblin. Special 1 please, Goblin. There we go. Dex the bomb off that. 1 hit. There we go. He's got a buff. We've got 3 dimensions, so we get some fairly respectable damage from that. At this point, I'm debating whether I want to go for the special 1 or Dex special 2. We're also up to 10 charges. We've got to keep an eye on that. So we go for a light ending combo. I do want to get up my 3rd dimension at some point as well, just to stop him stealing all of my power. But he did that anyway, because the node's stupid. Anyway, we're running out of dimensions. He has 2 buffs, now 3 buffs. Mystic Dispersion is going to be coming online as well, about now. There we go, so we go for 3, so we get the negative zone up. 1 hit there. Nice big damage on our special 2. That's very respectable damage. He's now at special 2, so we're going to have to deal with that, which is not... It's not difficult once you get the timing down, but you have to get the timing down. But we're just trying to get that out of him as well, because the last thing we want is for him to have too much power. 1, 2, and 3. Now he's stolen our power again, but I'm going for some sort of panic light ending combos here. You can just do 4 medium, so light, 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 absolutely fine, just to try and drain a few charges. There we go, so Dex, Dex, Dex. I did parry the first hit there, so we will be taking... Well, we're dropping a special 3 of our own, which isn't a bad thing. It does some respectable damage, and we'll be gaining 1 of each of our dimensions, so we can keep topped up without having to spam special 1s as well. We're up to 10 charges, so we're just keeping an eye on that as well. My confidence with the special 2 has been renewed, so I don't know why I did that. That was silly. So we will be baiting his special 2 as well from now on. Here, I didn't want him to throw the special 2 right before the timer went round, because he would have thrown the special 2 and then power gain back up to special 1, so it's just more specials to deal with. But we managed to bait that out of him. 1 hit, 2 Utopian Parallels, bam bam bam, and the fight is over. Chavez with excellent control and some very good damage. I have her at 7-star rank 3 on my main account, and she is wonderful. Up next, we have potentially the hardest fight on the path, Mephisto. If you're planning your own team, an Incinerate immune option for this fight can be a very good option, as long as they don't apply Incinerates of their own. Mephisto gains power whenever he is incinerated, and his aura of incineration counts as an incinerate for this as well. We're doing some light ending combos here just to get our charge down a little bit, and I'm getting quite lucky that he's only procced 1 of his auras of incineration so far, but even so, every aura here ticks for 1,000 damage per second, so definitely something to watch out for. Medium, medium, or medium, light, medium, 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 light, 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 medium, heavy, striker, medium, light, 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 heavy, into a triple fury special 3. You don't have to follow that exact pattern, that's just the one I'm following. We got very lucky he's not triggering his auras. Medium, light, medium, 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 light, 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 medium, heavy. But comment down below if you've spotted the mistake. We were at 11 charges, the special 3 knocks him down, so we take a big burst of damage, but we got quite lucky in that fight that he didn't proc his auras of incineration too much, so we didn't have to deal with too much incinerate damage. The power gain's not an issue when he's stuck at special 3 in the corner and can't do anything. However, up next, and last upon the path, we have Anti-Venom, who is the perfect free healing champion. He inflicts you with lots of non-damaging debuffs, so we will be starting this fight out at 28% health, and I think we will end at above 60. He starts the fight off, Willpower doing its thing already with his Clintar debuff, and we're going for a few light combos of our own, just to drop the charges a little bit. We don't want to boil over again, because that would probably end us. We've got a Spectre on us now as well, but healing for 304 per tick. And if I was feeling particularly cheeky, I could have just not done anything at the start of this fight, just played it very, very slow and just healed. However, I want to get it over with, so we've done our medium, light, light, medium, medium, light, 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 medium, heavy, striker, medium, light, 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 heavy, 3 of her big furies, huge amount of physical vulnerabilities stacked up as well. And we're just going to keep doing this. Medium, light, medium, 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 light, 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 medium, heavy, special 3 again. And remember, this is only a 6-star rank 3 silk, and we are doing like 30k mediums. She is hitting very, very hard. So that was a 18k light crit. Very, very hard hitting champion silk when she gets going. Again, I have her at 7-2 on my main account, and she does very, very well. Again, I've taken the liberty of cutting out the champion swapper node. You know how those work at this point. So, 7-star rank 1 Gamora up against Kang. We are starting out the boss fight exactly the same as we did last time. Parries, heavies, intercepts to get him to special 1, punish that, and repeat. We know what we're doing. So, parry, counterattack. It's now either heavy or intercept, so there's the heavy, punish, counterattack. He's got a special, so let's have that please, Kang. There we go. Dex, Dex, Dex. This is what I was saying in the first boss run through about getting pushed back. We are right back in our corner, and the phase has only just started. However, it's also now ended. We took the paradox path, so we do have the bleed debuff here to worry about. But given bleeds are already in the archive, we can go for Gamora Special 1 for some damage over time as well. And actually, her damage over time is very, very strong, so I'll be using that quite a lot. If you took a different path with Gamora, you might want to avoid the Special 1. And I'm only using it here because the paradox path put bleed in the archive for us. Parry, counterattack. We parried that ourselves, absolutely fine. Special 1, parry, parry, or dex. I would just recommend dexing it, it's easier. I don't know why I was saying parry. Intercept, fine. We can either stun him, heavy, or special. Here I'm fishing for the special attack. There we go. Dex, dex, dex. Punish that, get out of the way of the counterattack. Go for, there we go, parry, dex. Intercept or heavy, or we can beat into his block to try and push him to special 1 if required, but no, we've got the heavy. Gamora has lost all of her buffs, and she will do pretty much every time he transitions between phases. I'm not hugely worried about keeping them up here. There's no way I'm going to be able to heavy him in order to refresh her buffs, so it's not a big deal. However, her buffs do last longer and longer as the fight goes on, so there is a chance that, in these first wounded phases, they might drop off before the wounded phase has ended. It's a 20-second wounded phase, and the buffs don't last 20 seconds. So by the time we hit the later phases, they will stay going. Phase 1's already over, and Kang is rewinding time onto phase 2. We can go straight in, it's safe for us to do so, and we still have a few buffs, and Gamora's damage, remember your damage here is being reduced by 75%. Gamora's damage is still actually putting a little bit of a dent in Kang. We've already got 2 charges from a parry and an intercept. I'm not worried at all about the Evangelos time or the archive timer in this fight. Gamora has more than enough damage to get through each phase in 2 rotations, and unless you're looking at about 4 rotations per phase, you shouldn't really be worried about the archive timer, as long as you're keeping those counterattacks going as well. Another special 1, which we punish just fine. Fast forward counterattack, so we have to be ready to dex as soon as we can. Slow motion 1 that time though, so we have to take things just a little bit more slowly. After the slow motion counterattack, I do often feel like there should be time to dash in and punish the counterattack. There isn't. Even if you feel like there is, I've tried it in many runs of boss testing. I cannot get it to work, so don't try and do it. Go for the intercept, and now we are off. So this is the unique debuffs phase, so we're going to be capped at 2. I throw my special 2 there so we get an extra debuff just to keep things going. Only 2, which isn't great. We're building a couple of Furies of our own to try and get some damage over time coming. And 1700 per tick is very, very respectable. So actually, he is draining very rapidly in this phase. Our regular attacks are hitting very hard as well. We're getting sort of 8k non-crits. Go for another special 1 there. Those were damage capped hits. He is down to 19%, so we know 1 more rotation should be absolutely fine. And this phase will be over. The next phase... Ooh, how did I get clipped by that? That was bad. Oh well. We get lucky there that he doesn't trigger the bleed on us, otherwise we'd be ticking. The bleed, it's only about 100 per second, but I believe it's 100 per tick. But I believe it's a 15-second bleed, so that's 3,000 damage overall. If all 4 of those hits had triggered bleeds, the odds of that's not high, but it's possible. That would have been 12,000 damage, which is a lot. No willpower in this fight, remember, as well. If you wanted to bring in a champion like Kingpin, the fight would certainly be longer, Can't deny that at all. But he would be shrugging off a lot of the incoming debuffs. Apart from in the last phase, where you have minus 200% ability accuracy to do so. That is certainly an option. If you want to use someone... Ooh, Crossbones could be quite interesting because he has lots of Furies, though maintaining them would be extremely difficult. But never mind. Actually, yeah, could Crossbones do it? I want to go try Crossbones now. Anyway, we have enough damage in this phase that we don't have to worry about going for our armor break. Just some Furies and some bleeds, and this phase is over without issues. Moving into phase 3, this is probably Gamora's favourite phase, because now we get 20% damage boost in the wounded phase for every buff we have. They don't have to be unique, just for every single one, and she will be stacking them up and up and up. As always, we can start each phase very comfortably dashing in. There's plenty of time to do that. And we've got to keep watching out for the change speeds on the counterattack. This is phase 3, as you can see by Kang's persistent charge. So we're just looking for that special one out of him eventually. He's really not wanting to throw it. He's gone pretty much a full timer without having thrown it, so that's a little bit annoying. I should have gone for an intercept or a heavy just to keep the timer paused, but no big deal. There we go, get the nice intercept there. We're going for a parry now. But he triggers stun immunity at just the wrong moment. However, it runs out, we can parry, there we go. So, special attack please, Kang. There we go. Try to avoid that bubble, because apparently it's got a wider range than I thought it did. There we go, fast forward, bam. So here we're looking for an intercept or a heavy, because those are our only options. We don't actually have anything else we can do. There we go, slow motion, take it carefully. Now we can parry, so we go for that. Regular speed, get out of the way, we've got 9 charges. So just dexing this, and we are good to go. I said just dexing this, there we go, and we're good to go. So dex, 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 punish that, regular speed, get out of the way. And now we're just looking to, there we go, it's time slowed down wrong again there. There we go, managed to hit him this time, and we are off, and we are stacking buffs like crazy. Small stutter there. Already, we're getting, what's that, 1300 per tick, and we're already nearly damage capping on our crits. So we've got 8, 9, there we go. These huge DOTs. Can we get him down in one cycle? There we go for another damage over time from our bleeds and our special one. Damage capped mediums, it's that 19,479 is the damage cap. And in just one cycle, manage to get Kang down in that phase. If you have enough damage, it's perfectly possible to do so. If our Ultron from the first one had been ascended, throw on a 20% boost, and it would have been easy 1 phases every single time. Last phase. So, fast forward counterattack. Remember, 2 memory slots in this phase, plus he will be changing the speed of his special attacks. So, slow motion for our first special one. Watch for the dip of the gun. Dex, 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 and then go in. And then slow motion counterattack as well. Remember, if that had gone from slow motion to fast motion, things are changing very, very rapidly. Here, we need the intercept or the heavy. There's the intercept. Go for the dex on that, so up to 5 charges. He throws the special here, fast forward, which is very annoying because we can't punish it because his remembrance is on there. So we parry to get an extra charge. However, now we've got to get that heavy. There we go, there's the heavy. You don't need to interrupt in the middle. There's plenty of time after the chest blast. Absolutely fine. However, we can't punish it now. The only thing we can do is get the intercept. There it is. Now we're looking for a special or a stun. However, I intercept, get passively stunned, and despite that we have 9 charges. There's the bleed, or 180 per tick, that's more than I remember. There we go, so now we just need to strike him. There we go, we can start chipping him down. This is the damaging debuffs phase, so for every damaging debuff on him, we gain more attack. So I will be going for lots of special 1 bleeds. There we go, there's another one. And they are ticking pretty hard. Kang's health is dropping very rapidly. For our final solo, this phase is just funny, so I will show you that as well in just a second. So, another special one. Have we got enough damage to get him down? Even though we're damage capping on our crits, it's not quite enough, so we're going to have to go for 1 more cycle, which is slightly annoying. Chest repulsor blast there. Plenty of time. You don't need to interrupt the heavy. This is not the fight to be flashy. It's a fight to be safe and do what you need to do with the right timings. Punish that. Dex out of the way in slow motion. Parry. Hit him. There we go. So our options here now are intercept or heavy attack. Unfortunately, he throws the special, which actually puts us in quite a problem. Because now he hasn't got any power at all. So we can't punish that to give him more power. So we have to heavy or intercept him. That didn't count as an intercept for some reason. And there's our heavy attack. So now we can go in. Fast forward. Dex out of the way of that. So now it has to be an intercept. That's the only thing we can do is intercept him. We can't punish that. However, he's really not feeling the intercept. So I'm just going to push him to a special. There we go. That worked just as well. Now, special 2 slow motion Dex. 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 Very, very slow. Regular speed there. We're up to 8 charges. There we go. 9 charges. We just need to get the intercept. But Kang gets the intercept instead. And we get a 95-ish% solo. So I'm just going to clean this up with 5-star Angela. Fight charges, carry, fight to fight. Ignore me getting slapped. We started this with 9 charges. We got 1, and then we're straight into the damage phase here. Angela's damage in this phase is pretty rubbish because she doesn't have access to any damage boost because she's got no damage over time. We get 1 from the path because this is still the same path. But Kang was at, I don't know, low health, 18% or something. So we have no worries. We get our cool strikes, and with 1 sword slash more, Kang goes down. So, there we go. Continue there. In my testing, I managed to set an accidental world record, so I thought I'd share that here as well. This is on the content creator server, so it doesn't actually count. This is a 6-star rank 3 Wolverine. I've made him a Horseman of Apocalypse, using Apocalypse, and we also have Mr. Sinister, Magneto, and Professor X on the team. Professor X is unramped because he is rubbish for the smorgasbord path, so I used Apocalypse for the entire thing. What makes Wolverine so particularly good in this fight is because he can simply stack up a huge number, or a huge amount of damage over time. His critical bleeds go absolutely berserk, and this is a 6-star rank 3. And just watch the damage. The previous record, which is on speedruns.com/Marvel Contest of Champions or /MCOC or something, was MSD with an Ultron. It is a very old record. I'm sure he would shatter it if given the opportunity to do so. However, look how fast Kang's health is just melting away. And we have no damage assistance in this phase. This is just base damage Horseman Wolverine. His damage is just obscene. Remember also this is superior Kang, not tech Kang, so everyone has class disadvantage. You can use mutants if you would like to. Wolverine is also incredibly sustainable because he has his regeneration that comes from his base and his signature ability, so we don't really have to, if we get hit obviously we can die, but we'll also top up a lot of health going through as well. This was actually just me testing stuff, and I was honestly shocked when I saw how fast the fight went. But all I'm doing here is exactly the same thing as normal. Spoiler alert, this fight comes out to be about 5 minutes 10 seconds, if I remember correctly, low 5 minutes, and the previous one I think was about 6 minutes 30. So it is a dramatic improvement, but again I'm sure it would be shattered in a heartbeat if someone that was good at the game actually tried to do it. However, what that says is if you can answer every prompt quickly, not instantly, but quickly, and you get every phase down in one cycle, this fight takes between 5 and 6 minutes to solo. If you take 2 cycles for each phase, this fight takes roughly 10 to 12 minutes. If you want to solo this fight, it takes a long time, longer than many of the other bosses to do. So do keep that in mind. If you think the fight is dragging on for quite a bit, that's not you, it's just the fight takes a long time. This is the phase 2 damage stage, so again, we only get 1 tick of extra health, so it's 30% increased damage here. We could be running the recoil masteries. I could have put Odin buffs on Wolverine as well, and these phases, particularly phase 1 and phase 3, would have gone down significantly faster. However, that's phase 2 done in one cycle as well. So Kang rewinds time, and we're off into phase 3. There we go, and we're starting the fight all over again. Plenty of time to go straight in and start the fight on our terms, gaining some extra board space. Was fishing for the intercept there, he didn't go for it. So that doesn't count as an intercept apparently. Kang's just going to stand there and launch a heavy at me, but that's fine. We can punish that. Fast forward. There we go. Special 1, please. Thank you, Kang. Dex, Dex, Dex. And now punish that. Fast forward. So parry, please. Or we go for the intercept. Very cheeky. If he throws a special 1, I can't punish it, so we go for the parry instead. Fast forward. Now for the special 1. Would be perfect. Would be perfect. Would be perfect. Come on, Kang. Thank you. Dex, Dex, Dex. Knowing how to reliably deal with the special 1 is so important for this fight, as you will just be doing. If you could master the special 1 Dex timing and the counterattack timing, you will have no issues with this fight, as long as you don't do the same thing you just did. Those 3 things make the fight quite simple. But getting those timings down is really important. Get an intercept there, and we are off to the races. Again, in this wounded phase, we only gain a 20% damage boost whilst we have a regeneration up, which is half the time. So this actually right here, oh there we go, it's back in. For a moment, that was just base damage Wolverine. And this Kang is melting. Those critical bleeds ticking for over 2,000 each, and we have a lot of them going all at once. I like Wolverine Special 2 here because it tends to damage cap and is also very, very fast. We just managed to get him down in that phase. Very, very close. I think actually the timer finished, but he had about 5 health, so one of the bleeds ticked him down, even with the damage reduction up. So, final phase. Plenty of time as always. Go in and start the fight on your own terms. Go for a backdraft intercept, see what happens. but he didn't go for it, so we had to go for a parry instead. Now we're just looking for the special 1 or a heavy. There we go for the heavy. That is actually a safer option. It gives him a bit more power to work with. If he had thrown the special 1, he would have been at very, very low power afterwards, which could have made pushing him back to special 1 a little more difficult. So dex there, slow motion, perfect. We can now parry him, push him back to special 1, and the special 1 is not safe to punish now. So we're looking for the heavy attack. There it comes, pop, punish that, regular speed. Now the special 1 is safe to do, so let's bait that, or go for the intercept. Both of those would be safe to do. Dex for an extra charge, punish for another one. So, intercept or parry, we go for the parry, fast forward, there we go. Now we just need the special 1 or an intercept. There we go for the intercept. There we go, just be very careful he doesn't special intercept, and watch Kang's health, as we get 20% more damage for every bleed on him. It is just draining away. We have bleeds ticking for over 5,000 damage per tick, easily damage cap special 2, and then the phase is basically over. Go for our special 1, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 hits in slow motion to look extra cool, and there is Wolverine 5 minutes 6 seconds. So, there you have it, every single quest in Act 7. If you have any questions, please do leave them down below, or consider joining the Discord server linked in the description. A great place to get specific advice, make suggestions for future video topics, and while I'm awake, I do my best to be there as much as possible. A lot of work has gone into this video, and if you're watching this bit, then clearly you liked something, so please let YouTube know you liked it as well. For more content like this, and some slightly different, there is also that beautiful subscribe button, and if you're feeling extra spicy, there is that join button as well, to become a channel member and really go that extra mile in supporting the channel. A huge thank you to my current channel members that are on screen right now. Thank you, and I will see you next time.